100 push-ups, a 10-kilometer run. Others may laugh at you for just grinding it out, but only you know that on your 18th birthday, all of this will be converted into combat power. On your 18th birthday, you've just caught your breath after finishing your 100th push-up of the day. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice explodes in your mind. Ding! The discipline system has officially unlocked. Achievement: 100,000 push-ups unlocked. All workout records will now be converted into discipline points and combat power. You feel a world-shattering surge of strength erupt from your lower abdomen, coursing through every fiber of your body, while a stream of data frantically flashes across your retinas. Strength plus 1,000. Constitution plus 1,000. A wimp? No, I'm a fighter prodigy. In an era dominated by fighters, everyone can do 50 push-ups with one hand, but you'd break out in a sweat and have your hands shaking after just one. Your parents thought you were a total failure and left you when you were 10, leaving you and your aunt to rely on each other for survival. By the time you finally turned 18 and could do 100 push-ups in one go, you never expected your aunt to leave you on your birthday as well. Everyone thought you were a good-for-nothing with zero fighter talent, but only you knew the truth: your push-ups were different from everyone else's. That's because at age 18, you unlocked the discipline system. Every horse stance and every punch you'd performed before turning 18 had been recorded in your combat power reserve. After all those years of diligent training, accumulating no fewer than 100,000 push-ups, had all converted into combat power and surged into your body at that very moment. In an instant, you've transformed from an ordinary weakling mocked by everyone into a prodigy of the fighter world. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run. As long as you keep completing various self-discipline achievements, you'll earn discipline points that can be exchanged for martial arts techniques and magical items, thereby boosting your strength. Chapter 1: Dimensional Rift. Beihai District, White Whale City. Gloomy, dark clouds hung in the sky, and a cold drizzle fell through the air, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. On the number 12 bus, Chen sat in a window seat, watching the crowded flow of traffic and pedestrians outside the window, a look of bewilderment flashing across his eyes. It had been 3 days since he'd been transported to this world, yet he still felt as if he were in a dream. One moment he'd been pulling an all-nighter at work, the next, he'd snapped back to reality only to find his soul had been transported to a strange new world. The body he now inhabited belonged to a student in the general department of Heian Academy in White Whale City. The reason it's called the general department is that Heian Academy also has a specialized program known as the combat department. That's right, fighter. This world was vastly different from the one he'd known in his previous life. It was home to extraordinary beings known as fighters. Those with sufficient talent could train in martial arts, temper their bodies, and ultimately become powerful fighters. According to the memories in Chen's mind, a formidable fighter could even cleave a 20-story building in two with a single stroke and withstand a missile with their bare hands without so much as a scratch. What seemed utterly fantastical to Chen was, in this world, a fact that had actually occurred. A fighter, huh? Chen sighed. His current body's aptitude for fighting was far from good. It could only be described as unremarkable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be enrolled in the general department instead of the highly sought-after combat department. Although he had trained in some martial arts, he didn't really have much of an advantage over ordinary people. In this dangerous world, without sufficient strength to rely on, it was truly difficult to feel secure. Chen instinctively touched his forehead. When he first woke up in this world, he found himself lying in an alley, covered head to toe in blood, with dried blood caked all over his head. Clearly, his predecessor must have been killed, which is why he had been transported here. Perhaps because of the transport, all his injuries had healed, saving him the time it would have taken to recover. However, the unease in Chen's heart hadn't diminished in the slightest. What if the killer realized he wasn't dead and came looking for him to kill him again? Worse still, if that killer was a powerful fighter, he wouldn't have the strength to put up a fight at all. If only I had the strength of a powerful fighter too. Chen sighed once more. There wasn't a single memory of the killer in his previous self's mind, so he had no way to prepare for the threat in advance. Just as he was worrying, a sudden commotion from outside interrupted Chen's thoughts. He was about to look and see what was happening when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Almost simultaneously, everyone's phones in the carriage began to vibrate and ring, emitting a variety of vibration patterns and ringtones. The vast carriage instantly became incredibly noisy. Shen immediately recalled a certain experience from his memories, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly pulled out his phone. Sure enough, it was a warning message from Dimensional Rift, reminding him to seek refuge at the nearest shelter. Ever since the spatial tides began 300 years ago, this world has been connected to countless parallel dimensions. Countless dimensional invaders, intelligent beings with their own unique civilizational heritages, have set their sights on this world, rich in resources and teeming with life. To conquer this world and plunder its resources and population, these dimensional invaders periodically attempt to open spatial portals, launch invasions, and wreak havoc across the land. Such events are known as dimensional rifts. In his predecessor's memories, he had experienced more than 10 dimensional rifts. The highest level dimensional rift was a D class, while the lowest was an E class. However, even the lowest level E class dimensional rift had resulted in over 1,000 casualties. Just as Chen was lost in thought, the bus driver had already opened the front and rear doors, and passengers swarmed out of the bus, rushing toward the nearest shelter. Snapping back to reality, Chen immediately rolled down the window and, with a deft agility move, leaped out of the bus. He then followed the map on his phone to the nearest shelter. Along the way, he looked up at the sky. A massive, dark red vortex had appeared out of nowhere in the pitch-black sky. Faint flashes of lightning flickered within it, radiating a heart-stopping sense of oppression. That was the dimensional portal, a harbinger of the dimensional invaders' invasion. The streets had descended into complete chaos. The crowded masses scurried forward like ants, their shouts and curses ringing incessantly in his ears. After a frantic dash, Chen finally made it inside the shelter before the doors closed. Shortly after entering the shelter, a mechanical female voice echoed through the speakers. "The shelter doors are about to close. The shelter doors are about to close." A little over 10 seconds later, the shelter's steel doors slammed shut with a thunderous crash, instantly sealing them off from the outside world. Everyone inside let out a collective sigh of relief. "Thank God. Xiaoyang, where are you? Has anyone seen a 7 or 8-year-old child?" Now that the immediate danger had passed, everyone began searching for their separated family members. The shelter instantly descended into chaos, and faint sobs could be heard in the background. According to Federation regulations, all signals are blocked inside the shelter. The people inside cannot leave until the Defense Corps and civilian superhuman organizations have eliminated all invading dimensional invaders. This could take anywhere from a few hours to 10 days or half a month, depending on the severity of the dimensional rift. Fortunately, shelters generally have sufficient food and water reserves, so there is no need to worry about a survival crisis for at least 2 or 3 months. Shen found a corner to sit in and sat there, lost in thought. Having experienced a shelter evacuation firsthand, he felt even more acutely how dangerous this world was, and his desire for strength became more urgent than ever. If he were a powerful fighter, he wouldn't have had to flee to the shelter in such a panic. He could have wiped out the dimensional invaders just like a bounty hunter. He could also collect materials from the dimensional invaders and exchange them for a hefty monetary reward. At this thought, Chen felt even more depressed. Was he really destined to be an ordinary person for the rest of his life? Spatial fluctuations detected. Discipline system initiating. Discipline system activating. Discipline system activated. There is no gain without pain. Self-discipline will make you stronger. You can check your stats at any time on the panel. What is this? Chen jolted awake and instinctively sat up straight. He stared wide-eyed at the text floating before him. He reached out to touch it, but his hand passed right through it. Startled, Chen quickly looked around, only to find that everyone nearby was completely ignoring the text. Even the person sitting right next to him seemed oblivious to the text in the void. Seeing this, Chen immediately understood, and a surge of elation welled up inside him. A game-breaking advantage. The legendary perk for those who VE crossed over. I've finally waited long enough for you. Chen took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and silently muttered, "Panel." In an instant, the text before him vanished rapidly, and a translucent box appeared in its place. Name: Chen. Level: 1. Attributes: Strength 12, Constitution 13, Agility 10, Spirit 16. Discipline points: 0. Martial skills: Leviathan breathing skill adept stage 78 200. Thunder fist skill novice stage 85 100. Chapter 2, Achievements and Discipline points. So these are my attributes. Chen stared blankly at the panel before him. The level 1 in the level column likely referred to his current energy tier. In the new era following the appearance of the dimensional rift, the Federation invested massive human and material resources. After extensive systematic research, using humans as the benchmark, they created the energy tier, a superhuman classification system for strength. The higher the energy tier, the higher the level of existence and the greater the strength. This tier encompasses everyone from ordinary people who exercise regularly and have strong physiques to elite soldiers with keen reflexes and rigorous training. Chen currently falls within this tier. According to the Federation's unified standards, only beings with an average score of 20 across all 4 dimensions can be classified as Energy Tier 2. Judging by the stats panel, Chen's current average across the 4 attributes is less than 13 points. Even within Energy Tier 1, this places him toward the lower end of the spectrum. His highest attribute is Spirit, at 16 points, far exceeding the others. Chen surmised this was likely due to his transmigration. Agility is the lowest, at just 10 points, the same as the average for a normal adult male. Strength and Constitution are slightly above average, thanks to his predecessor's diligent training over the past 2+ years. As for martial skills, Chen glanced at the martial skills section, a hint of resignation flitting across his face. The Leviathan breathing skill is the foundational technique promoted by White Whale City. Over 90% of young people begin their journey as fighters by practicing this technique. Don't let the grand-sounding name of the Leviathan breathing skill fool you. At its core, it's nothing more than a breathing technique designed to improve digestive efficiency, extracting more energy from each unit of food for the body to absorb. It belongs to the most common and ordinary category of martial skills. With long-term practice, it can slightly improve constitution. In addition, every newcomer to the fighter path practices a martial art involving punches and kicks to toughen and temper their body. Chen chose the Thunder Fist skill. Unfortunately, his natural aptitude is average, so his Thunder Fist skill remains stuck at the novice stage. By the way, how is this discipline system supposed to make me stronger? No sooner had this question popped into Chen's mind than the box in front of him suddenly flashed, revealing new text. Self-discipline training can make you stronger. Push UPS beginner, perform 100 push-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 50 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. Beginner squats, perform 100 squats. Upon completion, you'll earn 50 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. Beginner sit-ups, perform 100 sit-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 50 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. Beginner long distance run, run 10 kilometers. Upon completion, you'll earn 50 discipline points. Current progress, 0-10. Chen looked a bit puzzled. The requirements of this discipline system seemed a bit too ordinary. He wondered what these discipline points were even for. Chen thought for a moment and decided to give it a try first. No sooner said than done, he immediately dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. A few people nearby gave him strange looks but said nothing. They quickly averted their gaze and ignored him. The shelter was in complete chaos at that moment. Most people were consumed by panic and anxiety, and hardly anyone had the presence of mind to pay attention to Chen's actions. Even with 13 constitution, after quickly finishing 100 push-ups, Chen was drenched in sweat and slightly out of breath. Without pausing to rest, he immediately summoned his interface. Achievement: Push-Up Beginner unlocked. Earned 50 discipline points. Exchange shop unlocked. The exchange shop. Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened the shop. Exchange shop. Next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Random stat card, when used, randomly increases 3 attribute points. Price, 100 discipline points. Random skill card, when used, randomly grants 100-500 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Gotcha ticket, grants a random item upon use. Price, 300 discipline points. These are great. Chen's heart leapt with joy. Setting aside the gotcha ticket, the random stat card and random skill card were undoubtedly fantastic items. One boosts stats. The other enhances martial arts skills. Although they both involve randomness, their merits far outweigh any flaws. Chen's heart immediately began to race. Glancing at the achievement list again, he saw that the original push-up beginner had been replaced by a new achievement. Push-up elite, perform 500 push-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 100 discipline points. Current progress, 0-500. It's even a series of achievements. Chen grinned. After a brief rest, he wasted no time and started doing squats. Achievement Squat Beginner unlocked. Earned 50 discipline points. With the second achievement unlocked, Chen now had 100 discipline points. Without hesitation, he redeemed a random stat card. He was about to use it right away, but after a moment's hesitation, Chen decided against it. Who knew if using the random stat card would cause a commotion? With so many people around, it would be safer to wait until he got home. The discipline system was his biggest secret and the very foundation of his survival in this world, so he absolutely couldn't let it be exposed. That said, there was no time to waste. Once his stamina had mostly recovered, Chen immediately started doing sit-ups. Apart from long-distance running, which couldn't be done inside the shelter, he could make the most of his time to complete the other 3 exercises. Time gradually slipped away, and before he knew it, 4 or 5 hours had passed. After doing a few more sets of push-ups, Chen stopped, drenched in sweat, and summoned his interface. Push-up elite, perform 500 push-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 100 discipline points. Current progress, 358-500. Squat elite, complete 500 squats. Upon completion, you'll earn 100 discipline points. Current progress, 213-500. Sit-up elite, complete 500 sit-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 100 discipline points. Current progress, 195-500. Long distance running beginner, run 10 kilometers. Upon completion, you'll earn 50 discipline points. Current progress, 0-10. Chen nodded to himself. It seemed he'd be able to complete these achievements before long. Closing the panel, he looked toward the security door. Isn't the dimensional rift over yet? Just as Chen was thinking he'd have to spend the night in the shelter, the intercom suddenly came on. The dimensional rift alert has been lifted. The shelter is now open. Please exit in an orderly manner. As the announcement faded, the green light on the shelter's security door lit up, and the door swung open once more. Seeing this, people let out collective sighs of relief and shuffled out of the shelter, one by one. Chen's spirits lifted, and he followed the crowd out of the shelter. Outside, the sky remained pitch black. The dark red vortex high in the sky had vanished. Traffic police and tow trucks began appearing on the streets, directing traffic and clearing obstacles as the city's traffic gradually returned to normal. The casualties from the battle had already been taken to hospitals or removed, and the bodies of the dimensional invaders had been completely cleared away. If it weren't for the numerous potholes and dried, dark red bloodstains still scattered across the road, no one would have guessed that a fierce battle had just taken place here not long ago. People hurried along in silence, some heading home, others off to their night shifts, everything as usual. It wasn't that they had become numb, rather, they had to get used to this kind of life, used to the dimensional rift. Chen didn't take the bus instead, he chose to run home. It was the perfect way to unlock the long-distance running beginner achievement. Chen lived in a residential complex in the old southern district of Beluga City. The surroundings weren't particularly pleasant, but the rent was affordable. When he reached the complex, Chen had run less than 6 kilometers, so he ran another lap around the neighborhood until he completed a 10-kilometer run before turning back into the complex. After a half day of exercise, Chen felt as if his body were weighed down by lead. He was utterly exhausted. My constitution is still a bit weak. Chen shook his head, then mustered his spirit to summon his interface, fixing his gaze on the random stat card. Use. The moment he spoke the command, Chen felt a surge of heat rise within him, instantly coursing through every fiber of his body. Most of his fatigue vanished in an instant. Chen stretched his limbs and was pleasantly surprised to find that his body seemed to have grown stronger. He quickly summoned his personal interface. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 12, Constitution 15, Agility 11, Spirit 16. Discipline points, 100. Martial skills. Leviathan breathing skill adept stage 78 200. Thunder fist skill novice stage 85 100. My constitution went up by 2 points, and my agility went up by 1.2. Chen was overjoyed. No wonder he felt a noticeable improvement in his physical condition. A 2-point increase was already quite significant. Many combat department students might not even gain 2 points in constitution after training for several months. If I could gain 3 attribute points every day, then in at most 9 days, my average of the 4 attributes would exceed 20 points. Chen's breathing suddenly grew much heavier. Energy Tier 2 was high enough to place him in the middle of the pack, even among combat department students. According to data released by Heian Academy last month, only 64% of students in the entire combat department had reached Energy Tier 2. In other words, in just 9 short days, he could reach the level of a typical Heian Academy combat department student. Wait, no! Chen quickly came to his senses. With the discipline system at his disposal, he was destined to become one of the top powerhouses in this world. He should be looking much further ahead, not just at the combat department of some mere university. Chen turned to gaze out the window at the moonlit night, his heart swelling with excitement. Those miserable days were finally coming to an end. Chapter 3, Martial Arts Breakthrough. Just as his emotions were surging, Chen suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out and saw that he had a call coming in. The screen displayed the name Yen. Yen, her full name was Yen, was a close friend of his mother's before she passed away, and the two had been very close. In Chen's memory, Yen had always been very kind to him. After Chen's parents passed away, Yen could have easily stood by and done nothing. At most, offering a little financial aid would have been enough to fulfill her obligation to Chen's mother. But without a word, she adopted Chen and raised him all the way through college. To this day, Yen still sends him monthly living expenses on time. Although she was his mother's best friend, Yen wasn't actually that old. She was only 27 or 28 this year. And because she was naturally beautiful, she looked as if she were in her early 20s. Standing next to Chen, some people would even believe they were brother and sister. That's why Chen has always called her Yen rather than using an honorific title like aunt. Coming to his senses, Chen hurriedly answered the call, and a pleasant voice soon came through on the other end. "Ah Chuan, are you okay?" Yen's tone was filled with concern and anxiety. "I'm fine. I was not far from the shelter when the dimensional rift occurred, so I made it just in time." A long sigh of relief came from the other end of the line. "That's good. I'll be back in 2 or 3 months. I'll cook something delicious for you then." Chen felt a pang of exasperation. Even though he was in college now, Yen still treated him like a little kid. After chatting for a while, Yen hurriedly hung up, as if she had something urgent to attend to. Chen didn't think much of it. As far as he could remember, Yen was always very busy, frequently traveling for work, and they rarely got to spend time together. He was used to it by now. Putting his phone away, Chen suddenly felt a bit hungry. Only then did he realize he hadn't eaten lunch or dinner yet, so he turned and walked into the kitchen. After fiddling around for a bit, he cooked up a big bowl of beef noodle soup and began to tuck in. After finishing his meal, he immediately went to the living room, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and made the most of his time to practice the Leviathan breathing skill. As the technique circulated through his body, the food he'd just eaten was quickly absorbed and converted into energy, which then spread throughout his body. About half an hour later, Chen opened his eyes and summoned his interface to check his stats. Leviathan breathing skill adept stage 79 200. My adept stage has increased by 1 point. Shen's eyes lit up. He remembered that just moments ago, the Leviathan breathing skill had been at Adept Stage 78-200. One practice session increases the Adept stage by 1 point. 3 sessions a day would add 3 points. At this rate, I'll be able to advance the Leviathan breathing skill to the expert stage in about 40 days. Shen was somewhat surprised. After all, it had taken him about 2 years to advance the Leviathan breathing skill from the novice stage to the Adept stage. Now, it would only take 40 days to reach the expert stage. That was much faster than before. Could it be because of the system? The more Chen thought about it, the more sense it made. Now that his strength was quantified, every time he practiced the technique, he gained at least 1 point of Adept stage. Naturally, this made his martial skill progress much faster. Chen was overjoyed. A fighter's strength doesn't depend solely on the 4 attributes. Martial skills are equally important. Advancing both the 4 attributes and martial skills in tandem is the best way to improve one's strength. With the Adept stage progress points in hand, Chen felt even more motivated and immediately began practicing the Thunder Fist skill in the living room. The Thunder Fist skill is a fairly common martial skill in White Whale City, but its power is nothing to sneeze at. It is said that once mastered to the perfect stage, a single punch is accompanied by a thunderous roar and possesses immense power. Even when performed by someone at Energy Tier 1, a single punch is powerful enough to pierce through a 1 cm thick steel plate. That's why many fighters use this fist technique to toughen their bodies. Even among the students of the Heian Academy Combat Department, quite a few practice this martial skill. It is said that after reaching the perfect stage, one can advance to the Grand Thunder Fist skill. Chen was completely immersed in his training and didn't stop until he had practiced for nearly 2 hours. When he checked his stats panel again, the progress for the Thunder Fist skill had changed to Novice Stage 88-100, with a 3-point increase in Adept stage progress. Chen nodded with satisfaction. If he really focused on his training, he could practice the Thunder Fist skill more than 10 times a day. At this rate, he'd be able to break through to the Adept stage of the Thunder Fist skill by tomorrow. That's incredibly fast. If other fighters found out, they'd probably be completely blown away. Suddenly, Chen remembered something. After unlocking the long-distance running novice achievement, his discipline points had risen to 100, enough to redeem a random skill card. Chen immediately opened the store and redeemed the random skill card without hesitation. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 100-500 Adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Both the Leviathan breathing skill and the Thunder Fist skill were just a few Adept stage points short of upgrading. Even if he were unlucky and only received 100 Adept stage points, it would still be enough to advance the Thunder Fist skill to the Adept stage. Use. Chen muttered silently. In the blink of an eye, a new message popped up before him. Gain 329 points of martial skill Adept stage. Shen's heart leapt with joy. Although it wasn't the maximum 500 points, 329 points of martial skill Adept stage wasn't bad at all. Chen immediately allocated 12 points of martial skill Adept stage to the Thunder Fist skill. Thunder Fist skill Adept stage 0-200. In an instant, Chen felt a flood of insights and memories regarding fist technique cultivation surge into the depths of his mind. At the same time, his muscles began to heat up in waves, as if his tendons, bones, and muscles were being forged, becoming firmer and more resilient. It lasted for over 10 seconds before the sensation slowly faded. Chen immediately brought up his stats panel. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 14, Constitution 16, Agility 11, Spirit 16. Discipline points, 0. Martial skills. Leviathan breathing skill Adept stage 79-200. Thunder Fist skill Adept stage 0-200. Strength has increased by 2 points, and Constitution by 1 point. A look of surprise and delight flashed across Chen's face. He hadn't expected that breaking through a martial skill's realm would also boost his attributes. But upon further reflection, the Thunder Fist skill had always been designed to toughen and temper the body. It's just that before, the improvements were subtle and gradual, whereas now they were instantly boosted by the martial skill's Adept stage level so naturally, the difference felt especially pronounced. Just breaking through to the adept stage added 3 attribute points. If I break through to the expert stage, how many more points will I gain? Chen's heart immediately raced with excitement, and without hesitation, he invested another 200 points of martial skill adept stage into the Thunder Fist skill. In an instant, that familiar sensation surged through him once more. This time, it lasted a full half-minute or so before Chen finally processed the information that had suddenly appeared in his mind. The trembling and heat in his muscles gradually subsided. When he looked at his stats screen again, he saw that significant changes had already taken place. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 16, Constitution 17, Agility 12, Spirit 16. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Adept Stage 79-200. Thunder Fist Skill Expert Stage 0-300. Chapter 4, A Sudden Surge in Power. A faint smile played at the corner of Chen's mouth. Strength had increased by 2 points, while Constitution and Agility had each increased by 1 point, a total of 4 attribute points. He had figured it out. The Thunder Fist skill's physical enhancements primarily focused on strength, followed by Constitution, and finally Agility. I wonder which attribute the Leviathan Breathing skill boosts. Constitution? Chen glanced at his stats panel. He had 117 adept stage points remaining for martial skills. After a moment's thought, he decided to pour all his remaining points into the Leviathan Breathing skill. Leviathan Breathing Skill Adept Stage 196-200. I'm still 4 adept stage points short. Tomorrow, I'll buy more meat and aim to break through to the next level. Cultivating the Leviathan Breathing skill requires food, and meat rich in energy is ideal. Chen had heard of a type of exotic beast meat that came from powerful creatures in another world. Its flesh and blood contained an extremely rich concentration of essence. Even a small piece was enough to cover a fighter's entire day's cultivation expenses. If used to cultivate the Leviathan Breathing skill, a small piece would likely be enough to increase the adept stage by more than 10 points. However, exotic beast meat is only sold in shops specializing in fighter gear, and it's extremely expensive, far beyond what a mere student like Chen could afford. Closing the interface, Chen stretched his limbs on the spot and could feel that his strength, speed, and reaction time had all improved significantly. It was a comprehensive enhancement. Come to think of it, gaining a full 10 attribute points in a single night, it would be hard not to notice. Don't let the number 10 fool you. Many combat department students might not even gain 10 attribute points after a full year of training. Yet Chen had achieved it in just one night. Such a rate of improvement was simply staggering. Just 19 more attribute points, and my energy tier will break through to level 2. Chen was overjoyed. He had originally thought it would take him 9 days to break through to level 2. But now it was clear it wouldn't take nearly that long. Breaking through a martial art realm boosts stats. It seems random skill cards really do offer the best value. Chen glanced at his fist and suddenly unleashed a punch, filling the living room with a deep, rumbling whoosh. The power was worlds apart from when he was at the novice stage. Truly worthy of an expert stage martial art. I wonder just how powerful the Thunder Fist skill at the master stage and perfect stage will be. Chen felt a surge of anticipation. In just a short while, his stamina had already recovered by more than half. Seeing this, Chen decided to keep working out. With his stats boosted, he could clearly feel that exercising had become much easier. The next day was Sunday, so he didn't have classes. Chen got up early and went out to buy meat. His monthly living expenses were now 3,000 star coins. To be honest, this amount was more than enough to cover a typical student's monthly expenses. Even a typical family of 3 only spent 4,000 or 5,000 star coins a month. From this perspective, Yan Han Ti shortchanged him in terms of living expenses. One could even say he was somewhat indulgent. But if he were to increase the frequency of his Leviathan Breathing skill training, 3,000 star coins a month would be a bit tight. Buying meat alone was a significant expense. Chen didn't plan to ask Yan for money, so as not to add to Yan's burden. Fortunately, he still had some savings set aside, which would be enough to get him by for a while. As for what to do once those savings ran out, as long as his strength improved, why would he worry about not being able to earn money? In this world, fighters are the wealthiest class. After stocking up on plenty of meat, Chen returned home, immediately cooked a meal, and then, without wasting a moment, began training in the Leviathan breathing skill. After converting all the food in his stomach into energy, he seized the moment to do push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. Cooking, eating, practicing the Leviathan breathing skill, exercising. The cycle repeated itself, and he kept at it until nightfall, when he finally broke through to a new level in the Leviathan breathing skill. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 17, Constitution 19, Agility 12, Spirit 16. Discipline points, 300. Martial skills. Leviathan breathing skill expert stage 0 300. Thunder fist skill expert stage 6 300. Constitution increased by 2 points and strength by 1 point. Although both are at the expert stage, the Leviathan breathing skill grants 1 point less in attributes than the Thunder Fist skill. Chen surmised that this was likely due to the skill S tier. Clearly, as a foundational technique, the Leviathan breathing skill lagged behind the Thunder Fist skill. Still, an attribute boost is always a good thing. He is one step closer to breaking through to Energy Tier 2. Chen then opened his achievements list. After a full morning of exercise, he had unlocked the 3 achievements: Push-Up Elite, Squat Elite, and Sit-Up Elite, earning a total of 300 discipline points. The Shop 1T refresh for another 10 plus minutes. Chen glanced at the exchange shop. At that moment, the exchange shop contained only one item, a gacha ticket. However, since this item was too unpredictable, Chen didn't plan to waste his precious discipline points on it just yet. The top priority was still to boost his strength. The 10 plus minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. The moment the countdown hit 0, the exchange shop immediately refreshed. Exchange shop next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 100-500 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Cultivation Crystal, select a martial skill to gain 5 years worth of cultivation experience and insights for that skill. Price, 500 discipline points. Stamina Potion, instantly restores all stamina upon consumption. Price, 200 discipline points. These are all great items. Chen was practically drooling with anticipation. The random skill card goes without saying, but the 2 newly appeared items were also top-notch. If used wisely in battle, the Stamina Potion could very well save his life. Although it only restores stamina rather than healing injuries, it's still quite useful. As for the Cultivation Crystal, needless to say, its effects are clearly better than those of the random skill card. 5 years worth of cultivation experience and insights, even based on his average natural talent, should add at least 700 or 800 adept stage points. If applied to the Thunder Fist skill, it might even let him break through directly to the perfect stage. Unfortunately, this item requires 500 discipline points, so Chen could only look on for now. Coming to his senses, Chen quickly exchanged the random skill card and used it without hesitation. Gained 402 points of martial skill adept stage. Chen was instantly overjoyed. He was in luck. The adept stage points he gained from this martial skill were even more than yesterday's. Without hesitation, Chen immediately upgraded his Thunder Fist skill. The stats on the panel changed once again. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 13, Spirit 16. Discipline points, 200. Martial skills. Leviathan breathing skill expert stage 0 300. Thunder Fist skill master stage 6 500. As expected, after breaking through the mastery level of the Thunder Fist skill, Chen's attributes skyrocketed. And they increased by 5 points all at once. Both strength and constitution shot up to 20. In terms of strength and constitution alone, he had already reached Energy Tier 2. With my current strength, combined with the Master Stage Thunder Fist skill, I doubt any level 1 fighter could withstand a single punch from me. Chen was overjoyed. In just 2 short days, his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. This game-breaking advantage was truly powerful. With 200 discipline points remaining, Chen thought it over and decided to save them for now. Stamina potions were great, but since he didn't need to fight anyone to the death at the moment, they weren't very useful. He'd better save them to exchange for cultivation crystals later. With a plan in mind, Chen brought up the achievements list again. He was immediately surprised by what he saw. A new achievement had suddenly appeared on the list. Push-up Master, complete 2,000 push-ups to earn 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-2,000. Squat Master, perform 2,000 squats. Upon completion, you'll earn 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-2,000. Sit-up Master, perform 2,000 sit-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-2,000. Long Distance Running Elite, run 50 kilometers. Upon completion, you'll earn 100 discipline points. Current progress, 1050. Gaining combat experience is also a form of self-discipline. Only by combining training with actual combat can you become stronger. Combat Challenge I, defeat 3 fighters with a total of at least 60 points across all 4 attributes. Upon completion, you'll earn 300 discipline points. Current progress, 0-3. Defeat fighters? Chen paused in surprise. This achievement was indeed a bit unusual. Fortunately, it wouldn't be difficult for him. His total 4-stat attribute value was currently as high as 69, and he had mastered the Master Stage Thunder Fist skill. Dealing with opponents with a total 4-stat attribute value of 60 would be no problem at all. After a moment's thought, Chen quickly came up with a plan. In this era where fighters were all the rage, finding a few to spar with wouldn't be hard. As far as he knew, there were over a dozen fighter clubs in White Whale City, dedicated to providing fighters with places to train their martial arts and spar. Some of the more famous fighter clubs even had energy tier 4 and 5 masters hanging around. If he went to those places, he was sure to find opponents to spar with. Chen made up his mind to check out a fighter club after class tomorrow. Chapter 5. Beating up even your friends. In the age of fighters, the importance of theoretical courses has declined significantly. Conversely, fighter-related courses are receiving unprecedented attention. Many private entities are competing to invest in fighter education, establishing private fighter universities dedicated to training fighters. Consequently, even some well-established universities have followed suit by establishing combat departments to maintain their status as prestigious institutions. Heian Academy, where Chen studies, falls into the latter category. In Heian Academy's combat department, theoretical courses make up a very small portion of the curriculum. Students spend most of their time on fighter training and self-practice, enjoying relatively flexible schedules. The general department, however, isn't so fortunate. Its course schedule remains virtually identical to that of a typical university. When Chen arrived at the classroom, most of the students hadn't shown up yet. Only about 10 or so were scattered about, gathered in small groups of 2 or 3, chatting quietly. "Chen, over here." A familiar voice rang in his ear. Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wu Hui sitting in the back row, waving at him. Chen was a rather reserved person and didn't have many friends in class. Wu Hui was one of his closest friends. "Why do you get here so early today?" Chen sat down next to Wu Hui and asked casually. As far as he could remember, Wu Hui always arrived right at the last minute for class. He'd nearly been late several times. But today he was here even earlier than Chen, which was really unlike him. Wu Hui chuckled at this. "I'm just coming to school with some other people." Chen got it right away and laughed. "Got a girlfriend?" Wu Hui nodded shyly, then suddenly asked, "What about you? Aren't you planning on getting a girlfriend? I've noticed quite a few girls in our class seem to have a crush on you." At this point, Wu Hui couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Chen was handsome and sunny, exactly the type girls found attractive. If he wanted a girlfriend, he could find one in no time. "No thanks." Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I don't have time for a relationship." Now that he had his golden finger, this was a crucial period for rapidly improving his abilities. How could he possibly have time for romance? Wu Hui pursed his lips. "Listen, you're not even in the combat department. Why are you spending so much time training? After graduation, aren't you just going to be an office worker anyway? You might as well enjoy your youth while you can and date a few girls, wouldn't that be great? If I looked as good as you, I'd have slept with 100 girls by now. Chen rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear him. Wu Hui ranted for a while, but when he saw Chen wasn't responding, he finally shut up, feeling a bit put out. After a moment, he sized Chen up and suddenly said, "Why does it feel like you've changed somehow since we last saw each other this weekend?" Chen was taken aback for a moment, but then it dawned on him. As his strength had increased, his spirit's appearance had naturally changed as well. To be more specific, he had become much more confident. However, this wasn't something he wanted to elaborate on, so Chen just smiled faintly and brushed it off with a casual remark. Wu Hui didn't think much of it, and just as the class bell rang, he let the matter drop. The entire morning was spent in tedious theory classes. Chen hadn't minded them before, but now he found the time dragging on endlessly. He'd spent over a decade studying in his previous life, and now that he'd been reincarnated, he really didn't want to go through it all over again. He'd rather use that time to practice the Thunder Fist skill, at least that would help him advance a few points in the adept stage. Maybe I could apply to transfer departments? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Chen. Heian Academy had a department transfer system. Students in the general department could apply to transfer to the combat department as long as they met certain requirements. Chen vaguely recalled that the requirements seemed to be reaching energy tier 2 and mastering an expert stage martial skill. He had already met half of these requirements, and he figured it wouldn't take long to meet the other half. Switching departments would be a breeze for him. The more Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. To free up more time in the future to focus on improving his strength, switching departments was a must. As soon as my energy tier breaks through to level 2, I'll apply to switch departments right away. Chen made up his mind quickly. As soon as the bell rang, Wu Hui was the first to rush out of the classroom, probably in a hurry to meet his girlfriend. Chen shook his head and chuckled, following the crowd out of the classroom. After leaving school, Chen was about to head to the fighter club in the city center, but he paused as he passed through an alley. In the dimly lit alley, Wu Hui was surrounded by 3 tall, burly guys. They seemed to be arguing heatedly, occasionally shoving and jostling each other. Just then, the leader of the group suddenly swung a punch that landed hard in Wu Hui's stomach. Wu Hui instantly collapsed face down on the ground, his body curling up like a shrimp. Chen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly rushed into the alley. "Stop it!" Hearing the voice, the 3 boys turned to look. Seeing that it was only Chen, the leader barked coldly. "Get lost! Mind your own business." Wu Hui, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head. He froze for a moment upon seeing Chen, then quickly gave him a discreet signal to leave immediately. Unbeknownst to him, the leader had noticed this subtle gesture. He immediately realized that this boy who had suddenly appeared knew Wu Hui and was most likely also a student at the general department, so he gave his companions a cold, mocking glance. The other 2 boys immediately grinned menacingly and advanced toward Chen. Seeing this, Wu Hui hurriedly shouted, "Deng Bin, this is between you and me, don't drag anyone else into this." Deng Bin shot him a sidelong glance and sneered. "You're quite the loyal friend, but I don't like the look of you right now. I'm planning to beat up your friend too. What are you going to do about it?" Wu Hui's face flushed with anger, but he was powerless to do anything. Deng Bin and his 2 companions were all students from the combat department. They were highly skilled fighters, and students from the general department like them were no match for them. If the 3 of them were determined to beat them up, they really wouldn't be able to put up a fight. But while Wu Hui could have taken the beating himself, the fact that he'd now dragged Chen into this filled him with guilt. By this point, the 2 boys had already walked up to Chen. Seeing him standing there motionless, neither turning to run nor putting up a fight, they assumed he'd been scared stiff, and their faces immediately betrayed expressions of contempt and disdain. "This kid's way too chicken. If anyone's to blame, it's you for not knowing when to back off and meddling in this." As he watched the 2 slowly close in, Chen felt no fear. On the contrary, he was actually eager to give it a try. The reason he rushed into the alley without hesitation was, on the one hand, that he couldn't stand by and watch Wu Hui get bullied, and on the other, that he noticed the badges on the 3 men's chests. Those were the insignia of combat department students. And combat department students were, after all, fighters. Who knows? These three in front of him might just help him unlock the real combat eye achievement. As Chen pondered this, the boy on his left couldn't hold back any longer and struck first, launching a punch straight at Chen's chest. Judging by the stance, it was undoubtedly the Thunder Fist skill. Chen smirked inwardly and unleashed a Thunder Fist skill of his own. Seeing this, a trace of derision flashed in the young man's eyes. His Thunder Fist skill had reached the expert stage. For a student from the general department to dare go head-to-head with him was nothing short of overestimating his abilities. With a cold sneer, the young man increased the force in his punch even further as his fist slammed toward Chen. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided in mid-air with no frills whatsoever. In that instant, a dull thud echoed, followed by a scream. The boy who had struck first was sent flying backward like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing heavily to the ground as he clutched his palm and wailed in agony. My hand, my hand. In the dim light of the alley, it was clear that the boy's right hand was covered in bruises. He had clearly broken a bone. Everyone stared at the scene in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to speak. Chapter 6, Is this a general department student? Deng Bin stared wide-eyed at his fallen classmate, his face a mask of disbelief. The other boy was so terrified he froze in place, unable to take a step forward. Although the boy who'd been knocked down was only a level 1 fighter, his total 4-stat score was as high as 61, not much weaker than his own. Yet he'd been sent flying by a single punch from the man standing before him, and his wrist was even broken. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Is this guy really a general department student? Since when did general department students get this strong? Wu Hui, lying on the ground, now had a blank stare and a dazed expression. Amazing. He actually knocked out a combat department student with a single punch. How come I never realized before just how strong Chen was? His opponent was too scared to make another move, but Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook. The moment he knocked the boy down, he immediately summoned his achievement list and glanced at it, only to discover with delight that the achievement progress bar had jumped to 1-3. In other words, all three of them were fighters who met the Achievement S requirements. As long as he defeated them, combat practice I would be unlocked. With a cold laugh, Chen took a few long strides toward another boy and unleashed another punch. Amid a dull whoosh, the boy quickly followed in his companion's footsteps, crashing to the ground and wailing in pain. The wails snapped Deng Bin out of his shock. His face instantly turned grim as he fixed his gaze on Chen. I didn't expect you to be a trained fighter. After all, I really misjudged you. Chen, however, had no intention of wasting words with Deng Bin. Without a second thought, he charged at him. Seeing how Chen so blatantly underestimated him, Deng Bin grew even more furious and met the attack with a grim expression. Wu Hui finally snapped out of his daze and, seeing the situation, his expression immediately changed. Deng Bin was far more formidable than those two boys. Rumor had it his total 4-dimensional attribute score was as high as 65, and his Thunder Fist skill was just one step away from reaching the master stage. Facing such an opponent, the slightest misstep could cost Chen dearly. Wu Hui suddenly froze, a most peculiar expression crossing his face. 7 or 8 meters away, Chen and Deng Bin were locked in a fierce battle, the sound of fists and flesh colliding ringing incessantly in the air. However, contrary to what Wu Hui had expected, it was Deng Bin who was actually at a disadvantage. Under Chen's relentless assault, Deng Bin was in a desperate state, scrambling to defend himself on all fronts, completely overwhelmed and unable to gain the upper hand. In fact, Deng Bin was so frustrated right now that he felt like he was about to spit blood. It wasn't until they actually clashed that he realized Chen was even more formidable than he anticipated. The terrifying, whistling wind from Chen's punches stung his skin the moment they brushed past him. It was clear that if he took even a single punch, he'd be out of commission on the spot or close to it. Deng Bin practiced the Thunder Fist skill as well, so he was all too familiar with this martial art. By now, he could clearly see that the guy in front of him had definitely reached the master stage in the Thunder Fist skill. Heaven help him, he was a student in the prestigious combat department, yet his Thunder Fist skill was only at the expert stage. How on earth had a student from the general department managed to cultivate the Thunder Fist skill to the master stage? Is this even fair? Dangbin was filled with regret. If he'd known this kid was this good, he'd have to be out of his mind to have provoked him in the first place. In contrast to Dangbin's misery, Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself. The power of the master stage Thunder Fist skill was far greater than he had imagined. To be honest, Dangbin's physical prowess wasn't too much inferior to his own. His total 4-dimensional attribute score was only a few points lower. In terms of physical prowess alone, Chen's advantage wasn't particularly obvious. The reason he was able to dominate Dangbin was mainly due to the master stage Thunder Fist skill. Just one realm difference, and the gap in power is this vast. Chen marveled to himself, growing even more eager to experience the power of the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill. A prolonged defense is bound to reveal a weakness. Before long, Dangbin was struck in the abdomen by one of Chen's punches. The 20-point strength stat instantly sent Dangbin crashing to his knees, his face contorted in agony as he struggled to speak. The intense pain rendered him instantly incapable of fighting. Without even glancing at Dangbin, who was curled up like a shrimp, Chen strode over to Wu Hui and helped him to his feet. "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Wu Hui stammered, still unable to recover from the shock. He never would have imagined things would turn out this way. 3 combat department students, all quite skilled in combat, had been effortlessly knocked down by Chen and were now lying on the ground, wailing in pain. The scene gave him a surreal, dreamlike feeling. Wu Hui used to think that general department students didn't need to spend much time training in martial arts, but now he was having second thoughts. Should he spend more time honing his martial arts skills? Maybe he could become as skilled as Chen? Seeing that Wu Hui was unharmed, Chen motioned for him to leave together, leaving Dangbin and his 2 companions lying pitifully on the ground. On the way, Chen casually asked Wu Hui how he ended up getting into a fight with Dangbin and his 2 friends. Hearing this, Wu Hui scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "My current girlfriend used to be dating Dangbin." He didn't finish his sentence, but Chen already understood it was nothing more than a love triangle. He immediately lost interest, dropped the subject, and didn't ask any further. Back home, Chen checked his messages right away. Achievement: Practical Combat I unlocked. Earned 300 discipline points. A smile spread across Chen's face. With this, he now had 500 discipline points. Just enough to redeem a cultivation crystal. Chen immediately opened the store, redeemed the cultivation crystal, and then assigned it directly to the Thunder Fist skill. In an instant, a series of scenes flashed through Chen's mind like a kaleidoscope, every single one depicting him cultivating the Thunder Fist skill. Countless insights surged forth out of nowhere, etched deeply into his soul as if branded. To Chen's perception, it felt as though he had undergone years of cultivation, yet in reality, only an instant had passed. His mind drifted for a split second, and when he snapped back to reality, Chen discovered that the Thunder Fist skill on his status panel had already broken through to a new realm. Name: Chen. Level: 1. Attributes: Strength 24, Constitution 22, Agility 14, Spirit 16. Discipline points: 0. Martial skills: Leviathan Breathing Skill Expert Stage 0 300. Thunder Fist Skill Perfect Stage 451 1000. I've finally reached the perfect stage. Chen was overjoyed. The effect of the cultivation crystal was even more powerful than he had anticipated. It had actually increased his adept stage by over 900 points in one go. However, what surprised Chen even more was that the perfect stage wasn't even the limit of the Thunder Fist skill. Is there a stage higher than the perfect stage? Chen thought for a moment, but unfortunately, as a student in the general department, he didn't know much about martial arts. I'll ask a combat department student about it someday. Chen turned his attention back to the interface. This breakthrough had increased his attributes by a total of 7 points, 4 in strength, 2 in constitution, and 1 in agility. His total attribute score had skyrocketed to 76 points. He was only 4 points away from breaking through to energy tier 2. Closing that gap wouldn't be difficult. All he had to do was advance his Leviathan breathing skill to the master stage. The expert stage of Leviathan breathing skill had already granted him 3 attribute points, and the master stage would grant at least 4 more than enough to promote him to a level 2 fighter. At this thought, Chen suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. In just over 2 hours, the exchange shop would refresh. If he could just get one more random skill card, it should be enough for the Leviathan breathing skill to break through to the next tier. But before that, he had to complete the achievements to earn discipline points. Exchanging for cultivation crystals had drained all his discipline points. Chen now had not a single point left. Chapter 7, 2-Star Martial Skills. Opening the achievement list, Chen discovered a new achievement. Combat 2, defeat 10 fighters with a total of 4 attributes of at least 80 points. Upon completion, you'll receive 1000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-10. Chen was secretly stunned. A total of 4 attributes of at least 80 points? That's the level of energy tier 2. This is way harder than Combat I. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to head over to the fighter club. Chen had a plan in mind. But that was something to worry about after he became a tier 2 fighter. For now, he'd focus on completing those fitness-related achievements first. Without wasting any time, Chen started working out right there in the living room. With his current constitution stat at a whopping 22 points, simple push-ups and squats were a piece of cake for him. He could average 50 to 60 in a minute. And he did them for 10 to 20 minutes straight without a break. A little over 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, Chen looked at the completed achievements: push-up master, squat master, and sit-up master, and felt a deep sense of accomplishment. 600 discipline points earned. As expected, new achievements appeared as well. Push-up expert, complete 5,000 push-ups to earn 300 discipline points. Current progress, 0-5,000. Squat expert, complete 5,000 squats to earn 300 discipline points. Current progress, 0-5,000. Sit-up expert, complete 5,000 sit-ups to earn 300 discipline points. Current progress, 0-5,000. I wonder how many achievements are in this series. Chen mused to himself, then scrolled down. The achievements for push-ups, squats, and sit-ups had all reached the expert level, but long-distance running was still stuck at the elite level. After all, long-distance running is an outdoor activity and not as convenient as the other 3, so Chen had always focused his energy on the former. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to go out for a run. After a brief rest, Chen opened the redemption shop, where the items had already been refreshed. Gotcha ticket, used to randomly obtain one item. Price, 300 discipline points. Gotcha ticket, grants a random item upon use. Price, 300 discipline points. Specified stat card, increases agility by 3 points upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Can you actually get duplicate items from the exchange? Chen was taken aback. It would have been fine if he'd gotten 2 random skill cards, but instead, he ended up with 2 gotcha tickets. Chen was at a loss for words. Fortunately, there was one decent item. At the same price of 100 discipline points, the designated stat card was slightly better than the random stat card. After all, it offered more certainty. Chen decisively redeemed the designated stat card and used it immediately. In an instant, his agility rose to 17. My strength and constitution are both over 20, but my agility and spirit are still only in the teens. The gap is a bit too wide. Chen pondered whether he should look for an agility-based martial art to train in, to boost his agility. Without sufficient agility, no matter how high his strength and constitution are, he is just a tank. Once he encounters an enemy with high agility, he'll likely end up on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. For an ordinary fighter, trying to balance all 4 attributes usually results in a mediocre outcome where none stand out. But Chen was different. With his cheat code, he could become stronger in every aspect. Without hesitating too long, Chen quickly made up his mind to start looking for an agility-based martial art. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention to the spirit attribute. Come to think of it, what kind of martial art do I need to practice to increase my spirit attribute? Among the 4 attributes, spirit is arguably the one least valued by fighters. It's also the hardest to improve. Chen still didn't know how a fighter's spirit strength affected their overall power. But since spirit was included among the 4 attributes, it must have some use. Thinking ahead, Chen didn't plan to neglect improving his spirit attribute. Too bad I'm just 1 point short of breaking through to level 2. Chen looked at the gacha ticket. Why not give this a try? With 500 discipline points remaining, Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't resist his curiosity and redeemed a gacha ticket. Use. With a thought, a wheel with a pointer instantly appeared before Chen, its surface densely covered with tiny, fly script-like text listing items. Under Chen's astonished gaze, the wheel spun rapidly, taking over 10 seconds to slowly come to a stop. Acquired the 2-star martial skill Shadow Step skill. A 2-star martial skill? Confusion crossed Chen's face. Are martial arts skills actually ranked? Chen rubbed the bridge of his nose. It seemed he really needed to learn more about the basics of martial arts in this world. Turning his attention back to the interface, Chen checked the skill description. To his delight, it turned out to be a movement technique agility. Talk about getting exactly what I needed. A delighted smile spread across Chen's face. This would finally make up for his weakness in agility. Without hesitation, Chen immediately learned the martial skill. Martial skills produced by the system could be directly imprinted into his mind, saving him the trouble of figuring them out on his own. In the blink of an eye, Chen's mind was filled with a wealth of insights and understanding regarding the skill. Name, Chen. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 24, Constitution 22, Agility 17, Spirit 16. Discipline points, 200. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Expert Stage 0 300. Thunder Fist Skill Perfect Stage 451, 1000. Shadow Step Skill Novice Stage 0 200. It takes 200 discipline points just to reach the novice stage? Chen was secretly astonished. That upgrade requirement was a full 2 times that of the Thunder Fist skill and the Leviathan Breathing skill. Judging by this, the Leviathan Breathing skill and the Thunder Fist skill should be 1-star martial skills, right? The Leviathan Breathing skill might be slightly weaker. It should rank among the lower tier of 1-star martial skills. However, these were all just Chen's speculations. The specifics would have to be verified in the future. In any case, the gacha ticket had given him a pleasant surprise. Come to think of it, since it was worth 300 discipline points, it couldn't possibly be too bad. With a sigh of delight, Chen's eyes flashed briefly, and he suddenly vanished from where he stood, reappearing 5 or 6 meters away. In the spacious living room, Chen darted left and right, moving like a ghostly figure, darting and leaping with lightning-like speed. Like a child with a brand new toy, Chen experimented with it for a full 5 or 6 minutes before finally stopping, still not quite satisfied. As expected of a 2-star martial art, this speed is truly astonishing. Chen couldn't hide the excitement in his expression. In the world of martial arts, nothing beats speed. With the Shadow Step skill, his combat effectiveness had undoubtedly increased significantly. His survivability in battle had also taken a quantum leap. And this is just the novice stage. I wonder just how fast I'll be once I reach the master stage or even the perfect stage. A wave of anticipation washed over Chen. He couldn't wait to level up his Shadow Step skill right then and there. However, the exchange shop wouldn't refresh until tomorrow night. After thinking it over, Chen decided to go for a run now to unlock the long-distance running achievement and accumulate some discipline points. Chapter 8, The Dark Raven Mask. It was past 11 p.m. The streets were deserted and silent. The old town wasn't like the city center. There weren't as many bright lights and bustling nightlife. Chen ran along the dimly lit streets, wearing only a short-sleeved t-shirt. The night breeze blowing in his face carried a hint of chill. However, with his constitution now at 22, Chen was immune to colds and had no need to worry about catching a chill. Running with his head down the whole way, Chen soon arrived at a park 3 or 4 kilometers from his apartment complex. The park was in a remote location. It was unclear how many years it had been abandoned, and there wasn't even a single streetlight. Moonlight filtered through the swings and slides in the park, casting long shadows on the ground that looked somewhat eerie in the dead of night. But that suited Chen just fine. In such a remote place, hardly anyone would come by, so he could run to his heart's content. An agility rating of 17 would have placed him among world-class athletes in his previous life. And that was just in terms of speed alone. In the World Federation's classification system, agility encompasses not only speed but also a range of abilities, including reaction time, dynamic vision, muscle coordination, and body control. It's far more complex than mere speed. Chen's running pace wasn't particularly fast, he only covered a little over 20 kilometers in an hour. But the formidable stamina granted by his high constitution meant he hardly needed to rest. He ran for over 2 hours straight, completing the long-distance running elite achievement in one go. 100 discipline points earned. Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, sat down on a park bench, and opened his achievement list. As expected, his long-distance running achievements had also been updated. Long-distance running master, run 100 kilometers. Upon completion, you'll receive 200 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. 100 kilometers, ha! Chen did the math. He didn't have classes until tomorrow afternoon, so if he ran in the morning and evening, he could complete the achievement in a single day. With a plan in mind, Chen relaxed and leaned back in his chair, then casually tapped to open the redemption shop. I have 300 discipline points on hand right now, enough to redeem another gacha ticket. Should I redeem it? After a moment's thought, Chen decided to go for it. It would be even better if he could draw another powerful martial skill. Redeem gacha ticket. Use. After the familiar spinning wheel animation, a notification popped up immediately. Obtain Dark Raven Mask. Dark Raven Mask? A look of curiosity flashed in Chen's eyes, and he immediately tapped on the description. Dark Raven Mask, when worn, it blocks all detection methods and blurs others' perception of the wearer. There's actually an item like this? Chen whistled in amazement. This is practically a must-have for murder and arson. Once he put it on, he wouldn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Although Chen was a bit disappointed not to have drawn a martial skill, the Dark Raven Mask's effect looked pretty good. It might come in handy later, so he could live with it. After resting for over 10 minutes, seeing that it was already late at night, Chen prepared to head home to sleep. But just as he started to move, he suddenly heard shouts coming from the distance. Looking in the direction of the noise, he could vaguely make out several figures in the distance sprinting toward him, occasionally turning to fight as they ran. Chen's expression grew slightly stern. Public safety in the old city was far from good. Incidents like robbery and theft were all too common. Especially at night. Heroes who use martial arts to break the law, once humans acquire strength, they become restless. The slightest misstep could easily lead them down the wrong path. In this world where fighters were commonplace, both the number of criminals and the brutality of their crimes far exceeded those in the harmonious society of Chen's previous life. He recalled that several homicides had occurred in the old city just last month. Not wanting to invite trouble, Chen immediately turned and headed in the opposite direction. But even though he didn't want trouble, trouble found him anyway. With a whoosh, a tall man burst into the park and sprinted toward the exit on the other side like a whirlwind. And Chen happened to be right in the tall man's path. Get out of the way! Without hesitation, the tall man swung his fist at Chen's back. Before the fist even reached him, the fierce blast of air from the punch had already pressed Chen's shirt tightly against his body. A man and a woman chasing from behind witnessed the scene, and their faces paled. Stop! The two wanted to intervene, but unfortunately, they were still about 10 meters away from the tall man and simply couldn't reach him in time. Seeing that the man was about to die under the tall man's fist, He-Quan and Shirjai immediately looked on with horror. But in the next instant, their eyes widened in shock. Just as the tall man's fist was about to strike, the man's figure suddenly flickered, shifting sideways 4 or 5 meters out of thin air like a ghost, dodging the punch. As his blow missed, the tall man's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected a random passerby to possess such agility. With Chen's delay, He-Quan and Shirjai had already caught up. The two flanked the tall man, one in front and one behind, staring at him impassively. Shu Wu, surrender now! He-Quan barked in a deep voice.
The tall man named Zhu Wu ignored He Quan and instead glared fiercely at Chen.
If it weren't for this guy blocking his path, he would ve long since made a clean getaway. He wouldn't have been caught by the defense corps. Chen stepped out of the shadows, his face now covered by the dark raven mask. Just a moment ago, as he dodged Zhu Wu's attack, he'd taken advantage of the cover of night to slip on the dark raven mask. After all, the intruder's identity was unknown, and he didn't want to reveal his own. The mask, with its white background and black patterns, glinted with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. The slender black patterns, flowing like dancing dragons and phoenixes, formed the silhouette of a dark raven spreading its wings in flight, exuding an eerie aura in the night. As their gaze fell on Chen's mask, a flicker of surprise passed through He Quan and Shi Jia's eyes. They had assumed he was just an ordinary passerby, but now it seemed that wasn't the case.
What ordinary person would wear a mask in the middle of the night?
Besides, ordinary people don't possess such exceptional combat skills. After all, Zhu Wu is a fighter criminal wanted by the defense corps, with combat prowess approaching the level 2 tier. Even a rigorously trained, agile special forces soldier wouldn't last a single exchange against him. For that person to dodge Zhu Wu's sneak attack so swiftly, their agility stat must be at least 17 or 18 points.
That's not weak even among level 1 fighters.
After sizing up Chen for a few moments, He Quan quickly averted his gaze. The most important thing right now was to capture Zhu Wu. Everything else was a side issue that didn't need attention for the moment.
Zhu Wu, you can't escape.
Our men will be here soon.
You wouldn't get away tonight, even if you had wings,
He Quan said in a deep voice. Zhu Wu shot him a sidelong glance and let out a dismissive, cold laugh.
Is that so? But why did I hear that Wu Cheng took his men to Beiquan Road? There are only the two of you chasing me tonight, aren't there?
As soon as those words left his mouth, He Quan and Shi Jia's expressions changed simultaneously.
The fact that Captain Wu had taken his team to Beiquan Road on a mission was top secret. How did Zhu Wu, a fugitive, find out about it? Had someone tipped him off?
He Quan's face instantly turned grim. No wonder Zhu Wu, who had been on the run like a rat in the street, was strutting around so brazenly tonight to commit a crime. It turned out he'd received a tip-off from a mole.
Chapter 9, People Will Die.
After Zhu Wu exposed their secret, He Quan and Shi Jia both looked absolutely horrified. The revelation that there was a mole within their squad left them both shocked and furious. But immediately, He Quan realized that the top priority was to take down Zhu Wu first. As for the mole, it wouldn't be too late to deal with that after reporting the situation to Captain Wu. With that in mind, He Quan wasted no time and exchanged a glance with Shi Jia. Having worked together for so long, they quickly reached a tacit understanding through their eyes alone and struck simultaneously, attacking Zhu Wu from the front and the rear. Faced with this pincer attack, Zhu Wu showed no fear. Instead, he burst into a maniacal laugh.
You two think you can take me down?
You're dreaming. Having been hounded by the defense corps for some time, Zhu Wu harbored deep-seated hatred for these Federation lackeys. Now that he had a chance for revenge, he certainly wasn't going to let it slip away. I'd really like to see the look on Wu Cheng's face when he discovers your two corpses. Amid a sinister laugh, Zhu Wu curled his fingers into a claw and, accompanied by a sharp, piercing screech, lunged viciously at Shi Jia's face. Even before the claw made contact, the incredibly sharp gust of air from his attack stung the girl's skin. It was clear that if she were hit by that claw, her face would instantly be riddled with 5 gaping holes. Shi Jia's expression changed abruptly, and she hurriedly dodged out of the way. Little did she know that Zhu Wu's attack was merely a feint. His true target was He Quan, who was charging at him from behind. By the time He Quan realized this, Zhu Wu's other palm had already struck his chest. Whoosh! The muffled sound of tearing flesh and the spatter of blood rang out simultaneously, jarring against the stillness of the late night. The exchange had lasted no more than 4 or 5 seconds, yet He Quan had already sustained serious injuries. With 5 gruesome, blood-soaked holes in his chest, he flew backward, his face pale. Zhu Wu intended to pursue him but was held back by Shi Jia. After catching his breath, He Quan steeled himself and continued his attack on Zhu Wu. However, even with the two of them teaming up, they were no match for Zhu Wu and were completely overwhelmed, unable to gain the upper hand. The situation had become extremely dire. Not far away, Chen watched the scene unfold intently. Judging by what he just heard, the man and woman were likely members of the Defense Corps. Their identical uniforms confirmed this. The Federation's regular military forces are divided into two types. One is the Central Defense Corps, fully funded by the Federation and directly administered by the Military Affairs Bureau. Its role is to repel invasions by dimensional invaders. It is generally stationed at military bases in the Central District and is rarely seen in the other 4 districts. The other is the Local Defense Corps, formed independently by various base cities under the jurisdiction of the 4 districts outside the Central District using local tax revenue. These units are granted ranks uniformly by the Military Affairs Bureau and are subject to dual management by both the Bureau and the base city authorities. Their duties include defending against dimensional rifts within the city, suppressing criminal incidents, and quelling violent unrest. At first glance, the Central Defense Corps appears to be the more formal of the two. However, the local defense corps are by no means ragtag units. They wield considerable authority at the local level. In particular, the defense forces established in key base cities are well funded and well equipped, and their capabilities are not significantly inferior to those of the Central Defense Corps. Both the Central Defense Corps and the Local Defense Corps are further subdivided into special forces and conventional forces. The special forces consist entirely of fighters and are specifically tasked with hunting down fighter criminals and handling serious incidents caused by extraordinary strength. Barring any surprises, the man and woman standing before him were likely from the special forces. After observing them for a while, Chen had gained a general understanding of the 3 individuals' abilities. The man and woman's abilities weren't particularly high, roughly on par with Dangbin, so they likely weren't graduates of the combat department. The combat departments at various universities are practically hotbeds for fighter prodigies. Even students in the combat departments of general universities typically graduate as level 2 fighters. If they join the military, they'd be at least warrant officer rank, a starting point far higher than that of ordinary soldiers who enter the army through normal recruitment procedures. As for graduates of the combat department at an extraordinary university, a second lieutenant rank is a sure thing. If they join a corporate private military force, an annual salary of 1 million is no problem at all. It's safe to say that combat department students are highly sought after in White Whale City. Yet this man and woman appeared to be at least 24 or 25 years old. To not have become a level 2 fighter by this age meant their aptitude was extremely average. There was no way they could be combat department students. As for that wanted criminal named Zhu Wu, his combat prowess was quite formidable. Had it been yesterday, before his Thunder Fist skill had reached the perfect stage, Chen estimated their match would have been a 50-50 proposition. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly rang out, interrupting Chen's train of thought. He looked up and saw He Quan flying backward and crashing to the ground. He Quan was already covered in wounds after hitting the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood with a gurgle, his entire body visibly wilting. He was no longer capable of fighting. Shijai soon followed in He Quan's footsteps, knocked flying by a single punch from Zhu Wu and crashing to the ground with a pained expression. Ha 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 ha! Zhu Wu laughed uproariously, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. So this is the best the Defense Corps has to offer. He Quan and Shijai turned pale, their hearts filled with bitterness. They had foolishly believed that by joining forces, they could certainly capture Zhu Wu. Who would have thought this guy was this formidable? The consequences of their misjudgment had suddenly plunged them into a life or death situation. Don't worry, I won't let you two die so easily. There is still plenty of time tonight. We can savor this slowly. Zhu Wu's icy words swept over He Quan and Shijai's hearts like a cold wind, draining all color from their faces. Shijai, in particular, felt a chill surge through her as she sensed Zhu Wu's venomous gaze sweeping over her. But before that, I'll have to deal with the extra people first. Zhu Wu spun around abruptly, his gaze piercing like a sharp sword toward Qin standing nearby. Only then did He Quan and Shijai realize that the man had actually been standing there the whole time, without leaving while they were fighting. Run! He Quan warned urgently. What's wrong with this guy? Doesn't he have any common sense at all? Even a fool could tell that Zhu Wu was definitely going to kill them to silence them. Why is he just standing there staring blankly?
Trying to escape? Too late.
Zhu Wu grinned savagely as he closed in on Chen. Although he didn't know the background of this strange, masked guy, since he witnessed what had just happened, he couldn't let him get away.
Kid, when you're reborn in your next life, remember not to be so curious. People die.
The moment the last word left his lips, Zhu Wu had already darted forward like lightning, his palm tearing through the air as he lunged at Chen's head.
It's over. He Quan's heart sank. Yet, faced with Zhu Wu's ferocious onslaught, Chen remained utterly calm. He clenched his fingers into a fist and struck out with all his might, meeting Zhu Wu's ferocious clawing palm head-on. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted suddenly, shattering the silence of the night. A claw and a fist collided in mid-air with brutal force, without any flashy moves. In an instant, a deafening explosion rang out, followed immediately by the hair-raising, crisp sound of bones snapping. As the fist and claw collided, Zhu Wu's fist along with his entire right arm was instantly shattered, leaving him wide open. Chen's fist drove straight through the opening, slamming directly into the center of his chest. Standing nearby, He Quan and Shijie saw only a flash before their eyes. Zhu Wu had been violently hurled backward, crashing with a thunderous thud into the street wall more than 10 meters away. His entire body was deeply embedded in the wall, and gravel fell in a steady stream. His chest was a mangled mess of blood and flesh. His eyes were wide open, and he appeared to have drawn his last breath. The entire park fell into complete silence. Chapter 10, Level 2 Promotion. He Quan and Shijie stared blankly at the scene before them, their heads buzzing. It took them a long time to come to their senses. What just happened? Was I hallucinating? Zhu Wu, who was so powerful that even the two of them combined couldn't defeat him, had actually been killed in a single blow by that masked man? Intense shock filled both their hearts. For a moment, He Quan and Shijie felt as if they were in a dream. Not far away, Zhu Wu's body was embedded in the wall, his eyes wide open, his face still frozen in an expression of disbelief and terror. A gentle breeze swept by, causing a few pieces of rubble to clatter to the ground. The crisp sound snapped Chen out of his daze. He looked at his fist, and a surge of delight welled up inside him. He never expected the perfect stage thunder fist skill to be this powerful. It had actually killed a fighter whose strength was approaching level 2 with a single strike. But upon further reflection, his 4 attributes were just a hair's breadth away from the level 2 tier. Combined with a perfect stage martial skill, such power was only to be expected. Too bad this guy was only a level 1 fighter. He doesn't meet the criteria for real combat 2. Otherwise, I could VE completed 1/10 of the mission progress. Chen felt a twinge of regret. He glanced up at He Quan and the others, then turned and walked away. With a secret like the discipline system, he had no desire to deal with anyone from the Defense Corps. He Quan stared blankly at Chen's retreating figure until the latter vanished into the night, only then snapping back to reality. Recalling the scene from moments ago, he couldn't help but gasp. A punch that strikes like a cannon, accompanied by the roar of thunder that's the hallmark of the perfect stage thunder fist skill. That person just now was definitely using the perfect stage thunder fist skill. He Quan turned to look at Shijie and happened to meet her gaze. Her eyes were equally filled with shock. Clearly, Shijie had come to the same conclusion as he had. It was impossible for the two of them not to be stunned. The art of martial skills is vast and profound, as boundless as the ocean. To cultivate a martial skill to the master stage, as long as one is willing to invest time and effort, it can ultimately be achieved. But the perfect stage is a different matter entirely. Without day and night contemplation and training, and without sufficient natural talent, mastering a perfect stage martial skill is simply impossible. Unless one waits until their energy tier has risen to a high level, then turns back to cultivate a lower tier martial art, in which case, relying on formidable physical prowess, the likelihood of mastering a perfect stage martial art increases significantly. But although that person from earlier was incredibly powerful, he likely wasn't even a level 2 fighter. For a level 1 fighter to have mastered a perfect stage martial art was simply beyond belief. If anyone had said that to He Quan before tonight, he would have scoffed at the very idea. It took quite a while before the two of them slowly came to their senses. What do we do now? Shijie asked. He Quan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let us notify the team first and have them handle the scene and the body." Only then did he belatedly feel a sense of relief. If they hadn't encountered that mysterious masked figure, he and Shurjai would likely have faced a fate worse than death tonight. A vicious criminal like Xu Wu had more than enough ways to torture people. After a pause, He Quan added, "We also need to report the matter of that masked figure to Captain Wu." Shurjai nodded. With such a mysterious and powerful fighter appearing in their jurisdiction, it was the Defense Corps' duty to investigate. Although the person was wearing a mask and their face was obscured, judging by their build. Shurjai's eyes suddenly widened. She suddenly realized she couldn't recall the person's build at all. Never mind the build, she couldn't even remember if the person was male or female. All that remained in her memory was a dark raven mask with a white background in black patterns. He Quan, do you remember that person's build?" Shurjai stammered. He Quan was just about to answer when he suddenly froze in place, his eyes gradually widening. "What's going on? I seem to have forgotten what that person looked like just now. I only remember that he was wearing a mask." The two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Although he'd just killed someone, Chen inexplicably didn't feel much of anything. He certainly didn't have that nauseating, retching sensation you read about in novels. This left him quite puzzled. After pondering for a moment to no avail, Chen decided not to dwell on it and slipped back home under cover of night. After taking a shower, he went straight to bed. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Chen got up early to go for a run. By noon, he had already covered more than half of the 100-kilometer route. After a quick shower to wash off the sweat, Chen boarded the bus bound for Heian Academy. When he arrived in the classroom, Wu Hui was already seated at his desk. Upon seeing Chen, a complex expression crossed Wu Hui's face. Yesterday's experience had left him deeply shaken. Even now, he still felt somewhat dazed. It was as if a classmate whose grades were usually on par with his own had suddenly displayed a doctoral-level grasp of the subject, a development that caught him off guard and was hard to accept. Chen, on the other hand, was completely at ease. He sat down calmly next to Wu Hui. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Hui said in a low voice, "Chen, Deng Bin is petty and holds grudges. You'd better be careful around him lately." Chen glanced at him and smiled. "Don't worry, I know my limits." To be honest, he really hadn't given the matter much thought. With the discipline system in place, his progress was far faster than anyone could have imagined. If Deng Bin wanted revenge, he'd have to act quickly, otherwise, in 10 days or half a month, even a level 3 fighter wouldn't be enough to stop him. Hearing Chen's words, however, Wu Hui's anxiety only grew. He'd heard that Deng Bin had a level 2 fighter cousin in the combat department. If Deng Bin brought that cousin along to settle the score, he and Chen would be in big trouble. After class, Chen politely declined Wu Hui's invitation to grab a meal and headed straight home. Taking advantage of the fact that the exchange shop hadn't refreshed yet, he went out for another run. Of course, he didn't choose the same park as last night. Instead, he picked another secluded spot. A little over an hour later, he successfully unlocked the long-distance running master achievement. He earned 200 discipline points. A new achievement also appeared. Long-distance running expert, run 500 kilometers. Upon completion, you'll receive 300 discipline points. Current progress, 0,500. After running another 20+ kilometers, Chen saw that it was about time and headed home. Just as he stepped through the door, the exchange shop refreshed. Exchange shop next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 100-500 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Cultivation crystal, select a martial skill to gain 5 years worth of cultivation experience and insights for that skill. Price, 500 discipline points. Designated attribute card, increases spirit by 3 points upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. All 3 items this time were ones he'd seen before. Still, Chen was very pleased. After all, there was the random skill card and the cultivation crystal. These were exactly what he needed most right now.
After spending 100 discipline points to redeem the random skill card, Chen used it immediately.
Gain 318 adept stage points. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, his luck wasn't too shabby. Although 318 adept stage points weren't enough to upgrade the Thunder Fist skill, they were sufficient to upgrade one of his other two martial arts techniques. After a moment's thought, Chen decided to see it through to the end and upgrade the Leviathan breathing skill first. Although the Leviathan breathing skill wasn't particularly helpful in combat, its importance was by no means negligible. Without the Leviathan breathing skill to catalyze the absorption of food and convert it into energy, his body wouldn't be able to sustain frequent martial skill training. As for the Shadow Step skill, it wouldn't be too late to upgrade it once he accumulated enough discipline points to exchange for cultivation crystals. Collecting his thoughts, Chen immediately upgraded the Leviathan breathing skill. In an instant, a flood of insights and understanding regarding the Leviathan breathing skill appeared out of nowhere, making his head feel slightly swollen. However, Chen had no time to pay attention to that. At the same moment, every bone, muscle, and meridian in his body began to tremble violently. A sensation of soreness and heat instantly flooded his entire body, causing him extreme discomfort. Fortunately, this sensation came and went just as quickly. The unusual physical sensations vanished rapidly. Chen moved his limbs and felt as if a layer of shackles had been removed from his entire body. He felt completely transformed and rejuvenated. He realized it instantly. He was now a level 2 fighter. Chapter 11, Iron Fist Club. Feeling the surging strength within him, Chen was filled with ecstasy, almost wanting to let out a loud roar to vent his excitement. Every time the energy tier rises by one level, it represents a quantum leap in one's life and a massive boost in strength. Don't be fooled by the fact that a level 2 fighter is only one tier above a level 1 fighter. The difference in strength is vast. In a real fight, a level 2 fighter would defeat a level 1 fighter with ease. Strictly speaking, a level 1 energy tier fighter isn't considered a true fighter. After all, ordinary people are also included within the scope of energy tier 1. In fighter circles, only those who reach tier 2 can be called true fighters. Even the university's combat department bases its decision on whether to award students a diploma on whether they reach tier 2. And in the military, energy tier 2 is a mandatory requirement for promotion to non-commissioned officer. It took Chen quite a while to calm the wild elation in his heart. Now that he had advanced to a tier 2 fighter and mastered the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill, he met the requirements to transfer to the combat department. It was time to apply for the transfer. Collecting his thoughts, Chen summoned his personal panel. Name, Chen. Level, 2. Attributes, Strength 25, Constitution 24, Agility 17, Spirit 16. Discipline points, 100. Martial skills. Leviathan breathing skill master stage 0500. Thunder Fist skill perfect stage 451, 1000. Shadow Step skill novice stage 0200. Strength increased by 1 point, Constitution by 2 points. That's only 3 attribute points in total? Chen furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Back when he was at the expert stage, the Leviathan breathing skill had increased his attributes by 3 points. Logically speaking, the master stage Leviathan breathing skill should have increased his attributes by at least 4 points. Could it be because my energy tier has increased? Chen mulled it over, and this seemed to be the only explanation. It seems that as my energy tier rises, the enhancement effects from breaking through martial skills also diminish. I guess by the time I reach tier 3, even cultivating a 1-star martial skill 1T provide much of an enhancement. Chen silently resolved to collect more high-star martial skills from now on. If I'd known, I would upgraded my Shadow Step skill. Chen clicked his tongue. It seemed he'd have to prioritize spending his adept stage points on high-star martial arts. As for the Leviathan breathing skill, he'd just have to rely on daily practice to slowly improve it. Earning 3 or 4 adept stage points every day, he'd eventually break through to the perfect stage. With only a few dozen adept stage points remaining, Chen invested them all directly into the Thunder Fist skill. He only had 100 discipline points left, far too few to exchange for a cultivation crystal. Chen thought for a moment,
then decided to exchange them for a designated attribute card, which directly increased his spirit by 3 points. As his spirit attribute rose, he keenly sensed his mind becoming much clearer. The entire world seemed as though a layer of dust had been wiped away from a glass pane, making everything appear much sharper. He could even clearly sense a mosquito flying past more than 10 meters away on the balcony. After all, it was the middle of the night. After experiencing this for a moment, Chen wore a pensive expression. Perception. Speed of thought. The spirit attribute encompasses at least these two aspects. As for the rest, that would have to be explored later. After this boost, Chen's total 4 attribute score had soared to 85 points. According to the Federation's unified standards, advancing to Energy Tier 3 requires an average of 30 points across all 4 attributes. That means a total of 120 points. Still 35 points short. I've got a long way to go. Sitting down on the sofa, Chen began to think about his next steps. The first thing, of course, was to apply for a major change. But there was no need to rush this, he could take care of it on his way to class. The second thing was to pay a visit to the fighter club. Now that he was a level 2 fighter, it was time to complete the Combat 2 achievement. Chen was really eager to get his hands on the 1000 discipline points awarded for the achievement. I don't have class tomorrow, so it's the perfect time to head downtown. The next day, Chen woke up early and took the bus to downtown. Last night, he had already looked up detailed information about the fighter club online. Since the dawn of the fighter era, all kinds of martial arts schools and fighter clubs have sprung up like mushrooms after rain to satisfy people's pursuit and passion for fighters. Unlike martial arts schools, whose primary function is to teach martial arts techniques, fighter clubs are more like places where fighter enthusiasts can interact and spar with one another. Although they also offer services such as martial arts instruction and sparring partners, their main purpose is to provide venues for fighters to spar with each other for a fee. In White Whale City alone, there are more than 10 official fighter clubs. Among them, 5 are particularly well known. Chen researched extensively and ultimately chose the Iron Fist Club from among these 5. This was simply because, out of the more than 10 fighter clubs, the Iron Fist Club had the largest number of level 2 and 3 fighter members. After getting off the bus in the city center, Chen walked a short distance and soon arrived in front of a tall building. Glancing up at the Iron Fist Club sign hanging from the top of the building, Chen nodded to himself. To occupy such a large building in the city center, where real estate is at a premium, the Iron Fist Club was indeed a powerhouse. The interior of the building was very stylish, and the lobby was spacious and bright. Several attractive, slender young women in business attire stood at the front desk. As soon as Chen stepped through the door, one of the receptionists approached him with a smile. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you?" Chen looked around and said, "I'd like to sign up for a membership." Upon hearing that he was there to sign up for a membership, the receptionist's smile grew even warmer, and she quickly led Chen to the front desk. "Sir, please fill out this form." The receptionist handed him a form and a pen. Chen glanced at it. The form contained standard items like name, cell phone number, and home address. The only additions were energy tier and total 4-dimensional attributes. Noticing Chen's gaze, the receptionist explained with a smile. "Sir, our club offers combat services. We can match members with opponents and arrange battles. We need you to fill out this information about your combat abilities so we can match you with a suitable opponent." As she spoke, the receptionist took out an object about the size of a fist. It looked like a transparent blue crystal ball and placed it in front of Chen. "This is a life energy tester. Just place your hand on it." The life energy tester, as the name suggests, is used to measure energy tier. Invented and promoted by the Federation, this device can roughly measure a person's total 4-dimensional attribute score. It is said that there are even more precise instruments capable of measuring detailed data for each of the 4 attributes. However, the latter type of instrument is largely controlled by the Military Affairs Bureau and major civilian superhuman organizations, and is rarely available on the open market. Chen had heard of the life energy tester before, but this was the first time he'd seen one in person, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. He placed his hand on the tester's surface. His palm grew slightly warm, and the next second, he felt the device tremble gently. When he removed his hand, a number immediately appeared in the center of the display. 83. Chapter 12, with no woman in his heart, drawing the sword comes naturally.
83 points? Shen's eyes flickered slightly.
His total four-dimensional attribute score was 85 points, which wasn't too far off from the reading provided by the tester. After all, this device could only provide approximate readings.
Shen wasn't too surprised, but the receptionist was taken aback.
Seeing how young Chen was, she had assumed a total four-dimensional attribute score in the 60s or 70s would be quite good. She never expected him to be a level 2 fighter.
A level 2 fighter so young? Could he be a student in the combat department at some university?
The receptionist's gaze toward Chen instantly changed, a hint of fervor flickering in her eyes.
In today's society, students in the combat department are practically synonymous with a bright future.
After graduation, whether they join the military or a major corporation, they have a bright future ahead of them. Especially since the young man standing before her had such a sunny, handsome appearance. The receptionist's smile grew even warmer as she gently guided Chen through filling out the form, then asked,
"Mr. Chen, our club offers 3 membership tiers, Gold, Platinum, and Diamond. Which one would you like to choose?"
"What's the difference?"
Chen asked.
The receptionist immediately handed him a list. It detailed the prices and privileges for each membership tier. Gold members pay an annual fee of 8,999 star coins and are limited to the club's matchmaking service. Platinum members pay an annual fee of 19,999 star coins. In addition to matchmaking, they have access to the club's training rooms and can attend high-level fighter seminars held by the club from time to time. Diamond membership costs 59,999 star coins annually. In addition to the above privileges, members receive one-on-one service from a dedicated manager and can initiate special format matches, among other benefits. More importantly, during member matches, Diamond members can freely choose their opponents. Of course, the above privileges do not include martial arts instruction or coaching. These services require additional fees. After reviewing the list, Chen couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Fighters really are all wealthy people. Just for match scheduling services and venue access, the annual membership fee is at least 8,999 star coins. The highest tier Diamond membership costs nearly 60,000 star coins. After all, many ordinary people might not even earn that much in a year. However, Chen wasn't among the wealthy fighters. He was still just a student. "I'll sign up for the gold membership." Chen took out his bank card, wincing slightly. This would wipe out nearly half his savings in one go. It seemed he'd have to find a way to make some money. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford the meat he needed to practice the Leviathan breathing skill.
"Sure, please wait a moment." The receptionist took his bank card with a smile and deftly entered the details into the computer.
In less than 2 minutes, she had completed the transaction and handed Chen both his bank card and membership card.
"The battle hall is on the 3rd floor. You can take the elevator at the end of the hallway to get there."
Chen took the cards and suddenly noticed something unusual about their texture. He looked down and saw a small note tucked between the 2 cards.
It had a name and a phone number written on it.
Chen paused for a moment and glanced at the receptionist. The girl's pretty face flushed slightly as she gazed at him with moist eyes. Her shy gaze held a hint of anticipation. Chen shook his head silently, but not wanting to embarrass her, he decided to pocket the note and dispose of it later in a secluded spot. But the very next second, a message suddenly popped up on the screen. "With no woman on your mind, your swordplay will naturally be divine. Staying single and focusing your energy on cultivation is also a form of self-discipline. Heart of Stone, accumulate 10 rejections of romantic advances from the opposite sex.
Upon completion, you will receive 1,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-10. Chen looked completely baffled. This discipline system was way too nosy. It wouldn't even leave his love life alone?
Chen was at a loss for words. Fortunately, there were no penalties for not completing these achievements.
Otherwise, if they ever introduced a single achievement series in the future, wouldn't he be doomed to die alone?
After mentally berating the discipline system, Chen immediately composed himself and said to the receptionist,
"Sorry, I already have a girlfriend."
Placing the note on the counter, Chen turned and walked away without looking back, leaving the receptionist standing there in stunned silence. "Sorry, girl, but the reward was just too good to pass up. A reward of 1,000 discipline points, that's even more than the Combat 2 achievement. However, achieving this one wouldn't be easy. With previous achievements, Chen could actively work toward them.
Even real Combat 2, as long as his skills improved, it wouldn't be too hard to complete.
But the Heart of Stone achievement was quite unique.
He could only reject someone after they expressed interest in him. That put him on the defensive. Chen couldn't exactly go around manipulating other people as feelings, could he? Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it.
The only silver lining was that the achievement had no penalties or time limits, so Chen could take his time completing it.
This was just a minor hiccup. Chen quickly put it out of his mind and took the elevator to the third-floor battle hall.
As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a wave of raucous noise washed over him. Looking around, he saw that the bright, spacious hall was divided into 6 sections. A fighting ring stood in the center of each section. Pairs of fighters were engaged in fierce battles on the rings, the clanging of fists and feet ringing out non-stop, while crowds of people surrounded them, cheering excitedly. The entire hall was enveloped in a feverish atmosphere.
Chen walked around and found that, just as described online, the members' skill levels were mostly concentrated between levels 2 and 3.
Level 2 fighters made up the vast majority. At that moment, all the fighters battling on the 6 rings were level 2 fighters.
Chen stopped at ring 3 and looked up.
The 2 fighters on the ring were both formidable, judging by their skills. Their combined 4-dimensional stats likely exceeded 90 points. After watching for a while, Chen gradually gained confidence. Although his 4-dimensional attributes weren't as high as those of the 2 on the stage, he was fully confident he could win if it came down to a real fight. After all, neither of these fighters had particularly advanced martial arts skills. One practiced the willow floss palm.
The other practiced the spirit snake fist. Both were at the master stage level.
These 2 martial arts were similar to the thunder fist skill, relatively common techniques. Even without using the shadow step skill, relying solely on his perfect stage thunder fist skill, Chen was confident he could defeat both of them. Leaving ring 3, Chen turned and walked toward the counter in the corner of the hall, where he submitted his match application. The Iron Fist Club had its own set of rules for matches. First, members applying for matches were divided into different tiers based on the total value of their 4-dimensional attributes.
For example, levels 1, 2, and 3 each belong to different tiers. Each energy tier is further subdivided into distinct sub-tiers.
Taking level 2 as an example, 8089 constitutes one sub-tier. 9099 constitutes another sub-tier.
And so on.
Only members within the same sub-tier are randomly matched for battles. This helps prevent a disparity in strength between opponents that would otherwise negatively impact the battle experience. Chen's test results showed a total 4-dimensional attribute score of 83, placing him in the first tier. In other words, the opponents he would face next would all have total 4-dimensional attribute scores between 80 and 89. Mr. Chen, your match request has been processed. Please wait a moment and keep an eye on the electronic screen in the lobby, which will display your match ring and match number. The staff member respectfully handed back his membership card. Chen thanked him, turned to look at the electronic screen in the lobby, and quickly found his information.
Ring 4, match 15 of the day, member ID 58395 versus member ID 00284. 58395 was indeed his membership ID. Chapter 13, The Newcomer Hunter. Chen made his way to ring 4.
At that moment, the 14th match was underway on the ring, and the battle between the 2 fighters was drawing to a close.
A little over 2 minutes later, the fight ended.
The defeated fighter walked off the ring with his head hanging low, while the victorious fighter stood tall, chest out, basking in the crowd's cheers.
Ring 4, match 15, member ID 58395 versus member ID 00284. The arena's public address system announced.
Chen cracked his neck and strode confidently onto the ring.
Instantly, many eyes in the arena turned to him. A new face? Is he a new member? Judging by his ID, he probably is. He doesn't look very old. I wonder what rank he is. Probably level 1. Level 1? That 1 be very exciting.
The crowd began whispering among themselves. Just then, Chen's opponent also stepped onto the ring. He was about 25 or 26 years old, with a slicked-back hairstyle that gleamed with oil, and a somewhat frivolous expression. His martial arts uniform was clearly quite expensive. As the man stepped onto the ring, a stir immediately rippled through the surrounding crowd.
It's that Xiaoyu guy again.
That guy must be using his diamond member privileges again.
Doesn't he ever get tired of picking on newbies every day? Wait a minute, Xiaoyu is a level 2 fighter. Does that mean this newbie is also a level 2 fighter? That last remark left quite a few people stunned. That's right.
According to the matchmaking rules, only level 2 fighters can battle other level 2 fighters. In other words, this newcomer must also be a level 2 fighter. A level 2 fighter this young. Could he be a student from the university's combat department? The crowd's gaze toward Chen instantly took on a hint of astonishment. Students from the combat department, they're all fighting prodigies.
But almost immediately, many shook their heads silently.
It's a shame this newcomer had such bad luck. Of all people he could have faced, he had to run into a psychopath like Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu came from a wealthy family. Rumor had it his father was the chairman of a major corporation. His natural aptitude as a fighter wasn't anything to write home about. For an ordinary person, he might never have broken through to level 2 in his entire life. But Xiaoyu's father had deep pockets. He spent a fortune on large quantities of potions to enhance Xiaoyu's physical abilities, forcibly pushing his energy tier up to level 2. Fighters who use this method to boost their energy tier essentially lose any chance of advancing further. But Xiaoyu didn't care. He was already satisfied just to have broken through to level 2. To satisfy his desire to be a top-tier fighter, he joined the Iron Fist Club and signed up for the highest-level diamond membership. His goal was to be able to pick opponents weaker than himself in every match, so he could constantly savor the taste of victory. Since the veteran members were all aware of his tactics, even if they were matched against him, they would simply forfeit the match without even engaging him. So Xiaoyu usually set his sights on newcomers who had just joined the club. Over time, he earned the somewhat mocking nickname Newbie Hunter. But Xiaoyu didn't see this as a disgrace in the least. On the contrary, he was quite proud of it. Just a moment ago, he spotted a newcomer who had just joined the club with a total 4 stat score of only 83, 5 points lower than his own. Plus, the opponent was young, so his martial arts skills certainly couldn't be all that advanced. Without a doubt, this was the perfect opponent. So Xiaoyu immediately selected this newcomer, named Chen, for a match.
This guy is probably a student from the combat department.
People outside talk up combat department students so much, but they still end up losing to me. Xiaoyu cast a smug glance at Chen across from him.
Chen, too, sensed something was off.
His opponent didn't seem like a serious contender.
That said, he didn't pay it much mind.
The staff members serving as referee stepped up to the edge of the ring, glanced left and right, and, seeing that both sides were ready, announced the start of the match. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoyu immediately launched his attack, charging toward Chen in a few long strides and swinging both palms in rapid succession, sending a fierce gust of wind hurtling toward Chen. Chen had spent a lot of time online recently cramming on fighter knowledge and had watched numerous martial arts demonstration videos. He instantly recognized that Xiaoyu was using a palm technique called heavy waves, high stacks. As the name suggests, this palm technique emphasizes relentless, continuous attacks. Once unleashed, the strikes flow ceaselessly like waves, piling up one upon another. Their speed increases steadily, and the strength they contain grows ever more powerful, until the opponent can neither block nor evade them. This martial art is in a league of its own, nothing like run-of-the-mill techniques such as the Spirit Snake Fist. According to Chen's guess, this martial art was most likely a 2-star technique, just like the Shadow Step skill. Upon realizing that Xiaoyu was using Surge of Waves, Chen's heart sank slightly, and he immediately summoned his spirit to counter.
But after exchanging blows for a moment, a strange expression gradually appeared on his face.
This was because he discovered that Zhao Yu's mastery of this technique was nowhere near as high as he had assumed. At best, he was at the expert stage, a far cry from the master stage heavy waves, high stacks he'd seen in videos. Moreover, Zhao Yu had used only this one martial skill from start to finish, clearly devoting all his energy to it and leaving no room to cultivate other skills. In fact, that was exactly the case. Zhao Yu's aptitude for martial skills was never particularly strong to begin with. It took him 7 or 8 years of dedicated practice on surge upon surge just to barely reach the expert stage. Fortunately, surge upon surge was a 2-star martial art with formidable power even at the expert stage. Zhao Yu could often gain the upper hand against level 2 fighters whose total 4-dimensional attributes were roughly on par with his own. He had expected today to go just like any other day. Unfortunately, he happened to run into a monster like Chen, someone who defied all conventional wisdom. Upon seeing through Zhao Yu's true capabilities, Chen couldn't help but scoff derisively.
So he's just a flash in the pan.
Unwilling to continue playing along with Zhao Yu, Chen flashed by like a whirlwind, instantly circling behind Zhao Yu and unleashing a twisted punch. He used only 60 or 70% of his strength on that punch. It didn't even produce a thunderous roar. But the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill was so devastating that with a dull thud, Zhao Yu was sent flying like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing heavily onto the ground at the edge of the ring.
The crowd fell instantly silent. Everyone stared at the scene in utter disbelief. The referee was also momentarily stunned.
Seeing that Zhao Yu hadn't gotten up after a long while, he walked over to check on him and discovered that Zhao Yu had already lost consciousness.
The winner of this match is member ID 58395. As the referee announced the result, the crowd erupted into an uproar.
Although Zhao Yu's behavior was despicable and contemptible, his actual strength was by no means weak. At least within the level 2 fighter 80-89 tier, Zhao Yu's strength was definitely among the top.
Otherwise, he would have been taken out long ago. How could he have made it this far so effortlessly?
But now he'd been knocked out with a single, effortless strike. Such a bizarre turn of events left everyone completely stunned.
Is that it? What was that just now? That was so fast.
It must have been some kind of agility technique.
That Thunder Fist skill was fierce too, at least master stage level.
Wow, I thought this newcomer was going to get beaten up a bit, but turns out this guy is a real tiger. Heh, Zhao Yu's really hit a brick wall today. Many people were now looking at Chen with a hint of awe in their eyes. Not only had he advanced to a level 2 fighter at such a young age, but he also mastered a master stage martial art. That kind of talent was enough to make him stand out among his peers.
I wonder which university's combat department he is a student at. Chapter 14, that beating was for nothing.
Chen had no idea that so many people were taking him for a combat department student. After defeating Zhao Yu, the first thing he did was check his progress in combat practice 2. Seeing that it had reached 110, he nodded to himself.
If all went smoothly, he might even unlock the achievement today.
Stepping down from the ring, Chen headed straight for the counter to sign up for another match. It was still Ring 4, but this time he was scheduled for the 19th match. Apart from the 16th match currently in progress, there were still 2 more matches before it was his turn. Chen wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently by the arena, taking the opportunity to watch the matches on stage. He noticed that most of the level 2 fighters stepping onto the arena had mastered 2 martial arts techniques. However, their proficiency wasn't particularly high. Most were at the expert stage, with only a few reaching the master stage. As for the perfect stage, there wasn't a single one. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was thanks to the discipline system that he had been able to make such rapid progress with his martial skills. Otherwise, if he had been training step by step, his Thunder Fist skill would likely have only just reached the adept stage by now. It's worth mentioning that Chen also noticed that most of the martial skills practiced by the fighters present were similar to the Thunder Fist skill. As for 2-star martial skills like Surge of Waves, aside from Zhao Yu, he hadn't seen anyone else perform them. It seems 2-star martial skills are even rarer than I imagined. Chen mused to himself, then felt a surge of delight. With the discipline system, he had a way to obtain high-star martial skills. The shadow step skill was proof of that. About half an hour later, it was finally Chen's turn. When they saw Chen step onto the stage again, many people were taken aback. It's him again. This newcomer is pretty fierce. He has been requesting matches non-stop on his first day. He has probably hit a plateau with his martial skills and is trying to break through in combat. That's possible. Amid the murmurs, Chen's opponent also stepped onto the stage. Surprisingly, his opponent for this match was a young man who appeared to be about the same age as him. Although his features were somewhat ordinary, his spirit was vibrant, and his gaze was piercing. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the young man said to Chen, "My name is Yu Xingfeng, from the combat department at Heian Academy. What's your name, brother? Which university do you attend?" Yu Xingfeng had been watching Chen's previous match against Zhao Yu from the audience. He had been deeply impressed by Chen. Like most people, Yu Xingfeng assumed Chen was a student in the combat department at some university, so he decided to strike up a conversation. "Chen. I'm also from Heian Academy," Chen replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingfeng paused in surprise. He hadn't expected the other person to be from the same university as him. But almost immediately, a look of confusion crossed his face. "You're also from Heian Academy's combat department? Then why haven't I seen you before?" Heian Academy was a comprehensive university. Its combat department had only a little over 200 students. Over the past 2+ years, Yu Xingfeng felt that even if he couldn't remember everyone's name, he had at least some impression of each person. Yet in his memory, he had never seen Chen before. Chen shook his head. "I'm not in the combat department." Yu Xingfeng froze for a moment, then quickly realized what this meant, and his eyes widened instantly. "You're in the general department?" "That's right." Upon hearing Chen's confirmation, Yu Xingfeng froze in shock. He couldn't have imagined in a million years that Chen was actually from the general department. When did the general department produce someone this formidable? After all, even within the combat department, not every student is a level 2 fighter. Not to mention that Chen's strength was clearly exceptional. Even if he were in the combat department, he'd definitely rank in the top 10%. And someone like this was actually a student in the general department? Was this some kind of joke? Hearing the exchange between Chen and Yu Xingfeng, the crowd surrounding the ring was also stunned. "No way, this young man isn't from the combat department? That's ridiculous. With skills like that, he couldn't get into the combat department? Are the standards for Heian Academy's combat department really that high? No way a level 2 fighter would have more than enough to get into the combat department at Supernatural University. I've really learned something today." Many people looked utterly stunned. It was the first time they'd ever seen a general department student this skilled. Yu Xingfeng snapped back to his senses, his mind filled with astonishment and doubt. But given the situation, it wasn't the right time to ask questions, so he had to set his confusion aside for the moment. Seeing that both fighters were ready, the referee immediately declared the match open. Yu Xingfeng launched the first attack, pouncing on Chen with the ferocity of a lion or tiger hunting a rabbit, his momentum unmatched. "It's the tiger stride," someone in the audience exclaimed. Yu Xingfeng's tiger step had long since reached the expert stage. His speed was as swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he charged to Chen's right side and unleashed a twisting punch. He had assumed this strike was a sure hit. Chen would either take the blow head-on or meet it directly. But to his surprise, in the very next second, Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly swept to Yu's side, delivering a back fist. Yu Xingfeng was clearly far more powerful than Zhao Yu, and his mastery of martial arts was far beyond anything Zhao Yu could match. Therefore, Chen held nothing back. This punch was delivered with full force. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted across the ring. An unparalleled, mighty force surged from Chen's punch, crashing toward Yu Xingfeng like a terrifying storm. Yu Xingfeng's expression changed drastically in an instant. The surrounding area fell suddenly silent, only to be followed by a sudden uproar. Perfect stage thunder fist skill. Chen had actually mastered a perfect stage martial art.
Many people looked on in shock.
For a fighter of his age, mastering even a single master stage martial art was already an outstanding achievement. Mastering the perfect stage martial arts, they wouldn't even dare to dream of it. The situation on the ring took a sudden turn for the worse. Faced with a full power strike from the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill, Yu Xingfeng didn't dare to block it head on and hurriedly dodged out of the way. However, Chen was faster than a ghost, clinging to his side like a shadow. No matter how Yu Xingfeng tried to evade, he couldn't shake him off. Finally, Yu Xingfeng was left gasping for breath, and his movements faltered slightly. Chen keenly seized this opening and unleashed a punch. Yu Xingfeng's scalp prickled with dread, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swing his fist to meet the blow.
Boom!
In the next instant, Yu Xingfeng was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and stumbling back several steps before finally regaining his balance at the edge of the ring. Seeing that Chen was about to launch another attack, Yu Xingfeng's face turned pale, and he shouted frantically,
"I concede."
Chen paused, glanced at Yu Xingfeng, and only then stopped his attack. Seeing this, Yu Xingfeng felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead.
Damn it, perfect stage martial arts, how the hell am I supposed to fight this?
I'd probably need a total 4-dimensional attribute score more than 10 points higher than Chen's just to stand a chance against him.
This guy shouldn't even be in the 80-89 tier, he should be fighting members in higher tiers. Just then, the referee finally snapped out of it and hurriedly declared Chen the winner.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd around them snapped out of their daze, and gasps of astonishment erupted from all sides. I never expected to see a perfect stage martial art right here.
That's just insane. How on earth did someone his age manage to master a martial art to the perfect stage?
Not far away, Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, his mouth agape and his face etched with disbelief. After waking up in the rest area, he simply couldn't believe he'd lost so easily. Chen must have used some kind of trick. So he rushed straight to the battle hall, hoping to find Chen and fight again to redeem himself. As it turned out, he happened to witness Chen unleashing the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill, and he was instantly left speechless. Once he came to his senses, Xiaoyu slunk out of the hall without another word.
No way!
A powerhouse who mastered a perfect stage martial art could crush him with just one hand.
Forget about redeeming himself. He'd taken that beating for nothing today. Chapter 15, Two completely different paths as fighters.
Stepping down from the ring, Chen was just about to sign up for another match when he suddenly heard a voice behind him.
"Chen, wait a minute." Chen turned around to see Yu Xingfeng.
Stepping closer, Yu Xingfeng held out his hand with a broad smile.
"We go to the same school, we should keep in touch from now on." Although he lost to Chen, Yu Xingfeng wasn't upset, on the contrary, he admired Chen even more.
After all, this was a powerhouse who risen to a level 2 fighter even in the general department and mastered the perfect stage martial art.
Building a good relationship with someone like that could only be beneficial.
You don't hit a smiling face, so Chen gave a slight smile and shook hands with Yu Xingfeng. Chen, you're incredibly strong, and you've already met the transfer requirements for the combat department.
Why are you still in the general department?
Yu Xingfeng couldn't help but ask. This was a question that had been puzzling him for a while. Chen replied calmly, I just broke through to level 2 not long ago, and I'm planning to apply for a transfer soon.
Only then did Yu Xingfeng understand. Then we'll be classmates in the same department from now on.
Let us hang out sometime if we have the chance.
Chen had no objections.
After chatting for a few moments, Chen parted ways with Yu Xingfeng and continued toward the counter. For the rest of the time, Chen kept requesting matches.
It wasn't until late afternoon that he finally secured his 10th victory.
Looking at the achievement notification that popped up, Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Once I'm in a better financial position, I'll definitely upgrade to a diamond membership. Diamond level members have a special privilege, they can host a Champions Challenge. One member occupies a stage, and other members take turns challenging them. The loser leaves the stage, while the winner remains. This continues until no one else challenges the champion, at which point the last remaining fighter becomes the champion. Choosing this mode saves a lot of time spent waiting in matchmaking queues.
In any case, practical training 2 was finally completed.
He earned 1,000 discipline points, the largest amount Chen had ever received. With this, he could finally redeem cultivation crystals. Chen's heart leapt with excitement, and he couldn't wait to leave the Iron Fist Club. As he passed through the first floor lobby, the receptionist shot him a wistful glance. Chen pretended not to notice and quickened his pace toward the exit. Back home, Chen immediately opened the exchange shop and redeemed his cultivation crystals. He then decisively applied them to the shadow step skill.
That familiar sensation surged through him once more.
A flurry of images flashed through Chen's mind in an instant. For a moment, it felt as if he had already undergone 5 years of cultivation. Looking at his stats panel again, he saw that significant changes had taken place.
Name, Chen. Level, 2.
Attributes, Strength 26, Constitution 26, Agility 25, Spirit 19.
Discipline points, 500. Martial skills. Leviathan breathing skill master stage 2 500.
Thunder fist skill perfect stage 473, 1000.
Shadow step skill expert stage 341 600.
Strength increased by 1 point, Constitution increased by 2 points, Agility increased by 8 points.
That's a total of 11 attribute points. Chen was instantly overjoyed. The cultivation crystal really delivered.
In one fell swoop, it allowed the shadow step skill to skip the novice and adept stages, breaking through directly to the expert stage.
It also boosted his attributes by 11 points in one go.
As a result, his total attribute score soared to 96 points. I'm only 24 attribute points short of reaching the level 3 standard.
Chen grinned widely.
At this rate, he'd likely break through to level 3 in less than half a month. Such a rapid increase in strength was simply staggering. Chen activated his shadow step skill, darting and leaping around the living room.
It wasn't until several minutes later that he stopped, satisfied with his performance.
After breaking through to the expert stage, the speed of his shadow step skill had surged significantly. If he were to face Yu Xingfeng now, the opponent would likely be knocked off the stage before even touching the hem of his robe. It just goes to show that a 2-star martial skill truly lives up to its name. I definitely need to keep improving the shadow step skill. But I can't neglect the thunder fist skill either.
Chen was curious about what realm lay beyond the perfect stage. And just how powerful would it be?
Coming back to his senses, Chen opened his achievements list. Push-up expert, perform 5,000 push-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 300 discipline points.
Current progress, 741 5,000.
Squat expert, perform 5,000 squats. Upon completion, you'll earn 300 discipline points.
Current progress, 632 5,000.
Sit-up expert, perform 5,000 sit-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 300 discipline points.
Current progress, 145 5,000. Long-distance running expert, run 500 kilometers. Upon completion, you will earn 300 discipline points. Current progress, 54 500. Combat 3, defeat 100 fighters. Requires a total of at least 120 points across all 4 attributes.
Upon completion, you will earn 2,000 discipline points.
Current progress, 0-100.
Heart of Stone, cumulatively reject 10 affection advances from the opposite sex. Upon completion, you'll earn 1,000 discipline points.
Current progress, 110.
There are 6 achievements in total. Among them, Heart of Stone and Combat 3 aren't something that can be completed in a short amount of time. So Chen decided to focus all his energy on the 4 exercise-related achievements for now.
If he completes all 4 achievements, he'll earn a total of 1,200 discipline points, which isn't bad at all.
Plus, they aren't too difficult, he could wrap them up in 3 or 4 days. The redemption store 1T refresh for another 3+ hours. Chen glanced at the wall clock and decided to grab a bite to eat first, then practice the Leviathan breathing skill before coming back to work on the achievements. However, just as he reached the kitchen door, his phone rang.
He pulled it out and saw that Yen was calling. "Hello, Yen." "Ah, Chuan."
Yen's voice came through the phone, as pleasant as ever, soothing to the soul.
"How have you been lately?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yen said softly. "Ah, Chuan, it's actually okay if you don't become a fighter. Fighters are always fighting and killing, it's quite risky. It's better to be an office worker, instead live a quiet, safe life without any danger, and get through your whole life peacefully." If this had been the old Chen, he might actually have taken that path. After all, his previous self had only average talent as a fighter and had no hope of ever becoming a level 2 fighter. There was no other option besides getting a job. But times have changed. With the discipline system in place, Chen has already embarked on a completely different path as a fighter. The term ordinary person no longer applies to him. However, he couldn't go into detail with Yen about these matters, so Chen could only give a casual nod of agreement. Yen, of course, could hear the insincerity in Chen's tone and couldn't help but tease him lightly. "I'll give you a good talking to when I get back." "I'll be waiting for your arrival," Chen joked in return. After chatting for a while longer, the two hung up. Chen quickly finished dinner, practiced the Leviathan breathing skill once, and then immediately began his workout without a moment's rest. It wasn't until 3 hours later, when the exchange shop refreshed, that he stopped, sat down on the couch, and opened the exchange shop. Lucky die, when used, increases luck for 24 hours. The amount of increase depends on the roll. The higher the number, the greater the increase. Durability, 5-5. Price, 1,000, discipline points. Great E-Dungeon Key, unlocks a Great E-Dungeon. Upon clearing it, you'll receive a treasure chest reward based on your evaluation. Durability, 3-3. Price, 500 discipline points. Healing potion, instantly heals all injuries upon consumption. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Chapter 16, The Wilderness of Buried Corpses. The refreshed shop page took Chen by surprise. 3 brand new items, of all things. This was a first. But what surprised him even more were the prices of these 3 items. The cheapest one cost 500 discipline points. But they're all great items. Chen's eyes lit up. A healing potion that instantly restores all injuries in a critical moment. It's like a second life. It's the perfect lifesaver and game changer. Chen was practically drooling with desire. Unfortunately, he only had 500 discipline points on hand, so he could only look on and daydream. The luck die was also a decent item. Luck is such a mysterious thing and impossible to control. But at certain moments, it can produce unexpected results. If you encounter danger and use this luck die to boost your luck, you might just turn the tide and escape unscathed. Like the healing potion, the luck die could, in a sense, be called a game-changing trump card. However, the luck die also costs 1,000 discipline points to redeem. Chen could only look on in envy once again. Out of the 3 items, the only one he could actually redeem was an E-rank dungeon key. Will I get a treasure chest reward after clearing the dungeon? Chen pondered. He glanced again at the healing potion and the lucky die, then finally gritted his teeth and redeemed the E-rank dungeon key. I hope you don't let me down. Looking at the small bronze key in the palm of his hand, Chen followed the instructions that appeared in his mind. He walked to the bedroom door, closed it, and then inserted the key into the novice stage lock. Even though the key clearly didn't match the keyhole, it slid in smoothly. Chen immediately opened the door. What met his eyes was no longer the familiar sight of his bedroom, but a blood-red vortex spinning slowly. A menacing aura emanated from it, signaling the danger of this vortex. Chen stared solemnly on the surface of the blood-red vortex. A line of pitch-black text hovered in mid-air. Name, Burial Ground. Difficulty, E. Recommended challenge level, 2. Burial Ground, that's quite the dungeon-style name. Chen's gaze fell on the challenge level. Does 2 refer to energy tier 2? Chen read through the description in his mind once more. After confirming that he could exit at any time if he wished, he hesitated no longer and stepped into the blood-red vortex. His vision was instantly filled with a deep, rich crimson. When his vision cleared again, Chen found himself in a vast,
desolate wilderness.
A faint mist swirled all around him.
He could vaguely make out shadowy figures moving in the distance. Chen gathered his composure and cautiously made his way toward the distant figures. As he drew closer, he soon made out the figure's true form. It was a humanoid creature with grayish-white skin. It looked somewhat like the legendary Walking Dead, though its build was much more muscular. Its emaciated body was clad in a layer of tattered leather armor. Its weapon was a rusty steel blade. A line of text was displayed above its head.
Zombie Soldier Level 1. So this is one of the Dungeon S monsters.
Chen suddenly had the illusion that he was playing an immersive VR game.
However, the scene before him was far more real than any game. Both the environment and the monster were straight out of a horror movie.
If someone with a weaker constitution were here, they'd probably be so terrified they'd freeze in place. As if sensing the presence of a living being, the undead soldier who had been staggering through the wilderness suddenly froze in its tracks. It then spun around with a snarl, brandishing its blade as it lunged toward Chen. Chen licked his lips. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at it. The two passed each other in the blink of an eye. The undead soldier's steel blade missed Chen instead. Chen landed a punch squarely on its neck. Unprotected by leather armor, the neck was incredibly vulnerable. Bones and muscles snapped instantly with a sharp crack. The grayish-white head was flung far away. The headless corpse staggered a few times before crashing to the ground with a thud.
Just as I thought, only level 1. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Dungeon S level referred to the energy tier.
But their levels had doubled. Without exception, they were all high-tier zombie soldiers. Fortunately, with the Shadow Step skill at his disposal, Chen could dispatch the monsters unscathed even with his bare hands.
About 10 minutes passed.
Suddenly, a hillside came into view. At the top of the slope, some 7 or 8 meters high, a towering, ferocious humanoid creature stood imposingly.
Its massive frame exuded an overwhelming sense of menace.
Its silver scales were covered in scars from swords and blades. A steel blade glinted with a cold, icy light. The monster that had suddenly appeared before him exuded a terrifying, spine-chilling pressure from head to toe.
Undead General Level 2, Boss. This must be the boss.
Chen stared at the undead general atop the slope as if facing a formidable enemy. As long as he takes down this monster, he should be able to clear the dungeon. As if enraged by Chen's hostility, the undead general let out a fierce roar and charged down the slope, plowing toward him like a charging war chariot. Without hesitation, Chen used the Shadow Step skill to dodge, then immediately clenched his fist and struck at the undead general's neck. Most of the undead general's body was covered in scaly armor. The only exposed vital areas were its head and neck. That's why Chen focused all his attacks on those two spots. Unfortunately, the undead general's body was astonishingly tough. Even a full power strike from the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill to its head, a vital spot, left it unscathed. It merely staggered a few times before continuing its charge toward Chen as if nothing had happened.
Its total 4 attribute score is at least 100 points, and its constitution is definitely over 30 points.
Thankfully, the battle quickly turned into a game of cat and mouse. Relying on the ghostly speed of the Shadow Step skill, Chen kept circling the zombie general, occasionally launching sudden surprise attacks to strike its neck. The poor zombie general, despite its towering stature, was being toyed with at Chen's whim. After a grueling battle lasting over 10 minutes, the zombie general, having taken 7 or 8 blows to the neck, finally collapsed, filled with bitter resentment.
Chapter 17, Words Alone 1T Intimidate Anyone.
The moment the zombie general died, a dark red, door-shaped vortex suddenly appeared more than 10 meters away. Chen immediately realized what was happening.
This must be the Dungeon S exit.
Just as Chen was about to step forward, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He picked up the steel blade the zombie general had dropped on the ground, then walked toward the exit. A moment later, he found himself back in the living room. Chen looked down and saw that the steel blade in his hand had vanished without a trace. It seems you can't bring items from the dungeon out into the outside world. Feeling a slight pang of regret, Chen looked up at the dark red vortex.
New text had already appeared on it. Cleared E-rank dungeon field of buried corpses. Clear time, 1 hour, 23 minutes, 45 seconds. Final rating, B. Received a silver treasure chest. Only a B? Chen frowned slightly. But upon further reflection, this was his first time entering a dungeon. To play it safe, he'd been extremely cautious the whole way, so naturally, his progress hadn't been particularly fast. That alone had wasted a significant amount of time. Secondly, without a suitable weapon, fighting monsters, especially the final boss, the corpse general with his bare hands, had greatly reduced his efficiency. Combined, these factors had caused the run to take too long and dragged down his rating. Realizing this, Chen shook his head to himself. Fortunately, the E-rank dungeon key still had 2 points of durability left, so he could enter it 2 more times. Once he'd improved his strength a bit more and mastered weapon-based martial arts, he'd definitely be able to earn a high rating on his next run. Let us open the silver treasure chest first. Chen silently recited the command to open it. Obtained Azure Bone. Azure Bone, a blade forged from the essence of white bones. It cuts through iron like mud and can sever a single hair with a breath. When slaying living beings, it absorbs a wisp of soul energy. Once fully accumulated, this energy can be released in one go, dealing massive damage. Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He'd just been thinking about training in weapon-based martial arts, and now he'd drawn a blade. His luck was off the charts. Most importantly, this blade looked truly extraordinary. Especially that last ability to absorb soul energy. It felt just like the mechanic in video games where you build up energy and unleash a super move once it's full. What a great find! Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had been hesitating about which weapon-based martial art to train in. Now, there was no need to hesitate anymore. He'd decided on sword techniques. This dungeon key is definitely worth 500 discipline points. A berated silver treasure chest could yield something as good as the Tsangu sword. This made Chen even more eager for chests with higher ratings. Besides that, dungeons actually had another benefit. That was gaining combat experience. Although Chen had experience fighting a fighter, sparring was, after all, just sparring. It couldn't compare to a real life or death battle. The fierce battle in the graveyard wasteland had given him a lot of experience and some valuable insights. Sooner or later, I'll have to face dimensional invaders. Getting used to combat ahead of time isn't a bad thing. On top of that, his Thunder Fist and Shadow Step skills had each gained several dozen points in Adept stage. All of this progress came from combat. Besides training, combat can also increase a martial skill's Adept stage. And real, life or death battles yield even more progress than sparring. No wonder I've heard that some fighters break through their martial skill plateaus during life or death battles. A thoughtful look flashed across Chen's eyes. Glancing at the night sky outside and seeing that it was still early, Chen went back to working on his achievements. The next day, Chen arrived at school right on time. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he ran into Wu Hui. A girl was by his side. She had delicate features and a petite frame, the kind who easily sparked a boy's protective instincts. The two were holding hands, looking quite intimate. Upon seeing Chen, Wu Hui's face flushed, and he seemed a bit shy. Chen chuckled and said, "Aren't you going to introduce me to your girlfriend?" Wu Hui quickly replied, "Her name is Lu Yan." He then pointed at Chen and introduced him to Lu Yan. "This is my friend, Chen." Lu Yan greeted Chen with confidence. "Wu Hui told me that when Dang Bin gave him trouble last time, you were the one who saved him." "Thank you." "No need to thank me. Wu Hui and I are friends. It's only natural to help each other out," Chen said with a smile. Lu Yan had a pretty good personality and was also good at livening up the atmosphere. The three of them walked toward the classroom building, chatting and laughing. However, halfway there, a group of people suddenly blocked their path. "It's this guy, Brother Hai. You have to avenge me." Among the crowd blocking their path, Dang Bin, his right arm and a sling around his neck, pointed at Chen with a face full of grief and indignation, addressing the young man leading the group. The young man was tall and burly, at least 1.9 meters tall, with a muscular build. He likely practiced some form of external martial arts. Upon hearing Dang Bin's words, the young man's gaze pierced Chen like a sharp sword. You're Chen?
I didn't expect there to be a student with such impressive skills in the general department.
I want make things difficult for you. Break your own right hand, kneel down, and count out a deng bin to apologize, and I'll let you off the hook.
As soon as those words were spoken, Wu Hui and Lu Yan's expressions changed simultaneously. Wu Hui turned pale, seemingly quite afraid of the young man, but he still forced himself to step forward despite his fear.
Zhang Xiuhai, don't do anything rash. This is a school, aren't you afraid Dong Haiyang and the others will punish you?
Zhang Xiuhai shot Wu Hui a disdainful sideways glance, ignoring him as he kept his gaze fixed intently on Chen.
Kid, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever.
I won't lay a finger on you on campus, but once you step outside the school gates, who is going to protect you?
If you know what is good for you, do as I say, otherwise, don't even think about staying at Heian Academy in peace from now on.
There was already a heavy flow of people near the academic building.
Zhang Xiuhai and his group's act of blocking the path quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Those are students from the combat department. What are they doing in front of the general department's building? Looks like someone pissed them off. They're here to confront him. Blocking someone in front of the building in broad daylight? Can the combat department really be this brazen? I'm going to tell Dong Haiyang.
Before he could finish speaking, his companion hurriedly covered his mouth.
Are you crazy? Don't go blabbing.
That's Zhang Xiuhai from the combat department, a level 2 fighter.
The moment the words level 2 fighter were uttered, the student who had just threatened to go find Dong Haiyang immediately deflated.
He shrunk back into the crowd, afraid that Zhang Xiuhai might notice him. The combat department held a unique and exalted status at Heian Academy. Very few students from the general department dared to provoke those from the combat department.
Otherwise, even if they were bullied, they might not be able to get justice.
And students who could be promoted to a level 2 fighter before graduation were the elite of the combat department.
No one dared to provoke them.
Upon hearing that Zhang Xiuhai was a level 2 fighter, the gazes of those around them toward Chen and his two companions were instantly filled with pity and sympathy. Especially those who knew of Zhang Xiuhai's past history of arrogance and tyranny felt deep sympathy for Chen in their hearts. Having been targeted by such a demon king, they'd likely be in for a rough time. Listening to the murmurs around him, Deng Bin wore a smug expression, his gaze toward Chen brimming with schadenfreude and scorn. So what if you're skilled?
The combat department is full of people far more capable than you.
A mere general department student daring to offend someone from the combat department, you're asking for trouble. Faced with Zhang Xiuhai's threat, Wu Hui was already drenched in cold sweat, his eyes fixed on Chen with concern. Lu Yan had lost her earlier cheerfulness and openness, her face had gone pale. Only Chen remained composed from start to finish, appearing utterly unperturbed. He looked calmly at Zhang Xiuhai and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone.
Words alone won't intimidate anyone.
The statement sounded matter-of-fact, but upon closer inspection, it was brimming with defiance. The area suddenly fell silent. No one had expected that, faced with a threat from a level 2 fighter, Chen, a student of the general department, would not only show no fear but actually dare to taunt him.
Everyone was stunned into silence. Zhang Xiuhai's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 18, Thunderous Counterattack.
It wasn't until quite a while later that the crowd suddenly erupted into a commotion. I thought this guy was a wimp that he wouldn't dare say a word even when threatened right to his face. I never expected he simply didn't take it seriously.
Did you see that combat department student in a cast? He's the one who beat him up. Anyone who can leave a combat department student in such a pitiful state, could that possibly be an ordinary person?
Tisk, tsk. Words alone won't scare anyone. What a barbed remark. He is taking a dig without even using a single swear word. Listening to the murmurs around him, Zhang Xiuhai's face grew paler and paler. He glared intently at Chen and said in a deep voice, "Words can't scare anyone, so what can, kid?"
Chen remained as composed as ever.
I've heard that combat department students often settle their disputes through duels.
Why don't you and I have one?
As soon as those words were out, another wave of commotion swept through the crowd. No one had expected Chen to not only issue a provocation but also dare to issue a direct challenge. His nerve was simply too great. His opponent was a level 2 fighter, after all. An elite of the combat department. For a general department student to initiate a duel, was this reckless impulsiveness bordering on madness, or did he truly have something to back him up? Zhang Xiuhai was taken aback as well. But almost immediately, his face betrayed undisguised contempt and derision. A general department student actually dared to challenge him to a duel? How utterly out of his depth. Fine, I'll duel you. Zhang Xiuhai accepted without hesitation, a savage grin curling at the corners of his mouth. If you lose, you'll have to kneel in front of everyone and apologize to Deng Bin. No problem. Chen gave a faint smile and turned his gaze toward Deng Bin. If you lose, you'll break this guy's other hand. Upon hearing this, Deng Bin's expression changed drastically. His right hand was already fractured and would require a period of rest. If his left hand were broken as well, it would take more than a few months to recover. Being unable to train for such a long time would have a significant impact. By the time he recovered, he would likely have fallen far behind the others. He might even end up at the very bottom of the combat department's rankings. No problem. Zhang Xiuhai agreed without a moment's hesitation. Deng Bin immediately panicked and blurted out, "Brother Hai." Before he could finish, Zhang Xiuhai shot him a glare. What are you freaking out about? Like this kid stands a chance of winning? Deng Bin immediately caught on. Right, why was he getting so worked up? Chen definitely wasn't a match for Brother Hai. Since that was the case, the nature of the wager didn't matter at all. With that thought, Deng Bin felt completely at ease. When he looked at Chen again, his eyes were brimming with smugness. After today, let us see if you'll have the face to stay at Heian Academy any longer, kid. Chen and Zhang Xiuhai both tacitly avoided mentioning each other. Most martial artists have vigorous qi and blood, and since the combat department is full of young people brimming with youthful vigor, conflicts over various matters are common, and duels break out from time to time. In past duels, there have certainly been instances where students were injured, even losing limbs. But duels are duels, fists and feet have no eyes, so injuries are to be expected. Heian Academy encourages competition and has always turned a blind eye to such matters. As long as no one dies, which would be a major incident, the school's higher-ups and Don Haiyang generally don't pay much attention. Zhang Xiuhai had long made up his mind. During the upcoming duel, he was going to give Chen a thorough beating. He was going to make sure that arrogant brat was bedridden for months. Facing Zhang Xiuhai's malicious glare, Chen remained completely unfazed. In a space invisible to the naked eye, 2 lines of text hovered in the void before him. Self-discipline does not mean backing down. Face malice with a decisive counterattack. Thunderous counterattack, defeat a malicious opponent in full view of the crowd. Completing this grants 500 discipline points. Just as Zhang Xiuhai was threatening Chen, a new achievement suddenly appeared. This was also the reason Chen had proactively challenged him to a duel. These are discipline points practically handed to me on a silver platter. Chen looked at Zhang Xiuhai and the others with a half smile. With these 500 discipline points, plus 2 more training-related achievements, he could redeem either a luck die or a healing potion. This was undoubtedly a delightful windfall. Stared at by Chen's gaze, which seemed to be fixated on some kind of prey, Zhang Xiuhai suddenly felt a twinge of unease welling up deep within him for some reason. However, he quickly suppressed that unease and brushed it off. A mere level 1 fighter was no match for him at all. This guy dared to provoke him in public, he'd pay the price. Giving Chen a fierce glare, Zhang Xiuhai turned and walked out of the crowd. Deng Bin shot Chen a sidelong glance and said, "Don't you dare chicken out at the last minute." As soon as the words left his mouth, he hurried to catch up with Zhang Xiuhai. Heian Academy had dedicated facilities for combat department students to train in daily. However, over time, these facilities had come to serve another purpose: duels. Zhang Xiuhai was quite well known in the combat department. The news that he was going to duel a general department student spread like wildfire throughout Heian Academy. By the time Chen arrived at the training hall, the vast space was already packed to the brim with students who had come to witness the event. With no other choice, Chen had to squeeze his way into the crowd.
Hey, stop pushing. If you're late, go stand in the back.
The person who been jostled turned around with a look of displeasure.
Chen sighed helplessly and said, "Bro, I'm here for the duel."
The man paused for a moment, then widened his eyes and sized Chen up from head to toe.
"So you're that warrior from the general department. Everyone, make way, the duelist has arrived."
The crowd parted with a swish, clearing a path.
Countless eyes turned to Chen.
Curiosity, admiration, pity, mockery, the list went on and on. Many looked at him as if he were a mantis recklessly charging at a carriage. After all, in the eyes of many, a duel between a general department student and a combat department student was no different from asking to be beaten up. Not to mention that Zhang Xiuhai was a level 2 fighter.
In contrast, Chen had previously been just an ordinary, unknown student at Heian Academy.
No one in the world thought he stood a chance against Zhang Xiuhai. Chen seemed oblivious to the stares around him, walking calmly down the aisle to the center of the arena. A spacious area had already been marked off with white lines to serve as a makeshift ring. Zhang Xiuhai stood with his arms crossed at one side of the area, glaring coldly at Chen. Chen paid no heed, strolling leisurely to the other side of the area and coming to a stop, then calmly looking across at his opponent.
This composed and unflappable demeanor greatly annoyed Zhang Xiuhai.
He snorted coldly and said darkly, "I hope you can keep up that act later." Chen replied indifferently, "You sure do talk a lot." This remark reminded Zhang Xiuhai of Chen's earlier comment, "Words alone won't scare anyone," and his expression immediately darkened. The air in the arena suddenly grew thick with tension, and the atmosphere was on the verge of exploding.
Watching this scene, the onlookers surrounding the arena all wore looks of excitement and anticipation. "This is the first time I've ever seen a duel between the general department and the combat department."
"Same here. I never thought a general department student would actually dare to challenge someone from the combat department."
"Win or lose today, that courage alone is worthy of admiration."
"Courage my ass.
It's more like recklessness." "Isn't this just asking to get beaten up?"
"Not necessarily. If this guy dares to duel Zhang Xiuhai, he must have something up his sleeve. What kind of advantage could possibly let him beat a level 2 fighter? In my opinion, the outcome of this duel is a foregone conclusion." Whispers and speculation filled the air.
Most people had already predicted the outcome of the duel.
They were here mostly just to watch the spectacle. After all, a duel between a general department student and a combat department student was a first at Heian Academy.
As the murmurs reached his ears, a flash of smugness crossed Zhang Xiuhai's eyes.
The next second, his expression hardened. He suddenly darted forward, pouncing on Chen with the ferocity of a lion or tiger attacking a rabbit.
The battle erupted instantly. Chapter 19, A Punch That Even Steel Cannot Withstand.
Facing Zhang Xiuhai's fierce charge, Chen did not retreat but instead advanced, meeting him head-on without a trace of fear.
In the blink of an eye, the two collided violently in the center of the arena.
Immediately, a series of muffled thuds echoed through the air. The two clashed strength against strength, hardness against hardness. Though they were fighting unarmed, the intensity was as if two giants were exchanging blows, producing a deafening roar. The fierce gusts of air from their punches rippled outward, stirring up a cloud of dust around them.
The noisy chatter from the crowd had faded away without anyone noticing.
It was as if someone had pressed the pause button.
The vast arena suddenly fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at the scene before them, wide-eyed and filled with disbelief. That general department student was actually holding his own against Zhang Xiuhai. He wasn't a level 1 fighter at all.
Whoa! A sudden stir of commotion erupted around them.
A level 2 fighter. Am I seeing things? How is that possible? Could there actually be a tier 2 fighter in the general department? Unbelievable! Exclamations of astonishment rang out one after another.
Many couldn't help but wear expressions of bewilderment and shock. They would never have imagined, not even if they racked their brains, that an obscure general department student could actually be a tier 2 energy level master. This discovery completely shattered their preconceptions. Dang Bin was particularly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief.
How is that possible? Dang Bin's head was buzzing. Just a few days ago, Chen had been nothing more than a level 1 fighter. How could he now possess level 2 strength? Could it be that he'd been holding back when he fought him earlier? At this thought, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Dang Bin's back. But the one who was most shocked of all was Zhang Xiuhai, who was currently fighting Chen. In his heart, he was already cursing Dang Bin to high heaven. He hadn't even thoroughly investigated Chen's background before rushing him here to seek revenge. He was clearly a tier 2 fighter, yet Dang Bin had insisted he was only tier 1. What a useless good for nothing. Zhang Xiuhai cursed Dang Bin inwardly, his expression growing increasingly grim. No wonder Chen dared to challenge him to a duel. He thought Chen was just a reckless hothead who didn't know his place, but now it was clear the guy had real confidence. After just a few moments of combat, Zhang Xiuhai keenly realized that Chen's physical prowess was actually a cut above his own. Damn it! Is this guy really a general department student? Zhang Xiuhai's total mental attribute score was a full 89 points. If Chen's score was higher than his, wouldn't that mean it had already surpassed 90 points? Such an attribute score would be enough to rank in the top 20 even in the combat department. Zhang Xiuhai's expression grew dark as his gaze flickered erratically. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and braced himself, channeling his energy. Boom! Chen landed a punch on Zhang Xiuhai, but it felt as if he struck a steel plate, producing a dull, metallic clang. An external cultivation martial art. Chen's eyes flashed as he rapidly recalled the martial arts data he'd been reviewing recently, and the words slipped out before he could stop himself. Iron Bone Technique. Zhang Xiuhai let out a cold laugh. You've got some knowledge. The Iron Bone art is a relatively obscure form of external cultivation martial art. When first cultivated, it can only temper a fighter's bones, having no effect whatsoever on muscles, skin, or internal organs. Because of this, it's practically useless in actual combat. However, once one reaches the master stage, this martial art works from the inside out, beginning to temper the muscles, skin, and internal organs. Once energy is channeled, the entire body can instantly harden into a solid block of iron, providing astonishing defense. It is said that it can even withstand small caliber bullets without suffering a single scratch. Once one reaches the perfect stage, even without channeling inner energy, the body's defensive capabilities are as tough as iron. Chen's eyes narrowed instantly. The Iron Bone technique at the master stage was, to a certain extent, on par with a 2-star martial art. Noticing Chen's expression, Zhang Xiuhai assumed he was cowering in fear. A savage grin immediately spread across his face as he swung his fist toward Chen. Chen flickered like a ghost, effortlessly dodging the blow. The speed of the expert stage shadow step skill was incredibly swift. Zhang Xiuhai's 4 attributes were primarily focused on constitution and strength, while agility was his weak point. Once Chen dodged with full force, Zhang Xiuhai couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's robe. Instead, he took several hits for nothing. After several consecutive attempts, Zhang Xiuhai's face flushed red with rage. Is dodging all you know how to do? Want a head-on clash? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Chen let out a cold laugh and suddenly came to a halt. The next second, he lowered his center of gravity and clenched his fist, channeling all his strength into his right hand as he charged toward Zhang Xiuhai with terrifying ferocity. Wherever the fist passed, the air seemed to be scalded, rapidly receding to both sides and forming a visible distortion. At the same time, a deafening thunderous roar as if piercing straight through the heart suddenly erupted, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Seeing Chen attack head-on, Zhang Xiuhai was initially overjoyed. But the scene that followed caused his expression to change drastically. His fist flew like a cannonball, accompanied by a thunderous roar. This kid had actually cultivated the Thunder Fist skill to the perfect stage. Before he could recover from his shock, Chen's fist had already struck Zhang Xiuhai. When executed by a level 1 fighter, the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill is powerful enough to pierce a steel plate 1 centimeter thick. Not to mention that Chen is already a level 2 fighter, with a strength attribute as high as 26 points. The Thunder Fist skill unleashed by him could pierce even a steel plate 2 or 3 centimeters thick with a single punch.
The defensive power of the master stage iron bone art is comparable to steel, but it is only comparable.
If even real steel couldn't withstand such an attack, how could Zhang Xiuhai possibly withstand it? Instantly, a dull thud rang out. Zhang Xiuhai was struck as if by lightning. His body convulsed violently for a split second as if electrocuted. The next second, he was sent flying backward with a crash, slamming into the floor and sliding a full 7 or 8 meters away. As soon as he came to a stop, Zhang Xiuhai immediately spat out a large cloud of blood, and his vitality visibly waned. He had clearly sustained serious injuries. The area instantly fell deathly silent. The spectators stared wide-eyed at Chen in the center of the arena, their faces filled with shock. It was actually a perfect stage martial art. Not a single person in the entire combat department had ever mastered a martial art to the perfect stage, yet today they witnessed it in a student from the general department. How could this not be utterly shocking? Especially for those combat department students who usually held themselves in such high regard. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at that moment. Amid the sea of stunned and bewildered gazes, Chen slowly walked toward Zhang Xiuhai. Zhang Xiuhai was seriously injured and was just struggling to get up from the floor. When he saw Chen approaching him, he was instantly terrified and shouted in panic, "I concede." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen, who had been 7 or 8 meters away, suddenly vanished and appeared ghost-like right beside him, delivering a lightning-fast kick to his right arm. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones rang out. Zhang Xiuhai's unspoken words of surrender were instantly replaced by a blood-curdling scream. Chen showed no mercy, raising his foot once more to shatter Zhang Xiuhai's left hand. The excruciating pain caused Zhang Xiuhai's eyes to roll back, and he passed out immediately. Chen's expression remained impassive from start to finish. He had always adhered to the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Showing mercy to someone who sought to harm him was the most foolish thing one could do. In fact, if this hadn't been merely a duel taking place in broad daylight before a crowd, Chen, whose hands were already stained with blood, might very well have wiped him out completely to eliminate any future threats. Without so much as a glance at the unconscious Zhang Xiuhai on the ground, Chen turned his head, his piercing gaze striking Deng Bin, who stood not far away, like a sharp sword. Chapter 20: Application to Change Majors. Before today, if anyone had told Deng Bin that Zhang Xiuhai would be defeated by a student from the general department, he wouldn't only have refused to believe it, he would have mocked the person mercilessly. Yet at this very moment, this unfathomable scene was unfolding right before his eyes. Seeing his cousin, whom he usually held in such awe, lying on the ground in a pitiful state, both arms broken and unconscious, Deng Bin felt his mind go completely blank. He was utterly unable to think. When he finally came to his senses, Deng Bin suddenly realized that everyone around him was staring at him with strange expressions. What is going on? Filled with bewilderment, Deng Bin instinctively looked toward the arena. His gaze happened to meet Chen's impassive stare. Deng Bin shuddered violently, suddenly remembering the stakes of this duel. If Zhang Xiuhai lost, he would pay the price of having his other hand broken. At that thought, Deng Bin's face instantly turned deathly pale. He instinctively took a step back, staring at Chen in terror. Wait a minute, Chen. Let us talk this out. But Chen had no intention of listening to his nonsense. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing right in front of Deng Bin. Deng Bin let out a shriek and turned to flee toward the main entrance. But after taking only a few steps, a powerful force struck him from behind, sending him flying through the air and crashing to the ground in a heap. Before he could even get back up, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his left arm. Ah! Deng Bin let out a piercing scream and began rolling on the ground. His left arm had already been twisted into an eerie angle. Chen didn't even glance at him, he simply turned and walked out of the arena. It wasn't until Chen's figure disappeared at the arena entrance that the silent crowd suddenly erupted into an uproar. He is a hidden gem. I never expected Chen to be this powerful. Even Zhang Xiuhai suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. With that kind of skill, he'd easily rank in the top 20 even in the combat department. More than that, I'd say he could make the top 10. Chen clearly wasn't going all out just now. Come to think of it, if Chen is this good, why didn't he join the combat department? Who knows? But with his current skill level, he'd have more than enough to transfer into the combat department.
The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Many were excitedly talking about today's events.
A general department student defeating a combat department student and a level 2 fighter at that was an unprecedented event at Heian Academy. Once word got out, who knows how many people would be so shocked their jaws would drop. The crowd was ecstatic, but they paid no attention to Zhang Xiuhai and Deng Bin lying on the ground. These two were notoriously arrogant in their daily conduct, and the general department students had long harbored deep hatred toward them. Now that they saw the two being taken down by Chen, not kicking them while they were down was already generous enough. There was no way they'd come to their rescue. Even within the combat department, the two were far from popular. Only a few henchmen, drenched in sweat, helped them to their feet and carried them to the infirmary for treatment.
In a corner of the arena,
Wu Hui stood frozen in place, still reeling from the shock. It wasn't until Lu Yan gently nudged him that he snapped out of it, his expression filled with a complex mix of emotions. He had thought Chen was already impressive enough for defeating Deng Bin earlier. Who would have thought that wasn't even the full extent of Chen's abilities? Now even Zhang Xiuhai, a fairly well-known figure in the combat department, had fallen to him. For a moment, Wu Hui felt as though this friend he'd known for over 2 years had become a stranger. It seemed he didn't really know him at all. Lu Yan, standing nearby, wasn't thinking so deeply about it. She simply looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. I never would have guessed Chen was such a skilled fighter. I really couldn't tell. Women naturally admire the strong. Especially in this era when fighters are all the rage. A young, handsome fighter with overwhelming power easily wins the admiration and affection of women wherever he goes. If Lu Yan didn't already have a boyfriend, she'd probably have fallen for him by now. After leaving the arena, Chen found a quiet, secluded spot to check his achievements. Sure enough, thunderous counterattack had been successfully completed. He'd earned 500 discipline points. Chen felt a surge of joy. Now, he just needed to complete 2 more training achievements to redeem a recovery potion or a lucky die before the exchange shop refreshed. Closing the panel, Chen glanced at the time. He'd already missed his class. But he didn't mind. He'd been planning to switch majors anyway, so missing a few classes wouldn't matter. I might as well go take care of the major change now. Chen quickly made up his mind and turned toward the academic affairs building. He'd already found out that to switch majors, he needed to see Director Dong on the 4th floor of the academic affairs building. Arriving at the office on the 4th floor, he saw the door was wide open. Chen stood at the doorway and knocked. Inside the office was only a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Hearing the sound, he looked up at Chen and asked with a gentle expression. "What can I help you with, student?" Chen had seen the man's photo on the bulletin board and knew he was Director Dong Haiyang, the official in charge of major changes, so he got straight to the point. "Hello, Director Dong. I'm Chun from the General Department. I'd like to change my major." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chen's words, a look of surprise flashed across Dong Haiyang's face. "You're Chen? The General Department student who defeated Zhang Xiuhai?" Chen was taken slightly aback. News sure travels fast. It had been less than half an hour since he'd left the arena, and word had already spread so far that even the staff at the Academic Affairs office knew about it. Seeing Chen's expression, Dong Haiyang immediately understood. He sized him up from head to toe, his eyes gleaming with interest. "You're quite the celebrity at Heian Academy now. It's not just the students, many people, including Dong Haiyang, know that a general department student defeated Zhang Xiuhai." Dong Haiyang appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was quite surprised. Zhang Xiuhai was considered quite strong even within the combat department. Yet he lost a duel to a general department student. Rumor had it he lost quite badly. Upon learning of this, Dong Haiyang immediately pulled up Chen's file to review it. To his surprise, Chen's admission records were quite ordinary. His total 4-dimensional attribute score was even less than 60 points. However, there were certainly examples of students who had built up their strength over time and then burst onto the scene, so Dong Haiyang merely marveled for a moment without giving it much further thought. "Come in."
Dong Haiyang beckoned with a wave of his hand.
Once Chen had taken a seat, he took out a form and motioned for Chen to fill it out.
According to school regulations, students transferring departments are required to undergo a combat proficiency test.
Only those who meet the standards for both energy tier and martial skill realm can transfer departments. However, given your special circumstances, we'll waive that process. The video of Chen's duel with Zhang Xiuhai had long since gone viral.
Dong Haiyang had watched that video as well.
Chen's level 2 strength and his perfect stage Thunder Fist skill were undeniable the real deal.
He far exceeded the department transfer standards.
There was no need to waste time on a test.
Once Chen had filled out the form, Dong Haiyang casually took it back and said in a warm tone, "The department transfer process will take 2 or 3 business days. I'll notify you once it's complete, and we'll discuss the combat department in detail then."
Stepping out of the academic affairs building, Chen glanced up at the clear sky, his heart filled with emotion. Back when he first entered Heian Academy, he often thought how wonderful it would be to transfer departments. But at that time, transferring departments was nothing more than a pipe dream for him. And now, that pipe dream was about to become a reality. In just a few short days, his life had undergone a complete transformation. Sometimes, when he reflected on it late at night in the stillness, it still felt like a dream to Chen. But the sentiment lasted only a moment. Chen quickly gathered his thoughts and pressed on. It had all just begun. The path of a fighter was long and arduous, he still had a long way to go.
Chapter 21, Transcendent Stage. 4897. 4898. 4899. In the living room,
Chen was doing push-ups, drenched in sweat. His sweat had long since soaked the floor, forming a shallow puddle. A few minutes later, he finished his last push-up.
Chen jumped up from the floor and let out a long sigh.
Following squat expert and sit-up expert, he had now also completed push-up expert. He earned a total of 900 discipline points.
Chen's discipline points suddenly skyrocketed to 1,400.
After grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his face, Chen sat down on the sofa and casually opened the exchange shop. Lucky die, when used, increases luck for 24 hours. The increase depends on the roll. The higher the number, the greater the boost.
Durability, 5-5. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Healing potion, instantly heals all injuries upon consumption. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Which one should I redeem?
Looking at the two items, Chen fell deep in thought. If he had to choose the most practical one, it would definitely be the healing potion. It was essentially a second chance at life. Even though Chen's life was now peaceful and stable, shuttling back and forth between school and home, the memory of arriving in this world, his body covered in blood, was still vivid in his mind.
That incident remained a thorn in his side.
As long as he hadn't found the murderer who killed his previous self, he wouldn't be able to truly rest easy.
If he had a healing potion on hand, he'd undoubtedly feel more at ease. However, the lucky die was just as useful.
If only the exchange shop could refresh whenever I wanted.
Chen sighed.
Seeing that there were still more than 10 minutes left on the cooldown, he hesitated for a moment before finally choosing the healing potion. After 1,000 discipline points were deducted, a vial instantly appeared in Chen's hand.
The vial was no bigger than a thumb. It looked somewhat like a test tube with a stopper.
Through the transparent glass casing, he could see a jade-green liquid inside that resembled jelly. Even through the casing, he could sense the vibrant vitality contained within the liquid. After carefully putting the recovery potion away, Chen sat on the sofa and waited patiently. More than 10 minutes later, the cooldown reached 0.
But an unexpected scene unfolded. The exchange shop hadn't refreshed. Exchange shop refresh count, 1.
Chen froze for a moment, then immediately realized what had happened, a look of delight spreading across his face. So it turns out you can save your refresh attempts for the exchange shop.
Why wasn't this an option before? Does it mean you have to set it up yourself?
Chen recalled his earlier complaint. In any case, this was definitely a good thing. Now, whenever he came across a good item, he could hold on to it and wait until he de-accumulated enough discipline points to exchange for it. No need to worry about missing out on great items. Snapping out of his delight, Chen hurriedly opened his achievements list. Push-up Master, perform 10,000 push-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 500 discipline points. Current progress, 10,000. Squat Master, perform 10,000 squats. Upon completion, you'll earn 500 discipline points. Current progress, 10,000. Sit-up Master, perform 10,000 sit-ups. Upon completion, you'll earn 500 discipline points. Current progress, 10,000. Long distance running expert, run 500 kilometers. Upon completion, you'll earn 300 discipline points. Current progress, 78,500. As expected, 3 new exercise-related achievements had appeared. I have 400 discipline points left. As long as I complete any 2 more achievements, I can redeem a lucky die. Chen was full of energy and immediately started doing push-ups in the living room. With his current physical condition, doing 70 or 80 push-ups in a minute was a breeze. Even factoring in rest breaks, it only took him about 2 hours to complete the push-up master achievement. However, this time, no new achievement appeared. It seems the master level is the end of the fitness-related achievements. Chen felt a slight sense of regret. Fitness-related achievements were arguably the easiest ones he'd encountered so far. The rewards for completing them were also quite generous. Once he'd finished all the fitness-related achievements, it wouldn't be as easy to farm discipline points as quickly as he was doing now. Fortunately, self-discipline achievements appeared frequently, so he didn't have to worry about running short on discipline points. Collecting his thoughts, Chen resumed his squats. It wasn't until past midnight that he finally unlocked the Squat Master achievement. His discipline points shot up to 1,400. Without hesitation, Chen redeemed them for a lucky die. The lucky die was roughly the same shape and size as a standard die, except it was a dazzling golden color all over. Chen examined it for a moment, then put the lucky die away. Having already redeemed all 3 items in the exchange shop, he chose to refresh the selection. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 301,000 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 200 discipline points. Random stat card, upon use, randomly increases 3 attribute points. Price, 100 discipline points. Stamina potion, instantly restores all stamina upon consumption. Price, 200 discipline points. At first glance, Chen thought the refreshed items were all the same as before. However, he quickly realized something was off. This time, the random skill card had a different effect than before. Previously, the random skill card granted a random amount of 500 adept stage points for a martial skill. This time, however, it granted a random amount of 301,000 adept stage points for a martial skill. The effect had improved significantly. Of course, the price had also doubled. Chen didn't hesitate, he immediately exchanged his discipline points for the random skill card and the random stat card. As for the stamina potion, his remaining 100 discipline points weren't enough to purchase it. Chen planned to come back in exchange for it after completing the sit-up master achievement. Although stamina potions aren't as effective as recovery potions, they're still a rare and valuable item. It was one thing not to have the means before, but now he definitely couldn't pass this up. Use random stat card. A wave of warmth instantly coursed through his entire body. Chen summoned his stats panel and took a look. The 3 attribute points gained were 1 each in strength, agility, and spirit. Not bad. Chen nodded to himself and continued using the random skill card. Gained 572 martial skill adept stage points. Chen pursed his lips, his luck this time wasn't as good as it had been previously. Fortunately, over 500 martial skill adept stage points were more than enough to upgrade the Thunder Fist skill. After investing 494 martial skill adept stage points, the Thunder Fist skill's realm on the interface instantly changed. Thunder Fist skill transcendent stage. In an instant, a flood of information surged into Chen's mind. It took him quite a while to process all of it. When he finally opened his eyes, his gaze was filled with astonishment. Chen had originally assumed that breaking through beyond the perfect stage of the Thunder Fist skill would increase the martial skill's power accordingly. But in reality, that wasn't entirely accurate. The power of a transcendent stage martial skill wasn't actually much different from that of a perfect stage martial skill. The only difference was that transcendent stage martial skills possessed an additional move called the transcendent stage form. Once unleashed, its power was overwhelming, far surpassing that of the martial skill in its normal state. The only drawback was that it consumed an enormous amount of energy.
Isn't this just like the ultimate moves in the game? Chen pondered for a moment.
Although the power of the martial skills didn't increase significantly, having an additional powerful move wasn't a bad thing.
Let us check the stats. Name, Chen. Level, 2.
Attributes, Strength 30, Constitution 27, Agility 26, Spirit 20.
Discipline points, 100. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 6 500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Expert Stage 368 600.
3 points in Strength, 1 point in Constitution. That's only a 4-point stat boost.
Not bad, I guess. Chen nodded to himself. The Transcendent Stage didn't offer much of a boost to physical attributes. It wasn't even as effective as the enhancements gained at the Master Stage.
Clearly, the benefits of breaking through to the Transcendent Stage were concentrated in the Transcendent Stage techniques.
This made Chen even more eager to see the power of the Transcendent Stage techniques. Should we try it out in combat? Chen's gaze fell on the dungeon key. Chapter 22, Shadow Blade Skill. Name, Wilderness of Buried Corpses. Difficulty, E. Recommended challenge level, 2.
In the end, Chen couldn't resist the urge to give it a try and open the dungeon. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the dark red vortex. Armed with the experience from his last run, Chen didn't pause for a moment this time. As soon as he entered the Wilderness of Buried Corpses, he immediately cast the Shadow Step skill and sprinted forward without stopping. The zombie soldiers he encountered along the way were often knocked out with a single punch to the head before they even had a chance to attack. Only high-tier zombie soldiers could slow him down slightly. But against Chen, who was fighting at full strength, even high-tier zombie soldiers could hold out for no more than 10 seconds or so. In less than 20 minutes, Chen had reached the zombie general. Roar! Perhaps because enemies are especially fierce when they meet, the moment the zombie general spotted Chen, it roared furiously and charged down the slope, racing toward him with murderous intent. Chen darted aside like a whirlwind, instantly dodging the undead general's descending steel blade and positioning himself behind it. In the next instant, he planted his feet, lowered his center of gravity, and unleashed a punch. A terrifying sonic boom suddenly pierced the air. At the same time, the distinct crackling sound of lightning rang out. In that split second, Chen's fist even glowed with blinding lightning. In the blink of an eye, his fist had already struck the zombie general's back. Though it was clearly a terrifying blow, when his fist actually made contact with the zombie general's back, it produced only a faint thud of flesh meeting flesh. In contrast, a ring of invisible shockwaves, clearly visible to the naked eye, radiated outward from the point of impact, stirring up gusts of wind. The zombie general's massive, towering frame suddenly froze rigid. The next second, its entire upper body abruptly burst apart, its scales tearing like brittle paper and scattering in all directions. Boom! The remaining half of its body swayed a few times on the spot before crashing forward to the ground. Watching this scene, Chen was momentarily stunned. Although he had expected the Transcendent Stage technique to be incredibly powerful, its actual might far exceeded his expectations. Even a zombie general as powerful as this had been instantly killed with a single blow. After all, just yesterday, it had taken him over 10 minutes of grueling combat to finally take down this boss. That's absolutely mind-blowing. Chen looked at his fist, his face lighting up with elation. This Transcendent Stage technique was truly formidable. It was definitely a game-changing move. Even a level 3 fighter would likely be unable to withstand a direct hit. Just as he was reveling in his joy, Chen suddenly felt waves of exhaustion wash over him, and his expression immediately turned grave. As powerful, once his strength improved further and he mastered weapon-based martial arts enabling him to instantly kill high-tier zombie soldiers with a single strike, he should be able to complete the dungeon in under 20 minutes.
His intuition told him that 20 minutes was a key milestone. I hope I get something good this time.
Just as Chen was about to open the chest, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he pulled out his luck dice.
If I boost my luck, the probability of getting something good should go up too.
No sooner said than done, Chen immediately rolled the die.
4. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he de-rolled a 1 or a 2, it would have been a total waste of an opportunity. The luck die only had 5 points of durability, and each roll cost 1 point.
Chen concentrated to sense any changes in his body, but finding nothing unusual, he went ahead and opened the treasure chest. Acquired the 3-star martial skill Shadow Blade skill.
This is a sword technique. Chen's heart leapt with joy. It seemed the luck die had worked. He just happened to draw a sword technique. Now Tsangu could finally come in handy.
More importantly, this was a 3-star martial skill. The practicality and power of the 2-star martial skill, Shadow Step skill, had already been thoroughly proven in numerous battles. If a 2-star martial skill was this outstanding, just how powerful must a 3-star martial skill be? Without hesitation, Chen immediately fused the Shadow Blade skill. In an instant, countless insights and understandings about the Shadow Blade skill appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Once he had processed all the information in his mind, Chen opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with joy. The Shadow Blade skill emphasizes chasing the wind and gliding with the scenery, moving as swiftly as a shooting star chasing the moon.
With a single slash, the blade moves as fast as lightning. Enemies are often taken down by the blade before they even have time to react. This is a sword technique that prioritizes speed. Chen rejoiced inwardly.
In the world of martial arts, nothing can overcome speed. This Shadow Blade skill is, without a doubt, an extremely formidable martial art. Composing himself, Chen drew out Tsangu.
On the surface, Tsangu looked no different from an ordinary steel blade.
However, it was forged entirely from white bone, giving it a blood-chilling pallor. In the center of the blade was a groove as thick as an index finger. According to the information in his mind, as it absorbed soul energy, this groove would gradually turn blood red. Once the groove was completely filled with blood-red energy, he could unleash a strike of immense power.
Chen gripped the blade and began to perform the Shadow Blade skill.
In an instant, a sharp, brief blade chirp rang out in the living room. A piercing blade light filled the air, almost bathing the entire living room in a white glow. It was quite a while before Chen finally stopped, still not quite satisfied, a look of contentment spreading across. Since he expended a great deal of stamina in the dungeon, Chen didn't bother chasing any more achievements. Instead, he washed up and went to bed.
Early the next morning, Chen woke up full of energy and headed to school.
Although he applied to switch majors, he was still a student in the general department until the process was complete. Missing a class or two occasionally was fine, but skipping classes for several days in a row would draw unwanted attention.
Chapter 23, A Huge Hit.
As he stepped through the school gates once more, Chen keenly sensed something different. Along the way, many people were pointing and whispering about him.
Is that Chen?
That's right, he is the one who defeated Zhang Xiuhai from the combat department in yesterday's duel.
That's impressive. A general department student beating a combat department student. I've never heard of anything like that at Heian Academy.
That's not all, Zhang Xiuhai is a level 2 fighter. For Chen to defeat him, his skill would make him one of the top students even in the combat department.
Damn, we're both in the general department. Why am I not as good as Chen? Don't talk nonsense in broad daylight.
Listening to the murmurs around her, Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth.
It looked like she'd be the center of attention for a while. Just as she was pondering this, two figures suddenly appeared in front of her.
She looked closely and saw that they were two young, attractive girls. One of them, with long hair, was quite pretty. Her cheeks were flushed, and she cast shy, evasive glances at him, seeming a bit bashful. The other girl, with short hair, kept urging her on, whispering something in her ear. After a moment of pushing and pulling, the girl with long hair finally stepped forward, her face flushed, and said softly,
"Hello, I'm Fong from Class 2. Hello." Class 2 usually held classes in the room next to Chen S.
However, he thought back and realized he had absolutely no recollection of Fong Ying.
Unaware of Chen S' thoughts, Fong Ying mustered her courage and said,
"I watched your duel with Zhang Xiuhai yesterday. I thought you were really handsome." Even if Chen had been completely oblivious up to that point, he finally caught on, and an incredibly peculiar expression immediately crossed his face.
Fong Ying, however, didn't notice his expression. She looked down and shyly twisted her fingers. "I'd like to be friends with you. Would it be okay if we exchanged phone numbers?"
Looking at the girl's rosy, pretty face, Chen sighed silently to himself.
"For the sake of discipline points, sorry, girl. Sorry, I don't really use my phone. I have to get to class. We can chat another time when I'm free."
With that, Chen calmly walked past the girl and headed toward the classroom building without looking back, leaving the two girls standing there in a daze. Heart of Stone, accumulate 10 rejections of romantic advances from the opposite sex. Upon completion, you'll earn 1000 discipline points.
Current progress, 210. This achievement is really going to ruin my chances with the opposite sex. Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Deep down, though, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Earlier, he thought it would take a long time to grind through this achievement.
But now it seemed it might not take that long after all.
As it turned out, Chen had underestimated the impact of his victory over the combat department students. All the way to the classroom door, he encountered several more groups of girls trying to strike up a conversation.
"Sorry, I don't really use messaging apps.
I have martial arts practice tonight, and I'm not really into karaoke either.
I'm not planning on dating anyone right now. Actually, I prefer older women."
Chen racked his brain for every possible excuse to turn them down, and by the time he reached the classroom, he was already pretty worn out. He'd rather fight a zombie general than go through this again. Fortunately, after all that hassle, the completion progress for Heart of Stone had reached 610. Wu Hui had arrived at the classroom early. After a day had passed, he'd already adjusted his mindset. Seeing Chen sit down next to him, he teased with a smile.
"So, did you spot any girls you liked?"
On his way to the academic building that morning, Wu Hui had spotted Chen. He originally intended to say hello, but when he saw a girl approaching, he slowed his pace and fell back. As a result, he witnessed many girls striking up conversations with Chen, a sight that made him incredibly envious.
Chen waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to say more.
Wu Hui chuckled, "You're quite the sensation at Heian Academy right now. A lot of girls are dying to find a chance to get close to you. Students in the combat department have a bright future ahead of them upon graduation. They join the elite of society. At Heian Academy, combat department students are arguably the most popular group among the girls. Many girls take pride in having a boyfriend from the combat department." Although Chen was a general department student, he was actually a level 2 fighter more skilled than many combat department students. Moreover, rumors were circulating that Chen had already applied to transfer departments. In just a few more days, he would be a combat department student. The key was that Chen was also handsome. Good-looking, highly skilled, and exceptionally talented. He was undoubtedly the epitome of a prince charming in the eyes of the girls.
"It's hard not to be popular." "You're exaggerating," Chen said nonchalantly.
But right after that, Wu Hui pulled out a stack of envelopes and handed them to Chen. "Here, these are letters the girls asked me to give you. A few of them are even from girls in our class." Looking at the heart-shaped stickers on the envelopes, Chen was at a loss for words. It was obvious this was a stack of love letters. Chen wanted to ignore them, but thinking of the Heart of Stone achievement, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and open them. Most of the love letters expressed affection for Chen and a desire to be friends with him.
That was putting it mildly.
A few outright stated they wanted to date him. After reading these, Chen set them all aside. In the end, only 4 letters remained, all asking him to meet them somewhere after class. Chen had already figured out the rules of the Heart of Stone achievement. Only when a member of the opposite sex expressed their feelings in person or made a gesture indicating their interest and he then rejected them would his achievement progress increase. So he had no choice but to go on the dates suggested in these 4 love letters.
The dates went smoothly. After politely declining with the excuses he prepared in advance, the girls were disappointed, but they didn't press the issue. Chen breathed a sigh of relief and, as soon as he got home, opened his achievement list. As expected, the Heart of Stone achievement had been unlocked. He earned 1,000 discipline points. A look of delight spread across Chen's face. The exchange shop 1T refresh for another 5 hours or so. I'll work on the fitness achievements first. Chen immediately started doing sit-ups in the living room. Now, the only remaining fitness achievements were sit-ups and long-distance running. After spending 2 hours grinding through Sit-Up Master, Chen rushed out to go for a run without a moment's rest. By nightfall, with just over 10 Combat 3, defeat 100 fighters with a total of at least 120 points across all 4 attributes upon completion, earn 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. Chen wasn't too concerned about it.
Even without new achievements to earn discipline points, he could still increase his martial skill adept stage level through training. At most, his progress would be a little slower. In fact, even this slightly slower pace was already far faster than before. After a little over 10 minutes, Chen immediately refreshed the exchange shop.
Random skill card, upon use, randomly gains 100-500 martial skill adept stage points. Price, 100 discipline points.
Designated attribute card, increases spirit by 3 points upon use. Price, 100 discipline points. Spatial backpack, grants a 5x5x5 spatial backpack upon use. If you already have a spatial backpack, it increases its capacity by 5x5x5. Price, 500 discipline points.
Chapter 24, Spatial Backpack.
The random skill card and designated attribute card were both familiar items.
Chen wasn't surprised by them.
However, the third type of item caught him off guard. Once he read the description of the spatial backpack, Chen was overjoyed. Up until now, the items he'd exchanged for at the store had all appeared as physical objects that could only be stored in the real world. And since each of these items was extremely valuable, Chen had to store them with the utmost care. Even so, it was still very inconvenient. To put it simply, items like healing potions and stamina potions, if he didn't carry them with him, how would he have time to use them once he encountered a dangerous situation? As for the Tsang bone, it was a weapon, so he could carry it with him. At Heian Academy, it was common to see combat department students walking around with weapons.
Restrictions on bladed weapons weren't very strict in this era.
However, the Tsanggu's appearance was quite conspicuous, and if Chen carried it around, he would likely attract a lot of attention.
But with a spatial backpack, that would be a different story.
Overjoyed, Chen immediately exchanged his discipline points for a spatial backpack without hesitation.
500 discipline points, well worth it. After the exchange was complete, a backpack option instantly appeared on his personal panel.
Chen immediately stuffed his stamina potions, recovery potions, Sangu, lucky dice, the Dark Raven mask, and other items all into it at once. The spatial backpack has a capacity of 5x5x5. That's 125 cubic meters of space. It's much bigger than his bedroom. Plus, the spatial backpack has unique storage rules. As long as the total volume of the items stored doesn't exceed 125 cubic meters, it can hold them all. That's enough space to fit more than 10 sedans.
More than enough to hold some items. Moreover, retrieving items from the spatial backpack is just as convenient.
With a mere thought, he can pull them out instantly. Chen experimented with it for a while and was very satisfied. Coming back to his senses, he exchanged some cultivation crystals and designated attribute cards. After using the designated attribute cards, Chen's spirit attribute jumped to 23 points in one go. His thinking speed and perception had noticeably improved once again. Immediately afterward, Chen used the random skill card. Acquired 229 martial skill adept stage points.
His luck was neither good nor bad.
Since the 200 plus martial skill adept stage points were far from enough to upgrade the Shadow Blade skill, Chen decided to invest them all into the Shadow Step skill instead.
Shadow Step Skill Expert Stage 597 600. Still 3 adept stage points short. Chen decided to practice the shadow step skill right there in the living room. After more than an hour, he finally earned the last 3 adept stage points for the shadow step skill. Name: Chen. Level: 2. Attributes: Strength 31, Constitution 28, Agility 31, Spirit 23. Discipline points: 1000. Martial skills: Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 9 500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 0 1000. Shadow Blade Skill Novice Stage 3 500. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 5. A total of 7 attribute points added. Chen nodded in satisfaction.
Now his total attribute score had soared to 113 points.
He was only 7 points away from Energy Tier 3.
As long as either the Shadow Step skill or the Shadow Blade skill breaks through to the next realm, he should be able to advance to a level 3 fighter. In fact, with his current 4 attributes and martial arts proficiency, Chen felt confident he could hold his own against a level 3 fighter. Thinking about how he had grown from a level 1 fighter to this point in just 1 week, Chen was filled with deep emotion.
Early the next morning. As soon as Chen arrived at school, he received a notice asking him to stop by the academic affairs office. Could it be that my major change has already been processed? Chen immediately headed to the academic affairs office. In the 4th floor office, Dong Haiyang was buried in paperwork. Hearing a voice, he looked up and, upon seeing Chen, broke into a warm smile.
Your major change has been processed.
Congratulations! Starting today, you're a student in the combat department. Dong Haiyang handed Chen a folder with a smile.
Inside were the transfer documents, his student ID, and other items. Dong Haiyang generally preferred talented students, a universal principle at any school. The combat department at Heian Academy was no exception. The fact that Chen, while in the general department, had managed to advance to a level 2 fighter was a level of talent that even Dong Haiyang found astonishing. Furthermore, from his previous interaction with Chen, Dong Haiyang could tell that Chen was of good character. An investigation into the conflict with Zhang Xiuhai later confirmed that it had been instigated by Zhang Xiuhai and his group. Chen was not at fault. Although breaking both of Zhang Xiuhai's arms was a bit ruthless, fighters are young and impetuous, it's understandable. The world of fighters isn't a game of make-believe. Being ruthless, decisive, and retaliating in kind is, in the eyes of many, actually an admirable quality. He is exceptionally talented, of good character, and unlike many combat department students, he isn't arrogant or showy. Dong Haiyang held such young people in high regard. He had high hopes for this young man's potential. The combat department doesn't have many courses, and it fully respects students' preferences. You're free to choose whether to take classes and which ones to take. The specific course schedule will be posted on the bulletin board outside at the beginning of each month. All facilities in the training area are open to combat department students. You can use them with your student ID. If you have time, go check it out. Many of the facilities are extremely beneficial for physical training and martial arts practice.
Out of his admiration for Chen, Dong Haiyang explained everything in great detail.
Chen listened intently, nodding in agreement from time to time. By the time Dong Haiyang finished speaking, Chen had gained a general understanding of the combat department.
Just as he had suspected, the combat department offered far more freedom than the general department. If he wanted, he could even skip classes entirely.
The martial arts courses in the combat department were quite useful for ordinary students.
But for Chen, who possessed the discipline system, they had little effect.
Rather than spending time in class, he'd be better off practicing his martial arts techniques a few more times to increase his adept stage level. As for theoretical knowledge, he could easily look it up in the combat department library. However, the combat department's freedom was predicated on an annual assessment. Every year, Heian Academy administered an assessment to all combat department students.
Students who failed to meet the passing standard for 2 consecutive years would be asked to withdraw. That was the price of freedom.
The school could grant you complete freedom to train, provided you submitted a passing exam.
After waiting patiently for a moment, assuming Chen had mostly processed this information, Dong Haiyang continued. The timing of your transfer to the combat department is a bit awkward. The annual assessment is exactly 2 days from now. Fortunately, with your abilities, meeting the passing standard shouldn't be a problem. But if possible, I still hope you'll give it your all and achieve a good result. After a few more words of encouragement, Chen took his leave and left the office. Watching Chen walk away, Dong Haiyang nodded to himself. The White Whale City College Fighter Exchange Tournament was just around the corner. With a prodigy like Chen on the team, Heian Academy's chances of achieving good results would increase significantly. At this thought, Dong Haiyang couldn't help but sigh. After all, Heian Academy was merely a comprehensive university. The overall strength of its fighter students paled in comparison to that of specialized supernatural universities. In past years' intercollegiate tournaments, supernatural universities had consistently dominated the scene and shone brilliantly. Comprehensive universities were often left to play second fiddle. He wondered if this year might finally change that situation. Chapter 25, Dungeon. Shun. Just as he stepped out of the Academic Affairs building, Chen suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Chen turned around and saw that it was indeed someone he knew. It was Yu Xingfeng, whom he met a few days earlier at the Iron Fist Club. Yu Xingfeng's face lit up with excitement as he jogged over to Chen. I heard you transferred to the combat department? Chen nodded. I just finished the paperwork. Then we're classmates now. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. Yu Xingfeng seemed very enthusiastic. After sparring with Chen at the Iron Fist Club that day, he knew right away that Chen was no ordinary fighter. He was bound to achieve great things in the future. That's why he'd taken the initiative to get close to Chen and build a good relationship. And as it turned out, his judgment was spot on. Just a few days later, Chen had actually defeated Zhang Xiuhai. The latter was, after all, one of the top 30 elites in the combat department. Upon hearing this news, Yu Xingfeng was utterly stunned, yet his determination to befriend Chen only grew stronger. Today, upon hearing that Chen had arrived at the Academic Affairs office, he rushed over immediately, hoping to strike while the iron was hot and strengthen his bond with Chen. Chen also happened to have some questions he wanted to ask Yu Xingfeng, so he readily agreed. Yu Xingfeng's family seemed to be quite well off. The place he chose to treat Chen to tea was an elegant tea house. Upon entering the tea room, a young woman in a cheongsam brewed a pot of fragrant tea and then stepped out. Outside the window, numerous bamboo trees were planted. The faint strains of a guzheng drifted through the air. The guzheng's melody was like the wind, gently rustling through the bamboo grove, bringing a sense of peace to the heart. The two sipped tea and chatted casually. Yu Xingfeng had an outgoing and cheerful personality. Although Chen wasn't fond of socializing, he wasn't a stiff or unapproachable person either. Before long, the atmosphere became relaxed. Chen quickly steered the conversation toward the combat department's annual evaluation and asked about the details. Yu Xingfeng had been in the combat department for over 2 years and knew the evaluation process well, so he began explaining off the cuff. Heian Academy is a comprehensive university, so the combat department's annual evaluation isn't too strict. Unless someone is truly lazy, very few people fail. They say, on average, only one student is expelled every 2 or 3 years. Chen asked, what form does the assessment take? At this, Yu Xingfeng adopted a mysterious expression and said, have you heard of a dungeon? Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Yu Xingfeng quickly explained. Essentially, a dungeon is another form of a dimensional rift. A dimensional rift is a temporary spatial passage created when the plane of the dimensional invaders briefly connects to our world, allowing their armies to pass through and launch an invasion. Therefore, it doesn't last long, anywhere from a few hours to 10 days or half a month. Even if the Federation military did nothing, it would disappear on its own before long. However, a dungeon is different. It is a permanent spatial passage. Unless measures are taken to close it, it will never disappear. Some dungeons are man-made, while others are natural. The former are usually deliberately created by dimensional invaders. Once successful, they can establish an outpost in this world. They can continuously deploy troops from their home plane to engage in fierce battles with the Federation forces. If all goes well, they may even seize the next territory. Several areas within the Federation are currently occupied by dimensional invaders like a persistent skin condition. This is a major headache for the Military Affairs Bureau. The latter type natural dungeons is relatively unique. These dungeons usually arise from accidental spatial fluctuations. They often connect to peculiar planes of existence. Some are teeming with ferocious beasts and are extremely dangerous. Others contain no intelligent life but possess strange effects. Once the Federation has thoroughly investigated the latter type of dungeon, it takes control of it and utilizes it for various purposes based on its characteristics. Throughout the development of the Federation's fighters, these dungeons have played a significant role. After listening to Yu Xingfeng's explanation, Chen whistled in amazement. So you're saying the school's assessment is related to dungeons? That's right. Yu Xingfeng chuckled. In fact, Heian Academy controls a small dungeon. We call it the Dragon Bone Tower. The Dragon Bone Tower has a total of 9 floors, and each floor is inhabited by a large number of ferocious beasts. These beasts aren't actual living creatures. Even if you kill them, they respawn the next time you enter. Because of this characteristic, Heian Academy has always used the Dragon Bone Tower as an assessment site. The higher a student climbs within the Dragon Bone Tower, the better their score. Chen was secretly surprised. He had previously assumed that the Combat Department's annual assessment involved students sparring with one another or being tested by Dong Haiyang himself. He never expected it to take this form. Yu Xingfeng lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued. According to past tradition, the top 3 students in the annual assessment receive rewards from the school. I've heard this year's rewards are quite generous. First place gets a bottle of essence pills, 12 pills plus a cash prize of 50,000. Second place gets 8 essence pills, plus a cash prize of 30,000. Even third place gets 5 essence pills and a cash prize of 10,000. Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He had heard of essence pills before. It was said that taking them could enhance physical prowess, and they were effective even for level 3 and 4 fighters. More importantly, these elixirs had no side effects. They wouldn't affect one's foundational cultivation. Unlike certain potent stimulants, which, while effective, would damage one's foundational cultivation. Once a bottleneck was encountered in the future, there would be almost no chance of breaking through. Such drugs traded future potential for present strength. It was no different from drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Zhao Yu, whom he met at the Iron Fist Club, had forcibly boosted his strength using precisely this kind of drug. Compared to such drugs, the essence pill is undoubtedly far superior. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be that it's easy to develop a tolerance to it. A person can take a maximum of 12 essence pills. Taking any more after that will have no effect. Despite this, the essence pill remains highly sought after. Many fighters hope to get their hands on a bottle of essence pills. However, essence pills come at a steep price. A single essence pill sells for as much as 5,000 star yuan on the market. That's equivalent to a month's salary for an average white-collar worker. Ordinary families simply cannot afford them. A bottle of essence pills is worth 60,000 star yuan. Add the bonus, and the first place prize is worth a whopping 110,000 star yuan. Heian Academy is really pulling out all the stops. Shen's eyes flickered slightly. The essence pill goes without saying. The 50,000 star coins bonus was also a significant temptation for him. If he could get his hands on those 50,000 star coins, he wouldn't have to worry about the meat needed to cultivate the Leviathan breathing skill for the next few months. He could even buy exotic beast meat to speed up his cultivation progress. Just as Chen was thinking this, text suddenly popped up before him. Self-discipline is for the pursuit of progress. As a fighter, you must strive to be the best. Top rank, take first place in Heian Academy's annual assessment. Upon completion, you will receive 1,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1. Chen paused for a moment, then burst into joy. Another new achievement. and the reward was a whopping 1,000 discipline points. Needless to say, Chen made up his mind on the spot. This time, he was determined to take first place in the assessment. Chapter 26, My Goal is First Place. With rewards like essence pills, bonus money, and discipline points on the line, Chen naturally took the upcoming assessment very seriously. Who made it into the top 3 last year? Yu Xingfeng answered without hesitation. First place went to a Heian student. Back then, he was admitted to Heian Academy with the top score. He also took first place in the 2 annual assessments that followed. Rumor has it that Heian student's total 4-dimensional attribute score has already exceeded 100 points, and she has mastered 2 master stage martial arts techniques. Many people believe Heian students will definitely become a level 3 fighter before she graduates. Chen nodded non-committally and asked, "What about second place?" Second place went to Heian students. Her strength is only slightly inferior to Heian students. At this point, Yu Xingfeng winked at Chen, giving him a knowing look. Heian students is a renowned beauty at Heian Academy. Many people in the combat department are her admirers. However, Chen showed no interest in this and gestured for Yu Xingfeng to continue. Third place went to Liao Quan. His skill level isn't far behind Heian students. He only came in third last year because his luck was a bit off. Barring any surprises, these 3 should take the top 3 spots again this year. Yu Xingfeng picked up the teacup and poured Chen a cup of tea. "Chen, you're pretty strong too. If you give it your all, you've got a good chance of making it into the top 10. Although the rewards for the top 10 aren't as good as those for the top 3, there's still nothing to sneeze at." Back at the Iron Fist Club, Yu Xingfeng had already learned that Chen held a gold membership. He therefore surmised that Chen's family background must be fairly ordinary, which was why he made that remark. Chen smiled faintly, didn't he respond, and simply took a sip of tea. The top 10? His goal was first place. Nighttime. Chen returned home drenched in sweat. Ever since his last encounter with the fighter criminals and the defense corps, he hadn't gone back to the park. Instead, he'd chosen a different, secluded spot. Perhaps he'd used up all his bad luck during that incident. On his subsequent night runs, he hadn't encountered any unexpected incidents. Chen had actually been hoping to run into a few thugs blocking the road to rob him. It would have been the perfect chance to punish the criminals and earn some extra cash on the side. Unfortunately, it never happened. After wiping the sweat from his face, Chen sat on the couch to check his achievements. The progress for long-distance running master was already more than halfway complete. With just over 400 kilometers left, barring any surprises, he should be able to finish it tomorrow. With Chen's current constitution at 28 and agility at 31, running over 400 kilometers in a day would be a breeze. As for the remaining 2 achievements, Combat 3 and Chief, neither could be completed right now, so he set them aside for the time being. He glanced at the time. There was still over half an hour until the exchange shop refreshed. Chen decided to take out his dungeon key and use up the last bit of its durability. With the cyan bone in hand, Chen was brimming with confidence. After opening the dungeon, he stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Compared to his last visit to the buried corpses wilderness, Chen's total stat total had increased by more than 10 points, his shadow step skill had advanced by a tier, and he had even mastered the shadow blade skill. His strength had truly skyrocketed. Along the way, neither the zombie soldiers nor the high-tier zombie soldiers stood a chance against him. Often, the blade would flash by, and before the monsters even had time to react, their heads were already severed from their bodies. Chen moved like the wind, barely pausing at all. It truly lives up to its reputation as a 3-star martial skill. The Shadow Blade skill is indeed incredibly powerful. After experiencing it in actual combat, Chen came to appreciate the Shadow Blade skill's power even more. With a weapon-based martial skill like this, combined with the Tsungu which cuts through iron like mud, slaying monsters of the same level was as easy as killing chickens or dogs. The boost to his combat power was simply immense. If there was one regret, it was that the monsters in the dungeon weren't living beings. Even after killing them, there was no soul energy for the Tsungu to absorb. He sprinted all the way to the zombie general's front and, without a word, unleashed a transcendent stage Thunder Fist skill,
instantly obliterating the zombie general.
He successfully cleared the dungeon. Cleared E-rank dungeon field of buried corpses. Clear time, 18 minutes 57 seconds. Final rating, S.
Obtained a platinum treasure chest.
Chen let out a long sigh, his face beaming with joy. He finally earned an S-rank evaluation.
And the treasure chest had been upgraded to a platinum treasure chest.
Judging by the situation, an S-rank evaluation and a platinum treasure chest were likely the absolute limit.
In fact, even if he were to advance 3 levels right now, his dungeon completion time wouldn't be shortened by much. Before opening the chest, Chen took out his lucky die as usual and tossed it onto the coffee table.
2. Chen was a little disappointed. After a moment's hesitation, he rolled it again. The number that came up this time made Chen ecstatic. It was a 5.
Without hesitation, he opened the chest immediately.
Obtained protective jade pendant. A protective jade pendant? Chen quickly clicked on the description.
Protective jade pendant, worn, it can activate an invisible shield at any time, providing all-around protection against external damage.
Durability, 1000. Great item. Chen's eyes lit up.
He could never have too many of these life-saving items. The more, the better. Although he didn't know how strong the protective jade pendant's defense was or how long its durability would last.
Anything that came from a platinum treasure chest was bound to be top-notch.
Just look at the Sanggu Bone and Shadow Blade skill. After equipping the jade pendant, Chen finally turned his attention to the exchange shop.
Before long, the countdown reached 0.
Chen immediately refreshed the shop. Lucky die, when used, increases luck for 24 hours. The increase depends on the roll. The higher the number, the greater the increase.
Durability, 5. Price, 1000 discipline points. Spatial backpack, when used, grants a 5x5x5 spatial backpack.
If you already have a spatial backpack, it increases its capacity by 5x5x5.
Price, 500 discipline points. 9 pattern sword, fine grade weapon. Price, 500 discipline points.
Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. None of the items that dropped this time were ones he urgently needed. The luck die in his hand still had 2 points of durability left, so he didn't need a new one for now. His spatial backpack's capacity was sufficient, so he didn't need to expand it yet. The last item, the 9 pattern sword, was a new one, though.
Unfortunately, Chen used a sword. But what does fine grade mean? Are weapons also classified into specific grades? Chen suddenly thought of Sanggu. I wonder what grade Sanggu's weapon is.
After pondering for a moment without a conclusion, Chen put this question aside for the time being.
It seems the lucky die's effect doesn't work on the exchange shop. Otherwise, there's no way all 3 items I rolled would be things I don't need right now.
Closing the interface, Chen began practicing the Shadow Blade skill in the living room. Although there were various items available to boost his martial skill's adept stage, he couldn't neglect his daily training.
Every little bit of adept stage progress counts.
Chen wouldn't neglect his daily training just because of the discipline system. After transferring to the combat department, Chen was no longer bound by the school's curriculum. The next day, he skipped school altogether and found a place to go for a run. By evening, he had successfully completed the long-distance running master achievement.
He earned 500 discipline points. Chen's total discipline points had now risen to 1,500. That night, the exchange shop refreshed.
Lucky die, when used, increases luck for 24 hours. The amount of increase depends on the roll. The higher the number, the greater the increase.
Durability, 5. Price, 1000 discipline points.
Lucky die, when used, increases luck for 24 hours. The amount of increase depends on the roll. The higher the number, the greater the increase.
Durability, 5. Price, 1000 discipline points.
Chi Gathering Gloves enhances palm protection and increases the power of unarmed martial arts skills by 20%. Only effective for skills rated 4 stars or below.
Price, 2000 discipline points. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was bad enough that he de-rolled a lucky die yesterday. Now he de-rolled 2 at once today. In a way, that really was lucky. These chi-gathering gloves, on the other hand, were a great find. Palm techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, these are all unarmed martial arts. The thunder fist skill is naturally included among them. Although these chi-gathering gloves only work on martial arts skills rated 4 stars or lower, they're still quite rare. Don't underestimate a 20% power boost. When fighting a fighter of the same level, sometimes even a few percentage points can decide the outcome. Let alone a full 20%. To put it simply, if the power of the transcendent stage of the Thunder Fist skill could be boosted by another 20%, just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Chen was instantly tempted. But when he saw the price tag of 2,000 discipline points, he couldn't help but shake his head. He currently had only 1,500 discipline points. He simply couldn't afford to redeem the chi-gathering gloves. Fortunately, the annual assessment is tomorrow. As long as I take first place and achieve the top scholar title, I'll have enough discipline points to exchange for the chi-gathering gloves. Chapter 27, The Annual Assessment. Early the next morning, Chen arrived at school a little after 9 o'clock. He had already learned the location of the annual assessment from Yu Xingfeng, so as soon as he arrived at school, he headed straight there. The annual assessment was being held on the mountain behind the school. It was a barren, low hill. Desolate and bleak, it offered no scenery to speak of. Yet at Heian Academy, this place was widely known as a restricted area. The school had erected a barbed wire fence around the back mountain and stationed security guards to patrol and guard it day and night. Students who entered the back mountain without school permission would, if discovered, face a disciplinary warning at best and probation at worst. Yet today, a large crowd of students had gathered outside the fence at the foot of the mountain. By the time Chen arrived, there were already more than 200 people there. They were clustered in small groups, whispering to one another. Chen had intended to keep a low profile and find a corner to wait. But little did he expect that shortly after arriving at the foot of the mountain, a boy would spot him. The boy who appeared to be one of the spectators from that day's duel blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Chen. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of eyes swiveled toward Chen. News of Chen's duel with Zhang Xiuhai had spread like wildfire over the past few days, and by now, everyone knew about it. Every student in the combat department was aware that the general department had produced a formidable figure. However, many had only heard about him and had never actually seen Chen before, so upon hearing his name, they immediately craned their necks to get a better look. Chen? Where is he? Look, that's him right there. Wow, I thought anyone brave enough to go head to head with Zhang Xiuhai would be some burly, rough and tumble guy. I didn't expect him to be such a hottie. Whoa, he is totally my type. I wonder if he'd be okay with an older woman younger man relationship. Can you stop swooning in broad daylight? In the blink of an eye, Chen became the center of attention. Chen. Yu Xingfeng jogged over, smiling as he asked. How is the preparation coming along? Not bad. Chen nodded slightly. Good to hear. Yu Xingfeng glanced around and suddenly whispered. Zhang Xiuhai and Dang Bin didn't show up. Chen's eyes flashed, but he didn't seem particularly surprised. He had broken both of Zhang Xiuhai's and Dang Bin's arms. Even though this world's medical standards far surpassed those of his previous life, they wouldn't recover in less than 10 days or half a month. The two were bound to miss this annual assessment. Just as Chen was pondering this, Yu Xingfeng suddenly tapped his arm, gesturing for him to look to the right front. Look, that's Heian students. Chen followed his gaze and saw a tall, slender young man standing about 20 meters away. The young man's features were quite ordinary, the kind that would blend right into a crowd. Yet his gaze was piercing, leaving a lasting impression. As if sensing Chen's gaze, Heian students suddenly turned to look his way. Upon meeting Chen's gaze, he paused briefly, then gave Chen a slight nod. He is a completely different type from that arrogant Zhang Xiuhai. Chen thought to himself, nodding back at Heian students. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd.
Many of the boys craned their necks to look ahead.
Chen's expression shifted slightly as he turned to look. Not far ahead, 4 or 5 girls were walking together. They were all in the prime of their youth and quite attractive. However, the eyes of the vast majority of the boys were fixed on the girl at the very front. The girl wore her hair in a long ponytail. She had a healthy complexion and sparkling eyes. She wore a white t-shirt that hugged her full chest. On her lower body, she wore shorts that allowed for easy movement, revealing a pair of toned, slender legs. A delicate, sparkling chain adorned her slender ankles, further accentuating her dainty, well-proportioned feet with their smooth curves. As for her appearance, needless to say, she was a true beauty. Chen immediately understood.
This girl was Heian Students, the dream girl of many boys in the combat department.
Heian Students' arrival caused a stir among the boys.
Immediately, several boys rushed over to greet her. Among them was a boy with fair features and slightly curly hair. Yu Xingfeng pointed at the curly-haired boy and whispered,
"That's Liao Quan. He is also pursuing Heian Students."
Heian Students had a cheerful and open personality. She got along well with everyone, whether male or female. Faced with a crowd of guys including Liao Quan who were trying to win her over, she neither acted aloof nor gave them an impatient look. Instead, she treated them normally while maintaining an appropriate distance. Chen watched for a moment, then looked away and paid them no further attention. Heian Students, however, upon hearing her friends mention Chen, glanced curiously in his direction a few times.
After Heian Students, almost no other students came over.
Another 10 or so minutes passed, and 7 or 8 members of the Dong Haiyang group arrived together. Leading the group were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s. One of them was Dong Haiyang himself.
With the arrival of Dong Haiyang and his group, the surrounding noise instantly faded away.
Coming to a stop at the front of the crowd, Dong Haiyang scanned the area. Seeing that everyone was standing quietly in place, a look of satisfaction immediately spread across his face. He then began introducing the other Dong Haiyang members in his group. It was then that Chen learned the middle-aged man accompanying Dong Haiyang was named Tan Ziyuan.
Like Dong Haiyang, he was also a director-level Dong Haiyang. After the introductions, Dong Haiyang got straight to the point. "Enough small talk. Now, follow me up the mountain to the assessment site." With that, Dong Haiyang and Tan Ziyuan turned and started walking up the mountain. The rest of the Dong Haiyangs followed a step behind. The students hurried to keep up as well. Since they were all fighters, their physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people. They moved swiftly, and since the mountain wasn't very high, they reached the summit in no time. The barren mountaintop was completely devoid of even a single tree. Only a stone stele, about a meter high, stood in the center. Tan Ziyuan strode up to the stele and placed his hand on it. Without any visible action on his part, the void behind the stele suddenly warped, rippling with waves. The next second, as if a veil had been lifted, an immense skeleton suddenly materialized out of thin air. The skeleton was shaped entirely like a dragon, standing 500 or 600 meters tall, its majesty tinged with a sense of desolation. The pale dragon bones wound and coiled upward, vaguely forming a gigantic tower. At its very pinnacle sat a massive skeletal dragon head with menacing horns. It was rugged and powerful, exuding an indescribable sense of grandeur. The hollow dragon eyes gazed down at the crowd below. A divine aura shone within those eyes, as if observing everyone across the boundaries of time and space. Chen stared blankly at the bone tower before him, his mind reeling with awe. Although he had long suspected something from the name Dragon Bone Tower, the moment he saw this majestic structure with his own eyes, he was still deeply moved. Glancing around, he saw that everyone else was also standing there, transfixed. No matter how many times you see it, it's still breathtaking. Xingfeng murmured to himself. Tan Ziyuan was long accustomed to this kind of reaction. He waited patiently for a moment until the students gradually snapped out of their daze, then spoke slowly. The assessment begins now. Those whose names are called will enter the Dragon Bone Pagoda in groups of 10. Reaching the 3rd level is considered a passing grade. Final scores will be determined by the number of levels climbed and the time spent there. Chapter 28, Climbing the Dragon Bone Tower.
After the routine announcement of the rules, Tan Ziyuan waved his hand decisively.
Begin!
A student named Dong Haiyang immediately stepped forward, holding the roster, and began calling out names.
Gue Gang. Guolan. Chang Bingyi.
One by one, the students whose names were called stepped forward. Only after a group of 10 had gathered did Dong Haiyang stop calling names and point toward the entrance of the Dragon Bone Tower.
Go on in.
The 10 students exchanged glances and stepped into the tower, their expressions a mix of excitement and trepidation.
The Dragon Bone Tower was clearly divided into distinct levels.
A large, round golden orb was embedded in the center of each level. As the students entered the tower, the orb on the first level suddenly glowed with golden light.
At the same time,
the surface of the stone steel suddenly transformed, revealing a dense array of text. Upon closer inspection, it displayed the names of the 10 students who had entered the tower, along with their respective levels and the duration of their stay. Less than 2 minutes after the golden orb on the first level lit up, the one on the second level followed suit.
At the same time,
Chang Bingyi's name on the stone steel flashed briefly and jumped to the
top of the list.
Chang Bingyi, currently on the second level, time taken, 1 minute and 56 seconds.
Chen surveyed his surroundings without giving anything away. Everyone looked perfectly normal. Clearly, this was a very ordinary result. A little over half a minute later, the remaining students began arriving on the second floor one after another. Before long, the golden orb on the third floor suddenly lit up. Chang Bingyi was still in the lead, having taken 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Close behind him, the other students also arrived on the third floor one after another. However, this time, even after 5 or 6 full minutes had passed, the golden orb on the fourth floor still hadn't lit up. During this time, people began emerging from the Dragon Bone Tower one after another. Some looked dejected.
Others looked relieved and delighted.
About 2 minutes later, Chang Bingyi also emerged, looking dejected.
He was clearly very disappointed at not having made it to the fourth level.
Tan Ziyuan's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly. Next group. Another 10 students walked into the tower. Chen had figured it out by now.
The Dragon Bone Tower could only accommodate a maximum of 10 people at a time per round.
On average, each round took just over 10 minutes to complete.
Even the student with the worst performance so far had managed to climb to the third level.
It just took a bit longer. Yu Xingfeng was right, the annual assessment isn't that difficult. The key is still what results you can achieve. Chen mused to himself.
By the third round, someone finally reached the fourth level. In the fifth round, another student reached the fifth level. Chen observed for a while and soon realized that, without exception, all the students who had reached the fourth level were level 2 fighters. It seems the third level is a threshold. It distinguishes between level 1 and level 2 fighters. So which level is the threshold that separates level 2 fighters from level 3 fighters? Chen looked up at the upper section of the Dragon Bone Tower.
The 6th level? Or even higher?
Just then, a sudden commotion broke out around him. It was Dong Haiyang calling out Liao Quan's name. As the third-place finisher in last year's annual assessment, Liao Quan was quite a well-known figure in the combat department.
It's finally Liao Quan's turn. I wonder which level he'll reach this year. Probably the same as last year. The 5th level is just too hard to break through. That's not necessarily true.
A year has passed. Liao Quan's strength has surely improved a lot. Listening to the murmurs around him, a hint of smugness flashed across Liao Quan's eyes. He glanced at Heian's students and saw that the girl was chatting with her friend right next to her, completely oblivious to what was happening over here, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. However, he quickly rallied his spirit and entered the Dragon Bone Tower with his head held high. In just 1 minute, the golden orb on the second level lit up. 2 minutes later, the golden orb on the third level emitted a dazzling golden glow. In less than 10 minutes, Liao Quan had climbed all the way to the 5th level. It wasn't until he reached the 5th level that Liao Quan's pace finally slowed down. However, about 10 minutes later, the golden orb on the 6th level suddenly lit up. The crowd immediately erupted in a stir.
The 6th level. See?
I told you Liao Quan's performance this year would definitely surpass last year's. Wow, Heian students only made it to the 5th level last year. Liao Quan has already matched that record.
I wonder if he can make it one more level higher.
Many people stared wide-eyed at the Dragon Bone Tower.
However, the golden light on the 7th level was slow to appear.
Instead, 4 or 5 minutes later, the golden light on the 6th level suddenly faded, and Liao Quan emerged from the Dragon Bone Tower. Although he and T managed to reach the 7th level, enduring over 4 minutes on the 6th level was a result that far surpassed last year's. Liao Quan was still overjoyed and walked back into the crowd, brimming with pride.
Not far away, Tan Ziyuan watched the scene unfold, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on his usually impassive face. Not bad.
Dong Haiyang also nodded in satisfaction. The 6th level of the Dragon Bone Tower was a critical milestone. Over the years, any student who managed to climb to the 6th level and hold out for more than 3 minutes could generally achieve level 3 fighter status before graduation. He was very pleased with Liao Quan's performance.
This also sparked everyone's competitive spirit.
The students were all raring to go, determined to achieve a good result. Unfortunately, in the following rounds, the best performer only managed to climb to the 5th level. And they stayed there for less than 3 minutes.
Far inferior to Liao Quan.
It wasn't until the 14th round that Dong Haiyang finally called out the name of the Heian students. Everyone's spirits soared, and they all turned to look at the Heian students in unison.
But in the very next second, the Heian student's name was called as well.
Everyone froze for a moment, then immediately broke into excited, expectant expressions.
Last year's South first and second place finishers had actually been assigned to the same group. This was a rare sight indeed.
This round was going to be a real treat.
Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang were also slightly taken aback. The assessment groups were assigned randomly.
They hadn't known that Heian students had been placed in the same group. But that was for the best. It would allow them to compare the two students' performances. With Liao Quan's outstanding performance setting the bar, Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang were already looking forward to seeing how the two.
A little over 10 minutes later,
the entrance gate to the Dragon Bone Tower opened, and Heian student stepped out, her expression betraying a sense of regret. In the end, she had still failed to break through to the 6th level.
Just then, the 7th level of the Dragon Bone Tower suddenly burst into brilliant golden light.
The area suddenly fell silent, followed by a burst of commotion.
The Heian students had reached the 7th level. Chapter 29. What the hell kind of speed is this? The 7th level. Impressive, no wonder they're the top students in the combat department.
That's way better than last year.
Looks like the Heian students are going to take first place again this year. Exclamations of amaze rang out one after another. The Heian students' performance had truly exceeded many people's expectations.
Even Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang couldn't help but look astonished.
The 7th level isn't that close to tying the all-time record? Pretty much. I remember the highest record was holding out on the 7th level for 8 minutes and 36 seconds. A smile spread across Tan Ziyuan's face.
2 of them had reached the 6th level, and 1 had reached the 7th.
Compared to past assessments, this year's results were quite impressive.
This year's combat department students hadn't disappointed him. Meanwhile, the Heian students stared at the golden light on the 7th level, paused in astonishment, then wore expressions of mixed emotions as they let out a soft sigh and returned to the crowd.
Liao Quan's face turned ashen.
The 7th level, that was a level of the tower he could never even reach. Before he knew it, the Heian students had actually reached a level he could only look up to.
That's incredible.
Yu Xingfeng's eyes widened, his face full of admiration.
He had already entered the Dragon Bone Tower before.
In the end, he had only managed to climb to the 4th level.
He hadn't even made it to the 5th level.
So he understood all too well just how difficult the Dragon Bone Tower was. Naturally, he was deeply impressed by the Heian students who had climbed to the 7th level. Chen gazed at the Dragon Bone Tower, his eyes flickering. Time slowly passed. When the clock reached 6 minutes and 47 seconds, the golden light on the 7th level finally dimmed. The figures of the Heian students appeared before the gates of the Dragon Bone Tower. He glanced back at the Dragon Bone Pagoda and let out a quiet sigh. So close. If only he'd held on for 2 more minutes. No, 1 minute and 50 seconds he could have broken the assessment record. Unfortunately, he fell just short in the end. The Heian student shook his head silently and walked toward the crowd. The onlookers, unaware of his inner regret, looked on with admiration and awe. 6 minutes and 47 seconds on the 7th level. This achievement was enough to leave many combat department students in the dust. As for the Heian students, they were now filled with nothing but admiration. Tan Ziyuan raised his hand to quiet the crowd, then turned to Dong Haiyang, who was holding the roster. Continue. The assessment resumed. However, after the Heian students' outstanding performance, the rest of the assessments suddenly felt lackluster. If it weren't for the strict rule forbidding anyone from leaving before the assessment ended, some would likely have already slipped away. Soon, the vast majority of the more than 200 students had completed their assessments. Only the final group of 6 students remained. Chen. Dong Haiyang finally called out Chen's name. The crowd, which had been quiet until then, finally stirred again. Many people turned to look at Chen, their expressions varied. They were all eager to see just how this new freshman in the combat department, whose reputation had been soaring recently, would perform in the assessment. Tan Ziyuan also noticed Chen, and a flicker of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Is that the student who defeated Zhang Shouhai? That's right. Dong Haiyang smiled and nodded. This young man has both talent and strength, and he is of good character as well. Tan Ziyuan neither confirmed nor denied it, but he did show a slight spark of interest. After all, it was rare to find a general department student with level 2 strength. He wanted to see just how far this student could climb. He hoped the boy wouldn't disappoint him. Chen, give it your all. Yu Xingfeng patted Chen on the shoulder to cheer him on. Chen gave a faint smile and walked calmly toward the Dragon Bone Tower. Amid the many curious and scrutinizing gazes, he stepped through the gate without hesitation. Suddenly, everything went dark. When his vision cleared again, Chen found himself in a dimly lit hall. The hall was extremely spacious. At a glance, it was at least as large as 2 standard basketball courts. Beasts the size of wolfhounds resembling velociraptors scaled down several times over were prowling in the depths of the hall. There were no fewer than 20 of them. Upon spotting Chen, these dragon beasts immediately roared and charged toward him. Chen remained unflinching with a mere thought. The azure bone materialized in the palm of his hand. In the next instant, his figure suddenly blurred. When he reappeared, Chen was already in the midst of the pack. A piercing blade light erupted in an instant, sweeping through the void. 7 or 8 dragon beasts at the very center of the pack didn't even have time to react before their heads were severed from their bodies in an instant. Warm blood spurted out, only to be shattered into a mist of blood by the sudden burst of blade light before it even hit the ground. The full-power Shadow Step skill, combined with the Shadow Blade skill unleashed at full force, transformed Chen into a veritable meat grinder. In just 4 or 5 seconds, more than 20 dragon beasts were wiped out completely. The moment the last dragon beast fell, Chen's vision flickered, and he had already arrived in a new hall. The 2nd floor. Chen looked closely. It was the exact same hall as before. There were still more than 20 dragon beasts. But the dragon beasts were noticeably larger and even more ferocious. A faint glow flashed in Chen's eyes as he swung his blade. Amid the sharp, piercing screech of the blade, a new wave of slaughter erupted instantly. Outside the Dragon Bone Tower, the crowd stared intently at the 1st level. I wonder how high Chen can climb? Chen is a level 2 fighter, he should at least make it to the 4th level. With a bit of luck, the 5th level might even be possible. What a shame. If Chen had joined the combat department right after enrollment, his strength would probably be on par with Liao Quan by now. That last remark drew nods of agreement from many. The combat department had Dong Haiyang specifically assigned to teach martial arts and guide cultivation.
There were also many fighters of the same age who could spar with one another and exchange insights on their cultivation. Whether in terms of training resources or the atmosphere for cultivation, the general departments simply couldn't compare. Chen was still able to become a level 2 fighter while in the general department. If he'd entered the combat department 2 years earlier, he might actually have reached Liao Quan's level. Listening to the murmurs around him, Liao Quan snorted coldly to himself. The Heian students were one thing, he admitted he wasn't their equal. But what was Chen? Wasn't he just someone who'd beaten Zhang Xiuhai? What was there to brag about with such a meager victory? Besides, there were no what-ifs in this world. The reality was that Chen was no match for him. It's just a gimmick being a general department student. Now that he is in the combat department, just wait another couple of years and his true colors will show. A genius? There aren't that many geniuses in the world. Liao Quan sneered inwardly. After looking down on Chen for a while, his frustration eased considerably, and he regained a sense of superiority. However, the very next second, a sudden change occurred. The golden light on the second level of the Dragon Bone Tower suddenly flared up. The area fell instantly silent. Immediately afterward, a commotion erupted. Already on the second level? No way, it's been less than half a minute. It's right there on the stone tablet, 13 seconds. How is that possible? That's way too fast.
Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Even powerhouses like Heian students had taken half a minute.
Liao Quan, in particular, was left staring blankly. Nothing wrong? Could Chen really be that good?
Just then, the Dragon Bone Tower changed again. The third level suddenly burst into golden light.
Did he pass the second level?
A jolt of excitement ran through the crowd, and their first instinct was to look at the stone stele.
It clearly displayed the time it took Chen to clear the second level. 35 seconds.
Still more than twice as fast as Heian students.
Whoa!
A sudden stir of excitement swept through the crowd.
Only a little over 30 seconds?
Even high-tier level 2 zombie soldiers couldn't last a single exchange against him, let alone these dragon beasts.
In just over half a minute, all the dragon beasts were wiped out completely. In the blink of an eye, Chen had reached the fourth level. The hall looked just as it always had.
The only difference was that the monsters guarding the level had been replaced by 3 ferocious dragon beasts, each as large as a sedan.
Roar!
The dragon beasts roared as they charged at him. Chen's expression remained unchanged. In a flash, he had already darted past the dragon beast leading the charge. An enormous head was instantly torn from its body and sent flying into the air. Crimson blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain.
A level 2 monster.
Its strength is comparable to that of high-tier zombie soldiers.
Its total 4 attribute score 1T exceed 90 points.
With a flash of his blade, the remaining 2 dragon beasts followed their companion's fate. The reduced number of dragon beasts was actually a good thing for Chen. It took him even less time to clear the 4th level than the previous ones.
The entire process took only 7 or 8 seconds.
The 5th level of the Dragon Bone Tower.
The number of guardian monsters skyrocketed to 10 dragon beasts.
Their strength was comparable to that of the 4th level.
Chen cleared the level with ease, taking just over 10 seconds. The 6th level. The number of dragon beasts had doubled to 20.
However, for Chen, this lineup was no more difficult to handle than the first 3 levels. A little over half a minute later, Chen effortlessly slaughtered all the dragon beasts.
It seems the 6th level isn't the dividing line between level 2 and level 3. Chen's eyes flickered slightly.
The monster lineup on the 6th level was indeed powerful. An ordinary level 2 fighter would have no chance of passing. But as long as one's total 4 stat value reached over 100 points, combined with master stage martial arts, it was still possible to clear the level with a bit of time and effort.
Take Heian students, for example. His strength level should be roughly at this tier.
As he pondered, the environment before him underwent another change.
In the blink of an eye, Chen had appeared on the 7th level of the Dragon Bone Tower. a menacing aura permeated the air. In the center of the dimly lit hall, a dragon man stood tall, over 2 meters in height. Its powerful body, covered in hard scales, shimmered with a cold, metallic sheen in the dim light. It gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression. The dragon man also held a spear as tall as himself. Roar! The moment Chen appeared, the dragon man let out a furious roar and charged forward like a whirlwind. The spear in his hand pierced the air like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Chen's chest. Chen grinned and swung his sword fearlessly to meet the attack. Clang! The hall was instantly filled with the crisp clang of metal striking metal. After just a moment of combat, Chen had a good sense of the dragon man's strength. He's a bit stronger than a corpse general. Its total 4 attribute score should be no less than 110 points. Agility is likely over 35 points, strength is second, and constitution is the weakest. Chen's own agility was as high as 31 points. Even so, relying on the shadow step skill, he had only barely managed to gain the upper hand over the dragon man. Clearly, this dragon man was an agility-oriented monster. However, Chen wasn't the least bit afraid. The Shadow Blade skill was a martial art that excelled in speed. It had absolutely nothing to fear from agility-focused monsters. He didn't even need to resort to the Transcendent stage form. He was confident that his standard combat prowess alone would be enough to take down this dragon man. Outside the Dragon Bone Tower, a deathly silence reigned atop the mountain. Everyone was so overwhelmed by shock that they remained speechless for a long time. After breaking through the 3rd floor in just over half a minute, Chen's already astonishingly fast clearing speed had surged even further. He had cleared the 4th floor in a mere 8 seconds. It was simply beyond belief. After all, the 4th level of the Dragon Bone Tower is guarded by 3 level 2 boss monsters. Doesn't that mean these monsters couldn't even last a single exchange against Chen? What kind of power is this? A tidal wave of shock swept through the crowd. By the time Chen cleared the 5th level in just over 10 seconds, they were already somewhat numb to it. That's so awesome. Yu Xingfeng stared in disbelief. He thought Chen's victory over Zhang Xiuhai was impressive enough. He never expected Chen to have another trick up his sleeve. Only now did he realize he completely underestimated Chen's strength. At this rate, forget the top 3, it was highly likely Chen would take first place. Thinking back to his earlier remark that Chen could make it into the top 10 with a little more effort, Yu Xingfeng felt his face grow hot. He felt like a complete naif. Chapter 31, Breaking the Record. The Heian students stared blankly at the golden glow of the 6th level, their expressions betraying their awe. At first, when she heard about Chen's exploits, she was merely a little curious. But she never imagined that this combat department freshman would be this incredible. It took her and the Heian students 15 minutes to reach the 6th level. But Chen? It took him less than 5 minutes in total. The gap between them was simply enormous. This left the Heian students feeling somewhat bewildered and dazed. She was exceptionally gifted ever since childhood. She had been hailed as a prodigy, drawing the envy and admiration of countless people wherever she went. And she certainly lived up to everyone's expectations. In her early 20s, she was already a level 2 fighter. In another half a year at most, she would be promoted to a level 3 fighter. While the Heian students didn't say so openly, they were actually quite proud of this achievement. Even when faced with Heian students, who held a slight edge over her, she merely admired her and refused to concede defeat. She was confident that with enough effort, surpassing Heian students was only a matter of time. Yet Chen's performance today had planted an unthinkable thought in her mind. Such an astonishing speed in clearing the levels, she couldn't even come close. On the other side, Heian students also pressed her lips tightly together, her emotions churning incessantly. The moment he stepped out of the Dragon Bone Tower, he thought this year's top spot was once again a sure thing for him. Who could have imagined that Chen, this dark horse, would burst onto the scene? The crucial point was that Chen's speed through the first 5 levels had left him far behind. Judging by this trend, Chen's final score would most likely surpass his own. Just who is this person? Heian students wondered silently. With such talent and strength, he should logically be a direct descendant of a fighter family,
nurtured with all their resources. But no matter how hard the Heian students tried to recall, they couldn't think of a single fighter family that had someone like Chen.
Could it be that Chen was from a fighter family after all?
A jolt of surprise ran through the Heian students' minds.
If that were true, then Chen's talent would be truly terrifying. To achieve such feats while coming from an ordinary background, it would be no exaggeration to describe his aptitude as that of a prodigy.
Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted into a frenzy. The Heian students snapped out of their reverie, looked up, and froze in place. They saw that the golden bead embedded in the 7th layer had, at some point, begun to glow with a golden light. The Heian students instinctively looked at the stone steel. It clearly displayed the time Chen had taken to clear the 6th level.
3 minutes and 5 seconds.
That was less than 1/5 of the time it had taken him to clear the 6th level. The Heian students froze for a moment, then broke into wry smiles. This combat department freshman was truly a monster.
Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang also drew in a sharp breath, their faces betraying their shock. Clearing the first 6 levels of the Dragon Bone Tower in just over 8 minutes was an unprecedented feat at Heian Academy.
Since the annual assessments began, no one had ever achieved such an astonishing result.
And if he could hold out for 8 minutes and 37 seconds, he would break the all-time record for the assessment. Time ticked by second, and soon passed the 6-minute mark.
Just as the clock hit 6 minutes and 35 seconds, a golden light flashed suddenly on the 7th level, then faded.
Everyone was taken aback. Had Chen failed?
That time was still more than 10 seconds behind Heian students.
Could it be that the Heian students would take first place again this year?
Just as everyone was filled with doubt and astonishment, the 8th layer suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. The surroundings fell abruptly silent. In the next instant, a roar of excitement erupted.
The 8th layer! Chen has cleared the 7th layer. Holy crap, doesn't that mean he has broken the record? It's definitely a record. No one has ever reached the 8th level before. Like oil on water, the crowd erupted into a frenzy in an instant. The record for clearing the Dragon Bone Tower was 8 minutes and 36 seconds on the 7th level.
Although many had speculated that Chen was likely to break the record, they never expected him to do it so decisively, charging straight up to the 8th level. Heian students paused for a moment, then let out a wry laugh, all thoughts of competing with Chen vanishing from his mind. He had faced the guardian monster on the 7th level before. That powerful dragon man was simply beyond his current capabilities. Yet Chen had not only defeated that dragon man but had done so in just over 6 minutes. That level of strength completely overwhelmed him.
One couldn't help but admire it. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of astonishment.
There was no doubt who would take first place this year.
Now it remained to be seen just how far Chen could go.
Chen had no idea that his performance had caused such a stir. At that moment, he was engaged in battle with the guardian monsters of the 8th level. No fewer than 3 dragon men, each wielding a spear, launched a fierce assault against him.
Even for Chen, dealing with such a force was proving somewhat challenging.
He unleashed the shadow step skill to its fullest, practically turning into a blurry afterimage as he darted and leaped between the 3 dragon men with incredible speed. He swung the Tsangu blade repeatedly, its icy sharp blade light tearing through the air, effectively trapping the 3-headed dragon men in a circle. The Tsangu blade's ability to cut through iron like mud was on full display at this moment. Under the blade's strike, the dragon men's hard scales were no sturdier than flimsy paper. After more than 10 minutes of fierce combat, the 3-headed dragon men were already covered in wounds.
Chen seized an opening and was the first to slay one of the dragon men.
A few minutes later, he hacked off the head of another. With 2 of the 3 eliminated, the rest of the battle became much easier.
Before long, the last dragon man followed in his companion's footsteps.
Watching the last dragon man slowly collapse to the ground, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Unless a level 2 peak fighter stepped in, it was virtually impossible to clear this 8th floor. He had only managed to get through thanks to the sharpness of the Azure Bone and the 2 powerful combat skills, Shadow Blade and Shadow Step. It's a shame you can't absorb soul energy from the monsters in the Dragon Bone Tower, otherwise, it would have been much easier.
Chen glanced at the tsungu in his hand. This weapon's true potential would likely be realized on the battlefield against the dimensional invaders. In dungeons and within the Dragon Bone Tower, its capabilities were truly underutilized. Just as he was pondering this, his surroundings suddenly blurred. When clarity returned, Chen found himself in a new hall. The final floor. Chen's expression grew serious as he stared intently. A majestic and imposing draconic stood tall in the center of the hall. Compared to the draconic on the previous 2 levels, this one was even more massive. Its height appeared to exceed 3 meters. It was clad in silver armor and wielded a gleaming silver spear. It exuded an awe-inspiring presence and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 32, Level 3 Creature. Back on the 8th level, Chen had already speculated about what kind of guardian monster might appear on the 9th level. Given the difficulty of the 8th level, which required a peak level 2 fighter to clear, it was only natural to expect a level 3 creature on the 9th level. And the scene before him undoubtedly confirmed his speculation. Even from a distance of 20 or 30 meters, Chen could still feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the silver-armored dragon man. This monster was undoubtedly a level 3 creature. Chen's expression grew slightly more serious. For every single tier difference in energy tier, there is a massive gap in strength. Take, for example, a total of 119 points versus 120 points in the 4-dimensional attributes. Although the difference is only 1 point, the disparity in strength is like night and day. Crossing that threshold isn't simply a matter of gaining 1 more attribute point. Rather, it represents another comprehensive leap in the very essence of life. This kind of advancement in energy tier is incredibly subtle. Even the Federation has yet to fully understand it. However, one thing is certain: even if 5/8 tier dragon men were to appear, they wouldn't pose as great a threat as the silver-armored dragon man standing before him. Roar! A deep, muffled roar erupted from the silver-armored dragon man's throat. It slowly raised its spear horizontally, the sharp tip pointing directly at Chen from a distance. The next moment, the silver-armored dragon man's figure suddenly darted forward, reaching Chen's side in the blink of an eye. The spear pierced straight toward his chest like a sharp arrow. So fast! Startled, Chen decisively activated the Shadow Step skill, narrowly dodging the strike. Having missed his first strike, the silver-armored dragon man roared furiously and charged again, spear in hand. The silver-armored dragon man was significantly faster than the dragon men from the previous 2 tiers. His agility stat was almost certainly over 40 points. Even with the Shadow Step skill, Chen still held no advantage in speed. He couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Thank goodness he upgraded his Shadow Step. If people outside saw Chen's performance, who knows how many would be so shocked their eyes would pop out of their sockets. And yet, he is still not satisfied? How infuriating! Clang! With a single slash, he deflected the oncoming spear, then flashed past to land behind the silver-armored dragon man. Having obtained the answer he sought, he had no intention of continuing to grapple with the silver-armored dragon man. It was time to play his trump card. Amid the deep rumble of thunder, Chen's fist shot out like a cannon, accompanied by a deafening whistle as it slammed into the silver-armored dragon man's back. In an instant, a visible shockwave radiated outward from the 2 of them, stirring up clouds of dust. The silver-armored dragon man's body froze. The next second, he convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, and his massive, imposing frame was hurled backward at lightning speed like a cannonball, crashing with a thud into the hall's wall more than 10 meters away. Dust rained down in a shower. The entire hall seemed to tremble. Chen slowly withdrew his fist and stared intently. The silver-armored dragon man was completely embedded in the wall. The silver armor on his back had long since vanished, exposing mangled bones and internal organs. He was already breathing his last. Seeing this, Chen nodded to himself. The power of the Thunder Fist skill at the Transcendent stage remained as formidable as ever. In fact, with his strength attribute having increased, its power was even slightly greater than when he had slain the zombie general. If he had the chi-gathering gloves which grant a 20% power bonus, this single strike would likely have been enough to instantly kill the silver-armored dragon man. Chen strode toward the silver-armored dragon man, preparing to deliver the final blow. Outside the Dragon Bone Tower. As golden light illuminated the 9th floor, the crowd grew even more frenzied. My goodness, he has even cleared the 8th floor. And what's more, he did it so fast in just over 10 minutes. Chen really is a hidden gem. He has shattered that record completely. I wonder if anyone will ever be able to beat it? The crowd was filled with gasps of amazement. Chen's performance today was truly breathtaking. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang had now recovered from their shock, and delighted smiles involuntarily spread across their faces. With another peerless genius joining the combat department, they were naturally overjoyed. Especially since the White Whale City University Fighter Exchange Tournament was just around the corner. Chen's emergence could not have come at a better time. Perhaps Heian Academy could achieve results far surpassing previous years. Dong Haiyang glanced at the stone tablet. The time displayed indicated that Chen had reached the 9th level over 5 minutes ago. I wonder how long he can hold out on this level. As a director-level instructor at Heian Academy, Dong Haiyang naturally knew what kind of monster guarded the 9th level. It was a level 3 life form. A level 2 fighter has absolutely no chance of defeating it. Just managing to hold out for 5 or 6 minutes against that level 3 monster is already quite impressive. Tan Ziyuan knew this as well. He glanced at the stone tablet and nodded to himself. It had already been nearly 6 minutes. It seemed Chen's strength had indeed reached the peak of a level 2 fighter. Meanwhile, the students began to grow curious about the guardian monster of the 9th level. The more resource, doesn't that mean Chen will be stopped at the 9th floor? Most likely. No matter how skilled Chen is, how could he possibly take down a level 3 monster? Even if he stops at the 9th level, Chen's performance is still outstanding. Didn't you see that even the Heian students only made it to the 7th level? That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. The difficulty of the 9th level was clearly on a whole different level from the previous 8. Failing to pass it was perfectly normal. Besides, Chen's performance had already been stunning enough. Even if he couldn't clear the 9th level, it wouldn't overshadow his extraordinary talent. But just then, a sudden buzzing sound rang in everyone's ears. The unexpected noise interrupted their conversation. They all turned to look and were stunned to discover that, at some point, the Dragon Bone Tower had begun to radiate a dazzling golden light from top to bottom. Amid the sky-piercing golden light, a dragon's soul soared high into the heavens. A resounding dragon's roar echoed across the mountain peaks. In that instant, everyone at Heian Academy heard the dragon's roar. Chapter 33, Complete Clearance. What is this? Someone stammered. No one answered the question. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, standing frozen in place with their mouths agape. Only a few quick-witted individuals immediately grasped the astonishing implication, their expressions instantly becoming a vivid mix of emotions. Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang stared in disbelief, their eyes fixed blankly on the dragon's spirit soaring high in the sky. The students didn't know, but as teachers, they understood perfectly well. The dragon soul has appeared, and the dragon roars in the heavens. This was clearly a sign that the Dragon Bone Tower had been fully cleared. It meant that Chen had defeated the level 3 monster on the 9th floor and successfully cleared the entire Dragon Bone Tower. Even seasoned veterans like Tan Ziyuan and Dong Haiyang were utterly stunned, their expressions dazed. At that moment, the students gradually began to realize what was happening. This can't be a sign that the 9th floor has been cleared, can it? It most likely is. Even the Dragon Soul has appeared. Such a spectacular sight could only happen if the Dragon Bone Tower had been fully cleared. Didn't they say the boss monster on the 9th floor was a level 3? Did Chen defeat it? Is there any other explanation? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Intense shock swept through the crowd like a hurricane. In fact, by this point, everyone already knew the truth. The golden light enveloping the Dragon Bone Tower also gradually dimmed. With a flash of light, Chen's figure appeared at the entrance. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned toward Chen. Shock, admiration, awe, jealousy, amazement, the range of expressions was endless. At that moment,
Chen had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Faced with the varied gazes around him, Chen remained completely composed.
Tan Ziyuan silently marveled inwardly, growing even more impressed with Chen. Dong Haiyang's gaze toward Chen was likewise filled with admiration.
If even the two Dong Haiyangs felt this way, the students certainly did as well. Aside from a few envious individuals, most students were won over by Chen's performance and filled with admiration. Some of the girls, in particular, stared at Chen intently, their eyes sparkling. Judging by their expressions, if they hadn't still been in the middle of the assessment, they would likely have rushed over to strike up a conversation. Even the Heian students had a gleam in their eyes. No sooner had Chen returned to the crowd than Yu Xingfeng rushed up to him, his face beaming with excitement.
Brother Chuan, you're my eye. The rest of you must leave the mountain immediately. As soon as Tan Ziyuan spoke, the students dared not disobey and turned to walk down from the mountaintop. The top 10 students followed Dong Haiyang and the others down the mountain.
On the way to the academic affairs office, the top 10 students gathered around Chen one after another, trying to strike up a conversation with him.
Chen, my name is Yu Zui.
I look forward to your guidance in the future.
Chen, I'm Niu Liang from class 5.
Are you free later?
Would you like to grab a meal together? My name is Hua Jiaqin, just call me Jiaqin, Chen. Are you free tonight?
I have a few questions about martial arts techniques I'd like to ask you.
Hey, Hua Jiaqin, aren't you being a little too direct? And so brazen, too. Ha! I don't know what you're talking about.
Chen had never been much into this kind of socializing, so he could only give half-hearted, off-the-cuff responses. As for the invitations from the girls, whether intentional or not, he simply ignored them.
After a while, Heian students walked over as well. Heian students, let us introduce ourselves.
Chen glanced at the former top student and shook the hand he extended.
Chen. Let us talk more when we have time.
Sure. Their exchange was very brief, with an air of unspoken understanding. Following Heian students also stepped forward, smiling as she extended her hand.
Master, I've heard your name for a long time. I didn't expect you to be even more impressive than the rumors suggest. I'm truly in awe. You're impressive too. I heard your name back when I was in the general department.
Chen smiled as he shook hands with Heian students. Her palm was very soft, with a slightly warm touch. Standing nearby, Liao Quan watched the two of them chatting and laughing so happily, and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. But when he thought of Chen's natural talent and strength, his jealousy turned to despondency.
Chapter 34, Coming Out on Top. Upon arriving at the academic affairs office, Tan Ziyuan offered a few words of encouragement to the students before beginning to distribute the rewards.
The cash bonuses would be deposited into each person's bank account shortly. Only the essence pills were handed out directly to each student. Looking at the exquisitely crafted porcelain vial in his hand, Chen felt a quiet joy. With these 12 essence pills, combined with the Leviathan breathing skill, he could gain at least 3 or 4 attribute points. After the rewards were distributed, the other students left in high spirits. However, Chen, Heian students were asked to stay behind by Tan Ziyuan.
There are only 2 months left until the University Fighter Exchange Tournament.
You must train hard during this time and strive to make a breakthrough before the exchange tournament. Whether our school can achieve outstanding results this year depends entirely on the 3 of you.
Tan Ziyuan fixed the 3 of them with a piercing gaze. Especially Chen.
General universities are not like extraordinary universities that specialize in training fighters. At extraordinary universities, powerful fighter students emerge one after another. To put it simply, Heian Academy only produces a handful of level 3 fighter students each year as graduation approaches. But as far as Tan Ziyuan knew, many supernatural universities already had 4 or 5 level 3 fighters by this time. By the time 2 months had passed, that number would likely at least double. This was also the primary reason why comprehensive universities had always lagged behind supernatural universities. Upon hearing Tan Ziyuan's words, the expressions of the Heian students grew somber. They were all well aware of the strength of the supernatural university, and a sense of crisis immediately took hold of them. Chen, however, showed a slight flicker of interest.
If the annual assessment could trigger a self-discipline achievement, could the University Fighter Exchange Tournament do the same?
No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a large block of text suddenly appeared before him. The pursuit of progress knows no bounds. Climbing toward greater heights is also a form of self-discipline. Take the lead, lead Heian Academy to victory in the White Whale City University Fighter Exchange Tournament.
Upon completion, you will receive 4,000 discipline points. Just as he thought. Chen's eyes lit up.
It took him great effort to suppress the wild joy surging within him, ensuring it didn't show on his face.
Another achievement. And, time, the reward was a whopping 4,000 discipline points. It was the highest rewarded achievement so far.
It seemed that fighter tournaments like this one would likely trigger corresponding achievements. Chen quietly took note of this, then cleared his mind of distractions and continued listening to Tanza Yun's speech. Although the Dragon Bone Tower could heal injuries, it couldn't replenish depleted stamina. Having just endured a series of intense battles, Chen and his two companions were all feeling somewhat exhausted. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, the three exchanged a few words before going their separate ways. Chen headed straight home from school. Once home, the first thing he did was check his achievements. As expected, the top performer achievement had been unlocked, earning him 1,000 discipline points. At this point, Chen had 2,500 discipline points. He opened the exchange shop and, without hesitation, exchanged them for the chi-gathering gloves. The chi-gathering gloves were a pale silver color, embroidered with intricate patterns resembling circuit boards, giving them a distinctly high-tech feel. Chen ran his fingers over the surface. It felt like leather, yet was somehow different. The chi-gathering gloves also seemed to have an auto-adjustment feature. At first glance, they looked a bit too large, but as soon as he put them on, they tightened instantly, fitting Chen's hands perfectly. It felt as if a second layer of skin had grown over his palms. Delighted by his new acquisition, Chen practiced the Thunder Fist skill in the living room and, sure enough, clearly felt the power of his fist technique increase significantly. Not bad. Chen smiled with satisfaction. With these chi-gathering gloves, the power of the transcendent stage of the Thunder Fist skill could reach even greater heights. Since the exchange shop wouldn't refresh for another 23 hours, Chen didn't waste any time and began practicing the Shadow Step skill and Shadow Blade skill in the living room. The results of the annual assessment quickly spread. When people learned that Chen had taken first place in the annual assessment, many were completely taken aback. Although Chen's victory over Zhang Xiuhai had shocked many. In the minds of most people, Chen's strength was, at best, good enough to rank in the top 10 of the combat department. No one had expected him to outshine the Heian students and claim first place in the assessment outright. Overnight, Chen's fame at Heian Academy soared to new heights. He was at the peak of his popularity. At the edge of the school playground, Wu Hui and Lu Yan sat side by side on a stone bench. Having just heard from elsewhere that Chen had taken first place in the assessment, Wu Hui was still in a daze, unable to come to his senses for quite some time. Ever since Chen had helped him teach Dang Bin a lesson, Chen's astonishing feats had come one after another, leaving Wu Hui feeling overwhelmed. In his eyes, Chen was no longer the playful, prank-loving friend he used to be, but had gradually become an enigma. This left Wu Hui with very mixed feelings. As if sensing his thoughts, Lu Yan offered comfort. Everyone has their own path in life. Just try to take it in stride. Wu Hui sighed, shook his head, and said nothing. He understood this logic all too well. It was just that watching his former friend gradually reach heights he could never attain inevitably stirred up mixed feelings. That was only human nature. Moreover, he realized that as Chen's abilities continued to grow, their interactions would gradually become fewer and farther between. This wasn't to say that Chen didn't cherish their old friendship. It was simply the reality of the situation. One was an ordinary person. The other was a fighter and quite likely one destined for extraordinary achievements. The two were bound to have few points of overlap. Drifting apart was inevitable. Unlike others, who reacted to the news with shock or wistfulness, Zhang Xiuhai was overcome with a mix of shock and rage. Crack! The vase fell to the floor,
shattering into a shower of shards.
Still unable to vent his anger, Zhang Xiuhai kicked out at another vase sitting on the nightstand on the other side of the room. Instantly, another vase shattered. Zhang Lilong, who had just walked into the room, frowned as he looked at the shards scattered across the floor.
What are you going crazy about now?
Zhang Xiuhai whipped his head around, his face contorted with hatred.
He Haidong, you have to avenge me. Zhang Lilong snorted, coldly. Avenge? Avenge what?
You and Chen dueled in broad daylight.
You were injured because of your own actions. What grounds do I have to avenge you?
Zhang Xiuhai froze, grinding his teeth in fury.
So am I just supposed to suffer this injury for nothing?
Zhang Lilong stepped over the shards of glass and came to a stop by the window, speaking calmly and deliberately.
Why are you in such a hurry? Chen is Heian Academy's prized asset now. If we go after him, Heian Academy will definitely not let this slide. For now, we'll just have to bide our time.
Zhang Xiuhai said reluctantly, how long do we have to wait? Zhang Lilong glanced at him and said calmly.
The fighter exchange tournament is in 2 months.
I'll convince father to arrange for our school and Heian Academy to be placed in the same group.
When we face Chen then, I'll naturally avenge you. Zhang Xiuhai's eyes lit up.
Zhang Lilong was different from him. Thanks to his exceptional talent, he Haidong attended Supernatural University. He was incredibly powerful and, despite his young age, was already a level 3 fighter. With he Haidong's strength, taking care of Chen would be a breeze. Moreover, injuries were inevitable in a fight. Even if he Haidong left Chen seriously injured, no one could say it was wrong. With that thought, the resentment on Zhang Xiuhai's face eased considerably, and he silently vowed to get his revenge.
Damn Chen, I'll let you bloat for just 2 more months. Chapter 35, Advancing to Level 3. The living room.
Chen sat cross-legged on the sofa, tilted his head back to swallow the last essence pill, and continued cultivating the Leviathan breathing skill. As his chest rose and fell slowly, the essence pill transformed into medicinal energy and permeated every part of his body. About half an hour later, Chen opened his eyes and summoned the interface with a thought.
Name, Chen. Level, 2.
Attributes, Strength 32, Constitution 30, Agility 32, Spirit 23.
Discipline points, 500. Martial skills. Leviathan breathing skill Master Stage 22 500. Thunder Fist skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step skill Master Stage 33 1000. Shadow Blade skill Adept Stage 91 1000. The Master Stage Leviathan breathing skill had an extremely high refinement efficiency.
In just over half a day, Chen had fully absorbed the potency of all 12 essence pills. These 12 essence pills had granted him a total of 4 attribute points. Specifically, 2 points in Constitution, 1 point in Strength, and 1 point in Agility. I'm only 3 attribute points away from breaking through to level 3.
Chen's heart raced with excitement.
Glancing at the exchange shop interface, he saw that it would refresh in just over 7 minutes.
Chen took a deep breath and waited patiently.
The moment the countdown hit 0, he decisively chose to refresh. Cultivation Crystal, use with a designated martial art to gain 5 years worth of cultivation experience and insights for that art.
Price, 500 discipline points. D-rank dungeon key, opens a D-rank dungeon upon use.
Upon clearing it, you'll receive a treasure chest reward based on your evaluation.
Durability, 5-5. Price, 1000 discipline points. Invisibility Cloak, conceals your figure and eliminates scent, but cannot muffle sound. Price, 1000 discipline points. Unexpectedly, this refresh yielded 2 new items. D-rank dungeon key. A gleam flashed in Chen's eyes.
The previous E-rank dungeon key had yielded him 3 valuable items, the Azure Bone, the Shadow Blade skill, and the Protective Jade Pendant. This dungeon key was of a higher rank. The rewards for clearing it would surely be even more precious. Chen made up his mind on the spot. He absolutely had to redeem this D-rank dungeon key. As for the Cloak of Invisibility, it was also a valuable item. However, its to muffle sound was a significant drawback. Perhaps that was precisely why the Cloak of Invisibility was priced at only 1,000 discipline points. Far less than the 2,000 discipline points for the Chi-gathering gloves. But that was fine as long as he maintained the right distance. The Cloak of Invisibility. When the warm currents subsided, he was delighted to discover that his body felt much lighter.
Chen immediately understood.
His energy tier had broken through to level 3.
Name, Chen.
Level 3. Attributes: Strength 34, Constitution 31, Agility 38, Spirit 23.
Discipline points, 0.
Martial skills:
Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 22,500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 33 1000. Shadow Blade Skill Expert Stage 24 1500. Chen Esques swept over the list.
The expert stage Shadow Blade skill had increased his attributes by a total of 9 points. Agility saw the biggest boost, rising by a full 6 points. Next was Strength, which increased by 2 points.
Finally, Constitution increased by 1 point.
This must be due to the boost from the energy tier. If I were still at level 2, the stat boost from the expert stage Shadow Blade skill would definitely exceed 10 points.
Chen mused to himself.
After all, the Shadow Blade skill is a 3-star martial skill. Every level up brings a quantum leap in physical prowess.
In contrast, the adept stage points required to break through to the next realm are astonishingly high.
It takes a full 1,500 adept stage points just to advance from the expert stage to the master stage. Even using cultivation crystals, it would take 2 of them.
Total attribute points, 126.
Feeling the surging strength within him, a genuine smile spread across Chen's face.
Energy Tier 3 was an entirely new realm.
He could clearly sense a massive leap in his strength.
I wonder where I stand among Tier 3 beings right now. Chen suddenly wondered.
So far, the only Tier 3 creature he defaced was the Silver-Armored Dragon Man. However, the Silver-Armored Dragon Man was among the weakest in Tier 3 and wasn't he a suitable benchmark for comparison. If he were to face the Silver-Armored Dragon Man again now, Chen was completely confident he could defeat him within 10 rounds without even using the Thunder Fist skill Transcendent stage.
I've got to find an opportunity to test this in actual combat.
Come to think of it, I'm already a level 3 fighter, so I should put the Real Combat 3 achievement on my to-do list.
Chen quickly opened his achievement list.
Real Combat 3, defeat 100 fighters, with a total of 4 primary attributes of at least 120 points.
Upon completion, you'll receive 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-100. 100 fighters, huh? Chen pondered for a moment. Practical combat III could still be completed at the Iron Fist Club.
There were quite a few level 3 fighters there.
The only problem was that it might take quite a bit of time.
After all, the last time, it took him most of a day just to defeat 10 fighters.
Looks like I'll have to upgrade my membership.
Diamond members of the Iron Fist Club have the privilege of hosting title defense matches. They can set up a ring and let other members take turns challenging them. This way, as long as he is strong enough, fighting 20 or 30 matches a day wouldn't be a problem. He could complete the Practical Training 3 mission in just 3 or 4 days.
With that in mind, Chen quickly opened his phone to check his account.
The 50,000 star coins bonus for ranking first in the annual evaluation had already been deposited into his account
this morning.
Chen now had a total of nearly 60,000 star coins in his account. To upgrade from a gold member to a diamond member at the Iron Fist Club, he just needed to cover the difference. As long as he worked hard, earning over 10,000 star coins a week shouldn't be a problem. Chen found himself torn between training and working. But soon, he pushed the matter to the back of his mind. No matter what, he had to complete Combat Practice 3 first. I'll head over to the Iron Fist Club tomorrow.
Chapter 36, Roll Over and Die. Early the next morning.
Chen got up early, ate breakfast, practiced the Leviathan breathing skill for a while, and then headed out for the city center. The reward for completing Practical Combat 3 is 2,000 discipline points, just enough for me to redeem an invisibility cloak and AD rank dungeon key. Sitting in a corner of the bus, Chen pondered the redemption options.
He only had 2 uses left on his lucky die.
If he came across another lucky die in the future, he'd have to exchange for another one. After all, a D-rank dungeon key has 5 durability points, allowing it to open treasure chests 5 times.
Using a treasure chest in conjunction with a lucky die increases the chances of obtaining useful items.
Who knows, he might even find something that would drastically boost his strength. To break through to energy tier 4, his total stat points needed to reach 160.
Chen was currently 34 points short.
He estimated that he'd have to elevate both his Shadow Step skill and Shadow Blade skill to the Transcendent stage before he could advance to a level 4 fighter. With a long sigh, Chen set his thoughts aside for the moment and turned his gaze out the window, staring blankly at the scenery rushing by. This long-awaited sense of leisure brought him a deep sense of calm.
But the very next second, a series of urgent, rapid ringtones shattered that tranquility.
Mixed in with them were bursts of buzzing vibrations.
The cell phone in Chen's pocket began to vibrate as well.
The familiar scene made Chen's expression change. He
hurriedly pulled out his phone to check. Sure enough, it was a warning text from Dimensional Rift. Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of bewilderment. It had been less than a month since the last Dimensional Rift and now another one was happening already? What on earth was going on?
After Chen paused in his tracks, a look of surprise and delight spreading across his face.
He'd actually triggered a new achievement.
And the rewards weren't half bad, a total of 1,500 discipline points. Setting aside Dimensional Invaders Resistance Vanguard for now, this extreme combat is actually quite interesting.
Chen's current total attribute score is 126 points.
To exceed his by 20 points means the target must have 146 points. On average, that is 36 or 37 points per attribute. However, the vast majority of sentient beings do not have balanced attributes across all 4. They tend to favor 2 or 3 of them.
Take a human fighter as an example. Their spirit attribute is generally not very high.
So for a human fighter with a total of 146 points across all 4 attributes, 2 of the 3 strength, constitution, and agility are usually at least 40 points, or even over 45. It's important to note that as attribute values increase, combat effectiveness doesn't simply rise in a linear fashion. Rather, the more you increase your attributes, the greater the boost each point provides. So a 20-point difference in attributes is already a staggering gap. This extreme combat achievement isn't going to be easy to complete.
I wonder if I can take it down using the Transcendent stage style.
Chen mused as he continued running toward the building. With the achievement reward in mind, his determination to hunt down dimensional invaders grew even stronger.
By the time Chen reached the building, a massive dark red vortex had appeared in the sky above the city block.
Faint flashes of lightning flickered within the vortex, radiating a heart-stopping sense of oppression. Chen glanced at it, then averted his gaze and stepped inside the building. The building he had chosen was a commercial office tower, over 10 stories tall. There was a reason he'd chosen this place. According to statistics, over 80% of the dimensional invaders' civilizations that had invaded this world were at a primitive or medieval level of development and didn't possess structures like concrete buildings. By selecting a commercial office building as the site for the upcoming battle, Chen naturally held the advantage of terrain. Furthermore, the building's complex layout was ideal for utilizing the Shadow Step skill. If he were on an open street with no obstacles, he would easily be surrounded by dimensional invaders.
But inside the office building, that was no concern at all.
With only 2 or 3 minutes left before the shelter closed, everyone inside the building had long since fled. On his way there, Chen had already found a secluded corner where he put on his dark raven mask. Now, with no risk of being exposed, he stood brazenly at the main entrance on the first floor, watching the dark red vortex in the sky.
I wonder which dimensional invader's civilization is invading this time. Dragon lizards? Or the undead?
Of the dimensional rifts that have occurred in White Whale City over the past 2 decades, 8 out of 10 were initiated by these 2 dimensional invaders' civilizations. Chen guessed that, barring any surprises, the culprit behind this dimensional rift would likely be one of these 2 civilizations as well. As time passed, the dark red vortex in the sky spun faster and faster. The swirling clouds branched out into hundreds of tentacles, like those of an octopus, extending from the sky down to the ground.
One of them happened to land just over 200 meters away from the office building.
The next moment, the dark red mist suddenly dispersed and vanished.
More than 30 ferocious humanoid creatures appeared out of nowhere.
These uninvited guests were covered head to toe in jet black scales. They resembled upright lizards. They had eagle-like talons and mouths full of sharp fangs. Clad in thin leather armor and wielding spears or steel blades, they looked extremely ferocious.
They were none other than one of the Federation's mortal enemies, the dragon lizards, the dimensional invaders.
It's the black-scaled lizards.
Chen had once seen footage on TV of humans fighting the dragon lizards, the dimensional invaders.
He immediately recognized the 30-odd monsters as the black-scaled lizardmen, the main combat unit of the dragon lizard dimensional invaders army. These subhuman monsters possessed robust physiques and a ferocious, fearless temperament.
They could fight fiercely even in the dead of night.
Their energy tier generally ranges from level 1 to level 5. Among them, black-scaled lizardmen at level 3 and above are already non-commissioned officers in the army. Judging by the crude armor and weapons of the group of black-scaled lizardmen in the distance, there were clearly no elite non-commissioned officer-level warriors among them. In other words, this was a group of level 1 and level 2 black-scaled lizardmen. Chen gripped the hilt of Sangui's blade tightly, and a surge of excitement so intense it surprised even him suddenly welled up deep within him.
Could it be that I have a warlike gene hidden deep in my bones?
Chen licked his lips, stopped overthinking it, and simply whistled. The shrill whistle sounded jarring against the silence of the street. The black-scaled lizardfolk turned their heads almost instantly, their savage, cruel gazes all fixating on Chen. Chen remained composed. He raised his right thumb, swept it sharply across his throat, and, smiling, performed a standard throat-slitting gesture toward the black-scaled lizardfolk.
You bastards, come over here and die. Chapter 37, Hunting and Gathering. Most black-scaled lizards couldn't understand human language. But the meaning of the throat-slitting gesture was universal across many planes. Chen's provocation successfully enraged the crowd of black-scaled lizards. These subhuman monsters immediately roared and charged toward Chen. Seeing this, Chen gave a cold smile and calmly retreated into the building. The main entrance on the first floor of the office building was only about 2 meters wide, capable of accommodating no more than 3 black-scaled lizardmen at a time. Chen stood about 2 meters from the entrance, holding the azure bone.
Soon, the black-scaled lizardmen charged to the front of the office building, raising their weapons as they rushed toward Chen inside the door. What greeted them was a barrage of sharp, swift flashes of blade light. A dense swarm of blade light nearly filled the area around the entrance, tearing through the air with a piercing, whistling sound. The 3 black-scaled lizards who charged the hardest didn't even have time to scream before their heads were severed from their bodies in an instant. Warm blood spurted out, splattering the faces of the black-scaled lizardmen behind them. Even the ferocious black-scaled lizardmen couldn't help but freeze in shock for a moment. Before they could recover, the piercing blade light had already shifted direction and continued its onslaught toward them. In an instant, a storm of blood and gore erupted near the main gate. Under the swarm of blades created by the expert stage shadow blade skill, these black-scaled lizardmen no higher than level 2 were as helpless as ants, utterly powerless to resist. Wherever the blade's glow swept past, a black-scaled lizardman lost its life. Perhaps due to the savage, beast-like nature lurking deep within them, these subhuman monsters, even knowing they were no match for Chen, continued to charge at him with reckless disregard for their own lives. Their ferocity and brutality were plain to see. But rather than being Chen was delighted. If the black-scaled lizardmen had scattered and fled, he would have had to expend extra effort to catch them. The current situation suited him perfectly. This made him wonder even more if he truly harbored a warlike gene within him. Shaking his head, Chen pushed aside his distracting thoughts and opened his achievements list. Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard I, eliminate 100 dimensional invaders requires a total 4D attribute value of at least 60 points. Upon completion, you will receive 500 discipline points. Current progress, 34,100. Not bad, looks like I'll finish this quest soon. A smile spread across Chen's face.
100-dimensional invaders isn't that many. Judging by what he'd just seen, there were easily hundreds of dark red mist trails descending upon White Whale City. If each one contained 30 or 40 black-scaled lizardmen, then the number of black-scaled lizardmen invading White Whale City would likely run into the tens of thousands. Right now, White Whale City might be short on other things, but it certainly wasn't short on dimensional invaders. Killing 100-dimensional invaders wouldn't be difficult at all. Chen exhaled and began searching through the pile of corpses on the ground. Hunting dimensional invaders is certainly dangerous. One could lose their life at any moment. But it's also a highly lucrative endeavor. The reason is that dimensional invaders carry plenty of valuable items. In the long-standing war against dimensional invaders, in order to maximize resource utilization, the Federation has conducted detailed research on their physical structure and discovered many valuable materials. These materials can be used to craft weapons and armor, or to create potions and elixirs. Their applications are wide-ranging. The Federation offers substantial rewards for acquiring these materials. On one hand, this is to secure resources. On the other hand, it's to encourage civilian fighters to hunt dimensional invaders more frequently, thereby alleviating the defensive pressure on the military. This also gave rise to the profession of bounty hunter. Black-scaled lizardmen, in particular, yield a number of highly valuable materials. For example, their fangs, sharp claws, and small quantities of scales from certain parts of their bodies. These are all excellent materials for crafting weapons. Chen had long harbored the idea of hunting dimensional invaders to earn star coins. To that end, he had pored over a great deal of reference material in the school library. His goal was to be prepared should he ever encounter a dimensional rift. He just hadn't expected to put it to use so soon. After some effort, Chen finally harvested all the materials from the corpses and stuffed them into a plastic bag he grabbed from the office building. Just this small bag of materials is worth at least 3 or 4 10,000 star coins. The rewards for hunting dimensional invaders really are incredibly generous. No wonder so many people want to become bounty hunters. Chen's eyes sparkled slightly. Now he had yet another reason to hunt dimensional invaders. If he could earn enough star credits from this dimensional rift, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time to come. At this thought, Chen's heart burned with excitement. He stowed the bag in his spatial backpack and then left the building. He had originally chosen an office building like this for safety's sake. But now it seemed that a few dozen black-scaled lizardmen posed no threat to him. He could definitely take the initiative to search for and hunt them down. That said, Chen didn't stride down the street brazenly. Instead, he made a point of walking only in the shadows and corners. As he made his way, he kept a close eye on his surroundings. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, and shards of glass still lay scattered on the ground. This clearly showed the haste and urgency with which people had evacuated not long ago. In the distance, faint roars and the crackle of gunfire could be heard. Chen thought for a moment, then changed the direction of his search. With the military present, he wouldn't be able to kill many black-scaled lizardmen even if he went over there, so it was best not to get involved in the commotion. Along the way, Chen glanced at Sanggu. After the recent battle, Sanggu had finally absorbed a considerable amount of soul energy. About 1/5 of the slender groove running down the center of the blade had turned red. At this rate, killing another 120 black-scaled lizardmen should be enough to fill the groove. After searching along the street for a moment, Chen soon spotted a group of black-scaled lizardmen. In the middle of the intersection, which was blocked by vehicles, more than 30 black-scaled lizardmen were gathered together, engaged in some unknown activity and occasionally letting out excited shouts. Chen didn't act rashly. Instead, he observed them for a while to confirm there were no officer-ranked black-scaled lizardmen among them before gripping his blade tightly and dashing forward. Using the shadow step skill, Chen moved as fast as lightning, covering a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. As he closed in, he finally saw what the black-scaled lizards were doing. This group of subhuman monsters was gathered around several blood-soaked corpses, feasting heartily. Their sharp claws and fangs were caked with blood and flesh, a truly revolting sight. Chen's gaze turned icy, and his speed instantly increased several notches. With vehicles blocking their view and the black-scaled lizardmen too preoccupied with fighting over food,
they didn't notice Chen's presence until he was within 10 meters.
Only then did they frantically grab their weapons to fight back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Whoosh!
A fierce blade of light sliced through the air like lightning, slicing through the necks of two black-scaled lizardmen. Instantly, a sound like fabric tearing filled the air as two massive heads flew skyward. Chen darted into the midst of the black-scaled lizardmen, like a tiger among sheep, instantly unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. Caught off guard, the black-scaled lizardmen were completely unable to mount an effective defense. Compounded by the vast disparity in strength, in just over a minute, more than 20 black-scaled lizardmen fell to Chen's blade. Even though the black-scaled lizardmen were exceptionally fierce, under these circumstances, they could do nothing to alter their inevitable defeat. About half a minute later, the last black-scaled lizardman collapsed to the ground, filled with resentment, and died.
The crossroads quickly returned to calm.
More than 30 black-scaled lizardmen had been wiped out, every last one of them.
Chapter 38, Combat Power Detector.
Chen swung his sword, flinging off the blood that clung to it. After this battle, the groove on the Tsang bone had filled up a little more. What followed was a tedious yet satisfying period of gathering materials. Before long, Chen finished gathering materials and stowed them in his spatial backpack. Only then did he approach the corpses, furrowing his brow as he examined them. There were 4 corpses in total. Without exception, they had been gnawed beyond recognition by the black-scaled lizardmen and were in pieces. Scattered nearby were blood-stained swords and daggers, as well as 4 tattered, reinforced combat suits.
Chen glanced at them and quickly recognized these enhanced combat suits as Type 2 Aegis suits manufactured by the Wanqing Consortium. The Wanqing Consortium is the largest conglomerate in White Whale City.
Its business operations span the entire city, and it is said to have operations in other cities as well. At the same time, the Wanqing Consortium is the sole designated manufacturer of military equipment and supplies for the White Whale City military. In addition, the various fighter gear produced by the Wanqing Consortium is extremely popular within the fighter community.
The Type 2 Aegis suit is the Wanqing Consortium's best-selling nano-combat suit.
Its defensive capabilities are said to be comparable to 3 layers of standard leather armor stacked on top of each other. Even a full power strike from a peak level 1 fighter can only tear a small slit in it. It can be fully restored afterward using a specialized repair solution, truly remarkable. However, this combat suit doesn't come cheap. Its market price is 79,999 star yuan. Ordinary fighters simply cannot afford it. In most cases, only bounty hunters purchase the Type 2 Aegis suit. As for military fighters, they have their own military-grade combat suits.
It looks like these 4 must be bounty hunters.
Chen shook his head slightly. These 4 bounty hunters can afford a Type 2 Aegis suit, so they certainly aren't weak.
There might even be a level 2 fighter among them.
They were just unlucky enough to run into a large group of black-scaled lizardmen outnumbered. They ended up as food for the dimensional invaders.
That's the danger of fighting dimensional invaders. One slip up, and you'd lose your life. You might not even be able to keep your body.
Shaking his head, Chen turned away, ready to continue hunting the black-scaled lizardmen. Killing a few more dimensional invaders would be a way to avenge these unlucky souls. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Chen suddenly caught a glimpse of a flash of light. Turning his head, he saw a piece of glass lying quietly on the ground a few meters away, glistening in the sunlight. Out of curiosity, Chen walked over and picked up the piece of glass. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a single-lens eyeglass. The light silver frame had smooth, flowing curves and a distinctly high-tech look. What is this? Chen examined it for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed. He put on the glasses and quickly walked to a storefront on the street. The side of the store facing the street was a smooth glass wall. Chen stood in front of the glass wall, staring at his reflection inside. He ran his hand over the frame, quickly found a button, and pressed it gently. There was no reaction. Chen paused for a moment, then quickly realized what was needed. He removed his dark raven mask and pressed the button again. This time, something finally happened. A dense cluster of blue numbers suddenly appeared on the previously blank mirror surface. The numbers flashed by like a waterfall, then vanished, leaving only a single number behind.
126. Just as I thought. Chen's eyes lit up. This is a combat power detector.
A combat power detector is essentially a miniaturized, portable life energy tester.
It's just more sophisticated and accurate. It can precisely detect the life energy fluctuations of sentient beings and calculate their total four-dimensional attributes.
Just as its name suggests, it's a device that can determine a target's approximate combat power.
What a great gadget!
Chen ran his fingers over the combat power detector on his face, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Although the combat power detector could only measure the total value of four-dimensional attributes and couldn't detect a fighter's martial arts proficiency or a dimensional invader's innate talents, it was still quite impressive. At the very least, it provided a rough understanding and assessment of a target's strength level. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated in 100 battles. It goes without saying just how useful this device can be in combat. In fighter circles, especially among bounty hunters, many people long to own a combat power detector. However, combat power detectors are extremely expensive. Even the most basic model retails for as much as 300,000 star credits. It's simply beyond the means of an ordinary fighter.
Chen couldn't help but marvel.
It seemed that among the 4 dead bounty hunters, at least one was quite wealthy. Perhaps some rich kid had hired a few bounty hunters to seek thrills in the dimensional rift, only to accidentally lose his life in the process. In any case, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. With the combat scanner in hand, Chen's next steps would undoubtedly be much easier. Putting his mask back on, Chen went to a nearby large supermarket, grabbed 4 burlap bags, left enough star coins, and then returned to the intersection. Fighting off his queasiness, Chen gathered the 4 bounty hunters' bodies into the burlap bags one by one, then placed them in a secluded alley off the street. Here, he wouldn't have to worry about the black-scale lizardfolk desecrating the bodies.
Once the dimensional rift ended, someone would naturally discover the bodies here and dispose of them.
Having finished all this, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. After all, having taken their belongings, he had to do something in return.
Stepping out of the alley, Chen continued on his way.
At present, the vast majority of White Whale City's residents had already taken refuge in the shelters.
The vast city lay completely silent.
Consequently, the shouts of battle and the roars of beasts rang out with startling clarity in the quiet city. Following the sounds, Chen soon located another group of black-scaled lizardmen roaming the streets, smashing and destroying everything in their path. Pressing the button on his glasses, squares quickly appeared on the combat power tester's lenses. After aiming them at the black-scaled lizardmen for a few seconds, the corresponding detection values popped up.
68, 73, 89, 65, 92. None exceeded 100 points.
The highest combat power was only 97 points.
Even the lowest was 65 points.
Chen nodded to himself. They were all level 1 and level 2 black-scaled lizards, no threat at all. Without hesitation, he revealed himself and charged toward the group of black-scaled lizards, wielding the azure bone. A few minutes later, more than 30 black-scaled lizard corpses littered the street.
Chen's expression suddenly shifted.
He opened his achievements list and was delighted to discover that Dimensional Invaders, Resistance Vanguard I had been completed.
500 discipline points earned. A new achievement appeared immediately afterward. Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 2, defeat 300 Dimensional Invaders. Requires a total of at least 60 points across the 4 attributes. Completion rewards 1000 discipline points. Current progress, 0300. 1000 discipline points. Chen's face lit up with eagerness.
Once he completes this achievement, he'll be able to redeem a Class D dungeon key.
300 Dimensional Invaders isn't that many.
If he puts in a little extra effort, he should be able to finish it before the dimensional rift ends.
Chapter 39, The Importance of the Spirit Attribute.
Chen was full of energy after gathering the materials. He immediately set out to continue his search without a moment's rest. Before he knew it, he had arrived in the city center.
The city center, once bustling and vibrant, was now deathly quiet, as if it were a ghost town.
As Chen walked along, he suddenly felt a slight stinging pain in his right temple, and a strong sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. In the next instant, a piercing whistling sound suddenly cut through the air. A sharp arrow flew past where he had been standing and embedded itself deep into the wall along the street with a thud. It was clear that if Chen Han-ti dodged in time, the arrow would have struck him right in the head. At that moment, Chen suddenly realized the importance of the spirit attribute. On a battlefield rife with danger, powerful perception can help a fighter avoid most threats. And to enhance perception, one must boost the spirit attribute. Looks like I'll have to focus more on improving my spirit attribute from now on. The thought flashed through his mind, and just as a familiar sense of warning welled up inside him again, Chen immediately activated the shadow step skill to dodge. But this time, no fewer than 8 arrows were coming at him. In the heat of the moment, Chen could only muster all his strength to dodge 6 of them. The remaining 2 were simply impossible to avoid. However, Chen's expression remained calm, showing no sign of panic. The instant the 2 arrows struck his body, a faint, barely perceptible white light suddenly appeared, enveloping his entire body. The glow appeared faint but was, in fact, incredibly resilient, effortlessly deflecting the 2 arrows. Protective Jade Pendant 998-1000. This rare item, obtained from a platinum chest in an E-rank dungeon, proved invaluable at this very moment. This was also one of the reasons Chen dared to hunt dimensional invaders alone. The arrows, now stripped of their momentum, clattered to the ground. In that split second, Chen had already identified the direction from which the arrows had come. It was the rooftop of a 3-story restaurant across the street. Without hesitation, Chen darted across the street and burst into the restaurant. 4 or 5 black-scaled lizardmen were guarding the restaurant. Upon seeing Chen burst in, they immediately shouted and charged at him. A flash of steel swept past. Several black-scaled lizardmen were cut down mid-charge, collapsing forward onto the ground, motionless and silent. Meanwhile, Chen had already started up the stairs leading to the second floor. In just over 10 seconds, Chen reached the rooftop. 7 or 8 lizardmen armed with bows and arrows stood on the empty rooftop. Unlike the black-scaled lizardmen, these lizardmen on the rooftop were relatively slender. Their arms, however, were thicker and longer. Their scales were a rusty, dark red, giving them a deeply sinister appearance. Poison Twilight Lizardmen. Chen's eyebrows shot up as he instantly recognized these lizardmen's origin. Poison Twilight Lizardmen were the ranged unit of the Dragon Lizard Dimensional Invaders army, and their numbers were relatively small. Unlike the black-scaled lizardmen, who enjoy wreaking havoc everywhere, the Poison Twilight Lizardmen generally only appear on the front lines against human armies. Chen Han-ti expected to see Poison Twilight Lizardmen here. Though a puzzled thought flashed through his mind, Chen didn't hesitate. As the Poison Twilight Lizardmen drew their bows to fire, he darted forward like lightning. Venomous Twilight Lizardmen are master archers. Given sufficient range, they pose a massive threat to fighters of the same tier. When 5 or more venomous Twilight Lizardmen join forces, they can even take down human fighters of a higher tier. During the war against the Dragon Lizard Dimensional Invaders, many high-level fighters met their end at the hands of venomous Twilight Lizardmen's arrows. Chen had only heard about this before, but just now he experienced it firsthand. If it weren't for his protective jade pendant, he would likely have sustained serious injuries. However, in contrast to their formidable archery, the venomous Twilight Lizardmen's close-quarters combat abilities are far inferior to those of the black-scaled lizardmen. Once the distance was closed, this group of venomous Twilight Lizardmen became lambs to the slaughter. Within 2 or 3 breaths, all 8 venomous Twilight Lizards lay dead. How did venomous Twilight Lizards end up here? Could there be an army nearby fighting the Dragon Lizards, the Dimensional Invaders? Chen circled the rooftop, scanned the horizon, and quickly discovered the reason. Diagonally across from the rooftop, in a residential complex, a fierce battle was raging. On one side were over 100 black-scaled lizards. On the other were 7 or 8 fighters in standard military uniforms, wielding weapons. Behind that group of fighters stood more than 20 terrified civilians.
Men, women, the elderly, and children alike. Seeing this scene, Chen immediately understood. After years of dealing with dimensional rifts, the Federation had long since established a well-developed response system. When surveillance satellites detected spatial gravity anomalies, authorities would issue a warning 10 minutes in advance. In urban areas, the distance to the shelters assigned to each person via computer and big data was always within a 10-minute walk. As long as one reached a shelter within that time, they were highly likely to be safe. However, there are always exceptions. If there is no shelter near one's location and a dimensional rift happens to occur nearby, preventing people from reaching a shelter within the allotted time, they simply have to cross their fingers. The situation unfolding in this residential complex right now clearly falls into this category. Most of the 20-odd residents were unable to reach a shelter in time for various reasons and were therefore forced to stay inside the complex. As a result, they were discovered by the black-scaled lizardmen. Fortunately, the military fighters arrived in time, otherwise, it would surely have been another tragedy. As for the poisonous twilight lizardmen on the rooftop, they were most likely targeting the group of military fighters inside the residential complex. Chen was merely caught in the crossfire. The spot where he was ambushed by the poisonous twilight lizardmen was just a few hundred meters from the main gate of the residential complex. The venomous dusk lizards probably feared he'd cause trouble, so they decided to take him out first. Instead, they brought about their own utter destruction. Once he figured out what had happened, Chen quickly came up with a plan. After swiftly gathering materials from the venomous dusk lizards' corpses, he strode down the stairs. Clang! Wu Cheng parried the spear thrusting toward him with a single stroke of his blade, then swung his sword in a backhand strike that struck the black-scaled lizardman in the chest. The black-scaled lizardman let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed from his body. Before it could catch its breath, Wu Cheng had already followed up with another strike to its neck. The black-scaled lizardman was killed instantly. Having taken down a level 2 black-scaled lizardman, Wu Cheng felt not a shred of joy. Panting heavily, he looked around, a bitter taste in his mouth. While leading the team to carry out the mop-up operation, he had discovered survivors under attack by dimensional invaders and, without a moment's hesitation, had rushed to their aid. They had almost brought the situation under control when, unexpectedly, a massive horde of black-scaled lizardmen burst forth and surrounded them. To make matters worse, poisonous twilight lizardmen were sniping from the rooftop in the distance. The situation suddenly turned extremely dire. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the squad, which had originally numbered over 20, was now down to just 7 or 8 men, including him. In contrast, there were still well over 100 black-scaled lizardmen. The disparity in strength between the two sides was staggering. If it weren't for the narrow terrain allowing them to hold their ground, they would have been overwhelmed by the black-scaled lizardmen long ago. Damn dimensional invaders! Wu Cheng cursed under his breath and swung his sword at another black-scaled lizardman. Under the black-scaled lizardmen's fierce onslaught, the army's fighters were being pushed back step by step. Their defensive perimeter was being squeezed in from all sides. Seeing that just a few more steps back would endanger the civilians behind them, He Quan finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Captain, we can't retreat any further, we've got to come up with a plan." Chapter 40, Is this freaking a level 1 fighter? What the hell kind of solution is that? Wu Cheng screamed inwardly. What could he possibly do? With the poisonous twilight lizards sniping from the shadows, they couldn't break through even if they wanted to. They wouldn't get far before being picked off one by arrows fired from behind. Moreover, his sense of duty as a soldier prevented Wu Cheng from abandoning the civilians and fleeing. The only option now was to hold out for all they were worth. To eradicate the dimensional invaders, the Defense Corps had dispatched numerous mobile units to patrol the area. Given enough time, one of those units might just happen to patrol nearby. If that happened, they'd still have a sliver of hope. Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements will be here soon. Although hope was slim, Wu Cheng still shouted encouragement to his team. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly sensed something was off. Why hadn't any arrows from the venomous lizardmen been flying their way for quite a while? After all, at least half of their fallen comrades had died from the venomous lizardmen as sneak attacks. Could it be that a mobile unit had actually arrived here and taken care of the venomous lizardmen?
At this thought, a glimmer of hope immediately flared up in Wu Cheng's heart. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out behind the black-scaled lizards. Wu Cheng thought military reinforcements had arrived and was overjoyed, but when he turned to look, he was instantly disheartened.
It wasn't a mobile squad at all, it was a fighter. The figure was even wearing a strange mask. Just as Wu Cheng was feeling disappointed, a gasp suddenly rang out beside him.
It's that mysterious figure.
It was He Quan's voice.
Wu Cheng slashed the black-scaled lizard man in front of him away with a single stroke, then quickly turned to look at He Quan.
You recognize that person?
He is the mysterious figure who took down Zhu Wu that night. He Quan hurriedly explained. That night, he and Shijai had been chasing Zhu Wu, but they'd nearly fallen into Zhu Wu's hands themselves. Fortunately, they'd been saved by a mysterious, masked fighter. But afterward, no matter how hard the two of them tried to recall the details, they couldn't remember the person's appearance.
They couldn't even remember their gender or voice.
Their only impression was of the mask white with black patterns, engraved with the dark raven emblem. This incident had caused quite a stir within their squad.
Wu Cheng, of course, knew about it as well.
Upon hearing that this fighter was the one who had taken down Zhu Wu, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. However, the disappointment in his heart hadn't diminished in the slightest.
Judging by He Quan and Shijai's descriptions, that masked fighter was only at the peak of level 1.
Yet given the current situation, even an additional level 2 fighter wouldn't make a difference.
Let alone a level 1 fighter.
It would merely be a needless loss of life. With that in mind, Wu Cheng shouted toward the masked figure.
Friend, there are many dimensional invaders here, you'd better get out of here fast.
There should be a mobile unit from the defense corps nearby.
Please find them and inform them of the situation here.
His booming voice carried far and wide. The masked figure paused in his tracks, but instead of leaving as Wu Cheng had suggested, he quickened his pace and walked toward them.
At the same time,
the black-scaled lizards snapped to attention. More than 10 of them immediately split off and charged toward the masked man, shouting and screaming. Seeing this, Wu Cheng's expression froze. He sighed inwardly, unable to suppress a sense of resentment toward the masked man. This guy is way too reckless and impulsive. He clearly saw the situation here, yet he still charged right in.
Doesn't he fear death at all?
Wu Cheng shook his head and smiled wryly. It seemed they were truly going to meet their end here today. Chen, who had just entered the complex, was unaware of Wu Cheng's thoughts. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. His purpose in coming here was to wipe out the dimensional invaders and complete the achievement. As for saving people, that was merely a side effect. Watching the black-scaled lizardmen charging madly toward him, a cold smile flashed across Chen's face as he suddenly darted forward. The clear, ringing sound of his blade instantly drowned out the surrounding battle cries and roars.
A dense swarm of blade light shot skyward, filling the void.
The silvery blade glow was so intense it seemed to cast a silvery hue over the entire housing complex. More than 10 black-scaled lizardmen were blinded by the sword light before their vision could return to normal. They felt a sudden pain in their necks, and their consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 black-scaled lizardmen were beheaded, their entire force wiped out. This scene left the residents of the neighborhood speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the black-scaled lizardmen were stunned by the scene and stopped fighting in their tracks.
A level 3 fighter?
Wu Cheng gasped, staring blankly at the scene before him. Among those more than 10 black-scaled lizardmen, nearly half were level 2 black-scaled lizardmen. Yet, without exception, they were all beheaded and killed in an instant with a single stroke. That kind of power was definitely beyond the level 2 tier. This masked figure was, without a doubt, a level 3 fighter. Snapping out of his shock, Wu Cheng immediately turned to look at He Quan, shooting him a questioning glance.
Is this guy a level 1 fighter?
He Quan understood the captain's gaze, but his mouth hung open, unable to speak. He was just as baffled at that moment. The last time they'd seen this masked man, he had undeniably been only a level 1. But less than a month had passed. How had he suddenly become a level 3 fighter?
Could it be that the masked man had actually been hiding his true strength last time? He Quan's face was a picture of confusion and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Chen had already charged into the ranks of the black-scaled lizardmen with his blade, beginning a bloodbath. So far, Chen had already slain over 100 black-scaled lizards. The hesitation he'd shown when first facing the dimensional invaders was long gone. All that remained was unwavering confidence and self-assurance. Before he even realized it, the relentless slaughter had completely transformed his mindset. Only now could he truly be called a battle-hardened fighter. No longer a student still living in an ivory tower. Whoosh! 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 Wherever his blade passed, blood spattered. One black-scaled lizardman after another fell to the ground, lifeless. These black-scaled lizardmen, at most level 2, were no match for Chen. With the Shadow Step skill unleashed to its fullest, the black-scaled lizardmen couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Often, they'd only catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure before their vision spun wildly, darkness surging like a tidal wave to instantly engulf their consciousness. Terrified shouts and piercing screams instantly echoed across the residential complex. Wu Chang and the others standing nearby were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Clearly, the black-scaled lizardmen were the ones with the numerical advantage. Yet the scene before them looked as if they were the ones being surrounded by Chen all by himself. In just 2 or 3 minutes, 70 or 80 black-scaled lizards had fallen to Chen's blade. The once densely packed horde of black-scaled lizards was now reduced to fewer than 30. Faced with such devastating casualties, even the black-scaled lizards renowned for their ferocity could not help but show fear in their eyes. Chen's gaze was cold and indifferent as the sharp glint of his blade flowed from his hand like water, relentlessly reaping the lives of one black-scaled lizardman after another. When fewer than 10 black-scaled lizardmen remained, they were finally struck with terror and turned to flee, screaming. Unfortunately, against the Shadow Step skill, such an attempt was doomed to fail. Before they had run very far, Chen caught up with the remaining black-scaled lizardmen and slaughtered them all. As the last black-scaled lizardman fell, the neighborhood instantly returned to silence. A deathly quiet enveloped the area. Everyone stared blankly at the lizardmen's corpses strewn across the ground, their mouths parched, unable to utter a single word. Wu Chang and his companions, in particular, felt as if they were in a dream, gasping in shock at the scene before them. To fight 100 enemies alone and wipe out every last black-scaled lizardman, such power was simply awe-inspiring. Who exactly was this masked figure? The military? Definitely not. Then it must be a civilian superhuman organization. The Hunters Guild? The Merchants Alliance? Or the Silver Light Society? Chapter 41, The Lizardman Centurion. Chen paid no heed to the stares of those around him and opened his achievements list to take a look. The progress for Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard of Resistance 2 had reached 129,300. This left Chen very satisfied. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completed the achievement. Turning his attention away, Chen began gathering materials. These were all stellar coins, so naturally, he couldn't waste them. Even with the discipline system, his future cultivation would undoubtedly require a massive expenditure of stellar coins. Not to mention, if he were to engage in combat with the dimensional invaders in the future, he'd definitely need to purchase a combat suit. Although the protective jade pendant was powerful, it had a durability limit. Every use depleted it a little more. Ordinary attacks could be withstood by the combat suit alone, so there was no need to waste the protective jade pendant's durability. With so many corpses, it took Chen about half an hour to gather all the materials. During this time, Wu Chang and the others simply watched quietly, not daring to disturb him. In fact, Wu Chang and the others were in a rather awkward situation at that moment. With their current heavy casualties, they were simply unable to lead a group of ordinary civilians through the streets to the military camp. They wanted to ask this masked man for help, but couldn't bring themselves to say it. They were complete strangers. The masked man had already saved their lives. It would be unreasonable to ask him for help out of the blue. The best course of action now was to find a place to hide within the residential complex and wait for rescue to arrive or for the dimensional rift to end.
It wasn't until Chen had finished collecting his materials that Wu Chang stepped forward and said gratefully,
"May I ask your name?"
Chen glanced at Wu Chang, then looked at his teammates behind him, quickly recognizing He Quan in the crowd. After a few seconds of silence, he said calmly,
"Just call me Dark Raven."
This was clearly not his real name. But Wu Chang didn't mind. There were numerous civilian superhuman organizations, many of which included mavericks. He was long accustomed to such things. As long as someone wasn't a fighter criminal, Wu Chang wouldn't pry further. And the man standing before him had saved their people twice by any measure. He had nothing to do with criminals.
"What are your plans from here?" Chen asked casually.
Wu Chang hesitated for a moment, but eventually revealed their plan to wait for rescue inside the residential complex.
Upon hearing this, Chen nodded slightly and turned to leave.
Seeing this, Wu Chang quickly warned him. "Brother Dark Raven, the square north of the complex has been taken over by the black-scaled lizards. You'd better be careful and stay away from that area."
Chen spun around abruptly. "The square? How many black-scaled lizard men are there?"
Wu Chang replied solemnly. "At least 400 or 500. And there's a centurion as well."
A centurion is a junior non-commissioned officer in the Dragon Lizard Dimensional Invaders Army.
Although only a low-ranking officer, their energy tier is at least level 3. One lizardman centurion plus 400 or 500 black-scaled lizardmen. This force was far beyond the mobile squad's capacity to handle. They had no choice but to wait for the Defense Corps to dispatch a main force to wipe them out. So, upon discovering this, Wu Chang immediately led his men to stay well clear of the square. Wu Chang suspected that the black-scaled lizardmen who had just besieged them likely came from the lizardman army in the square. Wu Chang had originally said this to warn Chen not to approach the square. But he was immediately taken aback when he saw that, upon hearing his words, Dark Raven's eyes suddenly lit up.
Talk about a godsend. Chen was overjoyed.
He had been wondering how to complete the achievement quickly, and now, unexpectedly, a solution had presented itself.
As long as he dealt with the Lizardmen army at the square, he'd have more than enough to complete the Dimensional Invaders Vanguard 2 achievement. Plus, that Lizardman Centurion was a level 3 life-type creature.
Who knows, it might even help him complete the Extreme Combat I achievement. Chen made up his mind on the spot to head over to the square right away. After saying thanks, Chen turned and left without a moment's hesitation. When they saw Chen walk out of the residential complex and head north without hesitation, Wu Chang and the others couldn't help but be taken aback.
What's going on? Didn't they tell him the north was dangerous? Why is he still heading north? He Quan looked at Wu Chang in confusion and asked, "Captain, what should we do?"
Wu Chang's expression wavered for a moment, then he suddenly gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "He Quan, you and the others take the civilians inside the building to hide and wait for help.
I'll go check on Dark Raven."
Given the number of lizardmen troops in the square, even a level 3 fighter could face mortal danger if they weren't careful. After all, Dark Raven was their savior. Wu Chang couldn't just stand by and watch him venture into such danger. With that, without waiting for He Quan's reply, Wu Chang hurried after him.
The square Wu Chang mentioned wasn't far from the residential complex.
It was a place where residents from several nearby neighborhoods usually went for walks and leisure time. Chen didn't approach recklessly. Instead, he first made his way to the roof of a nearby apartment building to survey the situation on the square from a distance. Looking down from the rooftop, the entire scene on the square was clearly visible. The square, which had always been clean and tidy, had now become a noisy playground for the dimensional invaders. The square was packed to the brim with a dense crowd of black-scaled lizardmen. As Wu Chang's intelligence had indicated, there were roughly 400 or 500 of them. Mixed in among them were dozens of poison twilight lizardmen with dark red scales. However, what caught Chen's attention most was a massive, towering lizardman standing in the center of the square. The lizardman was sitting on a sofa, its origin unknown, holding a human thigh and gnawing on it with his head down. Blood trickling down the corners of his mouth had stained more than half of his leather armor red, giving him an extremely ferocious appearance. At his feet stood a massive, gleaming battle axe.
Is that the Lizardman's Centurion? Chen activated his combat power scanner. Unfortunately, the distance was too great to detect the Centurion's exact combat power. Chen had no choice but to give up and turn his attention elsewhere. These lizard men seemed to be holding a gathering. They were dragging human corpses into the square, one after another, and then feasting on them with glee. It was unclear where they obtained the wood, but bonfires were burning at all four corners of the square. Many black-scaled lizardmen were dancing wildly around the bonfires, clearly exhilarated. Watching the lively gathering in the square, a cold smile flashed across Chen's face. He looked down at the azure bone in his hand. After the slaughter in the residential complex, all the grooves on the Tsangu blade had turned red. This meant that Tsangu had fully accumulated soul energy and was ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Gripping the hilt of Tsangu more tightly, Chen turned to leave the rooftop, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a scene and quickly turned to look. About 700 or 800 meters to the east of the square, a group of people was cautiously making their way along the main street. There were about 10 of them in total, mostly in their early 20s. But that wasn't what concerned Chen. What surprised him was that those people were, to his astonishment, all students from the Heian Academy Combat Department. Heian students Liao Quan and the others were all among them. Chapter 42, Students Stepping Toward the Abyss. What are they doing here? Chen looked taken aback. But he soon figured it out. According to the regulations of the White Whale City Military Affairs Bureau, when a dimensional rift occurs, non-military personnel with an energy tier below level 2 must immediately enter a shelter. Those who don't have time to reach a shelter must find a place to hide on the spot. As for fighters with an energy tier of level 2 or higher, they could either enter a shelter or choose to remain outside. However, they would bear full responsibility for any losses or consequences resulting from their decision. In fact, the operations carried out by civilian superhuman organizations to hunt down dimensional invaders in teams were conducted in accordance with this regulation. The Heian students and their companions were all level 2 fighters. According to the regulations, it was acceptable for them not to enter a shelter. However, considering that most student fighters have little to no combat experience, Heian Academy has historically discouraged combat department students from venturing out to hunt dimensional invaders during a dimensional rift. Normally, in such situations, combat department students would obediently follow the school's instructions and enter the on-campus shelter. But judging by the situation before him, it was clear that the Heian students and their group had not heeded the school's instructions this time. They're pretty bold. Chen grinned, his gaze following the direction the Heian students and their group were heading, eventually settling on the square where the lizard folk were reveling. Due to the obstructed view, the Heian students and their group were completely unaware that they were gradually walking toward the abyss. The main street was deathly quiet. Only the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the air. More than a dozen students moved cautiously along the street, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Apparently unable to bear the heavy silence, one boy finally spoke up. "Hey, is it really okay for us to have run out like this? The school clearly told us to go to the shelter." Liao Quan turned and shot the boy a sidelong glance, then pursed his lips and said, "What's there to be afraid of? The school just advised us not to go out. They didn't explicitly forbid it, and they don't have the authority to do so anyway. Besides, the shelter's already closed. It's too late for us to go back now." The boy's lips trembled as he hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. "Enough!" Heian students spoke up just in time, cutting off their argument. "Since we're already out here, there's no point in arguing about it now. Let us just keep a close eye on our surroundings. Especially the venomous night lizards. Once a venomous night lizard sets its sights on us, we're in danger." Everyone's expressions turned serious. Although they hadn't clashed with the dragon lizard dimensional invaders before today, they heard how troublesome the venomous night lizards were. This ranged unit, unique to the dragon lizard dimensional invaders, was highly skilled in archery. Once targeted by a swarm of venomous night lizards, even a level 3 fighter could easily meet their end if they weren't careful. Liao Quan had always obeyed Heian students' every word. Seeing her speak, he said no more, merely casting a disdainful glance at the boy. The group fell silent once more. Heian students looked at everyone and sighed softly to herself.
In truth, she wasn't entirely in favor of this mission. After all, they were all just students. Usually, they only spar with each other, stopping just short of a real fight.
They had absolutely no experience with life or death combat.
Throwing themselves headfirst into the dimensional invaders' battlefield without the guidance of seniors was, in fact, a highly dangerous and ill-considered move. However, Liao Quan had managed to convince most of the group, and in the end, even Heian students was swayed. So she went along with it and didn't object. But deep down, she had actually been feeling a vague sense of unease all along. Fortunately, along the way, although they encountered several groups of black-scaled lizards, their numbers were small, only in the single digits, so they were easily dealt with.
As a result, the team's morale was actually quite good at the moment.
Thinking of this, a figure suddenly flashed through Heian student's mind.
If only Chen were here.
With him around, the team's strength would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, and their safety would be significantly improved.
Unfortunately, Chen wasn't on campus when the dimensional rift erupted.
And since no one in the group had Chen's contact information, they had no choice but to let it go. Just then, Heian students, who was leading the way, suddenly raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop.
"What's wrong?" Liao Quan asked hurriedly. Heian students didn't answer but instead made a gesture as if listening intently. A moment later, he turned back and said, "There's a sound up ahead."
Everyone strained to listen.
Sure enough, just as the Heian student had said, faint shouts could be heard from the front.
They had heard this sound countless times along the way and were already very familiar with it. It was unmistakably the voice of the black-scaled lizard folk. "There are black-scaled lizard folk up ahead." A gleam of excitement flashed in Liao Quan's eyes as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Several of the boys also wore eager expressions. Along the way, each of them had killed at least 2 black-scaled lizard men. Any fear they once felt toward the dimensional invaders had long since vanished. All that remained was a thirst for battle and excitement. At a time like this, every additional black-scaled lizard man they killed meant one more thing to brag about when they returned. The group was a mix of excitement and unease, with only Heian students remaining relatively calm. Judging by the sound, there must be at least 30 of them.
Heian students said hesitantly. Heian students also furrowed his brow. That's way too many.
Better to play it safe. Let us change direction and keep looking for smaller groups of lizard men.
However, upon hearing this, Liao Quan objected without a moment's hesitation. "No way. Backing down without even trying? That's way too cowardly.
If you're worried, let us just get a little closer to check it out. If there really are that many, it won't be too late to run then." A few of the boys didn't want to leave just yet either, and upon hearing this, they all chimed in with their approval. Seeing this, Heian students exchanged a glance and reluctantly agreed. So the group slowed their pace and continued onward.
Before long, they reached a corner.
The group cautiously peered around the corner, looking toward the direction the sounds were coming from. The moment they looked, everyone froze in unison, their faces contorted with utter horror. On the square more than 200 meters away, hundreds of black-scaled lizardmen were gathered in a dense crowd, eating and drinking.
Even from over 200 meters away, they could feel the electric atmosphere.
Including Liao Quan, the few boys who had been eager to take action just moments before suddenly looked as if they'd been doused with cold water, their faces turned visibly pale. The girls were even more ashen-faced, biting their lips hard to stifle their gasps of shock.
Heian students reacted the fastest, gesturing for everyone to step back.
Only after retreating more than 10 meters did the group's tense bodies gradually relax.
Heian students acted decisively, whispering, "Let us get out of here fast."
This time, no one objected.
Even Liao Quan didn't think the group present could take on hundreds of black-scaled lizardmen on their own.
Once the decision was made, the group immediately turned and headed back along the path they had come. But after walking just 20 or 30 meters, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. The boy walking at the rear let out a blood-curdling scream as an arrow pierced right through his arm. Turning to see the scene, Heian students both turned pale.
Poisoned twilight lizards.
A deep, rumbling horn blast suddenly echoed from the sky not far away. It was the poisoned twilight lizardmen on the rooftop summoning their comrades. Shortly after the horn sounded, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from around the corner at the end of the street. Immediately afterward, a large number of black-scaled lizardmen burst out from around the corner, brandishing their weapons as they charged fiercely toward the group. The Heian students' faces turned ashen.
Run! Chapter 43, A Terrifying Strike. The silent retreat instantly turned into a panicked stampede.
Everyone knew this was a matter of life and death. Not a single person dared to slow down, instead burying their heads and sprinting forward frantically. Even the injured boy gritted his teeth and ran for his life. Everyone knew full well that if the black-scaled lizardmen caught up to them, they would end up as food for these monsters. Yet despite running for their lives, the situation remained dire for them. Black-scaled lizardmen possess a natural sense of balance as exceptional as that of felines. They can leap and dash between buildings. A large number of black-scaled lizardmen were chasing them down from the rooftops, constantly closing the gap between them. Glancing back at the scene, Liao Quan let out a shrill, eerie scream.
Those monsters are almost upon us. He didn't need to say it, everyone understood.
If they kept running like this, it wouldn't be long before the black-scaled lizardmen on the rooftops flanked them and cut them off ahead.
And in their current state, even the slightest delay would mean they'd be surrounded. As for stopping to turn and fight back,
they didn't have the strength for that. The black-scaled lizardmen chasing them from behind weren't just a dozen or two, there were well over 100 of them.
They simply couldn't handle it.
The excitement and smugness they felt just moments ago had vanished without a trace. It wasn't until this very moment that the Heian students and the others truly understood the treacherous nature of the dimensional rift.
This was absolutely not something a group of sheltered students could easily handle.
It was a pity that by the time they realized this truth, they would have to pay with their lives. What a heavy price to pay.
I don't want to die.
Tormented by fear, Liao Quan's entire face contorted. Yet at that moment, no one had the heart to mock his cowardly appearance.
Hearing the beast's roars growing ever closer behind them, everyone's faces turned pale.
As his gaze swept over the expressions of the group, a sense of despair welled up in the Heian students' hearts.
Were they really going to die here today?
Just then, Heian student's gaze suddenly froze, and he stared ahead in astonishment. About 200 or 300 meters ahead, in the middle of the street, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. The figure held a pale blade and wore a strange mask with a white background and black patterns, standing all alone in the middle of the street. Even as a huge horde of black-scaled lizardmen charged toward them, he stood motionless in the same spot, as if oblivious to the danger.
The Heian student was filled with shock and confusion.
Yet her kind nature made her unable to bear watching him face certain death, so she quickly shouted at the top of her lungs.
Run!
The others also noticed the masked figure at that moment, their faces filled with shock. But with their own lives on the line, they had no time to worry about anyone else. They all dropped their heads and ran frantically.
The masked figure paid them no mind.
He simply let them run past him without so much as a glance.
At the same time, the black-scaled lizardmen also noticed the masked figure.
Perhaps their animal instincts sensed the threat the masked man posed. Without hesitation, these monsters abandoned their pursuit of the Heian students and the others, shifting their focus to the masked man instead. The black-scaled lizards perched atop the building leapt down one after another, landing to join their comrades. Over 100 black-scaled lizards surged toward the masked man like a pitch-black torrent. Their ferocious aura was enough to make anyone turn pale. Turning to witness this scene, the students were both horrified and baffled.
What is that guy doing? Is he planning to go head-to-head with over 100 black-scaled lizardmen?
He is crazy.
This guy must be out of his mind.
Even a level 3 fighter couldn't hold out against that many black-scaled lizardmen.
This is insane.
In a dimensional rift like this, fighters of level 4 and above would typically concentrate on a few main battlefields to assist the defense corps in fighting the main forces of the dimensional invaders. Under normal circumstances, such powerful fighters would never show up in a place like this. No one expected a random passerby they happened to encounter to be a level 4 or level 5 powerhouse. So, in their eyes, the masked man's actions at that moment were nothing short of a futile attempt to sure path to certain death. A flicker of pity crossed the Heian students' eyes, and they sighed quietly to themselves. Chen was unaware of what Heian students and the others were thinking. Nor did he care in the least. His purpose for being here was to hunt down the dimensional invaders. Originally, Chen had planned to lure the black-scaled lizardmen out of the square in batches and defeat them one by one. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to handle 400 or 500 black-scaled lizardmen plus a lizardman centurion all at once. And the actions of Heian students and the others, in a way, had actually done him a small favor. As long as he wiped out this group of black-scaled lizardmen in front of him, at least a quarter of the lizardman army in the square would be eliminated. With a flash of thought, Chen slowly raised the blade in his hand. Then he swung it violently across the air. The instant the blade struck down, a strange, profound, and eerie strength as if originating from the very depths of the soul suddenly surged forth, coalescing on the pale blade and erupting with a thunderous roar as he swung. Whoosh! Wherever the pale blade passed, a massive, crescent-shaped blade aura equally pale, yet immense and powerful suddenly burst forth, hurtling toward the black-scaled lizardmen. The blade aura moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it struck the black-scaled lizardmen. Feeling the sharp, ferocious sword intent bearing down on them, many of the black-scaled lizardmen looked on in horror and instinctively tried to dodge. But it was already too late. Boom! A thunderous, earth-shattering roar erupted, nearly shattering their eardrums. Wherever the pale blade energy passed, all the black-scaled lizardmen exploded into a mist of blood that filled the sky. They didn't have even the slightest chance to resist. The pale blade energy raced all the way to the end of the street before finally dissipating. Looking back at the center of the street, the once densely packed black-scaled lizardmen had long since vanished. All that remained was the thick mist of blood lingering in the air. Silence. A deathly silence. Heian students and the others had stopped in their tracks at some point, staring blankly at the scene before them. In that instant, they were so utterly stunned by this supernatural spectacle that their minds went blank, their mouths hung open, unable to utter a word. What was this? A martial art? But what martial art could obliterate over 100 black-scaled lizardmen in a single strike, leaving not a trace behind? In all their lives, they had never witnessed such a terrifying martial art. It took quite a while before Heian students and the others gradually came to their senses. When they looked at the masked man again, their eyes were filled with intense awe and reverence. Such power far surpassed the level 3 tier. The mysterious figure before them was at least a level 4 fighter. Just moments ago, they had been mocking him as a madman, but now it was clear that they had been blind to his true capabilities. After exchanging glances for a moment, it was the Heian students who finally broke the silence. The girl took a few steps forward and said cautiously, "Senior." The masked figure seemed to snap out of his trance, glanced at her, and waved his hand. The gesture clearly meant for them to leave immediately. To the others, this attitude as if he didn't want to say another word seemed perfectly normal. After all, it's only natural for a powerful fighter to be aloof. Fearing they might anger this mysterious master, the Heian students didn't press the matter further. After quietly expressing their gratitude, they left along with the others. It wasn't until their figures had vanished from sight that Chen fixed his gaze on the blood mist drifting before him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. That power absolutely insane. Chapter 44, Unscientific Supernatural Strength. To be honest, Chen had expected that a strike from Tsangu, charged with his full reserve of soul power, would be incredibly powerful. But he never imagined it would be this powerful. Over 100 black-scaled lizardmen were wiped out without a trace left behind. It was downright terrifying. That crescent-shaped, pale blade energy left an especially deep impression on him. The fighter techniques he decultivated before could certainly be called extraordinary. But if explained through science, they were still barely plausible. It wasn't until he saw that blade energy just now that Chen truly felt he witnessed something beyond the ordinary.
Come to think of it, do fighters in this world actually possess something like blade energy? Chen mused to himself. After all, his understanding of this world's extraordinary strength was still far too limited. Although he was familiar with the energy tier system, his knowledge was limited to levels 1 through 5. As for what lay beyond level 5, he had no idea. Perhaps there existed supernatural strengths in this world that were even more unscientific than blade energy. It was just that, at his current level, he couldn't access them yet. After a long while, Chen refocused his attention on the situation at hand. Looking at the blood mist drifting before him, he felt a slight sense of regret. As powerful as the pale blade chi was, it consumed far too many materials. With a single strike, over 100 black-scaled lizardmen were obliterated, not even a single scale remained. A complete waste. Never mind. Completing the achievement is more important than gathering materials. Chen glanced at his achievements. Vanguard against Dimensional Invaders 2 was just over 50 Dimensional Invaders away from completion. One more wave of black-scaled lizardmen should do the trick. Of course, Chen had no intention of stopping after hunting just over 50 Dimensional Invaders. This Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard of Resistance, was clearly a series of achievements. After 2, there would most likely be 3 and 4. The black-scaled lizardmen in the square were perfect for grinding the achievement. Chen glanced at Palebone. Although he had just unleashed Pale Blade Chi, killing over 100 black-scaled lizardmen had already filled more than half of Palebone's groove again. He estimated that taking down a few dozen more black-scaled lizardmen would allow him to unleash Pale Blade Chi once more. Chen's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a plan. In the square, the lizardman centurion casually tossed the thoroughly gnawed thigh bone aside and belched contentedly. Human flesh and blood really is the most delicious. The lizardman centurion swayed his head from side to side for a moment, then suddenly remembered that the subordinates he'd sent out to hunt down the human fighters hadn't returned yet. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. It takes them that long just to hunt down a few human fighters. The lizardman centurion snorted coldly and kicked one of his men standing nearby. Go see if they're back yet. The subordinate scrambled out of the square, rolling and crawling as he went. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance to the square. The lizardman centurion, already irritated, looked up to berate them, but something didn't feel right. A human fighter had charged through the square's entrance at some point, raising his sword and unleashing a killing spree against his men. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of his men were cut down and lay sprawled on the ground. The black-scaled lizardmen were instantly stunned. This was the first time they'd ever seen such a brazen human fighter. He actually dared to charge into their ranks alone and start killing people. After all, there were well over 300 of their comrades in the square. Coming to his senses, the lizardman centurion flew into a rage. Kill him. Kill that human for me. Amid his furious roars, the black-scaled lizardmen snapped out of their daze and, with bloodshot eyes, charged at the human fighter. Seeing this, the human fighter turned and fled without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all the black-scaled lizardmen had chased him out of the square. Suddenly, the vast square was left with only the lizardman centurion. Once his rage had subsided slightly, the lizardman centurion quickly realized something was wrong. How had that human fighter gotten here? Not to mention the more than 100 subordinates who had gone off to hunt their prey earlier, there were over a dozen venomous twilight lizards guarding the area around the square. Why hadn't they sounded the alarm? The more the lizard centurion thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Could this be a trap set by the humans? At this thought, the lizard centurion's heart sank, and he hurried toward the exit of the square. But after taking just a few steps, he suddenly sensed an immense, overwhelmingly powerful aura surging in from beyond the square. That profound, abyssal aura rolled down upon him like a heavy boulder, nearly taking his breath away. The lizardman centurion's face instantly turned pale. On the main street. After slaying dozens of black-scaled lizardmen, the groove of Blue Bones was once again filled to capacity. Without a word, Chen raised his blade and swung it fiercely through the air, aiming at the black-scaled lizardmen crowding the entire street ahead. In an instant, a crescent-shaped, pale blade aura tore through the air. Carrying an overwhelming, mountain-shattering momentum, it crushed through the crowded street like a charging war chariot. Wherever it passed, the black-scaled lizardmen were, without exception, shredded by the terrifying blade energy into a mist of blood filling the sky. It plowed forward for over 200 meters before the pale blade energy finally lost its momentum and dissipated into the air. By this point, more than 300 black-scaled lizardmen who had come in pursuit had already been wiped out. For the most part, only a mere 30 or 40 remained, frozen in place, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen didn't pause for a moment. He darted forward, charging at the remaining black-scaled lizardmen. Those black-scaled lizardmen had long since been terrified out of their wits by the horrific scene they just witnessed. Upon seeing that terrifying human fighter charging toward them, they let out a shriek as if waking from a dream and turned to flee in a panic. Unfortunately, they hadn't run more than a few steps before Chen caught up with them, mowing them down as easily as chopping vegetables or slicing watermelons. After dispatching the last black-scaled lizardman, Chen immediately opened his achievements list. As expected, Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 2 had been completed. 1,000 discipline points earned. And a new achievement appeared alongside it. Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 3, defeat 1,000 Dimensional Invaders. Requires a total 4-dimensional attribute value of at least 60 points. Completion grants 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 288 1,000. 1,000 Dimensional Invaders, that's a tough number to hit. Chen mused to himself. Still, the reward of 2,000 discipline points made his heart race. Oh right, there's also the Extreme Combat achievement. Chen snapped back to reality and walked toward the square, sword in hand. He hadn't forgotten that there was still a lizardman centurion in the square. Although he had just unleashed the pale blade chi, the deaths of over 300 black-scaled lizardmen had refilled the grooves of the pale bone. Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The pale bone was simply a killing machine against massive hordes of minions. On a battlefield teeming with low-level grunts, the pale blade chi could be unleashed non-stop. The slaughter would be absolutely terrifying. It felt like cheating. But come to think of it, the discipline system itself is cheating. The items it produces are practically the same as cheating in the real world. After all, whether it's the Dark Raven Mask, dungeon keys, healing potions, or protective jade pendants, none of them look like they belong in the real world. As luck would have it, just as Chen rounded the street corner, he ran head-on into the lizardman centurion who had rushed over to investigate the situation. The moment they saw each other, both froze for a split second. The lizardman centurion was utterly stunned. How could this human fighter look completely unscathed? And what about his men? Where had all 300-plus warriors gone? Compared to the lizardman centurion's shock, Chen was much more composed. He'd already taken care of the minions. With only the lizardman centurion left, he was no longer a threat. He reached out and pressed the power button on his combat scanner. In an instant, the lizardman centurion's combat power value appeared on the screen. 148. Chen's eyes lit up. That number was exactly 22 points higher than his own. It met the kill target requirements for the extreme challenge. As long as he killed this lizardman centurion, he could unlock another achievement. Chen's heart leapt with joy, and without a word, he swung his sword with lightning speed. A piercing blade of light instantly descended upon the lizardman centurion's head. Chapter 45, The Rhythm of Defeating a Higher-Level Foe. The battle erupted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the man and the lizardman were locked in a fierce struggle on the empty street. Chen wanted to test the gap between himself and the lizardman centurion to see where he stood within the level 3 energy tier. So he didn't resort to the pale blade chi right away. Instead, he relied on his shadow step and shadow blade skills to engage the lizardman centurion in a fierce battle. Unlike human fighters, dragon lizard dimensional invaders do not possess martial arts techniques that allow them to combine their physical prowess with even greater strength. But that does not mean they are weaker than human fighters. Lizardmen possess physiques far superior to those of humans. Their claws and fangs are natural, formidable weapons. The hard scales covering their entire bodies serve as natural armor, capable of withstanding bullets.
A lizard man of the Centurion-S caliber can withstand a barrage of gunfire for a short time, relying solely on his scales. In addition, lizardmen possess beast-like intuition and combat instincts. They are often better adapted than humans to brutal, life-or-death combat. And they are even more fearless in the face of death. When total four-dimensional attributes are roughly equal, a human fighter actually holds little advantage against a lizard man. However, that applies only to ordinary fighters. The lizardman Centurion soon realized that his past understanding of human fighters was completely useless when it came to this masked man standing before him. The opponent's physical prowess was clearly inferior to his own. Yet his martial skills were astonishingly formidable, far superior to any level 3 fighter he had ever faced. Even that level 4 fighter he recalled who had once forced him into a humiliating retreat couldn't match the man before him in terms of martial skill alone. The lizardman Centurion roared furiously, his attacks growing ever more ferocious, yet he remained unable to get the better of Chen. By this point in the fight, Chen had a rough idea of his own strength level. With the master stage shadow step skill and expert stage shadow blade skill, coupled with his sharp Tsang bone, he could hold his own even against an enemy whose total four-dimensional attribute score exceeded his own by more than 20 points. If he were to add the transcendent stage form of the Thunder Fist skill, that limit could be pushed even higher. In the blink of an eye, Chen had already formulated a plan. Deciding not to delay any further, he twisted his waist and hips, unleashing a fist as powerful as a cannon blast, driving it straight toward the lizardman Centurion. Transcendent Stage Thunder Fist Skill. A deafening clap of thunder erupted. The sudden flash of lightning illuminated the terror in the lizardman Centurion's eyes. In the next instant, the fist, wrapped in countless streaks of lightning, slammed heavily into his chest. Boom! A thunderous, muffled roar erupted. The hard scales, tough enough to withstand a hail of bullets, were as fragile as thin paper in the face of the fist shrouded in lightning. They instantly shattered and crumbled, sending flesh and blood flying in all directions. A bloody gash instantly appeared across the lizardman Centurion's chest. His towering body was hurled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground before skidding another 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he struggled to his feet, the lizardman Centurion coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Yet he had no time to spare. He looked up at Chen in utter horror. He seemed unable to comprehend how this human fighter could unleash such a terrifying move in the blink of an eye. Chen slowly withdrew his fist. After breaking through to level 3, the power of the Thunder Fist skill, Transcendent Stage, had risen accordingly, surging dramatically. He had previously worried that the Thunder Fist skill was too low tier and might not keep pace with his strength once he reached level 3. Now it seemed he had worried needlessly. A dark gleam flashed in his eyes as Chen swung his sword and charged at the lizardman Centurion once more. Strike while the iron is hot. Seemingly sensing his impending doom, the lizardman Centurion went completely berserk. He attacked Chen with reckless abandon, desperate to take him down with him. However, even at the peak of his strength, he had been no match for Chen, let alone now, severely wounded as he was. 4 or 5 minutes later, accompanied by a desperate, defiant roar, the lizardman Centurion collapsed onto the ground, covered in blood, and lay motionless. Without so much as a glance at the corpse, Chen immediately opened his achievements list. Extreme Combat I had indeed been completed. Seeing the 1,000 discipline points added to his stats, Chen felt a surge of joy. That's enough to redeem a D-rank dungeon key and an invisibility cloak. In addition, a new achievement appeared. Extreme Combat 2, defeat an intelligent creature whose total 4 stat value exceeds your current total by 40 points. Completion grants 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1. 40 points. Chen was secretly stunned. His current total 4 stat value was 126 points. 40 points higher meant 166 points. That was already in the energy tier 4 range. This was clearly asking him to take on an enemy several tiers above his own. Still, looking at the 2,000 discipline points reward, Chen shrugged and accepted the challenge. After all, the reward was generous. To take down a tier 4 creature, I'll probably have to use Tsangu's ultimate move. The Thunder Fist skill at the Transcendent Stage was effective against peak tier 3 opponents.
But it's not enough to take on level 4 enemies.
Pale Blade Chi, however, is a different story. Recalling how Pale Blade Chi had wiped out nearly 300 black-scaled lizardmen with a single strike earlier, Chen instantly felt more confident. The problem is, where am I supposed to find a level 4 black-scaled lizardman? Level 4 black-scaled lizardmen were undoubtedly officers in the Dragon Lizard Dimensional Invaders army. Even a level 3 lizardman centurion had 400 or 500 subordinates at his side. A level 4 lizardman officer would undoubtedly have even more minions. Killing one wouldn't be easy. Just as he was pondering this, Chen's expression suddenly shifted as he looked toward the entrance of the square. The moment his gaze fell there, a figure walked into the square. To his surprise, it was Wu Chang, whom he had seen not long ago. Wu Chang looked at the empty square, a somewhat bewildered expression on his face. While chasing Chen, he had encountered several black-scaled lizardmen and had to put in quite an effort to deal with them. He had thought that with all that delay, he might have arrived too late. Who would have thought he'd witnessed such a scene? Where were the black-scaled lizards? Weren't there supposed to be over 400 of them in this square? Where had they all gone? There were indeed quite a few black-scaled lizard corpses lying on the street outside, but even counting them all, there were only about 70 or 80. That was less than a fifth of what he had seen earlier. Had the remaining black-scaled lizard men moved elsewhere? Wu Chang couldn't make head or tail of it, but then he spotted Chen not far away. A look of joy spread across his face, and he hurried over. "Brother Dark Raven, you're okay." Mid-sentence, Wu Chang suddenly caught sight of the corpse at Chen's feet and froze in place. Isn't that the lizardman centurion? The military structure of the dragon lizards, the dimensional invaders, is unique. Officer-level lizardmen wear a string of tooth bones around their necks as a symbol of rank. The more tooth bones they have, the higher their rank. And centurion-level officers typically wear 2 tooth bones. On the chest of the lizardman corpse before him lay 2 thumb-sized tooth bones, strung together by a thin, long hemp cord. There was no mistake, this lizardman was the centurion who had previously occupied the square. Wu Chang looked at Chen in shock, his mind reeling with disbelief. The Dark Raven brother had actually taken down a lizardman centurion. Chapter 46, Supernatural Organizations. The White Whale City Defense Corps and the Dragon Lizard Dimensional Invaders were longtime rivals. They had been at war with each other for decades. As a member of the Defense Corps, Wu Chang's understanding of the Dragon Lizard Dimensional Invaders far exceeded that of the average bounty hunter. Among the centurions in the Dragon Lizard Dimensional Invaders army, some are stronger than others. You can generally gauge their strength by the number of soldiers under their command. The more soldiers a centurion commands, the stronger they are. The lizardman centurion occupying the square had over 400 soldiers under his command. His strength definitely placed him in the upper middle tier among centurions. Even if he wasn't at the peak of level 3, he wasn't far off. An enemy of this caliber would likely be too much for even the lieutenant captain of their squadron to handle. Yet now, this lizardman centurion had been killed by Dark Raven. And judging by the fact that Dark Raven was unscathed, he clearly still had plenty of energy to spare. Just how powerful was he, really? Wu Chang was utterly stunned for a moment, and his gaze toward Chen grew even more reverent. It took him quite a while to snap out of his shock, and he asked tentatively, "Brother Dark Raven, those black-scaled lizardmen on the square. They won't be coming back." "Don't worry." Chen brushed him off with a casual reply, then crouched down to begin gathering materials from the lizardman centurion's body. Seeing this, Wu Chang, though still completely baffled, kept his mouth shut and asked no further questions, so as not to disturb Chen. The materials from the lizardman centurion were far more valuable than those from ordinary black-scaled lizardmen. After gathering everything, Chen estimated that selling them would easily fetch over 100,000, maybe even 200,000, and his mood instantly brightened. He stood up and went outside the square, harvesting the materials from the black-scaled lizardmen corpses lining the street as well. Only then, feeling thoroughly satisfied, did Chen return to the square and casually ask Wu Chang, "Do you know how long this dimensional rift will last?" Wu Chang paused for a moment, thinking it over before answering.
This dimensional rift is rated E+.
Based on past experience, the defense corps should be able to suppress it within a day at most.
Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Just one day, huh? Looks like I won't be able to complete Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 3. That said, Chen wasn't particularly disappointed.
After all, there were plenty of opportunities to kill dimensional invaders.
There were quite a few dungeons within White Whale City. As long as he could obtain a permit, he could enter them and hunt dimensional invaders.
On the other hand, it would be a good thing if the dimensional rift could be resolved sooner rather than later. It was rare to meet someone who knew so much about the dimensional rift, and just as Chen was about to ask a few more questions, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning to look in the direction of the sound, he saw a large crowd suddenly rush into the square with a clatter. The arrivals were numerous and formidable, numbering over 30 people. However, Chen keenly noticed that these people did not seem to be part of the same group. Upon entering the square, they immediately split into 3 distinct groups, each roughly equal in size. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wu Cheng's brow furrowed instantly, and he muttered under his breath. "Why are they here?"
Chen asked, "Who are these people?" "They're members of civilian superhuman organizations."
Wu Cheng pointed to the group of over 10 people leading the way.
"Those are bounty hunters from the Hunters Guild."
He then pointed to another group trailing 7 or 8 meters behind.
"Those are members of the Merchants Alliance."
Compared to the bounty hunters' motley attire, the Merchants Alliance members wore uniformed attire, were well equipped, and appeared to be more strictly disciplined.
However, what caught Chen's attention even more was another group. Although their attire varied, they all wore identical silver badges on their chests. Moreover, each exuded a fierce aura, their expressions hinting at a defiant, untamed spirit. "Those are members of the Silver Light Society."
Noticing Chen's gaze, Wu Cheng whispered, "Be careful, those guys are notoriously flashy and arrogant."
"They're not to be messed with." Chen nodded in agreement.
As the two spoke, 3 members of the supernatural organizations had already reached the center of the square. Looking at the empty square, the group appeared visibly puzzled.
"Weren't there's supposed to be a lot of black-scaled lizard folk here? Where did they all go? Could the intel have been wrong?" "I don't think so. Didn't you see that people from the Merchants Alliance and the Silver Light Society are here too? Could they have migrated?"
The leader of the bounty hunters, a man with a full beard, turned to look at Wu Cheng and Chen. After a brief glance, his eyes lit up slightly.
"Isn't that Captain Wu? What are you doing here?" Wu Cheng forced a smile and greeted him. "Long time no see, Steward Gu."
As a soldier, Wu Cheng had never had much regard for the laid-back bounty hunters. However, since the Steward Gu standing before him was a level 4 fighter, he dared not treat him with disrespect. Gu Dongming laughed heartily and turned to look at Chen beside him. Just as he was about to ask a question, he was suddenly interrupted by a gasp of surprise.
"That's the Lizard Man Centurion."
The voice belonged to one of his bounty hunters. Gu Dongming turned his head and looked at the corpse on the ground, a look of surprise immediately flashing across his face. The attention of the members of the Merchants Alliance and the Silver Light Society was also drawn to the scene, and they all stepped forward to take a closer look. The Lizard Man Centurion's bone tooth necklace was purely symbolic and held no real value.
Chen wasn't interested in it, so he hadn't taken it.
It was still lying right there on the Lizard Man Centurion's chest. Upon seeing the bone tooth necklace, everyone's doubts vanished. A middle-aged man leading the Merchants Alliance said with a smile, "Captain Wu, your defense corps sure is efficient. As soon as we received the intelligence, we immediately gathered our men and rushed over.
It took us less than an hour.
We thought we were moving fast enough, but it turns out we were still a step behind you."
A cold snort suddenly rang out.
It came from the bald, burly man leading the Silver Light Society. His body was a mass of bulging muscles, straining his combat suit into a pronounced curve.
He exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Clearly, he was a fighter-level powerhouse on par with Gu Dongming. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the bald giant shot Wu Cheng a sidelong glance and remarked indifferently, It seems the defense corps is quite at ease, they even have the spare capacity to send people to sweep the outskirts.
Could it be that the defense corps has already secured control over several main battlefields?
There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone.
However, everyone present understood the implication. White Whale City was vast, even the defense corps would struggle to defend the entire city when a dimensional rift occurred.
Therefore, areas outside the main battlefields were typically left to civilian superhuman organizations to clear.
At most, the defense corps would dispatch small mobile units to rescue civilians who hadn't yet had time to evacuate.
This had become an unspoken understanding between the defense corps and civilian superhuman organizations.
That was how things were usually handled.
Upon receiving intelligence that a large number of dimensional invaders had gathered in the square, members of the three superhuman organizations had rushed over immediately, hoping to score a big win. Little did they expect that the dimensional invaders in the square had already been dealt with by the defense corps, making their entire trip a wasted effort. It was no surprise that the Silver Light Society was dissatisfied with this. Wu Cheng naturally understood this. His expression darkened instantly, but out of respect for the bald man's strength, he ultimately held his tongue. Instead, he said expressionlessly, "It wasn't us who killed the lizard man centurion, it was my brother here, Dark Raven." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Chen in unison.
Chapter 47, Take Off That Mask.
Gu Dongming, the middle-aged man, and the bald giant were all seasoned veterans with keen eyes. Just by looking at the wounds on the lizard man centurion's body, they could tell he'd been dealt a devastating blow before he died. The attacker must have possessed at least peak level 3 strength. They had originally assumed it was one of the military's elite who had struck the blow, but they never expected it to be this masked man. Moreover, judging by Wu Cheng's tone, this person did not appear to be part of the military. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered slightly as he asked with a smile,
"I wonder which supernatural organization this brother belongs to."
Chen shook his head.
"I'm just an ordinary fighter. I haven't joined any supernatural organization."
Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across the eyes of Gu Dongming, the middle-aged man, and the bald giant.
A fighter with peak level 3 strength who hasn't joined any supernatural organization. That's quite rare.
Moreover, although he was wearing a mask, judging by his voice, build, and bone structure, he couldn't be very old.
He couldn't be more than 30.
For a level 3 peak fighter at that age, his talent was already outstanding. With that in mind, all three immediately began scheming, eager to recruit the man before them into their organization. Civilian supernatural organizations aren't like the military, they don't have to do anything to attract a flood of elite combat department graduates vying to join. If they wanted to secure outstanding new talent, they had to use every means possible to promote and recruit effectively. Sometimes, when they encountered a truly promising prospect, they even had to take the initiative to court them. Gu Dongming was the quickest to react. He pulled out a business card and handed it to Chen. "Brother Dark Raven, let me introduce myself.
My name is Gu Dongming.
I'm a steward in the organization department of the Hunters Guild, and I'm usually in charge of recruitment. Here's the thing, our Hunters Guild is one of the top 3 civilian supernatural organizations in White Whale City. Once you join, there are no mandatory member tasks, but you can voluntarily contribute to the guild to earn points, which can be exchanged for all kinds of cultivation resources to help you grow."
I don't know if you've read any web novels?
The Hunters Guild is similar to the Adventurers Guild in fantasy novels. It posts missions that you can voluntarily accept, and participation in any events is also entirely optional.
I wonder if you'd be interested in joining.
With the discipline system at his disposal, Chen didn't rely heavily on cultivation resources. So Gu Dongming's words didn't hold much appeal for him.
Of course, joining the Hunters Guild wasn't out of the question.
If he ever needed a certain resource in the future, he might be able to use the Hunters Guild's channels. But the problem was that Chen's current identity was Dark Raven. It was obvious even to a child that the Hunters Guild would never allow him to join under such unclear circumstances. They would inevitably demand that he reveal his true identity. Although Chen had decided to gradually reveal his talent and strength, he didn't want to move too fast. He had no intention of exposing the fact that he was already a level 3 fighter just yet. So, after accepting the business card, he replied politely.
Gu Dongming was taken aback by this. However, he had a good temperament and wasn't offended. He just laughed and said,
"Well then, if you ever consider joining a superhuman organization in the future, please be sure to consider our Hunters Guild."
Chen nodded in agreement.
After Gu Dongming finished speaking, the middle-aged man stepped forward and handed him a business card as well.
"My name is Yen Huan.
I'm the manager of the southern branch of the Merchants Alliance in White Whale City.
Our Merchants Alliance welcomes promising fighters to join us. Of course, it's fine if you don't join. The Merchants Alliance is also happy to establish business relationships with fighters.
Brother Dark Raven, if you ever have anything you want to buy or sell in the future, feel free to contact me anytime.
I guarantee you'll get a great price."
Thinking of the materials in his spatial backpack, Chen's interest was immediately piqued, and he accepted the business card. Seeing this, Yen Huan's smile grew even broader. Wu Chang, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe.
The Hunters Guild and the Merchants Alliance are two of the largest supernatural organizations in White Whale City.
Although they're always eager to recruit talent, it's rare for two level 4 fighters to personally step forward to recruit someone. Only a fighter with exceptional potential like Brother Dark Raven would receive such treatment. And now that both the Hunters Guild and the Merchants Alliance have made their moves, the Silver Light Society surely won't be left behind.
Sure enough, the bald giant spoke up next. "Dark Raven, right?"
"I'm not going to beat around the bush like these two. I'll cut to the chase. If you join our Silver Light Society, I'll personally give you a signing bonus of 1 million.
Plus, from now on, you're one of our brothers. If anyone dares to mess with you, we won't let them get away with it."
Unlike the Hunters Guild and the Merchants Alliance, the members of the Silverlight Guild carried a subtle air of outlaw-like defiance in their speech and demeanor. And just as Wu Chang had said, they acted in a flamboyant and domineering manner. Even while recruiting, the bald giant's tone carried a sense of condescension. Since Chen hadn't even joined the Hunters Guild or the Merchants Alliance, he certainly wouldn't choose the Silverlight Guild either. Upon hearing this, Chen shook his head without a moment's hesitation. The bald giant narrowed his eyes, his expression instantly turning colder. Although he'd seen Chen turn down offers from both the Hunters Guild and the Merchants Alliance, he'd assumed that with the 1 million signing bonus he'd offered coupled with the Silver Light Society's formidable reputation, this fighter with no notable background would surely accept. Who would thought the other party would still have the nerve to refuse? The bald man himself was a level 4 powerhouse, while Chen was merely a level 3 fighter. Faced with this nobody's refusal, he instantly felt a sense of resentment toward the man's lack of gratitude. A young man with a scar across his face standing nearby noticed the dissatisfaction in his boss's expression. His eyes darted about, and he stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. "Brother, our boss is inviting you as a sign of respect."
Isn't it a bit rude to refuse like this?
If his earlier words had merely been condescending, this time they carried an implicit threat. Wu Chang's expression shifted slightly.
Gu Dongming and Yen Huan, however, remained composed.
Clearly, this wasn't the first time they'd witnessed the Silver Light Society act this way. The two even harbored some sinister thoughts. If Dark Raven were to clash with the Silver Light Society and they stepped in to help, they might just be able to recruit this fighter who showed considerable potential into their organization. With this thought in mind, the two remained silent in unison. They signaled to their subordinates with a glance, warning them not to act rashly. Faced with the scarred young man's aggressive words, Chen remained impassive and spoke calmly.
"What's this? Does the Silver Light Society have a habit of forcibly recruiting people? Some things are best done, not said.
And they certainly shouldn't be brought out into the open." As soon as Chen finished speaking, the expressions of the Silver Light Society members shifted slightly, and the looks they cast at him instantly turned extremely hostile. As one of the 3 major superhuman organizations in White Whale City, the Silver Light Society possessed formidable strength. Apart from the military, they feared no one. Their reputation was particularly formidable within the fighter community. On ordinary days, run-of-the-mill fighters wouldn't dare make a peep in their presence, let alone speak sarcastically. A fighter with absolutely no connections actually dared to mock them to their faces. He must be tired of living. The bald man's expression grew even darker, and he snorted coldly. Whether or not to join a superhuman organization is a fighter's own choice. We at the Silver Light Society never force anyone. As for you, though slandering our Silver Light Society for no reason at all, what are you up to? Furious at Chen's lack of tact, the bald man had already pinned a label on him with just a few words. The young man with the scar caught on instantly. He shot Chen a sinister glance and said, "Boss, this guy hunts dimensional invaders while wearing a mask. He could be a wanted criminal. Let us just take him down and interrogate him properly." Wu Cheng finally lost his temper, his face turning ashen as he said, "Tao Li, don't make such baseless accusations. Brother Dark Raven saved our defense corps." The scarred young man glanced at him and asked, "So you've seen this guy's true face?" Wu Cheng's expression froze for a moment. Seeing this, the scarred young man immediately caught on and snorted derisively. "If you haven't seen him, how do you know he isn't a wanted criminal? Maybe he saved you guys just to gain your trust and cover up his true identity." Anyone with a shred of common sense knew this was utter nonsense. But all the bald giant, Tao Li, wanted was an excuse to strike. Seeing that Wu Cheng had no reply, Tao Li let out a cold laugh and charged toward Chen, reaching out to grab his mask. "What kind of skill is it to hide your face like that? Take that mask off right now." Chapter 48, Beyond Our Level of Access. Tao Li's sudden attack made Wu Cheng's face turn pale. As he snapped back to his senses, he immediately moved to intervene. However, the moment he made a move, a figure flashed before him. The scar-faced young man who had been speaking moments ago had already stepped in front of him. "Captain Wu, our boss is helping your defense corps here. You'd better just stand back and watch." Wu Cheng's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to do anything. He was only a level 2 fighter, while the scarred young man blocking his path possessed peak level 2 strength. With this man in the way, he had absolutely no way of getting past him to help Dark Raven. Not to mention that there were more than a dozen members of the Silver Light Society watching them intently from the sidelines. This bunch of lawless bastards. Wu Cheng seethed inwardly. Meanwhile, Chen and Tao Li had already clashed. With a swift sidestep, Chen dodged Tao Li's grab. His attack missed, and Tao Li let out a low before a cold smile spread across his face. "I'll see just how long you can keep dodging." A dark gleam flashed briefly in Chen's eyes. Dodge? He had no intention of dodging forever. Chen let out a cold laugh and raised his blade. Seeing Chen prepare for a head-on clash, a hint of contempt flashed across Tao Li's eyes. His opponent was merely a level 3 fighter confident of victory. He had no guard up whatsoever and charged straight at him. The scarred young man standing nearby saw this and broke into a mocking grin. He's overestimating himself. How dare he go head-to-head with the boss? Who gave him the guts? His words were abruptly cut short by a thunderous roar. Out of nowhere, a massive crescent-shaped blade aura materialized before Chen, piercing through the air like a bolt of lightning as it hurtled toward Tao Li. The pale blade aura was nearly as tall as a person. Even from over 10 meters away, everyone could feel the sharp, piercing intent of the blade bearing down on them. For a moment, everyone present felt a sudden tightness in their chests, as if a heavy boulder had been pressed down upon them, creating the illusion that they couldn't breathe. Wu Cheng, Gu Dongming, Yan Huan, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Tao Li, who was facing this strike head-on, turned pale with terror. He felt a chill run up his spine, and his entire body went numb. In that instant, he felt as if he were staring death in the face. "Break it!" Overcome by the fear of death, Tao Li's face contorted as he roared furiously, drawing his sword without a moment's hesitation to strike at the oncoming pale blade energy. Driven by the will to survive, he poured every ounce of his strength into this strike. It was arguably the finest strike of his entire life. Amid the horrified and stunned gazes of the crowd, the blade and the sword energy collided violently in midair. Time seemed to stand still for a split second. In the next instant, accompanied by an excruciatingly piercing screech of metal tearing, the exquisitely crafted blade in Tao Li's hand shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering into fragments. The pale sword energy surged forward, slamming into Tao Li's chest. Before he could even let out a scream, Tao Li was instantly torn to shreds by the powerful, razor-sharp blade energy, turning him into a mist of blood that filled the sky. Boom! The pale blade energy showed no signs of stopping. It continued charging forward for dozens of meters, carving a deep furrow into the hard ground, before slowly dissipating at the edge of the square. Silence. Complete silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them, their hearts in their throats, not daring to breathe a single breath, utterly stunned and speechless by this supernatural spectacle. Thud. A sudden sound broke the silence. It was the scarred young man, whose legs gave way, causing him to collapse onto the ground. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon him. Among them was Chen. Meeting Chen's cold stare, the scarred young man's face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled as he stammered. Spare my life. I was blind to your true power. Please, as a magnanimous person, forgive a petty man's transgression and spare my life. The scarred young man trembled uncontrollably, completely stripped of his earlier arrogance and bravado. However, everyone present fully understood his reaction. To kill a level 4 fighter with a single strike. Such power was simply terrifying. This was definitely not a level 3 fighter, he was at least a level 5 fighter. He might even be higher than that. Even seasoned veterans like Gu Dongming and Yin Huan had never seen such a terrifying, pale blade aura. That supernatural blade aura might very well belong to a strength that surpassed level 5. At this thought, Gu Dongming and Yin Huan's hearts skipped a beat in unison. A level 5 fighter was already a major figure to them. Let alone someone above level 5. That was someone on an entirely different level from them. Realizing they'd just been trying to recruit such a powerful figure as a promising newcomer, Gu Dongming and Yin Huan couldn't help but swallow hard, their hearts sinking. Spare my life. Please spare my life, sir. The scarred young man was still begging for mercy. Chen glanced at him, then flickered past him in an instant. Whoosh! A massive head flew high into the air. Since they'd already become enemies, there was no need to go easy on him. Chen had never been one to show mercy. At this moment, every additional Silver Light Society member he killed meant one less point of strength for the enemy. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. The remaining members of the Silver Light Society had long been terrified by the pale blade aura from earlier. Now, seeing Chen mercilessly kill the scarred youth, they let out a shriek and turned to flee toward the square's entrance. Chen, his face expressionless, darted after them. Among the Silver Light Society members present, Tao Li and the scarred young man were the strongest. The rest were all level 2 fighters, posing no threat whatsoever to Chen. In less than 2 minutes, Chen had eliminated all the remaining Silver Light Society members, letting not a single one escape. The Silver Light Society members, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, were now nothing but corpses littering the ground. Even Tao Li, a level 4 fighter, was left with not a single bone intact. Witnessing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry. They stood with their mouths agape, unable to speak. After dispatching the Silver Light Society members, Chen glanced at the crowd and immediately left the square without looking back. It wasn't until Chen had been gone for over half a minute that the crowd gradually came to their senses, their faces showing a sense of relief. I never expected that guy to be so powerful. I originally thought he was a level 3 fighter, but it turns out he is a hidden powerhouse. Good thing we didn't cross him earlier. Thank goodness, otherwise, we'd probably have ended up just like those Silver Light Society guys. When it came to the Silver Light Society, many felt relieved, yet also took a bit of schadenfreude in their misfortune. The Silver Light Society acted with such arrogance that everyone, whether from the Hunters Guild or the Merchants Alliance, detested them. Now that the Silver Light Society had offended the mysterious fighter powerhouse and paid with their lives, they felt nothing but schadenfreude, not a shred of sympathy. Gu Dongming and Yin Huan paid no heed to their subordinates' conversation. They exchanged glances, each seeing the shock and confusion in the other's eyes. A powerhouse like Dark Raven should, by all logic, have long since made a name for himself in White Whale City's fighter circles. It was simply impossible for him to remain unknown. Yet they had never heard a single piece of intelligence about Dark Raven before.
Just who was this man? After a long silence, Yan Huan spoke first.
Steward Gu, your guild is always well informed, and you're known for your vast knowledge.
Do you happen to recognize that blade energy from earlier? What kind of martial art was that? Upon hearing this, Gu Dongming gave a wry smile. Manager Yan, you flatter me.
I've never even heard of a martial art like that.
After a pause, he added in a low voice.
That level of strength isn't something people at our level could ever hope to attain. Yan Huan was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent.
Listening to their conversation, Wu Cheng's expression was incredibly complex.
Back at the residential complex, he had assumed Dark Raven was merely a level 3 fighter. After arriving at the square and seeing the Lizardman Centurion's corpse, he had revised his estimate of Dark Raven's strength upward, believing him to be at the peak of level 3. But the scene that followed Dark Raven's swift and decisive annihilation of Tao Li completely overturned his assumptions. By now, Wu Cheng could no longer fathom Dark Raven's true strength.
That man seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery from head to toe, elusive and unfathomable.
Come to think of it, those black-scaled lizardmen in the square must have all been wiped out by him.
No wonder he said those black-scaled lizardmen wouldn't appear again. Chapter 49, The Burning Cloud Blade and the Chi Heart Tree.
Leaving the square, Chen continued to search for traces of the black-scaled lizardmen.
As for the feud with the Silver Light Society, he didn't give it a second thought.
With the Dark Raven mask, all detection methods were ineffective against him. The Silver Light Society couldn't possibly uncover his identity, so even if they wanted revenge, they'd have no way to carry it out. What's more, once he redeemed the invisibility cloak, his movements would become even more elusive. By then, the Silver Light Society wouldn't even be able to catch a whiff of him.
In contrast, another matter came as quite a pleasant surprise to Chen.
Extreme Combat 2 has been completed. Tao Li was a level 4 fighter whose total attribute score exceeded Chen's by more than 40 points, meeting the intelligent lifeform requirement for Extreme Combat 2.
The achievement was unlocked instantly upon his defeat. 2,000 discipline points earned. Chen was in high spirits.
With this, he now had a total of 4,500 discipline points. On top of that, a new achievement appeared. Extreme Combat 3, defeat an intelligent lifeform whose total attribute score exceeds your current total by 60 points.
Completing this grants 3,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1.
60 points, that's 186 points. That's almost up to the standard for a level 5 lifeform.
Chen was secretly amazed.
But with a reward of 3,000 discipline points, it was only natural for the difficulty to be a bit higher. Closing the interface, Chen continued his hunt with renewed vigor. However, after searching for a while, Chen noticed that the number of black-scaled lizardmen had obviously decreased significantly. By evening, he had searched for half an hour without spotting a single one. Meanwhile, armored vehicles and soldiers began appearing on the streets. Clearly, the situation on the main battlefield had been brought under control, and the Defense Corps had begun mopping up the dimensional invaders on the outskirts.
This meant the dimensional rift was drawing to a close.
Realizing that continuing the hunt would yield little reward, Chen decisively called off the operation. Leaping down from the rooftop of a building, he avoided the soldiers patrolling the main street and turned into an alley. The moment he entered, Chen flipped his wrist, and the invisibility cloak he exchanged for at the exchange shop instantly appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the cloak instantly covered his entire body.
The next second, Chen vanished completely. About 7 or 8 seconds later, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance to the alley.
Looking at the empty alley, their expressions shifted slightly. They immediately dashed through the alley to the other end and looked around. Unfortunately, the figure was nowhere to be seen.
We lost him. Were we spotted? Unlikely.
With our tracking skills, even a level 5 fighter wouldn't have noticed us unless that person was a peak level 5 expert with the spirit specialty.
You're right.
I'm actually more curious about how that person managed to shake us off.
I didn't even notice when he vanished. Looks like that person has strong anti-tracking abilities. Oh well, let us go back and report. The two sighed and turned to leave. Chen had no idea he successfully evaded being tracked, thus avoiding exposure. It was merely out of caution that he redeemed an invisibility cloak to speed up his return journey. Back home, Chen immediately opened the exchange shop and spent 1,000 discipline points to exchange for a D-rank dungeon key. Name: Banner Hill. Difficulty: D. Recommended challenge level: 3. Level 3. Chen raised an eyebrow. The previous challenge, Buried Corpses Wilderness, had a recommended level of 2. And it wasn't until he reached the peak of level 2 that he managed to earn an S-rank rating. Based on this pattern, he'd have to wait until he reached the peak of level 3 to earn an S-rank rating on Banner Hill. From the perspective of maximizing returns, it would be best to wait until his strength reached the peak of level 3 before attempting this dungeon. I'll just hold on to it for now. Chen shrugged and stowed the dungeon key in his spatial backpack. With over an hour left until the exchange shop refreshed, Chen rubbed his stomach and decided to eat first. By the time he finished his meal and took a shower, the exchange shop would have refreshed. Exchange shop next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 300-1000 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 200 discipline points. Flaming Cloud Blade, fine grade weapon. Increases damage against cold-blooded creatures by 10%. Price, 600 discipline points. Chi Heart Tree absorbs sunlight, moonlight, and moisture to convert them into energy. Bears 1 Chi Heart Fruit every 12 hours, which temporarily enhances perception when consumed. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Of the 3 items, he didn't even hesitate to redeem the random skill card. Chen then turned his attention to the second item, the Flaming Cloud Blade. He had previously obtained a fine-grade weapon called the 9-Pattern Sword. However, the 9-Pattern Sword lacked the additional properties of the Flaming Cloud Blade. Perhaps that was precisely why the Flaming Cloud Blade cost 1/5 more than the 9-Pattern Sword. 10% increased damage against cold-blooded creatures. What a shame, I wish I'd gotten this sooner. Chen thought of the black-scaled lizardmen. Lizards seem to be cold-blooded creatures. This blade should work quite well against the dragon lizards, the dimensional invaders. But on second thought, with the Azure Bone at his disposal, he probably wouldn't need the Flaming Cloud Blade. After all, Chen wasn't a dual wielder. He couldn't use 2 blades at the same time. And when it came to dealing with the black-scaled lizardmen alone, the Azure Bone was far more effective than the Burning Cloud Blade. Still, this blade isn't entirely useless. Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. The Azure Bone's appearance was so unique that once seen, it was hard to forget. After the dimensional rift, the Azure Bone had essentially become inextricably linked to his identity as Dark Raven. Especially since the Silver Light Society would undoubtedly launch a massive manhunt for Dark Raven. If he continued to use the Tsungu in the future, his identity would be easily exposed. Therefore, he had to find a weapon to replace the Tsungu for everyday use. The Burning Cloud Blade was clearly an excellent choice. Chen quickly made his decision and spent 600 discipline points to exchange for the Burning Cloud Blade. With that done, his gaze fell on the final item. The Chi Heart Tree Chi Heart Fruits that enhance perception. Chen's eyes lit up slightly. During today's battle, he had come to realize the importance of perceptual abilities. Especially on a battlefield fraught with danger. It might just save his life at any moment. And items that can enhance one's senses are, of course, incredibly valuable. Without hesitation, Chen exchanged his resources for the Chi Heart Tree. The Chi Heart Tree wasn't very large, it was only about 40 centimeters tall and no more than 20 centimeters wide. Its leaves were a vibrant emerald green, resembling the finest emeralds, and gave off a faint, refreshing fragrance. Chen cleared out a potted plant at home, planted the Chi Heart Tree in it, watered it, and then placed it on the balcony. Now I just have to wait 12 hours for it to bear fruit. Returning to the living room, Chen immediately used the random skill card. Gained 775 points of adept stage for martial skills. Lucky me. Chen smiled and poured all his adept stage points into the Shadow Blade skill. Name, Chen. Level, 3.
Attributes: Strength 34, Constitution 31, Agility 38, Spirit 23.
Discipline points, 700. Skills: Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 25 500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 56 1000. Shadow Blade Skill Expert Stage 815 1500. I'm still nearly half an adept stage short of breaking through. Chen's gaze settled on the Shadow Blade skill. Once the expert stage Shadow Blade skill breaks through again, it will grant him at least a 10-point attribute boost. That would be enough to give his strength another massive boost. 2 or 3 more random skill cards and I'll be there. Chapter 50, Detailed Introduction to White Whale City as Civilian Supernatural Organizations. The day after the dimensional rift ended, everything was back to normal. White Whale City was running as usual. Chen arrived at Heian Academy and found many students discussing yesterday's events everywhere. He could faintly hear names like Heian students being mentioned. Arriving at the combat department's exclusive teaching area, Chen took out his phone and called Yu Xingfeng. To his shame, ever since transferring to the combat department, Chen hadn't set foot in Heian Academy again except for the day of the annual assessment. As a result, he wasn't very familiar with many of the people in the combat department. So far, he had only exchanged phone numbers with Yu Xingfeng. The phone rang twice before being picked up. Yu Xingfeng's voice came through on the other end. "Hey, Chen, what's up? Are you free? Let us meet up, I have something I'd like to ask you." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xingfeng readily agreed. "No problem. Let us meet at the cafe in cafeteria number 2 in a bit." The combat department has 4 dining halls, specifically serving fighter students. The variety of food far exceeds that of the general department. Dining hall number 2 primarily serves Western cuisine. Because it has a cafe, many combat department students like to go there to discuss matters. When Chen arrived at the cafe, Yu Xingfeng was already there, sitting in a corner and waving at him. Yu Xingfeng was wearing a white training uniform. He must have just come from the training area. The crisp white training uniform clashed sharply with the cafe's decor, but it was a common sight in the combat department. In fact, quite a few people in the cafe were dressed the same way. "You're such a busy person, it's rare for us to meet up." After Chen sat down and placed his order, Yu Xingfeng teased him with a smile. "We're not boyfriend and girlfriend, why would we need to see each other every day?" Chen shot back with a laugh, then asked, seemingly offhand. "I've heard a lot of people talking about the dimensional rift, and they've mentioned the Heian students. Did something happen?" At the mention of this, Yu Xingfeng perked up and chuckled. "I heard that yesterday, the Heian students went out in a group to hunt dimensional invaders, but they ran into a massive army of them and nearly lost their lives. I heard Liao Quan almost wet himself from fear. He was screaming at the top of his lungs like a woman. Luckily, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared and saved them. They say that mysterious figure was wearing a mask and wiped out over 100 black-scaled lizardmen with a single stroke." At this point, Yu Xingfeng whistled in amazement. Honestly, to take down over 100 dimensional invaders with a single stroke, that level of power is at least peak level 4, maybe even level 5. Those Heian students sure were lucky to run into such a powerful figure. Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled and chimed in with a few remarks. After the waiter brought their coffee, the two chatted for a bit longer before Chen got down to business. "Do you know anything about civilian superhuman organizations?" "I know a little, but why are you asking? Are you planning to join one?" Yu Xingfeng gave Chen a surprised look. In his estimation, given Chen's talent, he would definitely have advanced to a level 3 fighter by the time he graduated. By then, whether he chose to join the military or a conglomerate, people would surely be clamoring to recruit him. Moreover, the compensation and benefits would undoubtedly be enviably generous. There was simply no need to join a civilian superhuman organization. "I don't have any plans for that yet, I just want to learn more about them first." Chen spoke honestly. He really did just want to learn more. Although he wasn't worried that the Silver Light Society would track him down, knowing your enemy was key to victory. Gathering intelligence in advance could only be beneficial.
That way, if he ever suddenly found himself facing off against the Silver Light Society, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage due to a lack of information. Besides, Chen urgently needed to find a buyer for the large quantity of materials he obtained in the dimensional rift. Normally, to sell dimensional invaders materials, he could simply exchange them directly with the relevant military agencies or sell them to fighter gear shops. But the amount of materials Chen had on hand was no small matter. Exchanging or selling them rashly would easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It might even expose his connection to Dark Raven. If he were to sell the materials under the Dark Raven's identity, the number of potential buyers would be very limited. The Merchants Alliance might be a suitable option. However, Chen needed to do some research first before making a decision. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingfeng didn't think twice. He took out his phone, tapped away for a moment, and then handed it to Chen. Chen gave him a puzzled look, took the phone, and saw that it was a forum post. Detailed introduction to White Whale City as civilian supernatural organizations. Chen was taken aback. Their essay post like this? Suppressing his surprise and doubts, Chen scrolled down and began reading intently. The post was quite long, listing dozens of civilian supernatural organizations in White Whale City, categorizing them into 3 tiers, and providing detailed descriptions of each. The first tier contained only 3 supernatural organizations. All of them were organizations Chen had encountered before. They were the Hunters Guild, the Merchants Alliance, and the Silver Light Society. The structure and functions of the Hunters Guild were roughly as Gu Dongming had described yesterday. Its primary purpose was to provide bounty hunters with a platform to accept missions and exchange resources. Hunters could accept missions at the Hunters Guild and, upon completion, earn points that could be exchanged for various cultivation resources. Overall, the Hunters Guild exerts little control over its members. It generally mobilizes personnel by posting missions. Among the 3 major organizations, its members enjoy the highest degree of freedom. It's worth noting that the Hunters Guild also maintains the closest ties to the military among the 3 major organizations. Many tasks that the military finds inconvenient to carry out are posted as missions through the Hunters Guild and entrusted to bounty hunters to complete. When the military is short-staffed, it also uses the same method to summon bounty hunters for assistance. Next is the Merchants Alliance. As its name suggests, this organization is closely tied to commerce. In fact, the Merchants Alliance is backed by more than 20 major corporations in White Whale City, second only to the conglomerates. These corporations provided both funding and manpower to establish the Merchants Alliance. With their unwavering support, the Merchants Alliance has grown rapidly. In less than 20 years, it has risen to become one of White Whale City's 3 major superhuman organizations. It is also, without a doubt, the wealthiest superhuman organization in White Whale City. The Merchant Alliance maintains a structure that is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. Tight on the inside refers to the fact that the Alliance commands over 10 well-equipped, highly disciplined fighter mercenary teams. The combat prowess of the top-tier units is even on par with that of military special forces. Loose on the outside refers to the Alliance's peaceful approach and its practice of fostering good relations. As an organization with a commercial background, it adheres to the business principle that harmony is paramount. Thanks to its formidable strength and commitment to reputation, many powerful fighters are eager to do business with the Alliance. Every year, vast quantities of goods circulate through the Alliance's channels, including some incredibly rare and exotic items. Chen nodded to himself upon reading this. It seemed the Alliance was indeed a good choice. He could look for an opportunity to make contact with Yen Huan. If the partnership went smoothly, any future spoils of war could be sold through the Alliance. With a plan in mind, Chen continued reading. The Silver Light Society's organizational structure falls somewhere between the Hunters Guild and the Merchants Alliance. Unlike the loosely organized Hunters Guild, it maintains a strict hierarchical structure. It exercises strong control over its members. However, it isn't as strictly disciplined as the mercenary groups under the Merchants Alliance. If one had to describe it, the Silver Light Society is actually more like a large criminal gang. Their modus operandi also closely resembles that of a gang.
They're flamboyant, arrogant, and protective of their own, and they excel at settling disputes with their fists. The Silver Light Society even commands numerous second-tier superhuman organizations as affiliated factions. These superhuman organizations are nominally independent, but in reality, they serve as enforcers secretly cultivated by the Silver Light Society. They specialize in carrying out the Society's shady operations. Rumor has it that the Silver Light Society also controls many businesses in the gray market. It is precisely because of the substantial profits generated by these ventures that the Silver Light Society has been able to maintain its current scale and vast network of affiliated forces. After all, as one of the three major superhuman organizations in White Whale City, the Silver Light Society's influence is indeed formidable. That said, Chen felt no fear. The enemy is in the open, I am in the shadows. As long as the Silver Light Society cannot uncover Dark Raven's true identity, they will never find him. Besides, so what if the Silver Light Society is powerful? Once he grows strong enough to crush the Silver Light Society, it will be their turn to fear him. Chapter 51, The Chi Heartfruit. Chen gathered his thoughts and continued reading. After the introduction of the three top-tier extraordinary organizations, it was time for the second tier. There were slightly more organizations in this tier. There were 7 in total. Paperclip, Night Snake, Knight's Faction, Red Moon, Rose Society, Molten Flame, Divine Blade. The post didn't provide much information about these 7 supernatural organizations, and what it did say was largely similar. Only a few points left a slight impression on Chen. For example, Night Serpent and Red Moon were reportedly affiliate organizations of the Silver Light Society. For example, all members of the Rose Society were women. For example, members of Divine Blade were all skilled in swordsmanship. And so on. The third tier has the largest number of extraordinary organizations, with over 30 in total. The overall strength of these organizations is far inferior to that of the first 2 tiers. The post didn't provide much information about them either. Chen read through it carefully, committing all the details to memory, before returning the phone to Yu Xingfeng. Where did you find this post? I saw it on Fighter's Home. Fighter Home? It's a forum where fighters exchange intelligence. Rumor has it has military ties. Yu Xingfeng wore a mysterious expression, then added with a smile. But the intelligence there is very comprehensive. Reading it for a while really broadens your horizons. It's just that many posts require payment to view, and you can't copy or save them, which is a bit of a hassle. Chen's eyes lit up. He'd been wondering how to learn more about fighters if he could log into Fighter Home. Wouldn't that solve the problem in a snap? How do I view the posts on Fighter Home? You have to register as a member first. But only fighters can register on Fighter Home. The identity verification process requires 3 veteran members who've been registered for over a year to vouch for you. Seeing how interested Chen seemed, Yu Xingfeng said with a smile. If you want to register as a Fighter's Home member, I can help, just leave the member sponsorships to me. Chen didn't hesitate, nodding and saying, I'd appreciate your help. You're welcome. Registering as a member would take a little time. After saying goodbye to Chen, Yu Xingfeng hurried off to find the right people. Chen thought for a moment, then decided to head to the training area, where he found a quiet room and began practicing his martial arts. Although the living room at home was quiet, the space was ultimately a bit cramped. He couldn't really move freely there. Once I've earned enough money, maybe I should just move to a new place? The thought crossed Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it as impractical. It would be too flashy. Besides, if Yen came back and found out, she'd definitely ask where the money came from, and explaining it would be a hassle. Come to think of it, I wonder how surprised Yen would be if she knew I'd become a level 3 fighter? Thinking of Yen's expression, her little mouth slightly agape, her face full of surprise, a faint smile involuntarily spread across Chen's lips. That evening, he returned home. The exchange shop had just refreshed. Exchange shop next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 100-500 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 100-500 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Random stat card, upon use, randomly increases 3 attribute points. Price, 100 discipline points. Lucky break. I actually got 2 random skill cards.
Although they're both the lower tier versions, they're still pretty good.
Chen decisively redeemed all 3 items and used them all at once. Gained 298 points of martial skill adept stage. Gained 405 adept stage points. Chen opened the interface to take a look.
The random 3-point stat boost consisted of 2 points in spirit and 1 point in constitution. As for adept stage points, he now had a total of 703. And he was less than 700 adept stage points short of breaking through to the master stage of the Shadow Blade skill.
That's enough.
Chen immediately upgraded the Shadow Blade skill. The sensation of breaking through a skill stage and strengthening his physique was, as always, intoxicating. After regaining his composure, Chen looked at the panel again.
Name, Chen. Level, 3. Attributes, Strength 36, Constitution 33, Agility 44, Spirit 26. Discipline points, 400. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 28 500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 65 1000. Shadow Blade Skill Master Stage 0 2500.
As expected, the Master Stage Shadow Blade skill had indeed increased his attributes by 10 points. Specifically, 6 points in agility, 2 points in strength, 1 point in constitution, and 1 point in spirit.
All 4 attributes have improved.
Chen was slightly surprised. This was the first time he'd broken through a martial skill-less realm and seen his spirit attribute increase as a result.
Was the Shadow Blade skill particularly unique? Or did all high-star martial skills boost the spirit attribute once they reached a certain realm?
This remained to be verified in the future. Chen set his doubts aside for the moment and stretched his body where he stood. A moment later, he broke into a satisfied smile. The breakthrough in the Shadow Blade skill, combined with the 10-point attribute boost, had given his strength another massive leap forward. Chen was confident that if he faced the Lizardman Centurion again now, even without using the Thunder Fist skill Transcendent stage, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious.
He still had 33 points remaining in the adept stage of martial skills.
Chen casually allocated them to the Shadow Blade skill, then stepped out onto the balcony. A day had passed, and the Chi Heart Tree had already borne 2 Chi Heart fruits. Chen reached out to pluck them and examined them closely. Chi Heart Fruit, upon consumption, perception is enhanced by 20% for half an hour. The effect is halved if spirit is above 50, and has no effect if spirit is above 99. Effects cannot stack.
Chen nodded to himself. That's a pretty good effect.
After stowing the 2 Chi Heart Fruits in his backpack, Chen gazed out at the deep night sky, thought for a moment, and pulled out a business card.
The next day, Chen headed to the North District, bought a few anonymous phone cards at a roadside newsstand, and then took a detour into the East District.
Finding a secluded spot, Chen put on his Dark Raven mask, inserted the phone card, and dialed the number he memorized.
The call connected quickly. Hello, who is this? Yan Huan? It's me. Who is this? Dark Raven.
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then Yan Huan's voice came back, his tone noticeably warmer.
So it's Mr. Dark Raven. Is there something you need from me? I have a batch of goods I'd like to sell. No problem.
Without even asking what the goods were, Yan Huan agreed without hesitation.
We have branches all over White Whale City. You can pick one, we'll inspect the goods and complete the transaction on the spot when we meet.
The business alliance values integrity above all else. We would never lowball prices or take advantage of our customers.
Chen casually mentioned a location in the East District. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Huan replied. Blue Dream Bar at 213 Elm Street.
That's one of our secret trading posts. It's not open to the public, but we provide trading services exclusively to distinguished guests like you, Mr. Dark Raven.
10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Chen didn't beat around the bush, he simply gave the time and hung up. He then pulled out the SIM card, crumpled it into a ball, tossed it into the trash can, and turned to leave.
Chapter 52, Fighter S Home. Evening.
Chen received a call from Yu Xingfeng, who told him that his membership application for Fighter S Home had been approved. After hanging up, Yu sent him a URL along with a username and password.
Chen's spirits soared, and he hurriedly logged in. Fighter S Home operated on a real name registration system. His username was simply his name, Chen. After changing his password, Chen finally entered the forum. What appeared before him was a forum page filled with dense text. At the very top were 2 page switch buttons: Local Forum and Other Cities. Local Forum was currently highlighted.
Below that, the forum was divided into 4 sections: general discussion, news, strategies, and trading. The general discussion section had the highest traffic and the most posts. It refreshed almost every 10 seconds or so, adding dozens of new posts each time. The vast majority of these were discussions about martial arts techniques.
There were also some posts about hearsay and rumors. Does anyone know where to buy cheap essence pills?
A new shop selling fighter gear just opened in the East District of White Whale City, great quality at affordable prices. About the mysterious fighter who appeared in the dimensional rift 2 days ago. He hadn't been browsing for long when Chen spotted a post that seemed to be related to him.
Out of curiosity, he clicked on it immediately. Sure enough, the content was about him, or rather, about Dark Raven.
Basically, it said that 2 days ago in the dimensional rift, a mysterious fighter wearing a mask and calling himself Dark Raven had appeared. Armed with only a sword, he single-handedly wiped out the Lizardmen army gathered in the central square. This included a Lizardman Centurion and over 400 black-scale Lizardmen. Afterward, Dark Raven also clashed with the Silver Light Society. The Silver Light Society struck first, but Dark Raven boldly drew his blade in retaliation, killing level 4 fighter Tali with a single stroke, then slaughtering more than 10 Silver Light Society members. Because it involved both the Dimensional Rift and the Silver Light Society, this post caused quite a stir on the forum. It garnered over 100,000 views. The number of replies reached well over 1,000.
One person wiped out over 400 black-scaled lizardmen and a centurion?
Wow, that's about the same level of performance as a military tank in action.
Ha, the Silver Light Society has finally met its match. That's so satisfying. Those Silver Light Society guys have been running rampant, now they've hit a brick wall. Serves them right.
The Silver Light Society definitely won. Let this slide. That Dark Raven is probably in for trouble. If he can one-shot a level 4 fighter, Dark Raven must be at least a level 5 powerhouse. He won't be so easy for the Silver Light Society to capture. Chen skimmed through the comments at a glance. Most of the replies were either gloating over the Silver Light Society's misfortune, or speculating about Dark Raven's strength and background. I didn't expect this to cause such a stir.
Chen smiled, exited the thread, and continued browsing.
After skimming through dozens more threads and failing to find the information he wanted, he exited the general discussion section and clicked into other sections.
There wasn't much to see in the news section. It was mostly filled with official news releases from White Whale City.
Chen skipped right past it and went to the Yi Guides section. This section had far fewer posts than general discussion, but the quality was significantly higher. How to reach the perfect stage in Tiger Subduing Fist faster. Which medicines are best for supplementing bone forging Qigong training?
Fighter weapon tier list. Ha! Chen's attention was quickly drawn to the last post, and he hurriedly opened it. But the very next second, a payment prompt popped up.
Chen paused for a moment, then realized what was happening and tapped on some other posts. Sure enough, the vast majority of posts in the guide section were paid posts. One had to pay the corresponding amount of star coins to view them.
Makes sense otherwise, why would anyone share this information for free?
Chen glanced at the number of likes on the post and found it was quite high, over 2,000.
The content must be solid. Then he looked at the price, 19,999 star coins. Chen grimaced as if he had a toothache.
Nearly 20,000 stardust for a single post.
That's way too easy a way to make money. If 100 people bought it, that'd be nearly 2 million stardust.
Chen was now tempted to post something himself to make some money. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough valuable content to back that up. In the end, Chen topped up his forum account with 20,000 star coins and unlocked the post's content. According to the post's description, fighter weapon tiers, from lowest to highest, were common, fine, 100 refined, and 1000 refined.
The range of common grade weapons is extremely broad.
From ordinary kitchen knives to high-quality swords and blades forged from alloys, everything falls within this tier. Weapons in this tier aren't particularly special at most, they're a bit sharper.
But their advantage lies in their accessibility and affordability.
Many fighters rely on common grade weapons as their go-to gear.
In comparison, fine grade weapons are of far superior quality.
Weapons in this tier far surpass common grade weapons in both sharpness and durability. Cutting through iron like mud, severing a hair with a breath, these are the phrases used to describe fine grade blades. The divine weapons often spoken of in ancient times all refer to fine grade weapons. In addition to this, a very small number of the finest fine-grade weapons possess some extraordinary properties.
Upon reading this, Chen immediately thought of the Flaming Cloud Blade.
The Flaming Cloud Blade is a superior grade weapon. Its sharpness and toughness go without saying, and it also boasts a 10% increase in damage against cold-blooded creatures. This is clearly the weapon property mentioned in the post.
What about the Azure Bone? Chen continued reading.
Compared to common and fine-grade weapons, 100 refinement-grade weapons could be said to belong to an entirely different tier.
They clearly transcend the realm of ordinary weapons.
The most distinctive feature of 100 refinement-grade weapons is that they come with extremely powerful unique abilities, capable of unleashing terrifying destructive power in battle.
A level 2 or 3 fighter wielding a 100 refinement-grade weapon could even kill a level 5 fighter.
This goes far beyond what can be described as fighting above 1's level. Because of these formidable abilities, 100 refinement level weapons are considered the ultimate weapons that every fighter dreams of possessing.
Many fighters dream of owning a 100 refinement level weapon. However, 100 refinement level weapons are rare and hard to come by.
To this day, no one knows how these weapons are forged. The only information currently available is that 100 refinement grade weapons are mostly obtained from dungeons. Those who possess a 100 refinement grade weapon are either incredibly powerful or come from extraordinary backgrounds. For ordinary fighters, let alone acquiring one, even catching a glimpse of it is a pipe dream. In fact, forget about 100 refinement grade weapons. It's as difficult as climbing Mount Everest for an ordinary fighter to get their hands on even a fine grade weapon. Unlike common grade weapons, which can be purchased on the open market, fine grade weapons rarely circulate on the open market. They generally appear at major auctions. Or they appear on internal exchange lists within the military and major civilian extraordinary organizations, used to incentivize members to complete missions and then redeem them with points or merits. It seems, then, that the Tsangu must be a 100 refinement grade weapon. Chen glanced at the Tsangu in his hand and silently marveled. He hadn't really realized it before, but now it seemed his luck was truly exceptional. Opening a treasure chest and directly unearthing a 100 refinement grade weapon. If the post's claims were accurate, then the Tsangu's value was clearly on par with the 3-star martial skill, Shadow Blade skill. Getting a gold tier item from a silver treasure chest, that was truly incredible luck.
Chapter 53, The Silver Light Society's Bounty.
After a moment's reflection, Chen turned his attention back to the post.
Above 100 refinement level weapons lie the 1000 refinement level weapons. However, the post didn't provide much detail about 1000 refinement level weapons.
It merely stated that they were indestructible and generally possessed multiple powerful abilities. Such weapons are even rarer than 100 refinement grade ones. At least within White Whale City, the poster had never heard of anyone possessing a 1000 refinement grade weapon.
And above 1000 refinement grade weapons lie even higher tiers.
However, those were beyond his reach, so naturally, he had no way of knowing about them.
After finishing the post, Chen nodded to himself.
This post was packed with useful information.
Much of the content was beyond his usual reach and couldn't be found in the school library either.
Come to think of it, ordinary fighters really had no need to know these things. Even if they knew about the existence of exquisite grade and 100 refinement grade weapons, they'd have no way of obtaining them. They could only listen to these tales as secret gossip for entertainment.
In their daily lives, wouldn't they still have to make do with ordinary grade weapons?
Those 20,000 star coins were well spent. Chen closed the post and continued browsing. Before long, he found another post that piqued his interest. This one was about the classification of martial arts techniques by star rating. This post was also a paid post, though the price was relatively lower. It cost only 5,000 star coins. Without hesitation, Chen topped up his account with another 5,000 star coins and immediately unlocked it. The post wasn't very long. It merely mentioned that martial arts skills were classified by star rating. 1 star was the lowest, with the ratings increasing sequentially from there. Below that, it listed the martial arts skills for each star rating. There were as many as 100 1-star martial arts skills. Most of them were skills he was familiar with from everyday life.
For example, the Leviathan breathing skill, the Thunder Fist skill, Willow Flosspong, and Spirit Snake Fist.
The number of 2-star martial arts techniques dropped sharply, with only about 20 remaining. Among them, the only one Chen had heard of was the Grand Thunder Fist skill.
This is an advanced form of the Thunder Fist skill.
It is said that once mastered to the expert stage, every punch is accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder.
Each punch packs the same power as a perfect stage Thunder Fist skill. Extremely powerful.
However, the Grand Thunder Fist skill is not available on the open market. Instead, it is controlled by the military. Only non-commissioned officers at the rank of warrant officer or higher are permitted to practice it. The same applies to the other 2-star martial arts. They are either secret techniques passed down within major fighter clans or controlled by fighter factions such as the military, corporate conglomerates, and private extraordinary organizations. Except for core members, they are rarely taught to outsiders. It is precisely because of this joint blockade by these fighter families and factions that ordinary fighters have virtually no access to 2-star martial arts. To train in more advanced martial arts, one must join these fighter families or factions.
A class-based blockade, it seems every world is the same. Chen mused to himself.
If it weren't for the discipline system, he, too, would have no access to high-star martial arts right now. To improve his strength, he would undoubtedly have to join one of these organizations, trading his freedom for the opportunity to grow stronger. Shaking his head, Chen turned his attention to the 3-star martial arts. To his surprise, the post did not list any specific types of 3-star martial arts. The poster stated that he himself was unsure. All he knew was that the difference between 3-star martial arts and 1 or 2-star martial arts lay in the fact that, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, they would have a positive effect on the soul. Externally, this manifests as an increase in the spirit attribute. Chen immediately recalled the 1 point of spirit attribute he gained when the Shadow Step skill broke through to the master stage, and everything suddenly clicked.
He continued reading.
Above 3-star martial arts were 4-star and 5-star ones.
However, those sections were also completely blank. Chen now understood why this post was priced at only 5,000 star coins. You get what you pay for.
This post didn't contain much substantial information. It was indeed worth only that much.
Chen glanced at his account.
He didn't have much money left.
So he exited the strategy section.
Once I finish trading with the Merchant Alliance and have more money on hand, I'll come back and browse at my leisure.
Chen then opened the trading section. As the name suggests, this section is a platform exclusively for trading among fighters. Wanted, used combat suits. Must be at least 70% new. Both the Rock and Lion series are acceptable. Price via private message.
1 flame spirit herb. Grind it, steep it in water, and consume to slightly boost constitution.
Price, 50,000 star coins. Act fast. Is anyone selling the Golden Peak sword technique? I'll pay 100,000 star coins. At a glance, most posts were offers to buy or sell weapons, martial arts techniques, and medicinal herbs. To Chen's surprise, there were even bounty posts among them. The poster was the Silver Light Society. Out of curiosity, Chen clicked on it to take a look. The moment he saw it, he was taken aback. It actually had something to do with him. Bounty on Dark Raven. Distinguishing features: a white mask with black patterns, engraved with the Dark Raven symbol weapon, a white blade that appears to be made of bone, gender unknown. Bounty, 2 million star coins, plus senior member status in the Silver Light Society. Note, if captured alive, the bounty increases by 1 million star coins, plus the status of a level 3 officer in the Silver Light Society. Wow, 2 million star coins! If captured alive, it's even 3 million star coins. Chen grinned. He hadn't expected to be worth that much. He continued reading the replies below. Whoa, 3 million star coins! The Silver Light Society really is spending big. A level 3 officer in the Silver Light Society? That's huge. I've heard that even a level 4 fighter is just a senior member there, so a level 3 officer must be a level 5 fighter, right? What's so surprising about that? I've heard Dark Raven is a level 5 fighter. If anyone can capture Dark Raven alive, they're guaranteed to reach level 5. If you ask me, the Silver Light Society is playing a smart game here. This way, they take out Dark Raven and bring a top-tier fighter into their own ranks. Compared to that, a measly 3 million star credits is nothing to the Silver Light Society. It's a drop in the bucket. The Silver Light Society is arrogant and overbearing. They're doomed sooner or later. Only an idiot would take their bounty. Are the Silver Light Society people idiots? They don't have a single clue, just a mask and a knife. Even if they catch someone, how are they going to prove it's Dark Raven? Haha, the guy above doesn't get it. When the time comes, whether it's him or not will depend entirely on what the Silver Light Society says. That LL saved them 3 million, it? The Silver Light Gang's reputation in the fighter community is absolutely terrible. Half of the 10 replies were mocking the Silver Light Gang. The rest were mostly people bloating or just enjoying the spectacle. Of course, Chen understood. These people were just talking big. If the chance to take down Dark Raven were right in front of them, 9 out of 10 of them would strike without hesitation. After all, there's a 3 million star yuan bounty on the line. That's just the reality of it. The bounty, take your time looking for me. Chen gave a cold smile. Dark Raven's mask blocks all detection methods. It even blurs others' mental images of him. The Silver Light Society doesn't even know his height, weight, or even his gender. How are they supposed to catch him? Not to mention that during every operation, Chen uses an invisibility cloak to conceal his movements. Under these circumstances, if the Silver Light Society could actually capture his true form, they would have dominated White Whale City long ago. Not just one of the 3 major supernatural organizations. Closing the post, Chen continued browsing. In addition to various resource trades and bounties, the forum also featured a special category: Dungeon Strategy Teams. Chapter 54, Dungeon Levels and Team Formation. Since the fighter era, numerous dungeons have gradually appeared in many cities. White Whale City was, of course, no exception. According to official statistics, the number of dungeons currently under White Whale City's control has reached triple digits. About half of them are controlled by the military. The remaining half are controlled by various major factions and organizations. This is a phenomenon shaped by the broader environment. Although the military is the most powerful force in White Whale City, it cannot effectively manage as many as triple-digit dungeons. To alleviate the military has no choice but to auction off some of the relatively less important dungeons. However, even these slightly less important dungeons are still prized treasures for the major factions. This brings us to the classification of dungeons. Essentially, a dungeon is a permanent spatial portal connecting to another world. Based on the size of the alternate world they connect to, they can be classified in descending order as large planes, medium planes, small planes, half planes, plane shards, and realm fragments. The first 3 are all complete alternate planes.
The value of a complete plane world goes without saying. Without exception, these types of dungeons are held by the military and are never disclosed to the outside world.
Of course, even if the military wanted to contract out such dungeons, few factions or organizations would dare to take them on.
A complete alternate plane, if it were devoid of civilized races, that would be one thing, though the probability of that is extremely low. But if civilized races did inhabit it, then aside from the military, not a single faction or organization in White Whale City possesses the strength to stand up to an entire civilized race. Not even the three major supernatural organizations, the Hunters Guild, the Merchants Alliance, and the Silver Light Society, are exceptions. As for half-planes, these refer to portions of a plane that have been severed from a complete plane due to some spatio-temporal anomaly. Or they may be otherworldly spaces that have existed for only a short time, lack the necessary conditions, and have not yet developed into complete planes. The areas of these two types of half-planes are far smaller than those of complete planes. The indigenous powers within them are also far weaker than those in full planes. They are relatively easier to explore. That said, for many organizations, developing a half-plane remains an enormous challenge. Therefore, they focus more on plane shards and realm fragments. Plane shards refer to subdimensions separated from a full plane, with an area even smaller than that of a half-plane.
For example, a portion of a continent, a portion of a sea, and so on. These types of dungeons are easier to develop. It is said that each of the three major supernatural organizations possesses one or two such dungeons. Finally, a realm fragment is a scaled-down version of a plane fragment. While also separated from a realm fragment is even smaller in size. It typically consists of just a single city, a forest, or an island, and so on. Due to their limited size, even if indigenous forces exist within these realm fragments, they are generally not very powerful. Even second-tier supernatural organizations possess sufficient strength to develop them. Currently, most of the dungeons owned by major fighter clans and supernatural organizations are at the realm fragment level. To speed up dungeon development and alleviate their own burden, many organizations choose to sell the exploration rights to these dungeons. All proceeds obtained within the dungeon belong solely to the explorers. This allows explorers to claim their loot. Meanwhile, the faction controlling the dungeon recoups funds and, as a side benefit, weakens the indigenous forces, killing two birds with one stone. It's a true win-win for both sides. A single dungeon exploration permit usually has a limit on the number of participants. At a minimum, 5 or 6 people, at most, 10. To split the high cost of purchasing exploration rights and strengthen their party's capabilities, many fighters recruit teammates on Fighter-S Home to form a party. Over time, this has become a common type of transaction in the trading section. If you enter a dungeon to explore, you can hunt dimensional invaders. Chen glanced at Dimensional Invaders Resistance Vanguard 3. The progress for this achievement was only at 436-1000. It was still uncertain when the next dimensional rift would occur. To complete this achievement, dungeons were undoubtedly the only option. With that in mind, Chen immediately clicked the filter and selected dungeon. After refreshing, only a few dozen dungeon recruitment posts remained on the page. Without exception, they were all realm fragment level dungeons. Come to think of it, realm fragment level dungeons are incredibly dangerous. Anyone daring to enter must be a well-coordinated team. Why would they come to the forum to recruit teammates on the spot? That would be playing with their lives. However, even among realm fragment level dungeons, there are further sublevels based on the size of the plane and the strength of the native forces. From highest to lowest, these are Class A, B, C, and D. The lowest level, Class D, can be explored by a party of just 5 or 6 level 2 fighters. The danger level is relatively low. Moving up to Class C, a level 3 fighter must lead the party, and it's safer to have 7 or 8 level 2 fighters along. As for Class B, only a party consisting entirely of level 3 fighters is qualified to explore it. Furthermore, for safety's sake, it's best to have 1 or 2 level 3 peak fighters. The highest level, Class A, is reserved for level 4 fighters. Considering his own strength, Chen set his sights on Class B and Class C realm fragment dungeons. Among the 40-plus recruitment posts, Class D dungeons accounted for half. Next were Class B and Class C dungeons. Chen scanned through them and quickly selected a target.
The dungeon mentioned in this recruitment post was located in the Eastern District and belonged to the Knights faction, a second-tier extraordinary organization. It was rated Class B. The Connected Realm fragment was an island inhabited by numerous native creatures, making it quite dangerous. However, it was also rich in resources, so the rewards would be slightly higher than those of other dungeons of the same level. According to the poster, their party already had 4 level 3 fighters and was looking to recruit 2 more.
Any rewards obtained inside the dungeon would be split evenly. Chen didn't place much importance on the rewards.
Instead, he was more drawn to the fact that there were a large number of native creatures. Without much hesitation, Chen clicked on the Thread Starter's avatar and sent him a private message, asking if he was still recruiting teammates. The other person replied quickly.
Bro, tell me your total stat total. 139.
Wow, almost at the peak of level 3.
You're pretty strong, bro. What about your martial skills? Perhaps fearing Chen might take it the wrong way, the other person added an explanation. Don't take it personally, bro.
It's standard procedure after all. If we're going to team up, it's better to get a sense of each other's strength first.
I get it.
1 master stage agility skill and 1 master stage sword technique.
Chen didn't mention the names of the martial arts directly.
After all, Shadow Blade skill and Shadow Like Follow were a 3-star martial art and a 2-star martial art, respectively. Both were martial arts that ordinary fighters rarely had access to. Someone unfamiliar with them might even assume he came from a fighter clan or was a core member of some extraordinary organization. For someone like that to show up on the forum to participate in a dungeon recruitment, it seemed suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Although the other person likely hadn't heard of these 2 skills, Chen thought it best to keep a low profile just in case. The other person clearly assumed Chen was referring to a 1-star skill and simply replied, "Not bad."
Several minutes of silence followed. Chen guessed he was probably discussing it with his teammates. After another 2 minutes or so, the other person finally sent a message.
Sorry, bro, kept you waiting. Let us meet at the Vermilion Guild in the East District at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, then head to the dungeon.
The terms are exactly as I stated in my post. How does that sound? Chen immediately looked it up. The Vermilion Guild was located on the outskirts of the East District.
He figured the dungeon must be situated in the suburbs.
No problem. It's a deal, then. See you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Now, he should be able to complete Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 3.
However, before heading to the dungeon, he still had some preparations to make.
Chapter 55, The Deal. 213, Elm Avenue. Blue Dream Bar.
The revelry from the night before had only just died down. Most of the staff had already gone home to rest, leaving only a handful of people lingering in the bar, chatting idly. Meanwhile, in the office deep within the bar's corridor, Yan Huan sat in a leather armchair, smoking a cigar while glancing at the wall clock. In about 10 minutes, the mysterious Dark Raven would arrive at the bar to conduct the transaction with him. The fact that Dark Raven had killed Tao Li and more than a dozen members of the Silver Light Society had caused quite a stir in the fighter community,
especially among the superhuman organizations.
As the Silver Light Society's influence had grown stronger over the past few years, no one had dared to openly oppose them, let alone brazenly kill a high-ranking member of the Silver Light Society in broad daylight. As soon as the news broke, it caused an immediate uproar. The Silver Light Society reacted swiftly. While dispatching agents to search everywhere for Dark Raven's whereabouts, they also posted a bounty notice on the fighter's home forum.
Unfortunately, this was doomed to fail. After all, aside from the clues of Dark Raven's mask and weapon, the Silver Light Society knew absolutely nothing about him. How could they possibly capture him? In fact, Yan Huan was also deeply shocked. He had clearly watched Dark Raven take out the Silver Light Society's men with his own eyes that day. Yet, looking back on it later, he realized he had completely forgotten Dark Raven's voice and build. Apart from the mask and weapon,
everything else about Dark Raven had been completely erased from his mind. It was as if he had never existed at all. When he questioned the subordinates who had accompanied him that day, they were all in the same situation. This eerie occurrence sent chills down Yan Huan's spine, leaving him deeply suspicious for quite some time. Consequently, his awe and reverence for the mysterious Dark Raven only grew. Possessing such enigmatic abilities, coupled with the terrifying strength that had allowed him to slay Towley with a single stroke that day, this Dark Raven was most likely a powerhouse whose energy tier exceeded level 5. Yan Huan felt a deep, heartfelt sense of awe towards such a powerful figure. Yet at the same time, his resolve to conduct business with him and maintain close contact only grew stronger. Based on his experience, such powerful figures often possessed many valuable items. If he could establish a stable, long-term business relationship with him, it might just help him climb a few more rungs up the ladder within the Merchants Alliance. At this thought, Yan Huan's heart couldn't help but race with excitement. Before he knew it, the clock had struck 10 o'clock sharp. A look of confusion flashed across Yan Huan's eyes. Why wasn't Dark Raven here yet? Could something have delayed him? Just as he was wondering, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Yan Huan snapped back to reality and casually said, "What is it?" The door opened gently, and a masked figure walked in with composure. "Manager Yan, it's been a while." Yan Huan jumped up from his armchair with a thud, staring at Dark Raven in front of him with a look of utter astonishment. He had been staring intently at the surveillance screen just moments ago and hadn't seen anyone enter the bar, let alone approach the office door. Moreover, his men were stationed at both the bar and the hallway entrance. How had Chen managed to evade them and slip silently up to the office door? Yan Huan was filled with bewilderment and suspicion. It took him a while to realize how he lost his composure. He quickly cleared his throat and said, somewhat awkwardly, "My apologies, Mr. Dark Raven. Please have a seat." Having once again witnessed Dark Raven's unfathomable abilities, Yan Huan felt an even greater sense of awe toward him. Consequently, his demeanor and tone unconsciously became more respectful. "What does Mr. Dark Raven intend to offer?" Chen flipped his wrist, and a heavy bag instantly appeared in the palm of his hand. He placed it on the coffee table with a dull thud. "A spatial item." Yan Huan's pupils contracted slightly. Even his superior, the regional general manager in charge of the Trade Alliance's operations across the entire Eastern District, didn't possess such a precious item. With that thought, Yan Huan became even more certain that this Mr. Dark Raven must be someone of considerable stature. He mustered his spirit, picked up the bag, and opened it. What met his eyes was a dense jumble of scales, fangs, and claws. Yan Huan felt a hint of disappointment. Although these materials obtained from the black-scaled lizardfolk were quite valuable, as a manager who had handled countless similar items, he was long accustomed to them. They were nothing out of the ordinary and certainly didn't come as a surprise. This was quite a letdown compared to his original expectations. But on second thought, this was Mr. Dark Raven's first collaboration with the Merchants Alliance. Since trust hadn't yet been established between the two parties, he certainly wouldn't have brought out his best goods right off the bat. These materials from the black-scaled lizardfolk were most likely just a foot in the door for Mr. Dark Raven. If this deal went smoothly, the next one would most likely involve truly valuable goods. With that thought, Yan Huan's spirits lifted, and he immediately summoned staff to take inventory. 2 uniformed staff members, highly proficient in their duties, finished inventorying all the materials in less than half an hour. The final quote came in at 716,000 star coins. "Mr. Dark Raven, you're an important client of our trade alliance, and since this is your first visit, I'll take the liberty of adding 10% to the market price, rounding it up to a nice, even total of 790,000 star coins. What do you think?" This price had already exceeded Chen's expectations. After all, although he had killed many black-scaled lizardmen back then, most had been obliterated by the pale blade chi, leaving not even a single scale behind. So the actual quantity of materials he had obtained wasn't particularly large. If it weren't for the materials from the Lizardman Centurion included in the lot, the value would likely have been no more than 400,000 or 500,000 star coins. "That'll do." Chen nodded slightly, his voice betraying not a hint of emotion.
How will we settle the payment? Yan Huan caught the implication and smiled.
Rest assured, Mr. Dark Raven, our Merchants Alliance always settles in cash.
For larger amounts, we use bearer notes.
Or, if there are specific items you'd like, you can exchange them on the spot.
Our Merchants Alliance boasts the most comprehensive and efficient warehouses and logistics network in all of White Whale City.
As long as it's on our list, we can have it delivered to you in half an hour at most.
Chen nodded to himself.
Truly a superhuman organization backed by formidable commercial power. They certainly possess deep-rooted expertise and extensive experience in business.
Dealing with an opponent like this was indeed reassuring. However, Chen did not settle the payment immediately.
Instead, he took out another small bag, placed it on the coffee table, and gestured for Yan Huan to pick it up and take a look. Yan Huan felt a pang of curiosity but picked up the bag and opened it anyway. Inside were 3 fruits the size of longan, completely translucent and as lustrous as emeralds. Yan Huan was well-traveled and had handled countless goods, yet he did not recognize the fruits in the bag. Based solely on his experience, however, he had a vague sense that these 3 fruits were no ordinary items.
Mr. Dark Raven, what are these?
Yan Huan looked up at Chen across from him with a puzzled expression. These are chi heart fruits.
Chen explained calmly and deliberately.
When consumed, they enhance sensory perception by approximately 20% for half an hour, with no side effects. However, for fighters with a spirit attribute above 50, the enhancement effect is half. For those with a spirit attribute above 99, it has no effect and they cannot be stacked. Upon hearing Chen's words, Yan Huan was momentarily stunned, but as he came to his senses, his eyes immediately lit up with a sharp gleam. When he looked back at the fruit in the bag, his gaze was as if he were looking at a precious treasure.
Chapter 56, The Tycoon Earning 70 million a year.
Although he had vaguely suspected that whatever Mr. Dark Raven would produce after the material transaction was completed would certainly not be an ordinary item, learning about the effects of the chi heart fruit still came as a huge surprise to Yan Huan. The more powerful a fighter is, the more they understand the importance of perceptual abilities. Especially on battlefields and in dungeons, where danger lurks at every turn, keen perception can save one's life at critical moments.
However, improving one's perception is no easy feat. Among the 4 elemental attributes, the spirit attribute is undoubtedly the hardest to enhance.
That is why, at times, fighters have no choice but to take potions to boost their perception.
Yet such potions almost always come with side effects.
If used in a critical situation and the fighter fails to defeat the enemy while the potion's effects last, the subsequent side effects could easily leave them in a desperate situation.
So unless absolutely necessary, no one would use such potions during combat.
It goes without saying, then, that if something were to appear that could enhance perception without any side effects, it would undoubtedly be sought after by countless fighters.
Yan Huan was thrilled. He was right. Those materials from earlier were merely Mr. Dark Raven's way of breaking the ice. This chi heart fruit was the item he truly wanted to trade for.
Thank goodness he hadn't been dismissive of him earlier.
Sir, does this chi heart fruit really have no side effects?
Seeming worried that Chen might be displeased, Yan Huan quickly added.
Please don't misunderstand, I'm not doubting you, it's just that.
Before he could finish, Chen waved his hand to cut him off.
No need to explain. I understand.
You can take these 3 chi heart fruits to test their effects.
Once you're absolutely certain, we'll discuss the rest of the deal.
Yan Huan paused for a moment, then immediately caught on and was overjoyed. From the sound of it, Mr. Dark Raven still had quite a few chi heart fruits in his possession. This was a huge deal. Yan Huan's mind raced, and he made up his mind on the spot, saying in a solemn tone, Sir, rest assured the Merchants Alliance won't let you lose out. We'll purchase these 3 chi heart fruits at 100,000 star yuan each. That will be the price for future purchases as well.
What do you think? Agreed. Chen nodded slightly, then suddenly said, I want a Type 4 Colossus suit. Deduct the cost from the final settlement. Yan Huan was taken slightly aback.
Of course, he was well aware of the Type 4 Colossus suit. It was one of the Interstellar Consortium's flagship products,
designed specifically for level 3 fighters. Once worn, it could withstand more than 20 instances of level 3 damage equivalent to a full power strike from a level 3 fighter, or 3 instances of level 4 damage. Its defensive capabilities were exceptional, but the price tag was equally steep.
A single set costs a whopping 500,000 star yuan. Many level 3 fighters have to save up for a very long time before they can afford one. In Yin Huan's view, since Mr. Dark Raven was a fighter whose strength far exceeded the level 3 tier, there was really no need for him to buy a Type 4 Colossus suit.
The Type 4 Colossus suit was prepared for tomorrow's dungeon exploration.
The battle against the poisoned Twilight Lizard Man had made Chen realize he needed to pay more attention to his gear. The durability of his protective jade pendant was dwindling with each use. It was extremely precious.
He had to save it for critical moments. For everyday combat, the combat suit would suffice.
With this star coin included, I still have a little over 500,000 star coin in savings. Whether it's buying meat or paying for premium content on Fighter's Home, that's enough to last me for quite a while.
Chen looked at the Chi Heart tree on the balcony.
With the Chi Heart tree, he now had a stable source of income. The Chi Heart tree could produce 2 Chi Heart fruits a day, which equaled 200,000 star coin. That adds up to 6 million star coins a month, and 72 million star coins a year.
When he crunched the numbers, Chen was taken aback. Rounding it off, had he actually become a tycoon earning over 70 million a year?
Chen realized once again just how powerful the discipline system was.
Great stuff! Chen's eyes lit up.
The 3 items that appeared this time were, unexpectedly, all extremely practical and useful. The select stat card goes without saying.
Although it costs twice as much as random stat cards and designated stat cards, the effect of adding 3 points to any single attribute is incredibly practical.
Finally, he wouldn't have to rely on luck anymore. As for the 3-star martial skill, Iron Scale skill, it was exactly what Chen needed right now. To be honest, he'd been wanting to master a physical cultivation skill for quite some time.
An excellent physical cultivation skill would be more than enough to drastically improve his survivability in battle. I absolutely have to redeem this skill.
Chen made up his mind on the spot.
As soon as he saved up enough discipline points, he immediately redeemed the Iron Scale skill. As for the spatial bag, Chen was equally interested.
This item essentially allowed him to summon up to 3 summoned beasts. Although the duration was only half an hour. The summoned beasts had a minimum strength of level 3 and could even reach level 5 at their peak. This alone was enough to make up for the short duration. Before breaking through to level 5, the spatial bag would still be quite useful. After a moment's thought, Chen quickly added the spatial bag to his redemption list. However, since he currently only had 400 discipline points, he could only redeem a select stat card for now.
The reward for Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 3, is 2,000 discipline points.
Once I complete this achievement, I'll be able to redeem both the Iron Scale skill and the spatial bag.
Chapter 57, Showing Off in Front of an Expert.
After spending 200 discipline points to redeem the select stat card, Chen didn't hesitate to apply it to his spirit attribute. Without a doubt, spirit was the attribute where he was currently most lacking.
Name, Chen.
Level, 3. Attributes, Strength 36, Constitution 33, Agility 44, Spirit 29.
Discipline points, 200.
Martial skills.
Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 42 500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage.
Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 101-1000.
Shadow Blade Skill Master Stage 68 2500.
At this point, Chen's total attribute score had reached 142 points. He is only 18 points short of the 160-point threshold for level 4. Once the Shadow Step skill and Shadow Blade skill break through to the perfect stage, I should be able to advance to level 4.
Chen broke into a smile of genuine joy.
Almost every few days, his strength would take another leap forward. This feeling of constantly improving was truly exhilarating.
The next day,
Chen woke up early and put on his Type 4 Colossus suit.
Designed for combat, these suits prioritize both enhanced defense and lightweight comfort. The Type 4 Colossus suit was no exception.
Although its name includes the word Colossus, this suit was actually lighter and thinner than most others. Wearing it felt like being covered by a slightly thicker layer of skin. It was highly elastic, and he could barely feel any restriction. After all, it's a combat suit worth 500,000. However, it's without its drawbacks. Chen glanced down and decided it would be better to throw on another set of clothes over it. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Being too big can be inconvenient at times. After getting dressed, Chen stuffed the food, water, and wilderness survival supplies he prepared in advance into his backpack, then headed out. About an hour later, Chen arrived at the meeting point, the Vermilion Guild. Although it was only a little past 8 o'clock, the Vermilion Guild was already open. Standing at the entrance, he could hear bursts of shouts coming from inside. Looking through the window, he saw dozens of young men and women, all wearing matching white training uniforms, practicing martial arts. The scene was quite lively. Watching this, Chen suddenly remembered the unfinished combat practice 3. He had originally planned to go to the Iron Fist Club to complete this achievement. But halfway there, he suddenly encountered a dimensional rift. Once the dimensional rift ended, a series of events unfolded, preventing him from visiting the Iron Fist Club until now. Once this expedition is over, I'll find a chance to complete Real Combat 3. Chen made up his mind. As he snapped back to reality, he suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a girl walking toward him. Turning his head, Chen's eyes lit up. The girl was in her early 20s, with exquisite features. Her slightly loose combat suit couldn't hide her graceful curves. The skin exposed on her neck and wrists was snow white and translucent, as if one could see right through to her bones. Coupled with her icy, sharp demeanor, she left a lasting impression at first glance. The girl walked straight toward Chen, stopping 2 meters away before speaking slowly. "Vermilion Guild?" Her voice flowed like a clear spring, melodious yet tinged with a hint of coolness. The Vermilion Guild was the exploration team to which the poster belonged. Chen immediately realized that the girl standing before him was the other fighter recruited by the poster. "Like you, I'm also a fighter recruited by the Vermilion Guild." The girl nodded, glanced at Chen, and said calmly, "My name is Su Xian." Chen had figured it out. Although Su Xian appeared to be the type who kept strangers at arm's length, she wasn't actually cold. The reason she gave off an icy impression was likely due to her appearance and demeanor. Since it was their first meeting, they fell silent after the introductions. Fortunately, someone emerged from the martial arts hall just then. "You two must be Chen and Su Xian. Sorry to keep you waiting, I didn't expect you to arrive so early." The speaker was a burly man with rugged features. He was in his 30s and looked quite steady and reliable. Behind him were 3 others. 2 men and 1 woman. One was a young man in his late 20s with long hair tied back in a ponytail. He had a toothpick tucked between his lips, giving him a carefree, laid-back vibe. The other man was slightly shorter, not quite 1.7 meters but quite stocky. He looked a bit older than his years, around 30. The only woman was the youngest, probably only 23 or 24. She had delicate features and seemed to have an outgoing, lively personality. Including the burly man, all 4 were wearing Type 2 Aegis suits and carrying bulging backpacks. The 4 took turns introducing themselves. The burly man was named He Haidong. He was the leader of this exploration team. The girl was He Xin, He Haidong's younger sister. The young man with the ponytail was Chang. The short, stocky man was Gong. Just as the recruitment post had stated, all 4 were level 3 fighters. The other 3 were one thing, but the fact that He Xin at only 23 or 24 already possessed level 3 strength made Chen and Su Xian can't help but take a few extra glances at her. As if guessing their thoughts, He Haidong said with a smile, "My little sister is a top student in the combat department at Linchuan Academy. She has had exceptional talent as a fighter since she was a child. Linchuan Academy is a supernatural university dedicated to training fighters. Anyone admitted to the combat department of a supernatural university is undoubtedly a genius and an elite. No wonder he Xin had become a level 3 fighter at such a young age.
Chen immediately understood.
No sooner had he Haidong finished speaking than he Xin, her face flushed, tugged at his sleeve.
He Haidong. He Haidong quickly caught on.
According to the registration records on the fighter's home website, Chen and Su Xian were a year younger than he Xin, yet they were also level 3 fighters.
From this perspective, their talent was even more outstanding than he Xin's. Wouldn't he praising he Xin's talent in front of them be like showing off in front of experts?
Seeing the squad leader's slightly awkward expression, Chang cleared his throat and changed the subject. Brother Chen and sister Su Xian are already level 3 fighters at such a young age. They must be from the combat department as well.
I wonder which university they attend. Su Xian replied calmly, I'm from Jingyang Academy.
The moment she spoke, he Haidong and the other three immediately felt a deep sense of respect. Jingyang Academy was one of the top 3 extraordinary universities in White Whale City. Over the past decade, it had won the White Whale City Fighter Tournament 4 times. In terms of prestige, it undoubtedly outshone Linchuan Academy. More importantly, Jingyang Academy maintained an extremely strict disciplinary system.
Student discipline was modeled entirely after a military academy. Students were required to train on campus Monday through Friday and were only allowed to leave on weekends.
Furthermore, Jingyang Academy admits only 100 students each year. Competition is fierce, and students are weeded out annually. Under such a rigorous system, every student who successfully graduates from Jingyang Academy is an outstanding individual who far surpasses their peers. Reaching level 3 fighter is merely the minimum requirement for graduation. Historically, there have even been graduates who reached level 4 fighter. Upon learning that Su Xian was a student at Jingyang Academy, he Haidong felt even more awkward. If he'd known, he wouldn't have bragged about his little sister just now. Clearing his throat, he Haidong looked at Chen and said sheepishly, Chen, what about you? Which university do you attend? Chen shrugged, I'm at Heian Academy.
Heian Academy?
He Haidong furrowed his brow in confusion.
Which supernatural university is that?
The others also looked perplexed.
There were more than 10 supernatural universities in White Whale City, but it seemed there wasn't a single one called Heian Academy, was there? Chen explained calmly. Heian Academy is a comprehensive university, not a supernatural university. The group was instantly taken aback. Chapter 58, Hitchhiking with the Convoy. Because of Su Xian, he Haidong and his 3 companions had subconsciously held Chen in higher regard. They had assumed he was also a student in the combat department of some renowned supernatural university. Who would have thought he actually came from a comprehensive university? For a moment, he Haidong and his 3 companions exchanged bewildered glances. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Coming to his senses, he Haidong quickly changed the subject. It's getting late. Let us head to the dungeon now. He Xin and the other 2 agreed. Chen and Su Xian had no objections.
The group set off shortly thereafter. Since there were so many of them, the 6 had to split into 2 cars.
He Haidong, Chen, and Su Xian were in one.
The remaining 3 were in the other. Both vehicles belonged to the Vermilion Guild. Accompanied by the deep rumble of their engines, the 2 cars drove smoothly and swiftly to their destination. In the car behind, Gong was behind the wheel. He Xin and Chang sat in the back seat, discussing Chen and Su Xian.
I never would guess Su Xian was a top student at Jingyang Academy.
Wow, and she is so beautiful, she is practically a goddess.
Ugh, all you ever think about is that kind of stuff. Everyone loves beauty. Don't believe me? Ask Gong, doesn't he find her attractive? Gong, sitting in the front seat, cleared his throat.
You guys can chat all you want, but don't drag me into it. Besides, I'm already married, I only love my wife. Chang pursed his lips, ignored Gong, and, stroking his chin, continued.
That Chen, though he has actually surprised me a bit. He is a level 3 fighter, and he is actually from the combat department at the comprehensive university? At this time of year, there are usually only a handful of level 3 fighters in the combat department at the comprehensive university. He Xin paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Now that you mention it, you're right. Chang's eyes darted about, and he suddenly said, "Do you guys think that Chen might not actually be a level 3 fighter?" Upon hearing this, He Xin and Gong seemed to realize something and were instantly startled. You mean Chen falsified his energy tier? No way. What's in it for him? Won't he be exposed the moment he faces the dimensional invaders? On the Fighter-S Guild, a Fighter-S true energy tier cannot be verified. It all relies on mutual trust. In the past, there have been instances where lower-tier fighters falsely reported a higher energy tier to sneak into exploration parties and freeload on the rewards. Although such behavior has proven to be extremely foolish, it doesn't take long for the truth to come out. There are still those who refuse to learn their lesson and keep trying their luck, one after another. Many fighters have suffered losses because of this. There was even one unlucky level 3 fighter who assembled a party, only to discover after entering the dungeon that everyone else in the party except for him was a level 2 freeloader. As a result, they nearly died in the dungeon and couldn't escape. After that, the fighters began to reach a consensus. As soon as they spotted someone trying to freeload on a party, they simply dumped them inside the dungeon to fend for themselves. And the ultimate fate of these people was almost always to die inside the dungeon. This course of action finally put a stop to the harmful trend of freeloading. Nowadays, it's rare to hear of anyone daring to do such a thing anymore. Neither He Xin nor Gong really believed it. Especially He Xin. Mainly because she was quite taken with Chen's sunny, handsome looks. She genuinely didn't want such a handsome guy to be a fraud. Seeing that the two of them didn't believe him, Chang didn't mind and just shrugged. It's just a guess on my part. But one thing is for sure, that Chen is definitely a complete novice. Who would ever enter a dungeon without bringing enough food, water, and survival gear? Look at Su Xian, she really knows what she is doing. Her backpack is bulging, she has definitely packed plenty of supplies. Reminded by Chang, He Xin and Gong immediately realized what he meant. Earlier, they'd been so caught up in the fact that Su Xian was from Jingyang Academy that they hadn't really paid attention. Now that they thought about it, Chen really was empty-handed. He hadn't even brought a weapon. He didn't look at all like someone about to explore a dungeon. Could he really just be a freeloader tagging along with the party? At that, even He Xin and Gong began to waver. Of course, maybe I'm wrong. Chen might actually have a spatial item on him. Chang laughed it off. He Xin shot him a sharp glance. Don't be so sarcastic. Spatial items were incredibly rare. Even He Haidong didn't have one. How could a student from the combat department of a general university possibly possess something so precious? A little over half an hour later, the vehicles reached the suburbs and finally came to a stop in front of a farmhouse. The group got out of the cars one by one. The dungeon entrance is inside this farmhouse. He Haidong pointed at the gate and explained to Chen and Su Xian. Looking closely, they saw that a checkpoint had been set up at the farmhouse gate, with more than 10 burly men standing guard, their watchful eyes scanning the area back and forth. Looking through the gate, they could faintly make out numerous figures in matching uniforms moving back and forth. The estate was clearly heavily guarded. After presenting the exploration passes they had purchased earlier, the Vermilion Guild entered the farm with ease. The group soon reached the center of the farm. Chen finally laid eyes on the legendary dungeon entrance. In the middle of an empty field stood a portal of light. The portal was an irregular rectangle, about 7 or 8 meters high and over 3 meters wide. At its center was a slowly rotating silver vortex, interspersed with flecks of sparkling light much like the Milky Way, and it was a beautiful sight. Just as Chen was examining the dungeon entrance, Chang quietly approached He Haidong. Just as he was about to speak, a member of the Knights faction stationed nearby frowned and urged them on. You're from the Vermilion Guild, right? Don't just stand there gawking, get inside. He Haidong didn't dare offend the Knights faction, so he hurriedly motioned for everyone to go inside. Chang and the other two exchanged a helpless glance and had no choice but to follow. The group immediately stepped into the silver vortex. Their vision was instantly filled with silver light. When their vision cleared, Chen found himself standing on a sandy beach. The sound of crashing waves reached his ears. Chen turned his head and froze in surprise. Just over 20 meters away lay a vast, azure ocean. Yet this stretch of ocean was quite peculiar. Its length was less than 50 meters beyond that lay a gray void. It seemed as though a boundary had abruptly severed the entire ocean. Logically speaking, the severed section of the ocean should have been completely lifeless. But looking around, whether it was the surging waves or the fish swimming freely, everything appeared perfectly normal, completely unaffected. This harmonious yet eerie scene couldn't help but evoke a sense of unease. This is a realm fragment. Su Xian murmured softly from beside him. The girl gazed at the ocean before her with sparkling eyes. She seemed deeply fascinated by the scene unfolding before her. Sensing Chen's gaze, Su Xian replied calmly. A realm fragment is a portion severed from a complete plane. It's said to still maintain a tenuous connection to its source plane. The girl pointed toward the gray void in the distance, which seemed capable of swallowing everything. It's said that if one is powerful enough to pierce through that void, they can return to the source plane where the realm fragment originates. This was the first time Chen had heard such a theory, and he was instantly intrigued. How do you know that? I read it in an ancient text. Chen realized this, then looked back at the gray void. Even a fool could tell that the gray void was clearly related to space. To reach a realm where one could manipulate space, just how high would one's energy tier have to be? Tier 5 alone would be far from enough. Chen shook his head slightly, suppressing his curiosity. Chapter 59, Suspicion and Testing. This wasn't the first time He Haidong and his companions had been here. They were well accustomed to the surroundings. He Haidong didn't rush Chen and Su Xian, letting them take their time looking around. Anyone visiting the realm fragment for the first time would be completely captivated by the scenery. That was only natural. While Chen's attention was focused on the scenery, Chang and the other two quietly approached He Haidong and shared the suspicions they discussed in the car. Upon hearing this, He Haidong couldn't help but look hesitant. Judging by Brother Chen's demeanor, he doesn't seem like that kind of person, does he? It's just a guess, I'm not saying he is definitely a freeloader. Chang spread his hands. It's just better to be safe than sorry. If that's really the case, we might as well plan ahead. It's better than suddenly discovering a teammate can't be relied on in the heat of battle. Chang's words made sense. After hesitating for a few seconds, He Haidong nodded. Alright, then let us test his strength first. Chen had no idea what He Haidong and the others were planning. But he was always quick to pick up on, and he soon noticed that He Haidong and the others were looking at him strangely. Chen was puzzled, but he didn't call them out on it, he just quietly took note of it. Su Xian didn't sense anything amiss and asked He Haidong. What's our next move? He Haidong cleared his throat, pulled a map from his backpack, and spread it out on the ground. This realm fragment is an island. There are quite a few mines on the island, containing abundant reserves of rare ores. Chen glanced at the map, then looked toward the distant mountain range. They were currently standing on the outermost beach of the island, which also marked the edge of the mountain range. If all the mountains within sight were mines, then this realm fragment would be extremely valuable. Unlike the human world, in most planes, what is considered a rare ore is usually far more valuable than gold or silver. And since the Knight's faction values this dungeon so highly, it clearly falls into that category. Our next destination is right here. He Haidong pointed to a mountain range near the outer edge of the map. This is a mine, and there's a kobold lair inside. Kobolds? An image of a small, humanoid monster immediately sprang to Chen's mind. In various works of human fantasy, kobolds are depicted as small, reptilian humanoids with a tendency toward both cowardice and brutality. They have scaly skin, are mostly dressed in rags, and are hideously ugly. In addition, kobolds are social creatures. They like to use mines as their lairs, where they mine ore and smelt weapons, gradually developing into tribal clans with a strict social hierarchy. This mine is near the island's periphery. While the resources aren't as abundant as in the island's center, the Kobold clan gathered here won't be too powerful either. He Haidong continued. At least there won't be any Kobold lords or Kobold guards here. The Kobold clans have a strict internal hierarchy. At the very top is the Kobold lord. Their energy tier typically reaches level 5. Next are the Kobold guards. Their energy tier is generally around level 4. Following that, in descending order, are the Kobold foreman, Kobold sapper, Kobold laborer, and Kobold slave. Among these, the Kobold foreman and Kobold sapper are both level 3 creatures. The Kobold laborer and Kobold slave are level 2 creatures. Given the Vermilion Bird Adventurers Guild's strength, they should be able to handle Kobold foremen and Kobold sappers. However, if they encounter a Kobold guard, they'll have to pray their isn't more than one enemy, otherwise, their lives will be in danger. And if they ever face a Kobold lord, even escape would likely be out of the question. Kobolds usually pile or they mine deep inside the tunnels. As long as we eliminate the Kobold clan in the mine, all that ore will be ours. Hearing He Haidong's words, Chang and the other two visibly perked up. Only Chen and Su Xian remained impassive. Chen had joined the dungeon exploration team to hunt dimensional invaders, so he wasn't particularly concerned about the rewards. It was Su Xian's reaction, however, that surprised him. If Su Xian wasn't here for the rewards either, then why had she joined the expedition team? Before Chen could figure it out, Su Xian suddenly asked, "How are we going to attack?" He Haidong had already thought this through and, without hesitation, replied. This island is completely barren, there are no trees, so we can't start a fire to smoke them out. A night raid wouldn't work against kobolds living in dark mine shafts either. The only option is a direct assault. Of course, we won't just charge in blindly. We can first lure some of the kobolds out of their lair and eliminate them. By repeating this several times, we'll weaken the Kobold clan as much as possible, making it much easier to storm the lair afterward. No one had any objections to this plan. After a brief rest, the group set off toward their destination. Although it was an island, it was quite large. The distance didn't look far on the map, but it took the group over half an hour to reach the vicinity of their destination. The 6 of them hid behind some rocks, observing the cave more than 50 meters away. Kobolds, just like goblins, love to pick on the weak. As soon as they spot a lone prey, they swarm it. So we can send one person ahead as bait to lure out as many kobolds as possible. He Haidong scanned the group, his gaze finally settling on Chen. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Chen, how about we leave this to you?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Xian suddenly interjected. "Let me handle it. I've cultivated my star shift to the expert stage, so it'll be much easier for me to lure them out later." Star shift is a 2-star martial art. Upon hearing this, He Haidong and the other 3 couldn't help but glance at Su Xian with surprise. To possess a 2-star martial art, Su Xian's background was clearly extraordinary. And to have cultivated a 2-star martial art to the expert stage at such a young age demonstrated exceptional talent. Truly worthy of a student of Jingyang Academy. However, He Haidong had other plans, so naturally he couldn't agree to Su Xian's suggestion. Chen's footwork has already reached the master stage, it's more appropriate for him to handle this. Su Xian's willow-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. She might be reserved by nature, but she wasn't stupid. How could she fail to notice something off about He Haidong at this point? A 2-star body movement technique at the expert stage is undoubtedly faster than a 1-star technique at the master stage by any measure. She was the more suitable choice. Why was He Haidong so insistent on sending Chen instead? Meanwhile, noticing the evasive glances from Xin and the others, Chen realized what was going on after a moment's thought. He'd spent plenty of time on Fighter's home these past few days and had naturally come across the rumors about freeloading on teams. Judging by the current situation, the Vermilion Guild clearly regarded him as a suspect and wanted to test his strength. Once he realized this, Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Of course, strictly speaking, the Vermilion Guild's approach wasn't wrong. Dungeon exploration isn't child's play. Having unreliable teammates is a serious matter.
To be on the safe side, testing his strength before the real battle began was perfectly reasonable.
Moreover, even though he was being used as bait, the kobold slaves and kobold laborers on the outskirts of the lair were only level 2 creatures, not particularly strong.
If he really was a level 3 fighter, this mission would be a breeze. But more importantly, Chen had come here specifically to hunt dimensional invaders. He'd been longing for an opportunity to take one down on his own. He Haidong's suggestion at that moment was exactly what he'd been hoping for. So, before Su Xian could say another word, Chen agreed without hesitation.
No problem, leave it to me. Chapter 60 actually refers to 2-star agility.
Watching Chen leave the rock and make his way along the mountainside toward the mine entrance, he couldn't help but look guilty. He leaned close to He Haidong and whispered,
He Haidong, I think we ve wrong Chen.
Chen's willingness to take on the decoy mission without hesitation had greatly dispelled He Haidong's doubts. Now he, too, was beginning to waver. After a moment's hesitation, He Haidong gritted his teeth and said,
If we ve wrong Chen, I'll apologize to him in person later and admit our mistake.
Su Xian had also come to her senses by now, and she furrowed her brow slightly. As a fellow recruited temporary teammate, she was somewhat dissatisfied with the Vermilion Guild's approach. However, she ultimately chose not to say anything more. After all, from the perspective of the team's safety, He Haidong's approach wasn't wrong. Furthermore, if Chen was a level 3 fighter, then this mission wouldn't be particularly dangerous. With that in mind, Su Xian could only suppress her thoughts, focusing intently on Chen's direction, ready to step in and provide support at any moment. Chen paid no heed to what the others were thinking. His attention was fixed on the kobold sentries at the mine entrance. The 2 kobolds were slightly shorter than an adult human. They resembled large wolfhounds that walked on their hind legs. Their bodies, devoid of armor or clothing, were covered in fur, and they stood with slightly hunched backs. However, they had broad shoulders and forelimbs well suited for grasping objects.
At first glance, they resembled early-stage bipedal apes in the process of evolving into Homo sapiens, only they were canines.
They leaned lazily against the mountain wall, crude steel knives lying at their feet. One of them was even dozing off, its head bobbing up and down.
Chen lightened his step, approaching the mine entrance silently and swiftly.
The faint sound of his footsteps was drowned out by the rustling wind.
The kobolds guarding the entrance remained completely oblivious.
It wasn't until Chen was less than 10 meters away that the kobold who had been dozing suddenly sensed an intruder and frantically reached for the weapon at his feet. But it was too late. Chen surged forward abruptly in the blink of an eye. The 10-meter distance was covered. The kobold's hand had barely touched the weapon when he felt a searing pain in his neck, and he lost consciousness immediately afterward. Chen's flaming cloud blade shifted direction without pause. Whoosh! A flash of blade light, and the other kobold, who had been dozing, met his end in his sleep. The 2 sentries were merely low-ranking kobold slaves, and since Chen had the element of surprise, dispatching them was incredibly easy. Swiping the blade to shake off the blood clinging to it, Chen strode deep into the mine shaft. There was no need to hide his actions anymore.
More than 50 meters away. Watching Chen kill the 2 kobold sentries in the blink of an eye, He Haidong and the others were all taken aback.
What incredible speed! That's definitely not a 1-star body technique at the master stage.
He Haidong was secretly amazed.
He had seen 1-star martial arts techniques at the master stage before, but none had ever been as lightning fast as Chen's.
Wait a minute.
He Haidong suddenly realized something.
Chen didn't seem to have mentioned at any point that he was cultivating a 1-star agility technique. Could it be that when he said master stage, he was actually referring to a 2-star agility technique?
He Haidong gasped. He Xian, Chang, and Gong quickly caught on as well, their faces all betraying shock.
By now, they knew full well that they had wrongly accused Chen.
Someone capable of mastering a master stage, 2-star martial art could never possibly be at only level 2. A look of astonishment also flashed across Su Xian's eyes. She had cultivated star shift to the expert stage and was virtually unmatched among her peers. Just who was Chen,
And how could his agility actually surpass her own?
Su Xian had joined the dungeon exploration team precisely to further hone her martial arts through life and death battles and seek a breakthrough. She never expected to encounter a peer here whose agility surpassed her own. Instantly, Su Xian felt a tinge of curiosity toward Chen.
Crack! The sound of boots crushing gravel echoed through the air. Chen walked through the mine tunnel, looking around.
The tunnel was quite spacious, over 10 meters wide. Torches hung from the uneven walls on both sides. The flickering flames cast a shifting play of light and shadow across the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sound of rapid, chaotic footsteps echoed from ahead in the tunnel. Chen looked up and saw a dense swarm of kobolds bursting out from around the corner ahead. Upon spotting Chen, the kobolds immediately charged toward him, shouting and screaming.
Chen gave a cold smile.
At some point, he had replaced the burning cloud blade in his hand with the azure bone. Now that he was out of sight of He Haidong and the others, he no longer needed to hide his true identity with the burning cloud blade. By fighting directly with the azure bone, he could also absorb soul energy. With a flash of his figure, Chen didn't retreat, he charged forward, plunging ruthlessly into the midst of the kobolds like a tiger among sheep. A flash of the blade instantly unleashed a storm of blood and gore. Among the kobolds that charged out, about 1/3 wore tattered leather armor and wielded pickaxes. They were noticeably more muscular than the kobold slaves. Clearly, these were the kobold laborers. A rank higher than slaves within the kobold clan. Although they were both level 2 creatures, kobold laborers generally possessed the strength of a peak level 2, making them considerably stronger than the slaves. Of course, for Chen, they were just another target for a single slash.
In less than a minute, dozens of kobolds were wiped out. Chen, wielding the bloodstained grey bone, strode confidently deeper into the mine.
The deaths of dozens of their kin were like water poured into boiling oil, instantly setting the entire kobold lair ablaze with fury. Hordes of kobold slaves and laborers surged out of tunnels from all directions, screaming as they charged at Chen.
However, this move was nothing short of a moth flying into a flame.
With the Shadow Blade skill unleashed to its fullest, Chen was virtually enveloped in an impenetrable shroud of blade shadows. The moment the kobolds charged into the shroud, they were instantly torn to shreds, bleeding profusely as they fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Piercing screams and the sharp whistling of blades cutting through the air echoed endlessly within the mine.
Chen took a moment to glance at his achievements list. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the progress for the Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 3 achievement had reached 602-1000. In other words, the number of kobolds he killed had already reached triple digits. I wonder how many kobolds are in this mine. Will there be enough for me to complete this achievement? Chen glanced at Sangu.
The grooves on Pale Blade had turned completely blood red. His soul power was fully charged, ready to unleash an ultimate move at any moment. Just then, the view suddenly opened up before him. Chen looked closely and realized he had arrived at a wide open space resembling a basin.
Hundreds of kobolds stood in the basin, glaring viciously at Chen.
And in their midst stood 5 or 6 kobolds whose builds were noticeably larger than those of the kobold laborers, taller even than an adult human male and equipped with far superior gear.
Kobold sappers. Level 3 creatures.
But what caught Chen's attention even more was the incredibly burly kobold surrounded by the kobold sappers as if he were the center of their attention. Standing upright, it was over 2 meters tall, its body a mass of bulging muscles that looked like natural armor.
Just looking at it created an overwhelming sense of intimidation. And in its hand, it held a heavy, 5-foot-long hook axe cast entirely from iron. Identifying a kobold's rank is actually very simple. The higher a kobold's rank, the larger its build. Starting from the slave rank, kobolds are generally larger than adult human males. At the lord level, their standing height can even reach 3 to 4 meters. And this massive kobold before us, standing a full 2 meters tall, was clearly a kobold foreman. A peak level 3 creature. Roar! The loss of so many of its minions had already driven the kobold foreman into a frenzy. Spotting Chen, it immediately let out a roar and swung its battle axe forward with all its might.
The surrounding kobold sappers, laborers, and slaves instantly let out howls and charged at Chen like madmen. Facing the horde of enemies charging at him with murderous intent, Chen's expression remained unflinching. He slowly raised the azure bone, then swung it violently across the air. Whoosh! Amid a piercing whistling sound, a massive, crescent-shaped, pale blade aura materialized out of thin air, piercing through the void like a bolt of lightning as it hurtled toward the kobold horde. Chapter 61, I told you to be the bait, but you went and wiped out the nest. Outside the mine shaft, behind some rocks. He Haidong and his companions listened intently for any sounds coming from inside the mine. They were waiting for Chen to emerge so they could immediately retreat, lure the kobolds away from the mine, and then slowly wipe them out. Judging by the scale of this mine, the kobold clan inside probably numbers no more than 500 or 600. He Haidong had done his homework thoroughly beforehand. Only kobold clans led by a lord or a guardian would number in the thousands. A kobold clan led by a kobold foreman was considered a small clan, with 500 or 600 kobolds at most. As long as they lured them out a few times and took out 100 or 2 kobolds, a direct assault would be much easier. Not long after Chen charged into the mine, the sound of battle cries soon echoed from within. He Haidong and his companions immediately tensed up, ready to provide backup. But unexpectedly, the battle cries died down shortly afterward. Immediately afterward, sporadic sounds began to drift out again, though they grew fainter and fainter, as if coming from deeper and deeper within the mine. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Chen didn't go deeper into the mine, did he? There's no need for that. All he has to do is kill a few kobolds to let them know there's an intruder, and they'll naturally come chasing after him. Maybe he's trying to lure out more kobolds? Recalling Chen's lightning-fast movements from earlier, the group thought that was a possibility. After all, skill breeds courage. If he could lure out more kobolds, it would make their subsequent assault on the mine much easier. So the group continued to wait patiently. But as time passed, Chen still hadn't emerged. Instead, the sounds from inside the mine gradually faded away, leaving only silence. Xin finally couldn't hold back any longer. Could something have happened to Chen? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden boom rang in their ears. The sound clearly came from inside the mine. The group's expressions shifted slightly. He Haidong made an immediate decision and stood up. Let us go in and check it out. The others followed suit at once. The group stepped over the corpses at the mine entrance and hurried inside. They hadn't gone far before they came upon a floor littered with corpses. About 30 or 40 of them all kobold slaves and laborers. He Haidong, with his wealth of experience, made this assessment with just a quick glance. The 5 did not linger and continued deeper into the mine. The further they went, the more corpses littered the ground. As they looked ahead, expressions of shock spread across He Haidong and his companions' faces. All 5 were level 3 fighters and considered dealing with a few dozen level 2 creatures a piece of cake. But to charge single-handedly deep into the mine like this, leaving behind over 100 kobold corpses in their wake, that was no easy feat. Not to mention that most of these kobolds had been killed with a single blow. Clearly, whoever had done this had remained completely at ease from start to finish. It looked incredibly effortless. I'm impressed. Xin's eyes widened as he let out a low gasp. Chang and Gong looked just as astonished. Did Chen do all this? Who else could it be? Gong swallowed hard. We've been guarding the entrance the whole time. No one else but Chen has gone inside. That made perfect sense. Chang was instantly at a loss for words. Thinking back to his earlier doubts about Chen, he felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. He'd truly been blind this time. Su Xian looked into the depths of the mine, a gleam of admiration flashing in her eyes. It seemed Chen was even more formidable than she'd imagined. Killing nearly 200 kobolds wasn't something that could be achieved by mere agility alone. Let us go. Chen must be just ahead. He Haidong strode forward. The others snapped out of their daze and hurried to follow. Before long, the scene suddenly opened up before them. The group looked around and realized they had arrived at a basin-like area. This was the deepest part of the mine. Based on past experience, places like this were often teeming with monsters and their leaders. So when they entered, everyone was on high alert, proceeding with extreme caution as if facing a formidable enemy. But what met their eyes left them momentarily stunned. The basin was completely empty. Not even a trace of a kobold was to be seen. Not far from the entrance, however, there was a long gully in the ground that stretched more than 100 meters ahead, with plenty of gravel scattered around it. It looked as if something had violently plowed through it. Yet there wasn't a single kobold corpse to be found anywhere nearby. Haidong and the others were filled with confusion and suspicion.
What on earth happened? Click. Footsteps echoed. The group looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chen emerge from a cave at the far end of the basin, completely unharmed. Shun! Xin cried out in delight. Seeing that Chen was safe and sound, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. How did you guys get in here? Chen walked over. We hadn't seen you come out for a long time, so we were worried something might have happened to you. We came in to check on you. Haidong explained, then composed himself and said solemnly. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. We messed up this time. He then recounted how they suspected the convoy of theft. Chen had already guessed as much and wasn't surprised to hear it. He simply waved his hand. It's okay, I understand your concerns. Seeing that Chen forgave them without a word, Haidong and the others immediately felt even more guilty. Look at Brother Chen, what a magnanimous person he is. In contrast, they had judged a gentleman by their own petty standards. They really shouldn't have done that. What about the kobolds here? Did you take care of them all? Su Xian asked. Chen shook his head. When I arrived, this place was already in this state. Of course, that wasn't the truth. In fact, the kobold foreman, the guards, and the entire group of slave laborers had long since been obliterated by the Pale Blade Chi, all converted into achievement progress. After this battle, Dimensional Invaders, Resistance Vanguard 3 had been successfully completed. 2,000 discipline points acquired. Chen was overjoyed. Of course, he couldn't tell the others the whole truth about this. After all, the existence of the Pale Bone was far too sensitive to be exposed. Hearing Chen's words, Haidong and the others didn't suspect a thing. They were simply puzzled. After pondering for a moment, Haidong finally came up with a somewhat plausible explanation. The kobold clan here was most likely wiped out long ago. Those kobold laborers and slaves out there are probably a group of fugitives who escaped from elsewhere. Although the group still had some doubts, this was the only explanation they could come up with. Coming to their senses, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Originally, Chen had only been tasked with luring the kobolds, who would have thought he'd go on to completely wipe out their lair. They, on the other hand, had spent the whole time watching the spectacle without having to lift a finger. By the way, Chen pointed toward the cave entrance deep within the basin. That's where the kobold clan stored their ore. Their spirits soared, and they hurried into the cave. Sure enough, just as Chen had said, the cave was piled high with dark red ore, forming mounds as tall as small hills. At a glance, there were at least a dozen metric tons. This is molten iron ore. Gong stepped forward, picked up a piece of ore, examined it for a moment, and exclaimed excitedly. Xin and Chang also lit up with delight upon hearing this. Pyrite sells for as high as 100,000 yuan per metric ton on the market. The purchase price is slightly lower. But with these dozen or so metric tons of ore right in front of them, selling them for 1.5 to 1.6 million yuan would be no problem at all. Even if split evenly among the 6 of them, each person would still walk away with over 200,000 yuan. To reap such a profit from a single operation was nothing short of a huge windfall. However, Haidong showed not a trace of joy. Instead, he looked at Chen and said earnestly, Chen, you were the one who took care of all the kobolds in the mine. We won't take a single piece of this or it's all yours. Chapter 62, The Winged Exploration Party. As soon as Haidong spoke, the cave fell silent. Xin, Chang, and Gong exchanged glances without a word, offering no objection. Just as Haidong had said, Chen had single-handedly wiped out all the kobolds in the mine.
They hadn't lifted a finger from start to finish, so it would be rather shameless of them to ask for a share of the spoils now. More importantly, they had just suspected Chen and felt quite guilty about it, so they were even less inclined to take advantage of him now.
Su Xian certainly had no objections.
She hadn't come for the rewards in the first place. Besides, a mere 20,000 star coins was practically nothing to her. Chen glanced at He Haidong. Seeing the serious look on his face, he skipped the polite niceties and nodded in agreement.
The tension in the air instantly eased. He Haidong and the other three also looked much more relaxed. However, the very next second, their expressions froze. Chen simply placed his hand on the pile of ore without any visible movement. The mountain of ore vanished in an instant. A spatial item.
He Haidong was speechless.
Spatial items were incredibly precious.
He never would have imagined that Chen actually possessed such a rare and valuable item.
He Xian and Gong were equally stunned.
A few seconds later, the two turned their heads toward Chang in unison. Just on the way here, Chang had jokingly suggested that Chen might have a spatial item, and it turned out he hit the nail on the head. However, Chang wasn't the least bit pleased. On the contrary, he wished the ground would swallow him whole. He assumed Chen was a green who hadn't brought any food, water, or wilderness survival supplies. But now it was clear that Chen had simply stored them in a spatial item. He didn't have to struggle to carry a tactical backpack like they did.
Chen paid no mind to Chang's embarrassment.
It had been less than 2 hours since entering the dungeon, and he had not only obtained ore worth over 1 million but also earned 2,000 discipline points, a truly bountiful haul that had him in high spirits. And, as expected, a new achievement had appeared.
Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 4, defeat 10,000 dimensional invaders. Requires a total of at least 60 points across the 4 attributes. Completion grants 4,000 discipline points. Current progress, 10,000. 10,000 dimensional invaders. I've got a long way to go. Chen thought to himself. But no matter what, it was great to have a new achievement. No matter how difficult it was, he'd complete it sooner or later. At worst, he'd just have to explore the dungeon a few more times in the future. With the loot distribution wrapped up, the group turned and walked out of the cave, preparing to leave the mine. Of course, their dungeon exploration didn't end with clearing just this one mine.
The map He Haidong had brought marked 4 additional locations.
Their ultimate goal for this expedition was to all 5 mines.
Now that one was done, 4 remained. On the way back, the group left the kobold corpses along the path untouched. Although kobolds have an energy tier comparable to that of black-scaled lizardmen, their value pales in comparison to the latter. They possess no valuable materials. If one were to force a single point of value, it would be their skill at mining. In areas where kobolds gather, one can often find a considerable amount of ore. Therefore, the group didn't even glance at the kobold corpses on the ground and left the mine directly. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped out of the mine, Chen and his group ran head-on into a group of people.
There were 10 of them in total.
All were dressed in combat gear, carrying tactical backpacks, the typical attire of explorers. The moment the two groups met, they instinctively assumed combat stances without a word.
The dungeon is far removed from the real world and is not bound by laws or regulations.
Here, the darker side of human nature is magnified to the extreme.
Teammates have turned on each other over unequal loot distribution. Exploration teams have gone to war with one another over profits.
There are even teams that, instead of hunting dimensional invaders, ambush other exploration teams to steal their spoils.
All kinds of dark incidents occur in the dungeon every day.
Inside the dungeon, one must be wary not only of dimensional invaders, but also of fellow human explorers. After a moment of instinctive wariness, the two groups sized each other up and quickly recognized one another. The burly man leading the opposing group relaxed his posture slightly and said with a forced smile,
"So it's the Vermilion Guild. He Haidong, didn't you lose 2 teammates not long ago? Have you already filled those spots so quickly?"
Hearing this, He Haidong and his 3 companions' expressions darkened.
"None of your business, Du Chang. Mind your own affairs first."
He Haidong clearly despised this man named Du Chang. With that, he turned to leave. but Du Chang stepped forward to block his path.
He Haidong's expression changed instantly, and he said coldly, Du Chang, what are you trying to do? Don't be in such a hurry. Old friends meeting up, we've got to chat a bit before you go. Du Chang ignored He Haidong's icy glare, glancing cheerfully at the mine entrance behind them. His smile instantly took on a meaningful expression. Looks like you just cleared out a kobold lair. I imagine the haul was pretty good, anywhere around 2 million?
As soon as those words were spoken, the around them grew noticeably more tense.
He Xian and the others all gripped their weapons more tightly.
He Haidong stared directly at Du Chang without flinching, saying slowly and deliberately,
Are you looking to start a fight? Inside the dungeon, asking other parties about their loot was considered a major taboo.
Especially since Du Chang's relationship with the Vermilion Guild was clearly in shambles. A question like that inevitably brought to mind the idea of looting their spoils. Du Chang and He Haidong locked eyes for a moment, then Du Chang suddenly grinned.
I was just asking out of curiosity, you're reading too much into it. Alright, I won't hold you up. Go ahead if you're leaving. With that, he stepped back to clear the way. He Haidong gave Du Chang a meaningful look before leading his group away.
As he watched the Vermilion Guild fade into the distance, a young man in his 20s with narrow eyes walked up to Du Chang and whispered,
Captain, are we just letting them go like that? Judging by their appearance, they've definitely made a substantial haul on this trip, at least 1 or 2 million.
Du Chang crossed his arms and replied without turning around.
What's the rush?
Apart from those 2 new recruits, the rest of the Vermilion Guild are all veterans, they're no pushovers. If we go head to head, we'll lose at least 1 or 2 of our own.
It's not worth it. Let us send some men into the mine to check it out first, then we'll decide what to do. Du Chang enjoyed immense respect within the group.
As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately agreed in unison, and several men were dispatched into the mine to investigate.
Meanwhile,
after moving away from the mine, the expressions of He Haidong and his 3 companions also grew somber.
Seeing this, Su Xian asked, Who are those guys? They're the Winged Exploration Group. He Haidong's expression was grave. The Winged Exploration Group doesn't have a very good reputation in these circles.
Rumor has it they've ambushed other exploration teams to steal their loot, but since there were no eyewitnesses, nothing has been confirmed to this day. He Xian looked deeply concerned. I'm afraid the Winged Explorer Group has set their sights on us this time.
Gong's expression was equally grim.
Every member of the Winged Explorer Group is a level 3 fighter, and Du Chang is even at the peak of level 3. Their strength far surpasses ours. If they really come after us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing the mood in the group begin to grow tense, He Haidong quickly interjected.
Don't worry too much, maybe we're just overreacting. After all, we're not pushovers.
Unless the Winged Explorer Group has lost their minds, they wouldn't risk heavy casualties just to take us on.
There was some truth to that. The group's tense expressions finally relaxed a little. Su Xian cast a discreet glance at Chen.
Whether just now or now, Chen had remained composed from start to finish. It was as if he didn't take the Flying Wing Exploration Team as threats seriously at all. Moreover, she could tell that Chen wasn't just feigning composure, he genuinely didn't care.
This made Su Xian even more curious. She had originally thought Chen was just an ordinary student in the combat department at a comprehensive university.
But as she got to know him, she increasingly sensed that Chen was shrouded in layers of mystery.
It made her want to uncover the truth.
For the first time in her life, Su Xian felt a strong curiosity toward a boy. Chapter 63, A Turtle in a Jar, no escape, even with wings. The appearance of the Winged Exploration Group cast a slight shadow over everyone's hearts.
But the exploration had to continue. Following the map, the group pressed on toward the next mine.
The mines He Haidong had selected were all located on the outskirts of the island, in areas where kobold influence was weakest. There was no need to worry about encountering Lord or Guardian level kobolds.
And having witnessed Chen's formidable strength, the group felt a bit more confident about the upcoming exploration.
On the way, He Haidong secretly marveled at his good fortune. The 2 helpers he recruited were both exceptionally skilled. especially Chen, who was even more powerful than he, a seasoned level 3 fighter. It was hard to imagine that such a prodigious fighter was merely a student in the combat department of a comprehensive university. About an hour later, the group arrived at the second mine shaft. This time, Su Xian volunteered to act as bait. He Haidong thought it over and agreed. After dispatching the 2 sentries guarding the entrance, Su Xian darted into the mine shaft. Before long, the sounds of combat echoed from inside. Su Xian wasn't as fierce as Chen. She didn't single-handedly fight her way through the kobold lair. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the girl burst out of the mine. Behind her came a swarm of over 100 kobolds. And leading the pack was a kobold sapper. He Haidong was overjoyed and gestured for everyone to fall back. The group retreated until they were 400 or 500 meters from the mine shaft, then stopped and turned to charge at the kobolds. He Haidong held off the kobold sapper. The remaining 5 began mowing down the kobold laborers and slaves. It was at this very moment that Su Xian, He Xin, and the others truly witnessed Chen's ferocity. He practically became a blur, darting and leaping through the dense horde of kobolds, crisscrossing back and forth. Wherever he passed, blades flashed, swiftly reaping the lives of one kobold after another. In just over a minute, more than 50 kobolds had fallen at his hands. Such devastating casualties instantly terrified the remaining kobolds to the core, sending them scattering in all directions with shrill screams. He Xin and the others stared in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They knew Chen was formidable, but they never imagined he'd be this fierce. Almost single-handedly, he had completely shattered the kobold horde. Even Su Xian watched with a gleam in her eyes, her gaze sparkling with admiration. It wasn't until Chen began chasing down the fleeing kobolds that the group snapped out of their daze and rushed to join the pursuit. Before long, over 100 kobolds had been wiped out completely. Turning back, Chen and his companions joined the assault on the kobold sapper. With 6 level 3 fighters working together, the poor kobold sapper held out for only a few rounds before being beheaded with a single stroke. Chen delivered the final blow. Seeing his achievement progress increase by over 70 points, a barely perceptible smile played at the corner of his mouth. After a brief rest, the second wave of monster luring began. This time, Chang took on the role of bait. This time, slightly fewer kobolds gave chase, just over 100. But leading the pack were 2 kobold sappers. Nevertheless, thanks to the group's combined efforts, they managed to dispatch them without incident. Only a few kobold slaves managed to escape. But it didn't matter anymore. After 2 consecutive lures, even the dumbest kobolds would have caught on by now. The decoy strategy was no longer effective. It was time for a full-scale assault. Led by Ren Haidong and Chen, the 6 of them charged straight into the mine. The kobold clan in the mine had only ever numbered 500 or 600 to begin with. The 2 previous decoy operations had already wiped out over 200 kobolds, nearly half their population. The remaining ones were no longer a threat. The only real challenge was the kobold foreman and the 3 kobold sappers deep within the mine. It took quite a bit of effort, and He Haidong sustained a few injuries in the process, but they finally managed to kill these 4 level 3 monsters. Because others were present, Chen didn't use the azure bone. He relied solely on the burning cloud blade throughout the entire battle. Even so, he still held his own against the kobold foreman all by himself. By the time he finally killed the kobold foreman, everyone was looking at him as if he were some kind of incredible creature. After all, the kobold foreman was a level 3 peak creature. Chen took down the kobold foreman single-handedly and didn't even seem to have sustained much injury. His strength was already incredibly close to the level 4 tier. It was simply mind-boggling. After all, Chen was only in his early 20s. To possess strength approaching the level 4 tier at such a young age, it was no exaggeration to call him a prodigy. Su Xian marveled inwardly. Even at Jingyang Academy, Chen's strength would undoubtedly place him among the very top few. It wouldn't be all that surprising to see someone like this at a supernatural university. But the fact that he is a student at a comprehensive university, that's truly astonishing. Chen, however, remained calm. His total 4-dimensional attribute score had already reached 142 points. Add to that his master stage shadow step and shadow blade skills, as well as his fine grade weapon, the burning cloud sword. If he couldn't kill the kobold foreman with that, then what's the point of practicing martial arts at all? Due to the fierce battle, Chen's jacket had been torn open across the chest, revealing the combat suit beneath. He Haidong caught a glimpse of it by accident, and his heart skipped a beat. A Type 4 Colossus suit. A high-end combat suit worth 500,000 star coins. He Haidong was secretly amazed. 2-star martial arts techniques, spatial items, a Type 4 Colossus suit, and on top of that, that incredibly sharp blade, which appeared to be a fine-grade weapon. Chen was simply astonishingly well equipped. At that moment, He Haidong was absolutely certain. Chen must come from an extraordinary background. He was either a direct descendant of a fighter family or a core member of some extraordinary organization. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, He Haidong's attitude toward Chen immediately softened. He didn't dare treat him like a temporary team member to be bossed around. After dispatching the monsters, the group quickly found the kobold had stashed in a cave. They were quite lucky this time. There was even more ore than the last time. Divided evenly among everyone, that came to about 300,000 per person, a very decent haul indeed. He Xin and the others were all beaming with joy. The loot would be converted into star coins and redistributed once they got out. For now, it was to be kept centrally with the squad leader, He Haidong. He Haidong didn't have a spatial item, so he used a spatial pouch to store the ore. This was a single-use spatial item. Its capacity was only 10 cubic meters, and once activated, it would last only 48 hours. If the contents weren't retrieved in time, they would be destroyed along with the collapsing space. In terms of effectiveness, it was far inferior to spatial items. But it had the advantage of being cheap. A spatial bag cost only 30,000 star coins. For ordinary fighters who had no access to spatial items, it was a practical and affordable option. After stowing all the ore into the spatial bags, the group walked out, chatting and laughing cheerfully. Outside the mine, Du Chang stared at the entrance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That He Haidong really goes all out. He just wiped out one kobold clan, and now he's going after a second one. Zhuo Chao, standing beside him, gave a scornful chuckle. Isn't that great? It just means more ore for us to collect. Boss, judging by the traces left in that mine warehouse earlier, the Vermilion Guild got at least over 1 million units of molten iron ore. Add in the ore from this mine, and that brings the total to at least 3 million. If we can get our hands on that, this trip won't have been for nothing. At the mention of 3 million, the members of the Winged Exploration Group all lit up, their eyes gleaming with undisguised greed. Du Chang chuckled and asked, "Is everything ready?" "It's ready." Zhuo Chao's face broke into a sinister grin. We've killed over 20 female kobolds and placed a corpse at regular intervals along the path. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I've doused the corpses with a generous amount of madness incense. Even a level 4 creature would go mad and lose all reason upon smelling it, their minds filled with nothing but hatred. It won't be long before they arrive here. By then, the Vermilion Guild members will be trapped like fish in a barrel. They won't stand a chance. Du Chang nodded in satisfaction. Well done. All right, let us head out. That group of monsters should be arriving any minute now. Chapter 64, One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. For some reason, Su Xian had a vague, very bad feeling. She had similar premonitions before, and every time, something terrible had happened afterward. Without exception. And now, the same situation was happening again. Could it be that something dangerous was about to happen? Su Xian furrowed her brow. She wanted to warn everyone, but couldn't find a reason to do so. He couldn't very well say it was just his intuition, could he? No one would believe that. Just as he was hesitating, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. What's wrong? Su Xian turned his head and happened to meet Chen's inquiring gaze. You look a little off. I'm fine. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xian decided not to say anything. After all, it was just a hunch. What if nothing actually happened? Besides, there were no fewer than 6 level 3 fighters in the group right now. Among them was Chen, a master whose strength was approaching the level 4 tier.
Su Xian couldn't think of anything in the vicinity that could threaten their party. With that thought, the girl felt a slight sense of relief and added, "That's good."
Seeing that Su Xian didn't seem to be in any trouble, Chen nodded and looked away. The group soon returned to the entrance of the mine. He Haidong and the other three were all beaming with joy. They'd been in the dungeon for less than 4 hours, and each had already earned over 300,000. Even if they didn't get anything else from here on out, this trip had already paid off. It was undoubtedly a great start. It looked like this expedition was going to go very smoothly. The group walked out of the mine with smiles on their faces, but then their expressions froze in unison.
Centered around the mine entrance, countless kobolds had appeared from all directions at some unknown point. Kobolds covered the hills and fields, completely surrounding the mine entrance, their bloodshot eyes glaring at the group.
Judging by their expressions, they looked as if they wanted nothing more than to flay them, strip them of their bones, and devour every last bit of their flesh and blood.
What's going on? Why are there so many kobolds? Chang stammered, his face deathly pale.
The others weren't faring much better, their expressions were all grim. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 kobolds surrounding them. Among them were even 30 or 40 kobold laborers, as well as 5 or 6 kobold foremen. Seeing this scene, He Haidong instantly turned pale. Kobold foremen held a high status within kobold clans, high enough to command a small tribe. However, as the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share the same mountain. There could only be 1 kobold foreman in a small tribe. If multiple kobold foremen appeared at the same time, it meant there was a higher ranking entity within the tribe suppressing them.
A kobold guard? Or a kobold lord?
Judging by the situation before him, it was most likely a kobold guard. Yet this did nothing to ease He Haidong's heavy heart. A kobold guard was a level 4 creature. Even if they all joined forces, they might not be able to defeat a single kobold guard. Not to mention the dozens of level 3 monsters and nearly 1,000 level 1 and level 2 monsters right in front of them. This was clearly a hopeless situation. What He Haidong couldn't figure out, though, was how a large clan led by a kobold guard could have appeared in the outer region.
And why was it blocking the entrance to the mine just by chance? After all, kobolds rarely leave their lairs. Just then, a cry of surprise rang out. "Look over there!" He Xin shouted, pointing toward the distance.
Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a blood-soaked corpse lying on the ground about 10 meters away. Judging by her slimmer build compared to her kin and her full bust, this was clearly a female kobold. He Haidong immediately realized what was happening, and his face turned ashen in an instant.
"Someone is framing us." Su Xian immediately asked, "What's going on?" Gong took over and explained.
Females are extremely rare among kobold clans. They are the foundation for a clan's survival and growth, and are highly valued within kobold clans. If anyone were to lay a hand on a female kobold, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the entire kobold clan. Judging by the situation, someone must have killed a female kobold, then dumped the body here to frame us, hoping we die under a kobold siege. By this point, it had become clear to everyone. The only group that would go to such great lengths to frame them at a time like this and try to kill them was the Winged Exploration Group.
"Those damned bastards!" Chang growled through clenched teeth. Su Xian's heart sank. Her worst fears had come true. And it was worse than ever before. Faced with this situation, she couldn't think of a way to resolve it.
As they spoke, the kobolds surrounding them remained motionless, encircling the mine with murderous intent, as if waiting for some command. And the command came quickly.
"Roar!" A deafening roar suddenly echoed from the distance.
The moment the sound rang out, the kobolds outside the mine shaft, as if a switch had been flipped, shifted from utter stillness to frenzied motion, screeching as they charged toward Chen and the others. Their frenzied ferocity was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart.
"Quick, retreat into the mine shaft." He Haidong acted without hesitation.
If they stayed outside any longer, they would be overwhelmed and devoured by countless kobolds. Only by retreating into the mine and using the relatively narrow tunnels to fend off the kobolds' attack might they have a sliver of hope.
The group rushed back into the mine in a panic. Thanks to their earlier assault, they had already mapped out the mine's layout and quickly selected a tunnel about 4 meters wide. This was the narrowest tunnel in the mine. Here, they would only have to fend off a dozen or so kobolds at a time. With the 6 of them, they could hold their ground and avoid being surrounded. The battle erupted almost immediately. And it was far more intense than before. The winged exploration party had no idea how many female kobolds they killed, but the monsters before them now hated them with a vengeance, fighting with reckless abandon and appearing utterly crazy. Faced with the kobolds' relentless, tidal wave-like assault, the group felt immense pressure for a moment, their expressions all turning grim. Only Chen remained as composed as ever, he even seemed slightly delighted. The monsters the others feared like tigers represented progress toward an achievement in his eyes. Every kobold he killed increased his achievement progress by 1 point. What could be more motivating than that? In Chen's hands, the flaming cloud blade whirled into a swirling mass of light, dancing so densely that no opening could be found. Any kobold daring to charge into that swirling light was, without exception, shredded and slain. Toward the end, Chen even found himself killing them too slowly, so he pressed forward directly. As the flaming cloud blade unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, the air suddenly boiled violently, as if it were scalding water. Haidong and the others suddenly felt a flash of cold light before their eyes, and the pressure around them eased abruptly. Upon looking more closely, they saw that 2 or 3 dozen kobold corpses had appeared on the ground. Chen had actually slain dozens of kobolds in an instant. Whoosh! A piercing sonic boom suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Under the stunned gazes of Haidong and the others, a kobold sapper lunged viciously at Chen from the side, but while still in midair, a flash of icy blade light though struck later reached its target first, slicing through its neck. The massive head shot skyward instantly. A full level 3 creature, and yet it couldn't even last a single exchange. Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, a single phrase flashed through their minds in unison. One man stands at the pass 10,000 cannot pass. Chapter 65, Epiphany. The astonishing power of the sword technique. Chen found himself immersed in a wondrous state of mind. Everything around him faded into the distance. All that remained was the blade in his hand and the dense horde of enemies before him. Only one thought remained in his mind. Swing the blade and slay the enemies before him. Too many enemies? Then swing the blade faster. Even faster. So fast that all the enemies are enveloped in the web of blades he weaves. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the blade slicing through flesh and blood rang out in rapid succession. The speed grew faster and faster. In the end, the sounds almost merged into a single, ceaseless echo reverberating all around him. It felt as if only an instant had passed. Yet it also felt as if years had gone by. At that very moment, Chen suddenly felt his blade cut through empty air, and he snapped out of that mysterious, otherworldly state in an instant. Looking around, he realized he had, at some point, left the original tunnel and walked more than 100 meters forward. Looking back, the ground behind him was littered with a dense cluster of kobold corpses, completely covering the ground like a carpet of dead bodies. And at the end of that carpet, Haidong and the other 4 were staring at him with blank expressions, their faces filled with disbelief. Looking ahead, more than 10 meters away, the kobolds stared at him in terror, frozen in place and dare not to advance. They looked as though they were gazing upon some truly terrifying monster. What just happened to me? Chen's expression shifted, and he quickly summoned his interface. Shadowblade Skillmaster Stage 1076-2500. Chen was instantly taken aback. He remembered that the last time he checked, the adept stage progress for the Shadow Blade skill was only 87,2500, and now it had skyrocketed by nearly 1,000 points in a single moment. Could it be that what just happened was the legendary Epiphany? Chen pondered this. It's not unheard of for a fighter, in the heat of a life or death battle, to suddenly have a flash of insight, leading to a dramatic improvement in martial skill or even a direct breakthrough to the next realm. Chen surmised that what had just happened to him was most likely exactly that. Nearly 1,000 points of adept stage. If I'd still been in the adept stage, I probably would VE broken through to the next realm right then. Chen was secretly amazed. The boost from that epiphany was nothing short of massive. It was only because his Shadow Blade skill had long since reached the master stage and the amount of adept stage points required for another breakthrough was simply too high that he hadn't broken through the realm directly. Even so, he gained nearly 2/5 of the required adept stage points. That saved him at least 3 random skill cards. This was already a significant gain. Chen glanced at his achievements again. The progress for Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 4 had risen to 645,10,000. In other words, he just wiped out over 500 kobolds. No wonder those kobolds were too terrified to attack again. But just because the kobolds dared not attack didn't mean Chen would let them off the hook. This was all achievement progress, after all. Chen gave a cold smile, darted toward the kobolds, and as his blade swung, he once again unleashed a storm of blood and carnage. Behind him, Haidong and the others watched the scene, exchanging speechless glances. When they first saw nearly 1,000 kobolds, they had been on the verge of despair. They assumed they'd most likely meet their end here today. But the tide had turned unexpectedly. Chen suddenly unleashed a display of incredible might, single-handedly cutting down more than half the kobolds. He even terrified them into retreating step by step, too afraid to launch another attack. The situation had completely reversed. Now it was Chen, all by himself, chasing after the kobolds and hacking away at them. This scene left Haidong and the others with a surreal, dreamlike sense of absurdity. It was simply too unbelievable. After a long while, Xin finally spoke up, breaking the silence. What was that just now? Haidong took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been an epiphany. An epiphany. Everyone was startled by his words. Enlightenment is something every fighter dreams of. Yet such a thing is rare and hard to come by. Many fighters go their entire lives without ever experiencing enlightenment. Among them are no shortage of exceptionally talented fighter prodigies. They never would have imagined that Chen would achieve enlightenment under such circumstances. No wonder Chen's swordplay was so astonishing just now. Su Xian murmured to herself, a trace of daze still lingering on her pretty face. The swordsmanship Chen had displayed earlier was already astonishing. At the very least, Su Xian had never seen anyone her age whose swordsmanship could surpass Chen's. But even that exceptional skill paled in comparison to what he had just demonstrated. That astonishing power where a single stroke felled dozens of kobolds at once still left Su Xian in awe even now as she recalled it. Whoosh! Chen swung his blade to slay a kobold, feeling a twinge of regret. After emerging from his state of epiphany, his Shadow Blade skill no longer possessed the same staggering power as before. His efficiency in killing kobolds dropped dramatically. However, that was just his perception. The kobolds didn't see it that way. Watching their comrades fall one after another to Chen's blade with dozens more perishing in the blink of an eye, the kobolds finally broke down. Screaming, they fled toward the mine's exit. But before they could get very far, they collided head-on with a massive figure. Whoosh! Amid a muffled roar, a sharp battle axe sliced through the air, cleaving 4 or 5 fleeing kobolds in half. Immediately afterward, roar! A deafening roar echoed through the mine, causing dust to rain down from the tunnel walls. The fleeing kobolds all stopped in their tracks, staring at the imposing figure with fear etched on their faces. Chen halted his pursuit and narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. It was a kobold nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body was a mass of taut, bulging muscles. Just looking at it was enough to sense the explosive strength contained within. In its hands, it held a steel battle axe about a meter long. Warm blood was still dripping from the blade. Kobold guard! Haidong gasped, his eyes wide with horror. His worst fears had come true. The leader of the kobold clan attacking them was none other than a level 4 kobold guard. Xin, Su Xian, Chang, and Gong all paled. Only Chen remained calm. With his back to the group, he silently pulled out his combat power scanner, aimed it at the kobold guard, and pressed the button. 176. Chen's eyebrows shot up. That total 4-dimensional attribute score was 34 points higher than his own. Of course, that wasn't the main point. What mattered most was the disparity in life essence between energy tiers. The leap from Tier 3 to Tier 4 represents a fundamental shift in the very essence of life. This is something the 4-dimensional attributes simply cannot reflect. That said, Chen's face still showed not a trace of panic. As if dissatisfied with his prey's calm composure, the kobold guard threw back its head and roared, then swung its battle axe and charged toward Chen with the thunderous roar of a battle tank. Even from 100 meters away, He Haidong and the others could feel the ferocious aura sweeping toward them, and their faces instantly turned pale. Su Xian watched Chen's back, a flash of concern crossing her eyes. Unfortunately, even if she wanted to step in and help, there was nothing she could do. The remaining kobolds, afraid to approach the battle between Chen and the kobold guard, turned and charged toward them instead. The group had no choice but to summon their spirit to counter the threat. Fortunately, Chen had already slain the majority of the kobolds, and some had fled, leaving only a little over 200 remaining. Although the numbers were still considerable, at least they were now barely able to hold their ground. Chapter 66, No One Can Save You Now. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was split into two parts. One part was the battle between He Haidong and his companions against the kobolds. The other was the fierce battle between Chen and the kobold guards. Strictly speaking, this was Chen's first true encounter with a level 4 creature. Although Tao Li had also been a level 4 fighter, Chen had instantly killed him with the pale blade chi to intimidate the others. The two had never actually fought head-on. The kobold guards before him were his first true level 4 opponents. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavy battle axe tore through the air, whipping up a fierce gale that stung Chen's skin. It was easy to imagine that if he were hit head-on by a blow like that, the outcome would be far from pleasant. Even though the Type 4 Colossus suit he wore was said to be able to withstand 3 full power attacks from a level 4 creature, Chen had no intention of finding out the hard way. After dodging the kobold guard's attack once more, Chen glanced over at He Haidong's group. Seeing that they were still holding their ground for the time being, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned and dashed into another tunnel. The kobold guard, thinking Chen was trying to escape, immediately roared and gave chase. The mine was a labyrinth of tunnels, crisscrossing in every direction. Chen sprinted for a while before finally coming to a halt in the middle of a wide tunnel. Turning to face the kobold guard closing in on him, a cold smile played at the corner of his mouth. "No one will see us here." As he whispered, Chen flipped his wrist, and the flaming cloud blade vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it had been replaced by the pale bone blade. Earlier, when he had slaughtered the kobolds with its pale blade energy, the hundreds of fallen kobolds had already refilled the pale bone blade screws once more. Chen slowly raised the blade and brought it down with a sudden, powerful swing. A massive, crescent-shaped wave of pale blade energy surged forth in an instant, piercing the void like a fierce bolt of lightning and hurtling straight toward the kobold guard. The kobold guard's animal instincts allowed it to sense the terror of this strike. A look of terror flashed in its eyes. But it was too late to dodge. It had no choice but to swing its battle axe downward with all its might, attempting to absorb the blow. In fact, in terms of raw strength, the kobold guard was actually a cut above Tao Li. Unfortunately, that slight difference in strength meant nothing in the face of the pale blade aura. Accompanied by a piercing screech of metal twisting, the steel battle axe shattered into pieces in an instant. The pale blade chi surged forward, slamming into the kobold guard's chest like a cannonball. Instantly, a dull thud echoed, and the kobold guard's massive body exploded into a mist of blood that filled the air. Silence returned to the tunnel in the blink of an eye. Chen's expression remained calm. He wasn't the least bit surprised by this outcome. Only a level 5 creature would likely be able to withstand the full brunt of the pale blade's power. Anything below level 5 was doomed. Too bad this kobold guard only had 176 attribute points. The kill target required by Extreme Combat 3 must have a total attribute value 60 points higher than Chen's. Given his current total attribute value of 142 points, that would mean 202 points. And that would already fall within the level 5 range. Shaking his head, Chen cleared his mind and ran back along the path he had come. Inside the tunnel. The battle was drawing to a close. As the last kobold sapper fell, He Haidong and his 4 companions breathed a sigh of relief. He Xin and Chang even collapsed onto the ground. After such a fierce battle, although they had successfully eliminated the remaining kobolds, they were now completely exhausted. Gong had a bloody gash on his side. It was a wound inflicted by a kobold sapper's pickaxe, one that had nearly ripped out his intestines. After receiving emergency treatment and bandaging with a hemostatic spray, Gong's face had turned ashen from excessive blood loss. He Haidong was in slightly better shape, but he too was covered in wounds. If even one more kobold sapper were to appear at this moment, all 5 of them would likely meet their end right here. However, misfortune never comes alone. A series of footsteps suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a burst of laughter echoed through the air. Impressive! Truly impressive! You guys from the Vermilion Guild have really made me look at you in a whole new light. With so many kobolds, and yet they still couldn't kill you. That's truly impressive. Du Chang stepped out of the shadows. Behind him were 9 team members. The group looked at He Haidong and the others with mocking eyes. Their gazes were as if they were looking at mice they were toying with. Du Chang! So it was you guys after all. He Haidong glared at Du Chang, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Chang, Gong, and He Xin also shot Du Chang furious glances. You bunch of scoundrels! He Xin snapped. Du Chang didn't seem to care. Victors are always a bit more forgiving toward the vanquished. He scanned the area, raising an eyebrow slightly. Why is one person missing? Shuo Chao said with a smile, most likely, they went to lure the kobold guard away. Du Chang thought about it and agreed. Given the Vermilion Bird Adventurers Guild's strength, it was surprising enough that they managed to rout nearly 1,000 kobolds. There was absolutely no way they could have killed the kobold guard as well. They had clearly employed a strategy of sacrificing the pawn to save the king, sending a team member to lure the kobold guard away. That's quite the sacrifice of a spirit. Du Chang snorted derisively. He Haidong and the others looked grim, gritting their teeth in silence. They, too, had only realized later that Chen had lured the kobold guard away. In their view, although Chen was highly skilled, his chances of defeating a kobold guard a foe far above his level were slim to none. Once he'd gone, his fate was likely sealed. And without Chen, relying solely on their 5 battered and exhausted fighters, there was no way they could defeat Du Chang and his men, who were well rested and ready for battle. It seemed they were doomed to die today. The 5 exchanged glances, a bitter taste in their hearts. Having barely survived the clutches of the dimensional invaders, only to die at the hands of fellow human fighters, it was truly ironic. Du Chang couldn't care less about what He Haidong and the others were thinking. He waved to his team. We don't know when the kobold guard will return. Let us make this quick, grab the loot and get out of here. A burly man grinned as he stepped forward, pointing at He Xin and Su Xian and saying, Boss, those 2 chicks are pretty hot. It'd be a shame to just kill them like this. How about, ha. He Xin and Su Xian's pretty faces instantly turned pale. The other members of the winged exploration group, however, lit up, all breaking into knowing smiles at the same time. He Xin had a delicate, refined beauty, while Su Xian was a rare stunner. They'd actually been lusting after them for a long time, but had held back out of deference to Du Chang. Now that someone had brought it up first, their minds immediately began to wander. Du Chang shot the burly man who'd spoken a sidelong glance and slapped him hard on the back of the head with the back of his hand. You idiot! You're always thinking about sex. You'll die from your lust sooner or later. This is a fucking dungeon, not a hotel or a motel. If you want to get caught in the middle of it with a few dimensional invaders suddenly popping out to stab you in the ass, go right ahead. I won't stop you. The burly man flinched and dared not say another word. Seeing their boss lose his temper, the rest dared not entertain any more mischievous thoughts. They exchanged glances and simultaneously advanced toward He Haidong and his group. Seeing this, He Haidong and his companions gripped their weapons tightly, their faces set with resolve. Even Gong stood up, clutching his wound. Even if they died, they wouldn't let these bastards off easy. They were determined to take a piece of these bastards with them. Seeing the look on He Haidong and his men's faces, Du Chang let out a series of cold laughs. A last-ditch struggle. You're all going to die here today, no one can save you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a calm voice suddenly rang out. Is that so? I don't think so. Chapter 67, Damn Rich People. The sudden voice startled everyone present. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure slowly emerging from another tunnel. Upon recognizing the newcomer's face, He Haidong and his 4 companions all looked surprised and delighted. Shen, are you okay? Shen gave the 5 a faint smile, then turned his gaze to the members of the winged exploration team. Du Chang narrowed his eyes as he sized Chen up, quickly recognizing the young man as one of the Vermilion Guild's newly recruited members. A look of surprise and suspicion flashed across his eyes. You're actually still alive? What about the Kobold Guard? Chen replied nonchalantly, I killed him. Du Chang paused for a moment, then let out a derisive snort. Zhuo Chao and the others burst into loud laughter. What a braggart! You might as well just say you killed the Kobold Lord. You're not afraid of tripping over your own words when you spout such nonsense. Kid, if you think this will scare us, you're being way too naive. The members of the winged exploration party now looked at Chen with eyes full of scorn and mockery. Could a hothead like this really have killed a Kobold Guard? It was utterly preposterous. He Haidong and the others exchanged puzzled glances, filled with doubt. They didn't understand why Chen would tell such an easily debunked lie. Could it really be to intimidate the winged exploration team? But unless the Kobold Guard's corpse was right in front of them, there was no way the winged exploration team would believe such a thing. Du Chang quickly lost interest in Chen and gave his team members a nod. Immediately, 2 team members stepped forward from the crowd and approached Chen with snarls on their faces. This young man was in his early 20s at most. No matter how strong he was, his abilities were still very limited. He'd likely just been promoted to level 3 not long ago. He might not even be a level 3 fighter yet. So they didn't take Chen seriously at all. Kid, when you're reborn in your next life, don't go spouting such nonsense again. Why waste words on a hothead like this? Just kill him and get it over with. The moment the last word left his lips, the speaker felt a sudden chill on the back of his neck, followed by the world spinning wildly before his eyes. What's happening? A single thought flashed through his mind. It was also the last thought of his life. In the next instant, boundless darkness surged toward him like a tidal wave, drowning his consciousness. Thud. His head fell to the ground and rolled several meters away. Warm blood spurted from his severed neck, splattering the man across from him. The latter's pupils contracted sharply just as he was about to raise his weapon. A flash of icy blade light had already sliced across his neck. The man froze, eyes wide, reaching up to clutch his throat. But before he could finish the motion, his entire body slumped to the ground, silent and lifeless. Du Chang's face turned ashen. From the moment Chen struck to the successive deaths of the 2 Flying Wings members, not even a single breath had passed. He hadn't even had time to intervene before the 2 team members were already dead. Damn it! Du Chang, overcome with shock and rage, roared. Kill that kid! By now, he could see clearly that this young man he had underestimated was, in fact, the strongest fighter in the entire Vermilion Guild. The remaining wing members also snapped to attention and charged at Chen with ferocious intent. Chen let out a cold laugh. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, actively meeting their charge head-on. The 2 wing members at the forefront swung their blades from left and right, aiming respectively for Chen's neck and side. Chen leaned back, dodging the blade aimed at his neck, then swept his blade backward in a counterattack, the sharp edge instantly slicing through his opponent's throat. In that instant, another life was cut short. However, taking advantage of this opening, the other man's blade had already struck Chen's side with brutal force. But before that man could even show a hint of triumph, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the blade's contact. Through the gash cut by the blade, he could clearly see the combat suit beneath. Type 4 Colossus suit. The man froze for a split second. In that brief moment of hesitation, the blade had already slashed across his neck.
Before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness, the man couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Damn rich bastards! In the blink of an eye, 2 more team members fell to Chen's blade. Du Chang's eyes bulged with fury as he charged forward like a lion or tiger pouncing on a rabbit, a cold gleam of steel piercing straight toward Chen's face. To Chen's surprise, his weapon was a silvery white spear. It was the first time Chen had ever seen a spear used as a weapon, and a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. However, he had no intention of engaging Du Chang. His figure flickered like a whirlwind, and he had already dodged far out of the way, turning instead to attack the others. Although the members of the Winged Exploration Party were all level 3 fighters, aside from Du Chang, none of them were particularly formidable even within the level 3 tier. Chen had slain at least 70 or 80 level 3 creatures after just a brief exchange. He determined that not a single one of these men had a total attribute score exceeding 130 points. Their martial arts proficiency was equally unremarkable. Come to think of it, if they were truly formidable, they would have long since gone hunting dimensional invaders instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics as ambushing their own kind. Whoosh! The sound of a blade tearing through the air rang out suddenly.
Another winged squad member, clutching his throat and looking terrified, collapsed to the ground, dead. Chen's steps were light and swift, like a hunting cheetah, relentlessly reaping the lives of one prey after another.
Du Chang wasn't skilled in agility and simply couldn't keep up with Chen.
He could only watch helplessly as one team member after another fell to Chen's blade. His emotions shifted from initial anger and frustration to later horror and panic. By the time even Zhuochao was killed by Chen, his hands and feet had gone ice cold, and his whole body felt as if it were plunged into an ice cave. Looking around, he saw that he was now the only one left standing from the Wing Exploration team. The rest had long since become motionless corpses lying on the ground.
How could this happen?
Du Chang's face was etched with disbelief, and a layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead.
He could never have imagined that Chen would be this formidable.
Single-handedly, he had killed all of his team members. And those were 9 level 3 fighters.
Could it be that this kid was telling the truth?
He really had taken down the Kobold Guard. As this thought crossed his mind, Du Chang felt a chill run up his spine, and his whole body went numb. He Haidong, Su Xian, and the others were equally stunned. Just moments ago, they'd been preparing for a desperate last stand, determined to take at least a few members of the Winged Exploration Corps down with them.
Who could have imagined the situation would change so abruptly? In the blink of an eye, Chen had nearly wiped out the entire Winged Exploration Corps.
Only Du Chang remained a commander with no troops left. The turn of events had been so sudden and swift that they were still struggling to process it.
I can't believe it. Chang couldn't help but swallow hard. Could it be that Chen was telling the truth? Has he really taken down the Kobold Guard? Gong muttered to himself. He Haidong and he Xin exchanged glances.
Su Xian pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Chen's retreating figure. In fact, by now, they were all well aware deep down. It was 9 out of 10 certain that Chen had taken out the Kobold Guard. The theory that he lied to intimidate the Winged Exploration Group was pure nonsense. Just look at the situation before them. Chen clearly had more than enough strength to crush the Winged Exploration Group. He had absolutely no need to lie. He really had taken down the Kobold Guard. Realizing this, all 5 of them were utterly stunned. Defeating a high-level creature while fighting below his own tier. They'd only ever heard of such things before. This was the first time they'd actually witnessed it firsthand. They never imagined that such a fighter genius actually existed in real life. Chapter 68, The True Fighter Genius. After dispatching the minions, Chen turned to look at Du Chang. Up until then, Du Chang had been relentlessly pursuing Chen, trying to force him into a fight. But when Chen finally turned his attention to him, Du Chang shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Your turn. Chen gave a cold smile and lunged at Du Chang with his sword. Du Chang let out a loud cry and thrust his spear backward, but Chen parried it with his sword and unleashed a straight punch. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted. Du Chang was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, he was horrified to discover that a fist, its surface writhing with shimmering lightning, was already bearing down on him.
What is this?
That was the only thought that flashed through Du Chang's mind. The next second, a force so immense and overwhelming it defied description slammed into his chest.
In an instant, a series of bone-chilling, crisp snaps of breaking bones rang out. Du Chang didn't even know how many bones had snapped all over his body in that split second.
His entire body was hurled backward at breakneck speed like a cannonball, slamming into the tunnel wall with a thud. Debris rained down in a shower of dust. Du Chang slowly slid down the wall and fell to the ground. By the dim light of the torch, one could see that his combat suit across his chest had completely shattered and vanished, revealing a massive gaping hole. And within that gaping hole lay his deeply caved-in chest. Du Chang lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, already lifeless. His contorted face still bore traces of terror and despair.
Silence.
The tunnel was deathly quiet. He Haidong, Su Xian, and the others stared at the scene in a daze, their mouths dry and wide open, unable to speak. The members of the Vermilion Guild, in particular, were utterly shocked. Du Chang might have been despicable, but there was no denying his formidable strength. Even He Haidong admitted that, in a fight against Du Chang, he would have lost more often than he would have won. Yet this level 3 fighter, who was no slouch himself, had been killed by Chen in a single exchange. Even a level 4 fighter would have done much better than that.
Just now, what was that? After a long while, He Xian finally broke the silence in a low voice.
Su Xian took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, and said in a solemn tone,
"That must have been a transcendent stage technique."
A transcendent stage technique?
He Xian, Chang, and Gong looked utterly bewildered.
Only He Haidong wore an expression that said, "I knew it." Seeing his 3 teammates' puzzled faces, he explained in a low voice. Legend has it that there is a realm above the perfect stage in martial arts, known as the transcendent stage. Martial arts that reach the transcendent stage don't show a noticeable increase in power under normal circumstances, but they gain a special move called the transcendent stage form. Once unleashed, its power can reach several times that of the perfect stage. The manifestation of extraordinary phenomena that is precisely the unique characteristic of the transcendent stage form. If I'm not mistaken, what Shin just performed was the transcendent stage form of the Thunder Fist skill. By this point, He Haidong's face was filled with awe. He had only heard of the transcendent stage form and rumors. He had never actually heard of anyone around him who had cultivated a martial skill to the transcendent stage, let alone witnessed it with his own eyes. He never expected to see it now in a young man in his early 20s. It was simply unbelievable. He Xian, Chang, and Gong were also so stunned they were speechless. Several times the power of the perfect stage? That was downright terrifying. No wonder Du Chang was instantly killed on the spot. With that kind of power, there probably aren't many level 3 fighters who could withstand a direct hit. Su Xian was just as shocked as the members of the Vermilion Guild, if not more so. Coming from a fighter family with a long lineage, her understanding of the transcendent stage was even deeper than He Haidong's. A perfect stage martial art could be forcibly achieved by relying on powerful physical prowess after raising one's energy tier. But the same method was completely ineffective for the transcendent stage. Reaching the transcendent stage could no longer be achieved through mere physical prowess and time alone. Talent, opportunity, and hard work are all indispensable. Anyone capable of cultivating a martial art to the transcendent stage is without exception a person of extraordinary martial talent, immense perseverance, and great fortune. As far as Su Xian knew, no one had ever reached the transcendent stage in their early 20s. Yet that perception was shattered today. Watching Chen's figure, Su Xian couldn't help but be filled with awe. This is what a true fighter prodigy looks like. Compared to Chen, the title of prodigy that had long been bestowed upon her and which she had sometimes taken pride in suddenly seemed rather laughable. Chen didn't notice the change in everyone's expressions. His full attention was focused on the achievements list. Combat 3, defeat 100 fighters with a total of 4 attributes no less than 120 points. Upon completion, you will receive 2,000 discipline points. Current progress, 11,100. Sure enough, killing fighters counts toward the completion requirements. Back when he took down Tao Li, Combat 3 had increased by 1 point. At that time, Chen had wondered if killing fighters also counted toward the achievement requirements. Now he could finally confirm it. Closing the interface, Chen turned to look at the others. "Are you all okay?" "We're a little banged up, but at least we're alive." He Haidong gave a wry smile. If Chen hadn't shown up in time, they really would have lost their lives today. "Thanks to you, Chen, you saved all of our lives." He Haidong looked at Chen with sincere gratitude. The others also expressed their gratitude. Chen waved his hand. "We're all teammates now, helping each other is only natural. No need for formalities. Let us get out of here first." He Haidong nodded inside. Now, aside from Chen, everyone had sustained serious injuries. Gong, in particular, was completely incapacitated. Under these circumstances, continuing to explore the dungeon was clearly out of the question. They had to leave as soon as possible and return for medical treatment. The only consolation was that their previous loot was enough to cover the cost of the exploration permit. At least this trip hadn't been a total waste. After reaching a consensus, He Haidong and Chang searched the bodies of the winged exploration group members. Unfortunately, aside from some food, water, and wilderness survival gear, they found nothing of value. Apparently, after entering the dungeon, the winged exploration team hadn't had time to target other exploration groups. They'd chosen this party as their first target and ended up biting off more than they could chew. Pa! Serves them right. Chang, still seething with anger, spat on the corpses. "All right, enough of this." He Haidong waved his hand, signaling it was time to leave. The group made their way out of the mine. A small number of kobolds were still lurking outside the mine. These were the same ones Chen had routed earlier, forcing them to flee. Upon seeing Chen, the god of death, the kobolds immediately scattered in all directions. The group had no desire to give chase, so they headed straight for the beach. A little over an hour later, the group arrived at the beach. After passing through the silver vortex standing on the beach, they quickly returned to the main plane on the other side. Seeing He Haidong and his group emerge, battered and bruised, the Knight's faction members stationed nearby looked at them with a matter-of-fact expression, as if they'd seen it all before. Dungeons were rife with danger. Injuries were common, and it wasn't uncommon to see people missing limbs. Some parties even went in and never came out. By comparison, the Vermilion Guild's situation was actually quite good. "Chen, Su Xian, if you trust me, leave the ore to me. I have connections and can sell it for a good price, then transfer the money to your accounts," He Haidong said. Chen and Su Xian had no objections. After leaving their account information, He Haidong and his 3 companions took their leave. They were in a hurry to take Gong to get treated. In the blink of an eye, only Chen and Su Xian remained at the scene. "Thank you so much for today." Su Xian looked intently at Chen, her beautiful face filled with sincerity. "I'll always remember this favor. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask." Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't known each other long, he could tell that Su Xian was a sincere person. Since she said that, Chen wasn't going to beat around the bush with polite formalities. After exchanging phone numbers, Su Xian held out her fair hand. "The University Fighter Exchange Tournament is in just over a month. I hope to face you in the competition then. By then, I won't be as disheveled as I was today." Chen smiled slightly and took the girl's hand. "I'll be looking forward to it." Su Xian nodded firmly, the corners of her lips curving upward in a faint smile that made her look exceptionally charming. Chapter 69, Iron Scale Skill and Spatial Bag. In just half a day, the dungeon exploration came to an end. However, Chen felt little regret. The main objective of this trip, completing the Dimensional Invaders Vanguard 3 achievement, had already been successfully accomplished. The Shadow Blade skill had also increased his adept stage by nearly 1,000 points. It could be said that he had more than met his goals. So there was nothing to regret. Upon returning home, Chen immediately opened the exchange shop and, without hesitation, exchanged for the Iron Scale skill and the Spatial Bag.
Iron Scale Skill, 3-star internal martial art, price, 1000 discipline points. Chen chose to cultivate it right away. In an instant, a vast amount of martial art knowledge and cultivation insights surged into his mind. It took Chen quite a while to fully process all the information in his mind. When he looked at his stats screen again, it had already changed. Name, Chen. Level, 3. Attributes, Strength 36, Constitution 33, Agility 44, Spirit 29. Discipline points, 200. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 42 500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 121 1000. Shadow Blade Skill Master Stage 1079 2500. Iron Scale Skill Novice Stage 0500. Chen held his breath and focused his mind, silently channeling his energy. In an instant, every muscle in his body tensed, and a faint silver glow flickered across his skin. That fleeting silver light actually resembled a series of scales. No wonder it's called the Iron Scale Skill. Chen exclaimed in admiration. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword appeared in the palm of his hand. He had obtained the sword from a member of the Winged Exploration Group. It was merely an ordinary grade weapon. Chen extended his arm and lightly swung the blade against it. The moment the blade struck his arm, it actually emitted a crisp ringing sound, as if gold and iron were clashing. Chen's eyes lit up, and he increased his force slightly. It wasn't until he used 80% of his strength that the blade left a shallow cut on his skin. This defense is even stronger than the rock-solid combat suit. A delighted smile spread across Chen's face. True to its reputation as a 3-star physical martial art, it was already this formidable at the novice stage. Once he reached the master stage, or even the perfect stage, even a level 3 fighter wouldn't be able to breach his defenses, even without a combat suit. Satisfied, Chen closed the interface and turned his attention to another item in his hand. Spatial Bag, generates 1 fluff ball every 24 hours, can store up to 3 fluff balls at a time. When a fluff ball is retrieved and thrown, it randomly transforms into a creature with an energy tier between level 3 and level 5. This creature will serve the user for half an hour before disappearing upon the expiration of that time or upon death. Price, 1000 discipline points. The spatial bag is only the size of a palm and looks just like an ordinary cloth bag. When he opened the bag, 3 fuzzy balls, each about the size of an egg, lay quietly inside. Chen took one out, held it in the palm of his hand, and waited. It felt like holding a fuzzy rubber ball. After a moment's hesitation, Chen decided against testing the spatial bag's effects in the living room. After all, the creatures summoned were random. What if a massive creature or something like a slime monster appeared and turned the house into a mess? Cleaning it up afterward would be a real hassle. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen arrived at the secluded park where he had previously defeated Zhu Wu. By this point, he was already wearing the Dark Raven mask. Taking out the fuzzy ball, Chen tossed it forward. Upon hitting the ground, the ball exploded with a boom, releasing a large cloud of white mist. When the mist cleared, the fuzzy ball had vanished, replaced by a monster covered in fiery red scales, as massive as a bus. The monster looked somewhat like a cross between a crocodile and a lizard. It lay on the ground with its limbs tucked in, looking quite lazy. It lifted its head to glance at Chen, opened its mouth, and let out a cry, as if to say hello. Sparks flickered faintly between its teeth and at the corners of its mouth. What kind of creature is this? Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he circled the crocodile-like monster to examine it. He had read extensive materials on otherworldly creatures in the Heian Academy library and at Fighter S House, greatly expanding his knowledge. Yet he had never seen a creature quite like this crocodile before. The crocodile monster seemed oblivious to Chen's scrutiny, lying leisurely on the ground and occasionally wagging its tail. Chen took out his combat power detector, aimed it at the crocodile monster, and pressed the button. After a beep, the combat power value appeared. 180. It's actually higher than a Kobold Guard. Chen was taken aback. It seemed his luck wasn't too bad after all. Summoning a level 4 creature on his very first try.
Having a creature like this to help in battle would surely make things much easier. Looking at the crocodile monster's hard scales, Chen nodded to himself. After all, he couldn't rely on the pale blade chi all the time. If he encountered danger and Sangu just happened not to have a full reserve of soul power, he'd be completely at a loss. But now that he had a spatial bag, he had another ace up his sleeve. As for the random level of summon creatures at worst, he could just use a luck die to boost his luck beforehand. Wait a minute. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Chen. The spatial bag can summon creatures up to level 5 at most. Could that be used to complete Extreme Combat 3? Extreme Combat 3 requires killing an intelligent creature whose total force stat value exceeds your own by 60 points. It doesn't say it can't be a summoned creature. Unlike the virtual lifeforms in the Dragon Bone Tower or dungeons, the creatures summoned by the spatial bag are real. The more Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately cancelled the crocodile monster's summoning and sent it back. Then he took out a new fluffy ball and tossed it forward. With a thud, a massive, burly lion with a fiery red tail instantly appeared before Chen. A red-tailed lion. Chen recognized the creature's origin immediately. He had just happened to see it in a field guide to otherworldly creatures. It was a level 3 creature. Far from meeting the requirements of Extreme Combat 3. With no other choice, Chen had to send the red-tailed lion back. I've only got one fluff ball left. Chen pursed his lips. There was still one luck die with a durability of 2 left in his spatial bag. But he couldn't possibly waste a precious use of the luck die at a time like this. So if this fluff ball failed to summon a suitable creature, he'd have to wait 24 hours for the spatial bag to generate a new one. Hopefully I'll have better luck this time. Chen tossed the fluff ball forward. Instantly, there was a loud thud, and a massive monster suddenly appeared before him. The monster looked like an earthworm magnified countless times. It was nearly a meter in diameter. Its body stretched 7 or 8 meters long. At the top of its upright upper body was a gaping maw lined with dense rows of sharp teeth. Large amounts of thick, disgusting, unidentifiable mucus slowly dripped from the corners of its mouth. That's a burrower. Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly pressed the button on his combat power detector. 208. It's definitely a level 5 creature. Chen was overjoyed. The burrower was also a type of otherworldly creature. According to the descriptions in the materials he'd read, even juvenile burrowers could reach energy tier 3. Once fully grown, they could even reach tier 5 in one fell swoop. Of course, the burrower in front of him only had 208 attribute points, placing it among the weaker ones in tier 5. But it still met the requirements for Extreme Combat 3. Without hesitation, Chen immediately ordered the burrowing worm not to resist or move. For creatures summoned via the spatial bag, the user holds absolute command authority for the duration of the summoning, with no risk of the summoned creature turning on its summoner. Chen had to swing his blade several times before he managed to sever the burrowing worm's mouthparts along with the upper half of its body. Even so, the burrowing worm continued to twitch for quite some time before gradually ceasing to breathe. Chen couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The vitality of this level 5 creature was truly tenacious. Even with the burrowing worm offering no resistance, it still took him quite some effort to kill it. If he defaced it head-on, unless he used the pale blade chi or summoned a level 5 creature with the spatial bag, he would had absolutely no chance of winning. This clearly demonstrated just how powerful level 5 creatures were. After regaining his composure, Chen hurriedly checked his achievements list. Sure enough, Extreme Combat 3 was now marked as complete. Chapter 70, Defense Mode. I did it! Chen grinned widely. His hunch had been spot on. Come to think of it, does this count as exploiting a bug? Chen glanced at the extra 2,000 discipline points and felt overjoyed. Who cares? As long as it's done. As expected, a new achievement appeared. Extreme Combat 4, defeat an intelligent lifeform whose total force stat value exceeds your current total by 100 points. Completion grants 5,000 discipline points. Current progress, 0-1.
The difficulty of the new achievement had skyrocketed once again. Based on Chen's current total attribute score of 142, he would need to defeat a sentient being with a total attribute score as high as 242 to complete it. A total attribute score of 242, even the Pale Blade Chi would have a tough time with that. Chen shook his head and decided to set this achievement aside for now, planning to tackle it once his strength had improved. 3 achievements left. Chen glanced at the achievement list. Combat 3, defeat 100 fighters. Requires a total of at least 120 points across the 4 attributes. Rewards 2,000 discipline points upon completion. Current progress, 11,100. Take the lead, lead Heian Academy to victory in the Fighter Exchange Tournament at White Whale City University. Rewards 4,000 discipline points upon completion. Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 4, defeat 10,000 dimensional invaders. Requires a total of at least 60 points across the 4 attributes. Completion rewards, 4,000 discipline points. Current progress, 646 10,000. Take the lead can't be completed until the University Fighter Exchange Tournament is held, so there is no rush for now. There are still over 9,000 left to go on Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard 4, so that is not something that can be completed in a short time. Looking at it, the only one that might be completed in the near future is Combat Training 3. Let us head over to the Iron Fist Club the day after tomorrow. Chen made up his mind quickly. He logged out, went to the balcony to pick and store the chi heart fruits that had ripened, then washed up and got ready for bed. After a series of battles today, although he hadn't sustained any serious injuries, his spirit was feeling a bit weary. He spent the next day training in martial arts. It wasn't until late afternoon, after the exchange shop had refreshed, that Chen finally stopped. Exchange shop next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Stamina potion, instantly restores all stamina upon consumption. Price, 200 discipline points. Cultivation crystal, select a martial art to use this on, and gain 5 years worth of cultivation experience and insights for that art. Price, 500 discipline points. Luck die, increases luck for 24 hours after use. The increase depends on the roll, the higher the number, the greater the boost. Durability, 5-5. Price, 1,000 discipline points. Lucky me. Chen smiled slightly. All 3 items were excellent. The stamina potion goes without saying, he de-exchanged for one every time it appeared. The luck die was also exactly what he needed most. From now on, whether it was for the spatial bag or opening treasure chests after clearing dungeons, he need the luck die. With plenty of discipline points to spare, it was best to exchange for a few extra to keep on hand. And the cultivation crystal, needless to say. Chen still had 2,200 discipline points left, so without hesitation, he exchanged them all for the 3 items. Use cultivation crystal. Assigned to the iron scale skill. After a series of fleeting images, a warm current, like soaking in a hot spring, surged through his entire body. Once he had recovered, Chen opened his interface, which had already undergone significant changes. Name, Chen. Level, 3. Attributes, Strength 37, Constitution 37, Agility 44, Spirit 29. Discipline points, 500. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 47 500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 118 1000. Shadow Blade Skill Master Stage 1097 2500. Iron Scale Skill Adept Stage 496 1000. As always, the cultivation crystal granted over 900 points toward the adept stage of his martial skills. This immediately pushed the Iron Scale skill to the adept stage. His attributes also increased by 5 points. Specifically, 4 points in Constitution and 1 point in Strength. This boost was exactly what Chen had expected. After all, it was merely a breakthrough to the adept stage. If this were a 1-star martial skill, given his current energy tier, the attribute boost from reaching the adept stage would likely be no more than 1 point. Once the energy tier increases,
the attribute gains from breaking through the ranks of low-star martial skills drop to an outrageously low level. Therefore, for an ordinary fighter without high-star martial skills, level 3 is essentially the limit. Unless they're extremely lucky and obtain some rare treasures capable of boosting attributes, there might still be hope of advancing to level 4. Fortunately, Chen has the discipline system, which allows him to continuously acquire high-star martial arts skills, so he doesn't need to worry about that. Coming back to his senses and looking at the stats on his panel, Chen nodded in satisfaction. A total of 147 attribute points, plus the Shadow Step skill, Shadow Blade skill, and Iron Scale skill.
With this level of strength, unless he encounters a level 4 fighter, he'll be virtually unbeatable among level 3 fighters.
He should have no trouble participating in the Iron Fist Club's defense mode.
The next day, Chen headed out early in the morning for the Iron Fist Club in the city center.
He Haidong had already transferred the over 300,000 in dungeon exploration earnings to his account last night. After deducting the per-person share of the exploration pass fees, just over 200,000 remained. That was more than enough to cover the cost of a diamond membership at the Iron Fist Club. As for the 490,000 in cash he received from the trade with the Merchants Alliance, he stashed it in his spatial backpack instead of depositing it into his account. After all, given Chen's status, the source of this 490,000 was unknown. Although the amount wasn't large, a sudden 490,000 appearing in his account would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It was better to keep it as cash and use it only when necessary. On the other hand, the 200,000 plus earned from dungeon exploration had a transparent and legitimate source, so he could use it without any qualms. Before long, Chen arrived at the Iron Fist Club.
"Welcome."
The receptionist spotted someone entering and immediately flashed her professional smile out of habit. But when she recognized Chen, the man who had rejected her earlier that day, her expression instantly turned a bit resentful.
Ahem. Chen cleared his throat awkwardly and pulled out his membership card.
"I'd like to upgrade to diamond membership."
The receptionist, ever professional, shot Chen a resentful glance before deftly processing his request.
Taking his membership card, Chen walked away quickly under her resentful gaze. The Iron Fist Club had a total of 3 battle halls. The third floor hall was mostly populated by level 2 fighters. Level 3 fighters generally gather in the 4th floor combat hall. Compared to the 3rd floor hall, the 4th floor hall had significantly fewer people.
At a glance, there were only about 100 people. However, the atmosphere was even more intense than in the 3rd floor hall.
All 6 rings were currently occupied by fighters in the thick of battle. The sounds of punches and kicks, along with the clanging of weapons, filled the air. The rings were surrounded by spectators, whispering to one another as they watched the fights unfold. Chen looked around and could clearly sense that the battles between level 3 fighters were more intense than those between level 2 fighters.
This wasn't just because level 3 fighters were stronger.
It was also because level 3 fighters' battles didn't rely solely on unarmed martial arts like those of level 2 fighters. By level 3, fighters generally train in weapon-based martial arts. Consequently, they often use weapons when fighting. Blades have no eyes, so the clashes are naturally more dangerous and thrilling.
In fact, the 4th floor combat hall had a dedicated medical room, always ready to treat injured fighters.
After watching for a while, Chen walked over to the counter in the corner of the hall and placed his membership card on the counter. "I'd like to sign up for Defend the Ring mode."
Chapter 71, There's Always Someone Better. Defend the Ring mode?
The young woman behind the counter's smile faltered, wondering if she heard correctly. After a moment's hesitation, she asked for clarification.
"Sir, are you signing up for Defend the Ring mode?"
"That's right," Chen nodded. A look of astonishment flashed across the young woman's eyes. Under the Defend the Ring mode rules, one member occupies a ring, while other members take turns challenging them. The loser steps down, and the winner remains in the ring.
This continues until no one else challenges the fighter. The one left standing becomes the champion.
Due to the unique nature of the defense mode, if an applicant lacked the necessary strength and initiated it recklessly, they would inevitably be ridiculed and labeled as overreaching. Therefore, since defense mode was introduced, there have been very few applicants. They are almost exclusively veteran members of the Iron Fist Club. And without exception, they are all top-tier fighters in their respective ranks. Furthermore, the minimum requirement to initiate a Defend the Title mode is a level 3 fighter. In other words, typically only top-tier level 3 fighters apply for this mode. The person standing before her looked to be in his early 20s at most. He certainly didn't look like a top-tier level 3 fighter. After a moment's hesitation, the receptionist reminded him. "Sir, the rules for Defend the Title mode." Chen nodded. "I've already read the rules. I'm applying for level 3 defense mode." A customer's legitimate request could not be refused. Hearing this, the clerk had no choice but to process Chen's request. "Sir, applying for level 3 defense mode requires reaching energy tier 3. Please cooperate with me for the test." The clerk took out the life energy tester. Chen had used this device once before, so he simply placed his hand on it. He felt a slight warmth in the palm of his hand, followed by a gentle vibration from the tester. When Chen removed his hand, a number immediately appeared in the center of the display. 145. As always, the reading from the life energy tester was a few points off from his actual stats. Its accuracy still needed improvement. However, the young woman was already completely stunned. A total 4-dimensional attribute score of 145 points? Even among level 3 fighters, that was more than enough to rank him among the top tier. He was just a hair's breadth away from the peak of level 3. Judging by Chen's age, the young woman had originally assumed he'd only recently advanced to level 3. She never expected his total 4-dimensional attribute score to be this high. No wonder he dared to apply for the arena defense mode. It took her a while to snap out of it, and when she looked at Chen again, her demeanor was much more respectful. A moment later, she handed the membership card back to him. "Sir, we've processed your application for arena defense mode. The location is Ring 1. Chen smiled slightly, took the membership card, and turned to leave. By the time Chen arrived at Ring 1, the screens on all 4 walls of the hall had already displayed the corresponding notice. Member ID 58395 has initiated Level 3 defense mode at Ring 1. Level 3 fighter members may participate. Among the many match announcements, this lengthy notice stood out particularly, immediately catching the attention of many members. As soon as they read the message, a murmur of excitement erupted from the crowd. Holy crap, someone's initiated a defense mode. Defense mode? Is that for real? Let me check. Wow, it really is. Who is this brave soul? Member ID 58395? Judging by that number, they must have just joined the Iron Fist Club recently. Anyone bold enough to start a level 3 defense mode must be a top-tier level 3 fighter. The entire battle lobby instantly erupted with excitement. A crowd immediately gathered around Ring 1. It was no wonder everyone was so excited. Defend the Ring mode was extremely rare. Some members had been in the Tekken Club for a while but had only heard of it, never actually seen it in action. They'd never seen anyone initiate a Defend the Ring mode before. Since they'd finally encountered it today, they certainly weren't going to miss it. Whereas the Defender. Many people looked around, trying to figure out who had initiated the Defend the Ring mode. Amid this heated and boisterous atmosphere, Chen calmly stepped onto the ring. The chatter all around him suddenly dropped by several dozen decibels. The crowd stared at Chen on the ring in astonishment, filled with confusion. Is he the one who initiated the Defend the Ring mode? Isn't he way too young? Or did he just get on the wrong ring? Someone in the crowd shouted. Hey, kid, this is ring number 1. We're about to start Defend the Ring mode. Did you get on the wrong ring? Chen glanced at the speaker and replied calmly. I am the Defender. As soon as the words left his mouth, the area fell instantly silent. Immediately afterward, an uproar erupted. Is that for real? A defender this young? You've got to be kidding me. The looks the crowd gave Chen suddenly became incredibly strange. To successfully apply for the Defend the Ring mode, he must have passed the Iron Fist Club's energy tier test, confirming he was a level 3 fighter. But judging by the age of the person in the ring, even if he were a level 3 fighter, he likely hadn't been promoted for very long. To dare initiate the defend the ring mode with such skill, to put it nicely, he is a young bull unafraid of tigers, to put it bluntly, he is completely out of his depth. This defender probably won't even make it past the first challenge. If that really happens, it'll just be a laughingstock. Paying no heed to the mocking and derisive glances around him, Chen simply stood calmly on the ring, waiting for the challenger to appear. His composed and unflappable demeanor really rubbed some people the wrong way. Immediately, a tall, burly man leaped onto the ring, came to a stop opposite Chen, and gave him a smirk. "Kid, not just anyone can initiate a defend the ring challenge. Don't think a little natural talent gives you the right to act so arrogant here. Today, I'll show you what it means to realize there is always someone better out there." People in the crowd below began to cheer him on as well. "Yuan Long, if you lose, I'll look down on you. Old Yuan, don't go stumbling at the finish line. Once that youngster is out, it's our turn to face off." Old Yuan was sent home early by his wife last night. He must have paid his dues. He has probably got weak knees right now. The last remark drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Yuan Long laughed and cursed, "Get lost, you bastard." But when he turned to look, he found that Chen remained completely calm, completely unaffected by the laughter and commotion around him. Yuan Long was quite surprised by this, but it only made him more determined to shatter Chen's composure. "Just wait until you're defeated, then we'll see if you can still keep that look on your face." With a silent snort, Yuan Long drew the long sword from his waist and slowly advanced toward Chen, intending to put pressure on him this way. However, Chen stood motionless from start to finish, not even lifting an eyelid. In the end, it was Yuan Long himself who grew impatient. With a cold snort, he suddenly accelerated and lunged fiercely at Chen. "Take this." Before Yuan Long's roar had even fully faded, there was a sudden, muffled thud. The spectators saw only a flash before their eyes, and Yuan Long was suddenly sent flying, crashing onto the ground more than 20 meters away from the ring with a thud. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he lost consciousness. On the ring, Chen slowly withdrew his fist. His silver gloves shimmered with a hazy glow under the lights. Silence fell all around. The crowd stared at the scene in utter disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 72, Is it that hard to find someone who can beat me? The laughter and banter had faded away without anyone noticing. Everyone stared blankly at the young figure on the ring, unable to snap out of it for quite some time. Yuan Long was a long-time member of the Iron Fist Club. Many people knew him well. He might have a sharp tongue, but he definitely had some skill. His mad sand sword technique had even reached the master stage. Yet even a level 3 fighter as formidable as him couldn't even last a single exchange against that young man. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. That skill level is definitely at the peak of level 3. Damn, I thought he was just some cocky greenhorn who didn't know his place, but turns out he is a hidden master. I should figured it out sooner. If he didn't have some real skill, how dare he activate defense mode? Stop being a Monday morning quarterback. Are you going to step up and challenge him? Let us wait and see. Whispers of discussion gradually began to rise. However, this time, no one dared to underestimate Chen anymore. The mocking and derisive expressions on everyone's faces had vanished without a trace, replaced by solemn looks. Defeating a level 3 fighter with a single strike, that kind of strength would place him among the absolute elite, even among the level 3 fighters at the Iron Fist Club. As their attitude shifted, many fighters began to look eager to test their skills. Fighters who joined the Iron Fist Club generally did so to improve their skills through martial arts exchanges and sparring. Therefore, faced with a powerful opponent, they wouldn't back down. On the contrary, they'd be even more eager to take on the challenge. Of course, in the eyes of many, the main reason Chen was able to defeat Yuan Long with a single strike was that Yuan Long had underestimated his opponent. His carelessness led to his crushing defeat. As long as they were a bit more cautious, victory was certainly within reach. Before long, a second fighter stepped onto the ring to challenge him. "Zhuang Xin, I'd like to learn from you." Chen's prowess had earned him the respect of the crowd. The burly man who had just stepped onto the stage announced his name, then charged at Chen, swinging a brass staff.
The battle erupted once more.
Zhuang Xian was a cut above Yuan Long in skill, and having cast aside any sense of arrogance, Chen was unable to defeat him in a single exchange this time.
However, this was also because he hadn't used a weapon. Chen didn't want to reveal his full strength all at once.
If he scared off all the surrounding fighters so they wouldn't dare challenge him, then real combat 3 wouldn't be completed. Even so, with the power boost from the Qi gathering gloves, Chen still firmly kept Zhuang Xian at bay using only the Thunder Fist skill. Although this scene wasn't as breathtaking as his one-punch defeat of Yuan Long, it still drew gasps of awe from the onlookers. His fists strike like cannons, accompanied by the roar of thunder. This is definitely the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill. Wow, not only is he a level 3 fighter at this age, but he has also mastered a perfect stage martial art. His talent is simply astonishing.
Could this guy be a star student at one of the supernatural universities? Or perhaps a direct descendant of a fighter clan? Look, Zhuang Xian is about to lose.
As if to confirm those words, a little over 10 seconds later, Zhuang Xian let out a muffled groan and stumbled backward, retreating a full 7 or 8 meters before coming to a halt. Clutching his chest, he forced a bow despite the pain.
I've lost.
With that, he walked off the ring, looking dejected.
Although Zhuang Xian had lost, his performance, in which he was just slightly outmatched, successfully ignited everyone's competitive spirit.
Soon, another fighter stepped onto the ring to challenge him.
Defeat, off the ring, onto the ring, defeat.
As one fighter after another stepped onto the ring, only to suffer defeat and walk off dejectedly, the fighters who had previously been itching to get in there suddenly deflated as if doused with cold water. The group exchanged glances, looking at one another in silence.
This guy is just too insane.
He defeated more than 10 people in a row and showed absolutely no signs of fatigue.
Could they really beat this guy? On the ring.
Chen looked at his achievement progress, which had risen to 28,100, and a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one was coming forward, his eyes flashed, and he called out.
What's the matter? Is that all you've got? Is it really that hard to find someone who can beat me?
Fighters are full of vigor and, for the most part, can't stand being provoked. Especially when they're being mocked by a young man much younger than themselves. Chen's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. Immediately, a fighter leaped onto the ring to challenge him.
At the same time,
others pulled out their phones and began calling friends and acquaintances, intending to summon some powerful veteran members to teach that arrogant kid on the stage a lesson. Chen watched this unfold, smirking inwardly, while maintaining a look of indifference on his face.
About an hour later,
the achievement progress had reached 45,100. However, the crowd, which had been in a frenzy, fell silent once again. Everyone exchanged glances. Despite Chen's provocation, none of them were willing to step up and challenge him. By now, they had realized that the kid on the stage was astonishingly strong.
If they went up there, they'd be asking for a beating.
Just as Chen was secretly regretting it, thinking that was the end of the day, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance to the hall. Looking up, they saw 3 fighters walk in at the same time.
It's Tong Xian and his crew. Dai Jingsheng. And Xia Yuping is here too.
The club's 3 strongest level 3 fighters are all here.
Now someone is finally going to take that kid down. This is going to be a show. The crowd instantly erupted with excitement.
Rather than being alarmed, Chen was delighted. It looked like the title defense could continue.
Tong Xian and his 2 companions made their way to the front of the crowd.
Their gazes all landed on Chen simultaneously, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. They received a call from a friend saying a young man had launched a title defense challenge at the Iron Fist Club and had defeated over 30 people in a row. Curiosity piqued, they rushed over immediately. They had assumed the young man their friend mentioned would be at least 26 or 27 years old. But now that they saw him, he clearly looked to be only in his early 20s. To possess peak level 3 strength at this age? Where on earth did this fighting prodigy come from? Tong Xin, Dai Jingsheng, and Xia Yuping exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment and skepticism in the other's eyes. But despite their surprise, the three of them were also itching to take him on. They were the only 3 level 3 peak fighters at the Iron Fist Club. They could hardly find any worthy opponents on a regular basis, and challenging a level 4 fighter just to get beaten up was out of the question. Their only option was to spar with each other. Now that they finally found a suitable opponent, they were instantly eager to take him on. Xia Yuping spoke up first, laughing. "Old Tong, old Dai, let me go first." Tong Xian and Dai Jingsheng exchanged a glance and nodded. Among the three of them, Xia Yuping was relatively weaker. It would be best for him to go first and gauge the young man's strength. So, under the excited and expectant gazes of the crowd, Xia Yuping slowly stepped onto the ring. As soon as he took his stance, Xia Yuping asked with a smile. "What is your name, friend?" Xia Yuping was in his 30s, at least a generation older than Shen. However, in the fighting world, strength reigns supreme, age is irrelevant. Given Shen's proven skill, it didn't strike anyone as odd for Xia Yuping to address him as an equal. "Shen. My name is Xia Yuping." Xia Yuping slowly drew the long sword from his waist, his gaze resting on Shen's empty hands. "You don't use a weapon?" Shen said nothing, merely shaking his head. Seeing this, Xia Yuping asked no further questions. After muttering a warning to be careful, he lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed, unleashing a storm of sword strikes that engulfed Shen from head to toe. Chapter 73, Is there such a martial art in this world? Whoosh! 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 The sharp whistling sounds of blades tearing through the air rang out in rapid succession. The unending barrage of sword strikes nearly enveloped every inch within 5 meters of Chen. If this were an ordinary level 3 fighter, they would have been slashed to pieces long ago by this storm of swords. But Chen was different. The shadow step skill was designed for short-range dodging and leaping. When executed at full power, he practically became a blur, moving with ease through the swarm of sword shadows. Watching this from the stands, Tong Xian and Dai Jingsheng both looked on in astonishment. After all, Xia Yuping's green wave sword had already reached the master stage 3 years ago, and he was now just a hair's breadth away from the perfect stage. Even with his peak level 3 physical prowess and giving it his all, not even Tong Xian and Dai Jingsheng could guarantee they'd emerge unscathed. Much less perform with such ease as Chen did. This is definitely a 2-star body technique, and it's reached at least the expert stage, Dai Jingsheng said with certainty. Tong Xian nodded in agreement, inwardly marveling. He heard that this young man had also cultivated the Thunder Fist skill to the perfect stage. To possess such martial prowess at such a young age, his talent was truly astonishing. Perhaps prolonged defense would inevitably reveal a weakness. On the stage, Chen's movements suddenly faltered. Xia Yuping, who had long been frustrated by his inability to land a hit, was overjoyed at the sight and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust his sword forward. To prevent Chen from dodging, he held back 3/10 of his strength, ready to change his move and follow up at any moment. But to his surprise, facing this sword strike, Chen didn't dodge or flinch. Instead, he countered with a back fist. Boom! The sound of a thunderclap erupted suddenly. Thunder Fist skill at the perfect stage. Xia Yuping's expression changed slightly. Was this a move designed to leave them both battered and bruised? However, dodging now would only play into his opponent's hands. Xia Yuping gritted his teeth, instantly infusing his sword with a few more points of force, and thrust it toward Chen's shoulder like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The sword tip pierced through Chen's clothing and struck his shoulder, yet it emitted a sound like metal clashing against metal. External training martial arts. Oh no! I've fallen for the trap. Xia Yuping thought to himself, this is bad, and tried to pull back and retreat. But it was too late. In the next instant, Chen's fist had already struck him. A muffled thud echoed through the arena as Xia Yuping was flung off the stage like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Enhanced by the chi-gathering gloves, the power of the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill was too much even for a peak level 3 fighter to withstand. Xia Yuping felt a metallic taste in his throat and had to force himself not to spit out a mouthful of blood. When he looked up at Chen again, his gaze was tinged with a hint of terror. He knew better than anyone the power of his own sword techniques. Ordinary physical cultivation techniques would be utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike from him when he channeled all his strength into it. Was it a 2-star physical cultivation technique? Or perhaps an even higher star rating? Tong Xian and Dai Jingsheng also realized this, both drawing in a sharp breath. Following the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill and the 2-star footwork, he had actually mastered a high-star physical cultivation technique as well. Is he really that monstrously talented? Did this guy start training martial arts while still in his mother's womb or something? The crowd watching the match erupted in an uproar. No way! He lost already? Even that Xia Yuping lost. Was that a physical cultivation martial art just now? Did anyone get a clear look at what it was? I don't know, but it definitely wasn't a 1-star martial art. He is too strong. Xia Yuping was one of the most famous level 3 peak fighters in the Iron Fist Club. His defeat sent shockwaves through the crowd. Coming to his senses, Dai Jingsheng said in a deep voice, "I'll go next." Tong Xian nodded silently. Xia Yuping had already returned to the crowd, grimacing as he clutched his chest. Upon hearing this, he whispered, "Be careful, that kid is a tough opponent." Dai Jingsheng nodded to acknowledge the warning, then strode onto the ring. As soon as he took his stance, he immediately drew the steel blade from his waist, adopting a posture as if facing a formidable enemy. Xia Yuping's defeat made him take this young man before him more seriously than ever before. Neither side wasted words. After a few seconds of tense stillness, they charged at each other with all their might. The battle erupted in an instant and quickly reached a fever pitch. Relying on the powerful defense of the iron scale skill, Chen focused most of his energy on the offense. His fists, accompanied by deafening roars and immense force, pounded relentlessly at Dai Jingsheng. With Xia Yuping's fate as a cautionary tale, Dai Jingsheng dared not block the blows head-on. He either dodged or parried with the flat of his blade. On the rare occasions he counterattacked, his strikes landed on Chen but were blocked. Earlier, from the audience, he only caught a fleeting glimpse and couldn't see clearly. But now, Dai Jingsheng could see it clearly. Every time the blade struck Chen, a faint, silvery glow like scales flashed across his skin. That silver light was as thin as a cicada's wing, seeming as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Yet when the sharp blade struck it, it emitted a crisp clang, as if hitting solid iron, and surprisingly, it couldn't penetrate even an inch. After several consecutive strikes, Dai Jingsheng's heart sank. This kid can take several of my slashes without a scratch, but if he lands even a single punch on me, I'll likely be knocked out of commission. If this drags on, I'm bound to lose. As his thoughts raced, Dai Jingsheng quickly came up with a plan. Chen's physical martial arts were certainly formidable, but they weren't invincible. At the very least, it couldn't withstand a full power strike from him. Otherwise, Chen wouldn't need to defend at all. He could simply go on the offensive with everything he had. As long as he could seize the opportunity to break through Chen's physical training techniques, there was still hope of winning this battle. With that in mind, Dai Jingsheng composed himself, stopped dodging, and instead swung his blade through the air with a cracking sound. An indomitable surge of energy erupted from the blade's edge in an instant, surging forward like a raging storm. In the audience, Tong Xian and Xia Yuping's eyes lit up simultaneously. They saw it clearly. Dai Jingsheng had channeled all his essence, energy, and spirit into this strike, unleashing the full power of the master stage storm blade technique. He had even faintly touched the threshold of the perfect stage. Coupled with the advantage of his weapon, this strike had already surpassed the perfect stage Thunder Fist skill. Even if Chen were to clash head-on with his perfect stage Thunder Fist skill, he would absolutely be unable to withstand it. When they saw that Chen not only didn't dodge but instead met the blade head-on with a punch, Tong Xian and Xia Yuping both breathed a sigh of relief. He has won. However, no sooner had that thought crossed their minds than, in the very next instant, a terrifying sonic boom suddenly rang out. At the same time, the distinct crackling of lightning could be heard. Tong Xian and Xia Yuping looked up in horror, only to see that Chen's fist had, at some unknown moment, begun to glow with blinding lightning.
In the blink of an eye, the fist and the blade had already collided violently in midair. Time seemed to stand still for an instant. The next second, the steel blade in Dai Jingsheng's hand snapped with a crack, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Chen's fist drove straight through, slamming heavily into Dai Jingsheng's chest. Boom! Dai Jingsheng was hurled backward like a cannonball, flying off the ring in the blink of an eye and slamming into the wall with a thud. His fate was far more tragic than Xia Yuping's. Without even a groan, he passed out instantly. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their faces filled with disbelief. What was that just now? A fist flashing with lightning? Is there such a martial art in this world? Chapter 74, Unbeatable Among Peers. 10-Man Challenge. The vast hall was engulfed in silence. Everyone was still reeling from the shock of what they just witnessed. After a long moment, Tong Xian and Xia Yuping were the first to snap out of it, both gasping in unison. Was that just now a transcendent stage technique? That's right. The manifestation of supernatural phenomena, coupled with that astonishing power, there is no other explanation besides a transcendent stage technique. The fighters around them were completely baffled by the two men's conversation. Someone couldn't help but ask, Boss Tong, Boss Xia, what exactly is a transcendent stage technique? A look of longing flashed across Tong Xian's face as he explained. Above the perfect stage, there is said to be another realm called the transcendent stage. Martial arts that reach the transcendent stage don't gain much additional power under normal circumstances, but they can acquire a technique known as the transcendent stage form. Once unleashed, it can unleash power several times greater than that of a perfect stage martial art. The fighters all sucked in a sharp breath in unison. Several times the power of a perfect stage martial art? Who could possibly withstand that? No wonder Dai Jingsheng was knocked unconscious with a single punch, even while holding the advantage of his weapon. This transcendent stage form is just too terrifying. With a move this powerful, wouldn't anyone who learns it be invincible? Someone muttered in utter shock. Tong Xinyu chuckled and shook his head. It's not quite that extreme. The transcendent stage technique drains stamina tremendously. Under normal circumstances, you can only perform it 2 or 3 times in a short period. If you exceed that limit, it's said to cause your body to collapse immediately. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are limitations, it's manageable. Otherwise, the transcendent stage technique would be far too terrifying. But on second thought, even with those limitations, what ordinary person could withstand 2 or 3 uses of the transcendent stage technique? Didn't they see that Dai Jingsheng lost consciousness after taking just a single punch? In battles between opponents of equal skill, the transcendent stage technique is still practically invincible. At this thought, everyone swallowed hard in unison. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Chen was unconsciously tinged with awe. Tong Xian and Xia Yuping's expressions were also quite complex. Unrivaled among peers, who would have thought that one day, such a title would be bestowed upon a young man? Chen paid no heed to the reactions around him. After steadying his breathing slightly, he turned to look at Tong Xian below the stage. Are you still going to step onto the stage? Tong Xian hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. I'm no match for you. His strength was on par with Dai Jingsheng's. If even Dai Jingsheng couldn't withstand the transcendent stage style, going up there would be a waste of time. Better not make a fool of myself. Chen looked slightly disappointed and turned to the others. But wherever his gaze fell, the fighters quickly averted their eyes. Are you kidding me? Who would want to face a monster like that, unbeatable at his level? That wouldn't be a friendly sparring match, it'd be pure self-torture. They certainly didn't want to end up unconscious like Dai Jingsheng. Seeing this, Chen's eyes darted about, and he suddenly said, Here's the deal, you send 10 of you to attack me all at once, and I'll put up a 3 million prize. If you can beat me, the prize is yours. Everyone froze in shock. Could you really do that in a defense of the ring match? Chen turned to a middle-aged man in a crisp suit standing below the ring and smiled. No problem, right? Chen had noticed the man in the suit long ago. Before arriving, the man had spoken with the receptionist. Judging by the receptionist's respectful demeanor toward him, this man was clearly someone like the manager of the Iron Fist Club. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the man in the suit smiled. Of course. The Iron Fist Club has always put the customer first. As the initiator of the Defend the Ring mode, you naturally have the right to add rules within reasonable limits. There had never been a precedent in Defend the Title mode for a titleholder to set their own prize money or allow multiple challengers. However, as long as it didn't involve matters of principle or cross any red lines, the Iron Fist Club wasn't about to go out of its way to block it. Besides, the young man standing before him was clearly a fighter with a bright future ahead of him. Having someone like him become a member of the Iron Fist Club would be a huge boon for them. The man in the suit certainly wouldn't want to offend such a distinguished guest over a minor matter. The man in the suit was the manager of the Iron Fist Club. Many people here recognized him. Seeing him agree, quite a few fighters immediately looked tempted. A 3 million prize split evenly among everyone, that's 30,000 each. Even for a level 3 fighter, 30,000 is no small sum. The Vermilion Guild risked their lives exploring the dungeon and nearly lost their lives, yet each member only received a little over 200,000. In comparison, a mere sparring match was practically nothing. Even if they lost, they wouldn't suffer any losses. And if they happened to win, they hit the jackpot. More importantly, according to Tong Xin, Chen had just used the Transcendent Stage technique and was severely drained. We might not be able to beat him one-on-one, but 10 against 1 wouldn't we stand a chance? Many people immediately jumped at the chance. But some still raised doubts. How do we know you won't go back on your word? Also, how can you prove you have 3 million? Chen had anticipated this and turned to the man in the suit. What's your name? Ho Zhangfei. Manager Ho, would you mind stepping aside for a moment? Of course. Chen stepped down from the ring and followed Ho Zhangfei into the lounge. Once the door closed, the room was left with just the two of them. Ho Zhangfei was about to ask a question when he suddenly noticed that Chen was holding a blade in his hand. He hadn't seen it there before. When did that happen? A spatial item. Ho Zhangfei's heart skipped a beat, but thanks to his professional composure, he managed to keep his composure. However, his demeanor grew even more respectful. Anyone who possessed a spatial item was definitely no ordinary person. Manager Ho, I don't have that much cash on me, so I'd appreciate it if your club could act as a witness. Chen placed the burning cloud blade on the coffee table. This blade is a high-quality weapon. I think using it as collateral for 3 million shouldn't be a problem, right? Ho Zhangfei composed himself, carefully picked up the flaming cloud blade, and examined it closely. Having risen to the position of club manager, his eye for quality and experience were undoubtedly sharp. He could tell at a glance that the quality of this blade far surpassed that of an ordinary grade weapon. When his fingertips touched the blade, he could even faintly feel a hint of warmth. Ho Zhangfei immediately understood. He was 80% certain that this was indeed a fine-grade weapon. As for the remaining 20%, following standard procedure, he should have called in the club's experts to verify the item and ensure there were no mistakes. However, Ho Zhangfei had long concluded that Chen was no ordinary person, not to mention that he possessed a spatial item. Someone like that would certainly not cheat on a matter like this. To avoid upsetting Chen, he skipped the verification process and readily agreed. No problem. A fine-grade weapon was such a rare treasure that, let alone 3 million, even 5 million would have plenty of people clamoring for it. Don't underestimate a fighter's passion and pursuit of a top-quality weapon. The two parties quickly reached an agreement. After temporarily storing the burning cloud sword at the club, the two left the lounge and returned to ring number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, our club has reached an agreement with Mr. Chen and is willing to guarantee the 3 million prize money he has offered. No sooner had Ho Zhangfei finished speaking than the crowd erupted into a commotion. Tong Xian and Xia Yuping both looked taken aback. It seemed this young man's status was indeed extraordinary. Even the Iron Fist Club was willing to vouch for him.
In any case, with the Iron Fist Club acting as guarantor, the crowd no longer had any doubts about the bounty.
Immediately, someone stepped forward. "I'm in." "Me too." "Count me in." Amid the rising chorus of shouts, 10 challengers were gathered in the blink of an eye. Chapter 75, 10 isn't enough? Then let us add more. The 4th floor battle hall.
The other 5 rings had long since been deserted. All the members had gathered around Ring 1, staring intently at the action unfolding on the ring. 1 against 10, and all of them were fighters of the same rank. This was truly unprecedented at the Iron Fist Club. Everyone was eager to see if Chen could single-handedly defeat 10 level 3 fighters. Or would the 3 million prize go to those 10 lucky ones? Amid the crowd's excited stares, Chen slowly stepped onto the ring. But almost immediately, a look of astonishment flashed across their faces. It was because, at some point, a knife had appeared in Chen's hand. The knife was merely an ordinary grade weapon. But what truly surprised them was what it signified: Chen had actually mastered the art of the knife. Tong Xin and Xia Yuping looked utterly incredulous. After all, the fact that he brought it out at this moment undoubtedly meant that Chen's sword technique was even more formidable than his fists and feet. But the problem was, Chen had mastered the Transcendent Stage Thunder Fist skill. Even if he couldn't use the Transcendent Stage form, the Perfect Stage Thunder Fist skill was already incredibly powerful. What sword technique could possibly surpass the Perfect Stage Thunder Fist skill? A 2-star sword technique? Or perhaps a 3-star sword technique? Tong Xin and Xia Yuping found it hard to calm their minds for a moment. Chen seemed even more unfathomable to them. Seeing Chen walk onto the stage wielding his sword, many of the 10 challengers also realized something and their expressions changed. But with things having come to this, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press on. Noticing the changes in the others' expressions, the eldest and most burly man among them whispered, "What is there to fear? He has fought over 30 consecutive battles and even used a transcendent stage technique. Even if he were made of iron, he can't have much stamina left by now. We just need to fight a hit-and-run battle to wear him down. Victory will surely be ours in the end." The others agreed upon reflection, and their hearts immediately settled. Moreover, they had one major advantage. That was their sheer numbers. Even if the other 9 were to fall, as long as one person held out until the end and defeated Chen, victory would still be theirs. With that thought, all traces of fear vanished from their faces, and their gazes toward Chen became eager and determined. Chen took note of this, a faint glint flashing in his eyes. The battle began almost immediately. At the burly man's signal, the 10 men immediately spread out, surrounding Chen from different directions, yet they did not launch a direct attack. Their intent was clear. Chen understood immediately and gave a scornful smile. In the next instant, he darted forward like lightning, closing in on the man to his right in the blink of an eye. Startled, the man hurriedly swung his weapon to strike. But the moment he moved, he saw a flash of steel before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his wrist, and his weapon had already slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground. In the next instant, Chen's fist struck the man's chest, sending him flying off the stage. 1 down. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, as swift as a hare leaping and a falcon diving. It wasn't until the defeated man crashed onto the floor below the stage that the remaining 9 suddenly snapped back to their senses, their expressions turning pale. What incredible blade speed! The crowd below was also taken aback. No one had expected Chen's sword technique to be so formidable. The blade moved faster than lightning. Many of them hadn't even been able to make out its trajectory. Tong Xin and Xia Yuping both drew in a sharp breath at the same time. What astonishing swordsmanship! Even if they had faced that strike just now, they estimated they would have had only a 50 to 60% chance of barely dodging it. They were instantly certain. This was at least a 2-star martial art. It was even highly likely to be a 3-star martial art. And the mastery level was certainly not low. With one challenger defeated in the blink of an eye, the challenger's momentum faltered instantly. Chen, however, showed no signs of stopping and charged relentlessly toward the others. As the blade flashed, 2 more were knocked off their weapons and sent flying off the stage. Back in the mine shaft, even when facing the 10 level 3 fighters from the Winged Exploration Group, Chen had still managed to defeat them with ease. Now that his stats had improved, facing these 10 challengers whose strength was inferior to that of the Winged Exploration team at the very least, the burly leader was far weaker than Du Chang proved even easier. The challengers quickly realized that their plan to fight from a distance was completely unfeasible. With the Shadow Step skill activated to its fullest, Chen's speed completely outclassed any of them. If they tried to fight from a distance, the result would be Chen picking them off one by one. However, they were no match for him in a head-on clash either. Faced with that lightning-fast, icy blade, they were virtually powerless to resist. In less than 2 minutes, more than half of the challengers had already been defeated. When he finally came to his senses, the burly leader was horrified to discover that, at some point, he was the only one left on the stage. Is this guy a monster? The burly leader let out a silent scream inside his head, then followed in his companion's footsteps, sent flying off the stage with a single slash. The battle was over. Chen, fighting 10 opponents alone, emerged victorious. The crowd stood frozen in place, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. To win a 1-on-10 battle against level 3 fighters, this guy is just too insane. And the key point is that Chen didn't even use a transcendent stage technique once. Anyone else want to try? Chen gripped the blade and scanned the crowd. The area instantly fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, but none spoke a word. Are you kidding me? They lost even with 10 against 1. What's the point of even trying? Unless Tong Xian and Xia Yuping took the lead and brought 8 level 3 fighters into the fray, they might stand a chance against Chen. But judging by the looks on Tong Xian and Xia Yuping's faces, they clearly had no intention of doing that. And that was indeed the case. After all, Tong Xian and Xia Yuping were, at the very least, veteran level 3 peak fighters. Losing one-on-one to a young man in his early 20s would be one thing, but losing even with a numerical advantage would be a massive loss of face. So there was no way they were going to step into the ring. Chen felt a bit helpless and could only say, "Here's what we'll do, you can add 2 more people, and I'll raise the prize money to 3.6 million. The crowd immediately stirred. Many began to show signs of interest once again. 12 level 3 fighters at didn't seem like an impossible task. So, after Ho Zhongfei confirmed he would continue to act as guarantor, someone finally couldn't resist the temptation and stepped forward. In a matter of moments, the 12 challengers had been assembled. Chen cracked his neck and grinned. The battle began once more. This time, the challengers held out a little longer. At one point, they even forced Chen to the edge of the ring. Unfortunately, they were ultimately one move short, and Chen seized the opportunity to knock them off the ring. However, this development gave the crowd confidence. When Chen asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him, another 12 people immediately stepped forward. Unfortunately, the outcome remained the same. The challengers were still just a bit short of defeating Chen. So another 12 undeterred fighters stepped onto the ring. As expected, they suffered narrow defeats once again. By now, even the most oblivious person could see that Chen was deliberately holding back. His goal was to lure them into continuing to step up and challenge him. Now, no one was willing to step up and take a beating anymore. No one else? Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at his achievement list. The progress for Combat 3 had reached 93-100. He only needed 7 more people to complete it. Seeing this, Chen simply tossed his knife into the crowd below the ring. I won't use my knife from now on. The rules stay the same. How about it? The crowd froze for a moment, then erupted into an uproar. Take on 12 fighters with his bare hands? Isn't that a bit too cocky? Even if you know the transcendent stage style, it can only handle one person at a time. Chapter 76, This kid is just too unbelievable. Damn, that's way too condescending. Well, he's got the confidence to back it up. If it were you, could you take on 12 and still win? I can't stand that either. I won't put up with this. I'm going in next. Chen's swordplay is impressive, but going bare-handed against 12 is still way too cocky. I think we've got a great shot at winning this round.
Why not give it a shot?
The crowd began to stir. Faced with Chen's proposal to fight barehanded, some people ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the prize money and jumped onto the ring. In the blink of an eye, 12 people were standing on the ring. Chen clenched his fist, which was wearing a chi-gathering glove, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Taking on 12 level 3 fighters with bare hands was certainly no easy feat. But with the chi-gathering gloves, it wasn't an impossible task.
The moment the battle began, Chen instantly darted toward one of them.
Amid a thunderous roar, he unleashed the perfect stage thunder fist skill at full power, blasting the man off the ring in a single strike.
One down. The remaining challengers were taken aback and immediately closed in on Chen as if facing a formidable enemy.
Unexpectedly, Chen didn't engage them head-on at all. Instead, he relied on his agility to fight on the move. The short-range maneuverability of the shadow step skill was put to full use on the confined space of the ring.
It was the challengers' first time fighting together. They had never coordinated before.
For a moment, they couldn't even get close to Chen. In fact, on several occasions, they nearly struck their own teammates, causing their formation to fall into disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Chen sent 2 more challengers flying off the stage. Only 9 opponents remained.
Don't panic! Someone shouted loudly.
Don't rush the attack, first surround him and cut off his escape routes.
After some initial awkwardness, their coordination gradually reached the adept stage.
At the cost of 2 of their own being knocked out, they finally cornered Chen at the edge of the ring, all their weapons striking him simultaneously.
They won.
Joy lit up the challengers' faces. Chen's expression remained unchanged, though a trace of a scornful smile flashed in his eyes.
Had these guys forgotten how he defeated Xia Yuping? Clang! Clang! Clang!
In the blink of an eye, Chen had taken 6 or 7 strikes. The blows caused faint silver sparks to fly from his body, yet the weapons bounced off him as if striking a block of iron. The challengers' expressions all changed. Only then did they remember that the young man before them had cultivated a form of external martial art. They hadn't thought much of it while watching from the audience earlier, but now that they struck with full force and couldn't even break through his defense, they suddenly realized just how formidable his external martial art was. But it was already too late. The course of battle changes in the blink of an eye. A single mistake could lead to defeat. Taking advantage of the split second when everyone was stunned, Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, instantly sending 2 of them screaming as they were knocked flying off the ring. Immediately afterward, he sidestepped and charged at another fighter. A seemingly ordinary Iron Mountain shoulder charge boosted by his 37 strength packed a punch comparable to a head-on collision with a speeding car. The fighter who was sent flying didn't even have time to scream. He lost consciousness mid-air. In the blink of an eye, 3 more challengers had been eliminated. The remaining 4 all turned pale. They never could have imagined that, under these circumstances, Chen would be capable of such a terrifying counterattack. Seeing that Chen had broken free from the encirclement and was looking at them with a calm expression, the 4 exchanged glances and raised their hands in unison.
We concede defeat.
With the situation having reached this point, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Continuing the fight would serve no purpose. Witnessing this scene, a collective gasp like the sound of teeth grinding echoed around the ring. The crowd was both astonished and resigned. Fighting 12 level 3 fighters with his bare hands and still failing to defeat Chen, this kid was downright unstoppable.
Chen glanced at his achievements list.
Practical Combat 3 has been completed. A smile flashed across his eyes. Deciding not to further provoke the fighters below, he bowed slightly to the crowd around him.
Thank you for letting me win.
As he stepped down from the ring, Hou Zhongfei was already approaching, holding the burning cloud blade. He had even thoughtfully prepared a long wooden box to hold the blade.
Congratulations, Mr. Chen.
Hou Zhongfei handed over the wooden box with a smile. This sword is now returning to its rightful owner.
Thank you for your trouble.
Watching Chen accept the wooden box with a calm expression, Hou Zhongfei couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In all his years at the Iron Fist Club, this was the first time he'd seen a young man as outstanding as Chen. In his early 20s, He had already outclassed numerous level 3 fighters, even veteran level 3 peak fighters like Xia Yuping and Dai Jingsheng had fallen to him. His martial arts prowess was also exceptional, he was practically unrivaled among his peers. With such talent and strength, given time, he was bound to become a top-tier fighter. For someone with such a bright future, building a relationship with him could only be beneficial. Not to mention that for the Iron Fist Club, having a member who was a naturally gifted fighter prodigy offered countless advantages. With that in mind, Ho Zhongfei's smile grew even broader. He produced an exquisitely crafted card from somewhere and respectfully presented it to Chen with both hands. "Mr. Chen, this is our club's highest tier Star Glory membership card. Only 12 have been issued so far. Cardholders enjoy a wide range of services far exceeding those of Diamond members. Please accept it." Chen glanced at Ho Zhongfei in surprise. After a moment's thought, he understood, smiled, and accepted the membership card. He might need the Iron Fist Club's services in the future, so having a top-tier membership card would certainly come in handy. "Then I wouldn't want to be so rude as to refuse." "You're too kind. It's actually an honor for our club to have a member like you." After exchanging a few polite remarks, Chen took his leave. The afterglow of his recent victories over several fighters still lingered. Although the fighters around him wanted to strike up a conversation with Chen, they hesitated for a moment, dare not approach, and could only watch as Chen's figure disappeared through the doorway. Watching Chen leave, Tong Xin couldn't help but exclaim, "The younger generation is truly formidable. I've really learned a lot today." Xia Yuping shot him a sidelong glance and said irritably, "You may have learned a lot, but I just got beaten up for nothing, ouch." Apparently speaking too quickly had aggravated his injuries. Xia Yuping grimaced and sucked in a breath, taking a while to catch his breath. "That kid is nothing short of a monster. His footwork is lightning fast, he is impervious to blades and spears, his boxing is superb, and even his swordsmanship is exceptionally skilled, not to mention that ultimate move, the transcendent stage style. Damn it, the more I talk about it, the more that kid sounds like some kind of demonic entity." Tong Xin paid no heed to Xia Yuping's rambling. Still, deep down, he found himself in agreement with what Xia Yuping had said. In his 30-plus years of life, this was the first time he'd ever seen such a stunningly exceptional young man. His combat prowess had virtually no weaknesses. It was no exaggeration to call him unrivaled among his peers. Tong Xin even felt that if Chen were to face a level 4 fighter, he'd likely be more than a match for them. It was hard to imagine what kind of force such a genius would become once he fully matured. What would he be like in a decade or so? Chapter 77, The Hill of Banners. Stepping out of the Iron Fist Club, Chen looked up at the azure sky, feeling elated. He'd finally unlocked the Real Combat 3 achievement. That meant he'd earned another 2,000 discipline points. The only thing he found a bit disappointing was that no new achievements had appeared. Apparently, there were only 3 achievements in this series. On the other hand, the Dimensional Invaders, Vanguard and Extreme Combat Achievements series have more entries. I wonder how many there are in total. As he pondered this, Chen walked toward the bus stop. A little over half an hour later, Chen returned home. After eating his fill and practicing the Leviathan breathing skill for a while, he opened the exchange shop and found that the cooldown had ended. Chen promptly refreshed it. Exchange shop next refresh, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Space backpack, upon use, obtain a 5x5x5 space backpack. If you already have a space backpack, its capacity will increase by 5x5x5. Price, 500 discipline points. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 300-1000 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 200 discipline points. Random stat card, upon use, randomly increases 3 attribute points. Price, 100 discipline points. Not bad. A smile spread across Chen's face. The 3 items that appeared were all quite to his liking. The random skill card and random stat card were must-have items whenever they appeared. He couldn't pass up the spatial backpack either. Although the spatial backpack's current capacity was sufficient for now, as his inventory grew, he would inevitably run out of space sooner or later.
especially since Chen would definitely be venturing into dungeons in the future. While exploring dungeons, just a few loot drops could easily fill up the spatial backpack.
Thinking long term, he'd better expand the spatial backpack's capacity as soon as possible. After spending 800 discipline points to exchange for the 3 items, Chen used them all immediately. Spatial backpack capacity expanded to 10 by 10 by 10. Gained 688 points toward the adept stage of martial arts.
10 by 10 by 10, that's 1,000 cubic meters.
That's about the size of 5 or 6 classrooms. Chen nodded with satisfaction.
This capacity should be enough to last a very long time. Chen then summoned his interface to take a look.
The 3 attribute points granted by the random stat card were 2 points in Constitution and 1 point in Spirit.
Thanks to this, his Spirit attribute finally reached 30 points. His Constitution even increased to 39 points. Constitution had played a huge role in today's battles.
If it hadn't been for the 3 points of Constitution he gained earlier when his Iron Scale skill broke through to the Adept stage, his stamina might have been completely depleted before the final battle. With that in mind, Chen immediately poured all the Adept stage points he'd just earned from his martial skills into the Iron Scale skill, instantly breaking it through to the Expert stage.
Name, Chen. Level, 3.
Attributes, Strength 38, Constitution 45, Agility 44, Spirit 30.
Discipline points, 1700. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 5500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 131-1000. Shadow Blade Skill Master Stage 1127-2500. Iron Scale Skill Expert Stage 194-1500.
6 points in Constitution, 1 point in Strength, that's a total increase of 7 attribute points. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. With this, his Constitution attribute officially surpassed Agility, becoming the highest among his 4 attributes. Stepping into the center of the living room, Chen drew his steel blade and swung it at his arm with 70% of his strength. The moment the blade struck his arm, a silvery glow resembling scales flashed across the surface of his skin. Compared to when he was at the Adept stage, the scale-like pattern of the silver glow had become much clearer. It had also become much tougher. There was a crisp clang, accompanied by a faint spatter of sparks, yet his arm remained completely unscathed.
Chen's eyes lit up.
He increased his force with each swing, and it wasn't until he exerted 100% of his strength that a faint cut finally appeared on his arm, from which crimson droplets of blood slowly seeped out. However, after only about half a minute, the wound stopped bleeding. 5 or 6 minutes later, the wound had already begun to scab over. At a glance, it would take no more than a few hours for the wound to heal completely.
Chen watched in amazement.
A Constitution stat of 45 was truly impressive. His body was now probably beyond human. The test continued. This time, however, he switched to the Flaming Cloud Sword. The sharpness of a fine-grade weapon was far beyond that of an ordinary grade 1. This time, Chen only used 70% of his strength to leave a wound on his arm. Even so, Chen was already very satisfied. Judging by the test results, a level 3 fighter even one at the peak of level 3 would be virtually incapable of breaching his defenses unless they possessed a fine-grade weapon or had mastered a high-star rated sword technique. Even if someone were to fire a gun at him right now, the bullets probably wouldn't even break his skin. At this rate, once I break through to the master stage, I'll probably be able to withstand a machine gun barrage head-on.
Chen's heart raced with excitement. 3-star external martial arts are truly formidable.
Now that he has the Iron Scale skill, combined with the Type 4 Colossus suit and his protective Jade pendant, his defense and survivability are absolutely top-notch. My total 4-dimensional attributes have reached 157 points, just 3 points short of advancing to level 4. Chen glanced at his discipline points. He had 1,700 left. If he could draw just one more attribute card by this time tomorrow night, it would be enough to make up the final 3 points. Alternatively, if he drew 2 or 3 martial arts cards or cultivation crystals and used them to break through the current realm of any one of the Shadow Step skill, Shadow Blade skill, or Iron Scale skill, that would also meet the promotion requirements.
Oh, right. Chen suddenly remembered something.
With a flick of his wrist, a small key instantly appeared in the palm of his hand.
A D-rank dungeon key. When he obtained this key a while back, he only recently advanced to level 3.
To maximize his returns, he attempted the dungeon back then. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, far surpassing that of an ordinary peak level 3 fighter, it was time to try clearing it. A D-rank dungeon key has a total of 5 durability points and can be used 5 times. In other words, he could obtain up to 5 treasure chests. Thinking of the generous rewards from previous chests, Chen couldn't wait any longer. Without hesitation, he inserted the key into the lock on his bedroom door. When he opened the door, a slowly rotating blood-red vortex appeared before his eyes.
A line of pitch-black text floated on its surface. Name, Banner Hill. Difficulty, D. Recommended challenge level, 3.
Chen put on his combat gear, drew the azure bone, and stepped into the blood-red vortex. His vision was instantly filled with a deep, rich crimson. When his vision cleared again, Chen found himself on a desolate plain. Looking around, he saw the area dotted with black and silver trimmed flags, each about 2 meters tall. It was unclear how long these flags had been there. They were already tattered and worn, and he could only vaguely make out the design on the front 2 crossed long swords.
Chen scanned the horizon and could faintly make out shadowy figures in the distance.
Drawing on his previous experience with the corpses buried in the wilderness, he knew those must be the monsters of this dungeon. Since the evaluation for clearing the dungeon depended primarily on time, Chen didn't linger for long. He took long strides and sprinted toward the distant figures.
Chapter 78, Time to open the treasure chest.
As he closed the distance, Chen finally made out the true forms of those dark shadows. They were humanoid creatures clad in ancient black armor and wielding rusty long swords. Beneath their rust-stained helmets lay faces that resembled skeletons. 2 points of ghastly green ghostly fire flickered in their hollow eye sockets.
Black Knight level 3.
On a whim, Chen pulled out his combat scanner, aimed it at the Black Knight, and pressed the button.
128. He checked the others. 131. 126. 134.
Their stats weren't particularly high. They were clearly at the level of creatures that had only recently advanced to level 3. These undead creatures were highly sensitive to the presence of the living and quickly detected Chen's presence. For Black Knights immediately charged at him, the ghostly flames in their eye sockets flickering wildly.
Chen gave a wry smile and met them head-on without flinching.
As their bodies crossed paths, the heads of 2 Black Knights were already flying high into the air. The 2 headless corpses staggered a few times before crashing to the ground with a thud. At the same moment, 2 sword blades sliced through the air toward Chen, but they only clanged against his body, sending sparks flying. He remained unscathed. Chen didn't even waver. With a backhand flick, another head soared into the sky.
The blade flashed once more. The last Black Knight followed his comrade's fate.
These creatures, which ranked at the bottom of Tier 3, posed no threat whatsoever to Chen in his current state. It was nothing more than a casual slash. Without so much as a glance at the corpses on the ground, Chen continued to sprint forward.
The aura of the living on this deathly silent plain was as conspicuous as a spark in the night, standing out starkly.
Along the way, black warriors were constantly drawn to him, charging at Chen with reckless abandon. Unfortunately, in the face of the icy blade's glint, these monsters were like moths drawn to a flame. Without exception, the fire of their souls was extinguished, and they turned into motionless, truly lifeless corpses.
If this place is anything like the graveyard wastes, an elite monster should be appearing any moment now. As if to confirm Chen's suspicion, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from ahead. Immediately afterward, a towering, burly Black Knight emerged from behind the rocks. Compared to his companions, this Black Knight's armor was clearly of much higher quality. His weapon was no longer a rusty longsword, but a heavy sword that glinted coldly. Elite Black Knight level 3. Just as I thought. Chen's eyes flashed slightly as he pressed the button on his combat scanner. 144.
That's a huge leap in strength compared to a regular Black Knight.
But to Chen, it made no difference. Clang.
The sharp greatsword slashed viciously at Chen's shoulder, yet didn't even break the skin. Chen swung his blade in a counterattack, and the sharp edge instantly cleaved the Black Knight in two, body and armor alike. The blue bone blade really is sharp. Chen nodded to himself. If he used the burning cloud blade, it would have at most sliced through the armor, but it wouldn't have been able to sever the body beneath it as well. The gap between exquisite grade and 100 refined grade weapons is significant. Still, being able to cleave through the armor is already quite impressive. If he'd been using an ordinary grade weapon, it would have left nothing more than a dent on the surface of the armor. Chen continued racing deeper into the plains. After dispatching more than 20 elite Black Knights along the way, a hill finally came into view. An intact black and silver trimmed banner stood atop the hill, fluttering in the wind and exuding an air of age and ferocity. A Black Knight riding a skeletal horse stood proudly beneath the banner, 2 points of ghastly green light staring straight at Chen. Black Knight Leader Level 3. 155. Just as Chen had suspected, the boss of Banner, the armor on the Black Knight Leader's chest shattered instantly, and his massive, burly body was sent flying backward. With just a single Transcendent Stage Thunder Fist skill, this peak Level 3 boss was left critically wounded. Strike while the iron is hot. Chen charged forward, unleashing a barrage of sword strikes like a storm that instantly engulfed the Black Knight Leader. More than 10 seconds later, the Black Knight Leader lay dead on the ground, the soul fire in his eye sockets having vanished. The vortex exit, signifying the completion of the dungeon, appeared out of thin air before Chen. Back in the lobby, Chen immediately checked the dungeon completion summary. Cleared D-rank dungeon Hill of Banners. Clear time, 19 minutes 46 seconds. Final rating, S. Earned a platinum chest. Chen felt a surge of joy. Thank goodness if he cleared it just a little later, he probably would have only gotten an A rank and a gold chest. But that was because it was his first time in Hill of Banners, and he wasn't very familiar with the layout yet. The next time he entered, he'd be able to shorten his completion time even further. It wouldn't be as nail-biting as this time. After temporarily stashing the platinum chest, Chen continued into the dungeon. About 18 minutes later, he cleared Banner Hill for the second time. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth time. Including breaks, Chen spent over 2 hours in a row using up all 5 attempts at Banner Hill before finally stopping. Looking at the 5 platinum chests in his spatial backpack, Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Now it's time to open the chests. A full 5 platinum treasure chests, he was sure they'd yield plenty of good loot. Tonight would undoubtedly be a night of bountiful rewards. But before that, Chen took the die which still had 2 points of durability left out of his spatial backpack and tossed it casually. 2. Not enough. Let us try again. He rolled the die again. 5. Chen's eyes lit up. He was really lucky this time. The lucky die-s effect lasts for 24 hours. That's more than enough time. Chen calmly took out the first platinum treasure chest, rubbed his hands together, and opened it with great anticipation. Obtained Teleportation Stone. Teleportation Stone, set a destination in advance. Upon use, you can instantly teleport to that destination. When used, the holder's current location must be within 1,000 kilometers of the destination. Cannot be used for interdimensional teleportation. It's actually a teleportation item. Chen was pleasantly surprised. This is a real gem. If I use it when I'm in danger, I can instantly escape and return to a safe place. Great, now I have another life-saving trump card. Without hesitation, Chen set the teleportation stone's destination to his home, then turned his attention to the other treasure chests. Finding such a valuable item as the teleportation stone in the very first chest filled him with delight, making him even more eager to see what the remaining 4 chests held. Taking a deep breath, Chen proceeded to open the second platinum treasure chest. Obtained Lightning Badge. Chapter 79, A Night of Bountiful Rewards. Lightning Badge, when equipped, grants the Lightning Reflection Talent bonus, increasing dynamic vision and neural reaction speed by 100%. Effective only against creatures at Energy Tier 5 and below.
Chen was overjoyed. Another great item. The importance of dynamic vision and neural reaction speed in actual combat goes without saying. Enhancing these two abilities would significantly boost his combat effectiveness. And the key was that it provided a whopping 100% boost. With his current agility at 44 points, a 100% increase in dynamic vision and neural reaction speed would mean he could clearly see even the trajectory of a bullet, wouldn't it? He'd probably be able to slice through bullets with his blade. Chen happily clipped the lightning badge to the inside of his combat suit. The moment he let go, he keenly sensed that the world around him seemed to have slowed down considerably. It was as if even the flow of air had slowed. This sensation lasted only a few seconds before everything returned to normal. Chen realized this must have been an illusion caused by the sudden, dramatic boost in his dynamic vision and neural reaction speed. After taking a moment to adjust, Chen proceeded to open the third platinum treasure chest. Obtained Iron Armored Dragon Hound Beast Egg. Iron Armored Dragon Hound? Chen was taken aback. He'd actually opened a monster egg. He quickly focused his eyes on the description. Iron Armored Dragon Hound Monster Egg, place it in an area containing metal and ensure the egg's surface comes into contact with it. After absorbing a certain amount of metal, it will hatch into a juvenile Iron Armored Dragon Hound, which will automatically form a bond with its owner. So this is a pet egg? Chen whistled in amazement. He had heard of some fighters who specialized in taming exotic beasts as pets to assist them in battle against enemies. However, taming these beasts was no easy task, so very few fighters actually owned pets. Moreover, their energy tier was generally quite low. Overall, beast eggs were hard for low-tier fighters to obtain and of little use to high-tier fighters, so they were somewhat of a mixed blessing. I wonder what energy tier this Iron Armor Dragon Dog is. Chen mused to himself. He wasn't too worried, though. After all, it was a beast egg from a platinum treasure chest, the quality was bound to be decent. Coming back to his senses, Chen walked to a corner of the living room, took 7 or 8 weapons out of his spatial backpack, piled them into an S-like shape, and then placed the beast egg on top. These weapons were all obtained from members of the Winged Exploration Group back when he was in the dungeon. They weren't of much use sitting in his spatial backpack, so they were perfect for hatching the egg. He kept only one for emergencies. After finishing all this, Chen proceeded to open the 4th treasure chest. Acquired Qi Condensation Technique. Qi Condensation Technique, a special secret technique that gathers the vital energy naturally dissipating from the body, condensing it into the dantian to form a Qi seed. When released all at once during combat, it temporarily and significantly enhances physical abilities. The larger the Qi seed, the greater the enhancement and the longer the duration. Chen froze for a moment, then burst into wild joy. Isn't this the ultimate power-up technique? Chen immediately used the manual without hesitation. Then, following the information that suddenly surged into his mind, he began to channel the Qi condensation technique. At every moment, the body's vital energy escapes and dissipates into the outside world through the pores. Even fighters are no exception. It's just that the amount of vital energy automatically lost by a fighter is far less than that of an ordinary person. However, as the Qi condensation technique began to take effect, the vital energy that would normally have dissipated into the outside world was immediately gathered and condensed into his dantian, where it gathered and was continuously compressed. After an unknown amount of time, Chen saw that a rice grain-sized seed of energy had appeared in his dantian. Though pitifully small, it gave off a sense of surging, overwhelming power. It felt as though it could erupt into a staggering burst of power at any moment. So this is the Qi seed. Chen snapped out of his state of inner vision, a look of awe spreading across his face. He could clearly sense that it was as if a powerful engine had been added to his body, one he could activate at any time with a mere thought, providing him with even greater energy and momentum. Compared to the Pale Blade Qi, this Qi cultivation technique is far more practical. To activate the Pale Blade Qi, he first had to fill the Tsung bone with soul fire. That was fine when facing large numbers of low-tier enemies. But in a one-on-one battle, the Pale Blade Qi was unreliable. The Qi cultivation technique, however, was different. As long as he continuously used his vital energy to strengthen the Qi seed,
he could use it whenever he truly needed it, no matter the situation.
This is the difference between one's own strength and an item.
External forces are ultimately no match for the reliability of one's own strength.
I just wonder how effective the explosive burst effect will be. The specific effects still needed to be verified in actual combat.
Chen suppressed his eagerness to try it out and refocused his attention on the treasure chest. Once the chi seed was formed, it would autonomously absorb excess vital energy afterward, requiring no further attention from him. With only one platinum treasure chest remaining, Chen silently chanted the incantation to open it.
Obtained imagery incense burner. Imagery incense burner, when lit, it releases a fragrance imbued with the essence of the Tao.
Practicing martial arts within the fragrance's range grants a 1% chance to enter a state of enlightenment.
Holy crap! Chen's eyes widened. An item that can induce a state of enlightenment. This is definitely a treasure.
In comparison, with the imagery incense burner, Chen's chance of an epiphany is a full 100 times higher than anyone else's. From this perspective, calling the imagery incense burner a divine artifact is certainly justified. The lucky dice and the platinum treasure chest really are a divine combination.
Everything I've opened has been amazing.
Teleportation stones, lightning badges, iron-armored dragon hound eggs, the chi cultivation technique, and the image incense burner. Aside from the iron-armored dragon hound egg, which still needs to be tested, the other 4 items are all treasures that combine practicality with powerful effects. Acquiring so many great items in a single night, it truly was a night of bountiful harvest. Snapping out of his excitement, Chen immediately lit the incense burner and prepared to practice. It was unclear what the burner was made of. It was clearly empty inside, with not a trace of incense yet. As soon as he held a flame near the smoke vent and let it burn for a few seconds, wispy wisps of smoke began to rise. Before long, the entire living room was filled with a refreshing, soothing fragrance.
I've actually been cultivating for this long?
Chen had a vague sense that his state just now was different from usual, and he felt a sense of déjà vu.
His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly summoned his interface. Upon closer inspection, sure enough, the adept stage level of the Shadow Blade skill had skyrocketed by over 800 points. A smile immediately spread across Chen's face. His luck was just too good. He de-triggered the 1% epiphany chance on his very first cultivation session. Wait a minute. Chen suddenly realized something. The effect of the luck die on his luck hadn't ended yet. Could this be the reason? Most likely. Chen didn't believe his luck was normally good enough to hit the jackpot on the very first try.
9 times out of 10, this was the result of the luck die. It seemed that, in addition to opening treasure chests, the luck die could also be used in conjunction with the imagery incense burner. Its importance had suddenly skyrocketed. Chen made up his mind on the spot. If I ever farm a lucky die again, I'm definitely going to redeem it. Snapping out of his elation, Chen suddenly noticed something else. Judging by what had just happened, he must have been in a state of enlightenment for quite some time. At the very least, it wasn't any shorter than the last time in the mine. Yet the increase in his adept stage was actually smaller. What was going on? Could it be because his last epiphany came during battle? After much thought, Chen could only come up with this one explanation. Shaking his head, he set this question aside for the time being. In any case, reaching an epiphany was a good thing. The Shadow Blade skill was just over 500 adept stage points away from the perfect stage. One more epiphany should be enough. Filled with excitement, Chen decided not to rest. He seized the moment to continue his training while the lucky die-s effect was still active. Chapter 80, That Kid Isn't Dead. White Whale City, South District. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Yu Tianming hurried out of the elevator and strode quickly toward the office at the end of the hallway. More than 10 steps from the office door, he heard heavy panting and soft moans coming from inside. Clearly, his boss was at it again. Yu Tianming rolled his eyes and stood outside the door, waiting patiently for a moment. Only when the sounds inside gradually faded did he gently knock on the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, boss Yu Tianming." The sound of rustling clothes came from inside. Before long, the door opened, and a seductive woman disheveled and flushed stepped out. Just before leaving, she flashed Yu Tianming a flirtatious glance.
Yu Tianming chose to ignore it.
Only after the woman had entered the elevator did Yu Tianming step into the office and close the door behind him. The windows were closed, and the office felt a bit stuffy. A strong odor still lingered in the air. Yu Tianming frowned slightly, but he didn't have time to worry about it. He strode quickly to his desk and said to Duan Zong, who was sitting behind it.
"Boss, I've made a major discovery." Duan Zong lazily looked up at his subordinate. He was currently in a sage state of mind, feeling unmotivated about everything, so he didn't pay much attention to what he heard. After leisurely lighting a cigarette, Duan Zong asked casually. "What discovery?"
"That guy we took out over a month ago isn't dead." Duan Zong was stunned for a few seconds before he grasped the meaning of Yu Tianming's words.
"Who are you talking about?"
"Shan." After running the name through his mind several times, Duan Zong finally remembered.
"You mean that kid who offended young Master Qin and got beaten up by you and your men in that alley?"
"That's right."
"You guys didn't finish him off back then?"
At the mention of this, the corner of Yu Tianming's eye twitched.
"You ordered us to take him out back, then how could we dare disobey? We really went all out.
I remember we even checked him afterward. He was as dead as a doornail, not even breathing. Who knew he'd come back to life now?
It's downright spooky." Duan Zong furrowed his brow.
Yu Tianming was a level 4 fighter, and he'd been accompanied by several level 3 fighters at the time. Sending that kind of force to deal with a greenhorn who wasn't even a level 2 fighter was clearly overkill. If it hadn't been for young Master Qin's sake, he wouldn't have done it. And precisely because of that, logically speaking, with Yu Tianming and his team's expertise, they shouldn't have misjudged the situation. After pondering the matter for a moment to no avail, Duan Zong simply stopped dwelling on it. To be honest, he didn't believe a word of that supernatural nonsense. However, cases of people whose breathing had stopped and then coming back to life weren't unheard of. They were just extremely rare.
Maybe that kid had just gotten incredibly lucky.
Since he is alive again, just kill him one more time.
Duan Zong waved his hand impatiently.
Yu Tianming gave a wry smile and said, "Boss, although the photo was taken from the audience, Chen's face was clearly visible."
Duan Zong had seen photos of Chen before, so he recognized him at a glance. It was undoubtedly Chen.
Now he was finally certain that Yu Tianming wasn't joking, and his expression immediately turned serious.
"Go on."
"Yes." Yu Tianming continued recounting what he had heard that day. But when he heard that Chen had defeated 12 level 3 fighters with his bare hands, Duan Zong's expression turned one of utter shock. Based on this description, Chen's strength must be approaching level 4. How could a guy who was still a level 1 fighter just over a month ago have made such a meteoric rise to this level without access to vast resources?
There must be a secret behind this.
Duan Zong's eyes lit up instantly, a glint of greed flashing through them. If he could get his hands on that secret, he might just be able to use it to break through to level 5 or even higher. Duan Zong had been stuck at the peak of level 4 for many years, unable to advance any further. Now that he saw a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough, he couldn't wait to act.
"Where is Chen right now?"
"I've already tracked down his residence. Since returning from the Iron Fist Club, he has stayed home the whole time and hasn't gone out."
"Excellent." Duan Zong made his decision on the spot. "Take your men and bring him back immediately. Remember, he must be brought back alive."
"Yes, boss."
"I'll lead the team personally and guarantee we'll bring him back." Yu Tianming made a solemn promise.
Although Chen's strength was approaching the level 4 tier, he wasn't actually a level 4 fighter. With him a genuine level 4 fighter personally leading the operation, capturing Chen would be a piece of cake.
Duan Zong knew this as well and nodded in satisfaction.
Finally, he suddenly added one more thing.
"Don't let the higher-ups know about this for now." Yu Tianming understood immediately and nodded emphatically.
"Got it, boss." If the higher-ups found out about this, Chen's secret would certainly not end up in their hands. That chairman was no pushover.
9 times out of 10, he'd keep the secret all to himself. Then all their efforts would be for nothing. After Yu Tianming took his leave, Duanzong sat back down in his leather chair, lit another cigarette, and still looked somewhat excited. The thought that he might be promoted to level 5 before long made his heart race. Perhaps he'd used up all his luck the night before. Until the lucky die-s effect wore off, Chen wasn't able to trigger another moment of enlightenment. But he didn't mind. There was plenty of time opportunities would come. When he woke up from his nap, Chen noticed that the bird's nest in the corner of the living room had shrunk by about a third. The luster of the beast egg had also become noticeably brighter. As he leaned in to examine it, he could faintly sense the vibrant life force emanating from within the egg. Looks like it'll hatch soon. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Chen's eyes. After finishing breakfast, Chen lit the imagery incense burner. After thinking for a moment, he took out the luck die again and rolled a 3. Oh well, it'll have to do. Since uses of the luck die were precious and this one like opening a treasure chest, Chen decided to make do and began cultivating his martial arts. Unfortunately, even by evening, he still hadn't triggered a state of enlightenment. But then, the cooldown for the exchange shop had ended. Seeing this, Chen paused his training and opened the exchange shop. Exchange shop next refresh, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Cultivation crystal, select a martial art to use this on, and gain 5 years worth of cultivation experience and insights for that martial art. Price, 500 discipline points. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 500 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Random skill card, upon use, randomly grants 500 adept stage points for a martial skill. Price, 100 discipline points. Chen's heart leapt with joy. He actually managed to get 3 items that increase adept stage points for martial skills all at once. It looked like he could advance to level 4 today. Chapter 81, Advancing to Level 4, Protected by Destiny. Without hesitation, Chen immediately redeemed all 3 items. He then decisively used a cultivation crystal, targeting the iron scale skill. As the fleeting visuals faded, the progress bar for the iron scale skill had skyrocketed to 1146-1500. Still over 300 adept stage points to go. Chen used up the remaining 2 random skill cards. Gain 256 martial skill adept stage points. Gain 381 martial skill adept stage points. A total of 637 martial skill adept stage points. Without hesitation, Chen used the remaining adept stage points to max out the iron scale skill. In the blink of an eye, the iron scale skill broke through to the perfect stage. A flood of information surged from the depths of his mind. At the same time, it felt as if a warm current had suddenly exploded inside him, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. For a moment, Chen felt as though his whole body were soaking in a hot spring. A moment later, the sensation receded like a tide. Chen moved his limbs and felt as if a layer of shackles had been removed from his entire body. He felt completely transformed and rejuvenated. He immediately realized he had advanced to level 4. Name, Chen. Level 4. Attributes, Strength 39, Constitution 50, Agility 44, Spirit 31. Discipline points, 1000. Martial skills. Leviathan Breathing Skill Master Stage 57-500. Thunder Fist Skill Transcendent Stage. Shadow Step Skill Master Stage 171-1000. Shadow Blade Skill Master Stage 1985-2500. Iron Scale Skill Master Stage 0-2500. Chi Cultivation Technique. I've finally broken through. Chen broke into a delighted smile. With this, his strength had taken another quantum leap. A level 4 fighter even in the entire city of White Whale, he was undoubtedly among the elite of the fighter ranks. Graduating as a level 4 fighter, he was practically guaranteed at least the rank of lieutenant if he joined the military. If he joined a conglomerate, an annual salary in the millions wouldn't be a problem. At this rate, I might even break through to level 5 before graduation. Chen's heart swelled with excitement.
Coming back to his senses, he continued to look at his stats panel.
My stats only increased by 7 points.
According to Chen's estimates, mastering the iron scale skill at the master stage should have increased his attributes by at least 10 points. However, it was to be expected that the increase would be smaller as his energy tier rose. 5 points in constitution, 1 point in strength, and 1 point in spirit. Sure enough, once a 3-star martial skill reaches the master stage, it starts to affect the spirit attribute, boosting it. Chen nodded to himself. This meant that the spirit attribute now had a new avenue for improvement. With nearly 300 points of adept stage progress remaining, Chen poured them all into the Shadow Blade skill. Shadow Blade skill master stage 2268-2500. The Shadow Blade skill is almost ready to break through to the next level too. After this round of improvements, Chen's total attribute value had soared to 164 points. The standard for advancing 5 levels was a total attribute value of 200 points. A 36-point gap if I break through all my cultivation techniques to the transcendent stage and add a few attribute cards, that should be enough. Chen's heart raced with excitement. The sensation of his strength rising so rapidly was truly addictive. It took him quite a while to calm his mind before he prepared to light the imagery incense burner and begin cultivation, aiming to break through the Shadow Blade skill to the perfect stage as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to light the incense, a sharp crack suddenly rang in his ears. It sounded like firecrackers. Firecrackers? Chen glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 1 a.m. Why would anyone be setting off firecrackers outside at this hour? Moreover, the sound seemed to be coming from not far from the apartment. It sounded like it was right across the street. Out of curiosity, Chen stepped out onto the balcony and peered down. But the street below was deserted. There was nothing there. He rubbed his chin and turned back toward the living room. In the alley diagonally across from the apartment building, 7 or 8 people were hiding in the shadows, staring intently at the balcony of Chen's apartment. Seeing that Chen had returned to the living room without a clue and hadn't come out again after a while, Yu Tianming breathed a slight sigh of relief, then glared fiercely at the henchman beside him. Is this your first day working with me? Can't you even watch your step? Thank God that Kid Chen didn't notice anything unusual, otherwise, I'd have flayed you alive. Hearing this, the henchman felt deeply wronged. Who could have imagined there'd be firecrackers in the alley? And who could have imagined that just stepping on them would set them off on their own?